Shanghai Stock Exchange, Fudan University. Since Tang Qing enrolled in school. His news. It has always been a compulsory course for Fudan students. Once there is a new trend, it will quickly spread throughout Fudan. It was the same this time. One class wasn't even finished yet, and almost the whole school knew about it. Throw out 50 billion casually. It is equivalent to 1/10 of Tang Qing's current worth. Such a generous hand. But most of them, whose monthly living expenses were less than 1,000 yuan, were stunned. For the first time, they knew that Tang Qing was not only good at making money, but also so good at spending money. If only I had so much money. They must deposit it in the bank and earn interest. Lying down at home, it's more than 10 to 2 billion a year. At the same time, some professors at Fudan were moved. Principal's office. It was suddenly crowded with people. Principal, why did he go talk to Tang Qing? My project is at a critical moment and funds are tight. As you know, it would be better if Tang Qing could subsidize it a little. Yes, Principal, I am too. Principal, next year's funds must be tight too. As you know, we have to fight for what the country gives us. As long as Tang Qing relents, we will stop nagging you. The principal was speechless. You're all professors. Listen, what is this word? This even threatens me. You are not young anymore. Still, forget it. The principal also understands that the total amount of national funds is a lot, but when it is spread out, they have to cut their heads to fight for it. Fudan is a school. It is not a professional scientific research institution. The most expensive. These are military-industrial research institutes and national-level projects of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Fudan has allocated a lot of money. But not everyone has sufficient funds for scientific research. So those who came today are all a group of middle-class people. The top professors and scientists are not short of money. It sounds like an office, like a vegetable market. The principal patted the table. Say loudly, "Okay, be quiet." Wait for them to quiet down. I will communicate with Tang Qing about this matter, but don't hold out any hope. Tang Qing has donated to the school's scientific research funds before, and the annual amount is not low. A young professor muttered, "But he has so much money." After hearing this, the principal glared at him. The man lowered his head weakly. "What do you mean? If others have money, they should give it to you. What kind of logic is it? Are you God or a roadside robber? You can't understand this logic? You have studied for so many years in vain. People's money is not wasted, but also invested in scientific research. Why should they give some of it to you? Are you doing scientific research and others are just playing? I will fight for this matter. Whether it succeeds or not, don't blame others. Be a role model. As a teacher and a scientific researcher, you must have the integrity of a scientific researcher." Some words. What the principal said was verbal motivation. The professors also lower their heads. Think back. This is indeed not a glorious thing. People's research and development is for the company, for the industry's leading position, and for the future. If you give them money, what can they give Tang Qing? The related projects are okay and can complement each other. It's irrelevant. Why? Okay, everyone go back. Seeing that they understood what he meant, the principal waved. After the professors leave, the principal smiled bitterly. Finally, these people are gone. Although he felt a little ashamed, it didn't matter if he lost his face for the sake of the school. He immediately called Qiu Jie. He wasn't very familiar with Tang Qing, so he might as well ask Qiu Jie to ask. Qiu Jie. Feelings. This face. I have to throw it away. Never mind. Who calls him the vice principal, not the principal? That's impossible. Soon, Tang Qing, who was called over, gave the answer Qiu Jie expected. I have given a lot of research funds to Fudan University, and my money is not brought by strong winds, but earned by sense. Qiu Jie. What kind of business do you only make a dime? Entrepreneurs have social responsibilities. There is nothing wrong with that. However, social responsibilities cannot be used as moral hijacking. No one can reach over and put their hand in my pocket to take out money. However, if the school is willing to agree to a condition for me, it is not non-negotiable. Finally, Tang Qing changed the topic. Qiu Jie was stunned. Didn't you just say it's impossible? Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's impossible to get money from my scientific research funds, but that doesn't mean it's impossible to get other money. Looking at Xiao Jie's eyes, Tang Qing spread his hands and explained with a smile. Xiao Jie rolled his eyes. I am very old. You tease me. You kid, tell me what the conditions are. Xiao Jie said with a wry smile. Tang Qing smiled. It's very simple. When my university is established, you, Fudan University, have to help us and send some experienced teachers there. Not many, 20 or 30 will be enough. At least, they can teach one class of students. To be honest, Tang Qing really doesn't think his university will be short of teachers. Only, Xiao Jie came to the door. I couldn't deny my dignity at all, and since it was tens of millions, no other university except Fudan was qualified to make such an offer, so I gave it as long as it was a small number. By the way, do yourself a favor. At least, the name sounds better. In the first enrollment, it will also reassure parents. Otherwise, their children will worship him and apply for his university. However, parents are worried that the school cannot teach their children well, which is also a problem. To this end, next, Tang Qing is also planning to contact major universities. It is not difficult to ask them to support some teachers. You must know that in order to establish the most powerful and authoritative corporate strategic consulting think tank, Tianyin Group has established various research institutes in major universities in China and even around the world. There is cooperation. These people, they are all top figures in the industry. They come to speak at most once a year. But they're students. There are also a bunch of professors and doctors and masters, almost all over the education field. Therefore, teaching staff, this is the least of Tang Qing's worries. Hear the words. Xiao Jie frowned. 20 or 30. Not much. Quite a few. The key is to have rich experience, which can be difficult. If you're an ordinary teacher, you can recruit a new batch of doctoral students and send them directly. It is very simple and no more difficult than drinking water. Experienced, but it's not easy to do. Not enough. It's a question of whether people are willing or not. You just need to agree to let me go. You are trying to create a problem for me. What's the problem? We all benefit from each other. As a Fudan student, I can't treat them badly. Don't worry, I will make them come to my place willingly. You don't have to worry about it. Xiao Jie. If you are willing, you should be worried. I have to discuss it with the school leaders. Waiting for your good news. After that, Tang Qing left. Get out of the office. Look at the time. Never mind. Not going back to class. I went to Lin Jiaxue's class for a long time. On the way, meet Tang Qing. The students looked sideways, and some wanted to say hello, but found that they did not have the courage to speak. Although they are both students, the gap caused by this kind of wealth is naturally a barrier in their hearts. Together, an insurmountable hurdle. Look steadily forward. Tang Qing came to the building where Lin Jiaxue had class. Getting ready to go in. Tang Qing, did you skip class? Counselor Jing Xiang walked out. Come up. Just ask directly. Tang Qing smiled politely and said, Hello. Teacher, Principal Gongxiu came to discuss matters with me. Seeing that class has already started, I won't disturb the classmates and come here to hang out. Jing Xiang smiled. Wandering around? Looking for Jiaxue, who is Tang Qing's girlfriend. Almost everyone in the school knows that the two have been in a relationship since childhood. Therefore, apart from envy, it is mostly a blessing. If the two separated, many people would not believe in love. Yeah. Tang Qing nodded. Suddenly, Teacher Jing Xiang, are you interested in working in my university? Jing Xiang was stunned. Poaching. I dug into my own counselor. Interesting. Let's see. Your university is still far away from needing me. It is estimated that by then, teachers who want to go to your school will be able to pass the threshold. To be honest, Jing Xiang has no interest in transferring to another school. Fudan. It is a national key university. The school has been running for hundreds of years. What many teachers value is not the salary, but the foundation, which is a deep-down recognition that this school will continue to be glorious for hundreds of years, and Tang Qing's university has a commercial atmosphere. Done. In 10 or 20 years, it may be very brilliant. It can't be done well. Hee. In Fudan, there is no possibility of bankruptcy. Therefore, Jing Xiang is not a person who likes taking risks. She just hopes to do what she likes in peace and stability, and the benefits and other things will gradually come to her. And this, it was also the reason why Tang Qing wanted to invite Jing Xiang. His money. It is to be able to absorb excellent teaching power, but what he really wants is some teachers who want to stay in the school forever. Spending money can buy teachers, but it cannot buy 100 years of glory. But this is not without solutions. Just asked. It was only after more than 2 years of getting along that he thought Jing Xiang was good. So he asked. He was not so thirsty for talents yet. Well, teacher Jing Xiang, if you have the chance, I welcome you to come. Haha. Thank you. I have something else to do. You can go find your Joshua. Okay. After Jing Xiang left, Tang Qing stomped upstairs. Same as him. Lin Joshua also likes to sit in the back. The main reason is that she is not used to being in the front row. She feels like there are eyes watching her from behind during every class. After eating a lot of genetically stable substances, she gradually develops an inexplicable, strange perception. Certainly, it just stopped at the point where she felt like someone was staring at her. Therefore, start at the beginning of the year. Lin Joshua always sat in the last row. Others in the class were very considerate and gave their fixed seats to the 4 of them. The other 3 were naturally the Zheng Ro girls who liked to hang out together. Even, the position is the same as Tang Qing. By the window. At this time, the teacher is giving a lecture. Suddenly, I saw someone sneaking in through the back door of the classroom. I was about to scold him when I suddenly remembered that no one was missing today. When she saw the visitor's face clearly, she couldn't help but smile and continue the class, because there is quite a lot of space in the back. The students did not discover Tang Qing. Walk over lightly. He sat directly next to Lin Jiaxue. Such a close contact made Lin Jiaxue excited. Who could be so bold? He turned around and saw that it was Tang Qing. He was relieved and said, Tang, why are you here? It's been a long time since I came to attend your class. Tang Qing grabbed Lin Jiaxue's hand and smiled. Tang Qing. Hi. Soon, everyone in the class knew that Tang Qing was coming. Good thing. It didn't cause any commotion. Tang Qing, you're going to attend some annual meeting in a few days. Do you need to carry a bag? Zheng Ro said suddenly. You? Why? Are you afraid that I can't carry it? No, it's Monday and Tuesday. Do you want to take leave? Tang Qing said with a smile. Last year, Zheng Ro and the others went there with him. He attended the meeting, and the girls went to play around in the capital. This request, it's not too abrupt. Anyway, your reputation is good. Zheng Ro also wanted to skip school for 2 days. Okay, great. We have a private jet again. Speaking of this annual meeting, according to his character, he probably wouldn't have participated last year, but he still decided to go every year. The reason is that, usually, I rarely appear in public, and this annual meeting is just a medium. There, you can almost see most of China's business giants. And the media, if you have any questions, ask them all at once. Social contact, media, image, get done in one go. In this way, there won't be too many people to harass him, and he could do his own thing safely without delaying his interpersonal relationships and maintaining relationships with the class. This class, they are Chinese businessmen. Too unsociable. Not good. Too close. Not good either. Now like this. That's pretty good. It's not just this annual meeting. The beginning of the month. The World Economic Forum also sent an invitation letter, asking him to go to Davos, Switzerland next month and deliver several keynote speeches. At this time, Tang Qing couldn't refuse. Davos has a great reputation. Each year, dozens of heads of government. There are hundreds of ministerial-level figures from various countries and above, as well as thousands of elites from the global business community participating in the conference. If you want to talk about high-end, it is a world-class entrepreneur annual meeting. Can receive speaking invitations. All are predators. Invited. The chairman of ERV and Kanchin will all go. Knowing that these 2 people were going, especially this year, there were a lot of heavyweight guests going. Tang Qing checked the list and found that there were nearly 20 heads of state alone on the itinerary, and even more vice presidents. Ministerial level and above in various countries. It has already exceeded 300. These people, most of them are interested in Myanmar. Estimate, it will be very lively there this year. In China, accompanying him, in addition to a group of business, economic and development and reform leaders, were some top leaders of state-owned enterprises whose names began with Chinese characters. This time, Tang Qing was included in the Chinese delegation for a simple reason. Tang Qing, like Ma Yun later, began to have widespread influence and recognition around the world. Even if Davos didn't invite me, the higher-ups probably have to drag him out, a rich man who likes to stay at home. Give China a long face. Have to. The boss has spoken. How can I refuse? Just go, it's not a bad thing anyway. Just create momentum for several of your companies that are about to go public. And by the way, expand your upper-level relationships. Well, a life of hard work. Class is over. Since I haven't been here for a long time, Tang Qing was immediately surrounded. Mr. Tang, you haven't been here for a long time. Tang Qing. The first sentence. There's something wrong with the style of painting. Sister, can you not say it in such a whispering voice? Before Lin Jiaxue could do anything, Zheng Ro trembled all over and said to the man, Damn girl, please speak up. You're freezing me to death. Fortunately, got back on track quickly. Mr. Tang, we will have an internship next year. Can we go to your company? The second sentence. Very nutritious. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Tang Qing nodded slightly and shook his head. Yes, but it has to go through the company's formal procedures. As the chairman, I cannot interfere too much. They belong to their class. There are also such problems. But this is also the answer I got. One, listen. We are all smart people. With so many people, how can we get them to agree? The corporate system is no longer needed. Immediately, I ended the topic to avoid chatting to death. Mr. Tang, your company's tablets are too expensive. Can you give us a discount like last time? At the end of last month, Qingyuan Technology's first tablet computer was launched. Needless to say, naturally, it aroused the fans' pursuit, and it immediately became a high-end and atmospheric technology product. Its smooth use, clear picture quality, and perfect experience has always made fans hooked. Certainly, unlike mobile phones, the tablet cannot make calls. Not a necessity. Therefore, the sales volume is simply not comparable to that of the Eno phone. It just outperforms its peers. While the quality is impressive, the price is also impressive. Different configurations ranging from 4,000 to 7,000 are already expensive for ordinary people. Okay, the same discount as last time. Now that we have asked this, Tang Qing agreed. It's not a loss anyway. Great. I can save another 1,000 to buy clothes. Sister, don't reveal your thoughts so quickly. Some families are not in a very good situation. I was very happy to hear that I could make $1,000 in vain again. To be honest, if it wasn't for people's self-esteem, it wouldn't be a big deal if Tang Qing gave one as a gift, but he could only think about it, but couldn't do it. Second class. Tang Qing is still with Lin Jiaxue. Hold a drawing board. Continue his inspiration. Beside, seeing Tang Qing draw unexplained lines on the paper, Lin Jiaxue and Zheng Ro went from being confused at the beginning to looking at them like monsters. Except worship. Still worship. Before, once when I went to Tang Qing's villa to play. It was also the first time they saw Tang Qing draw like this on a piece of paper. He looked like a complete lunatic. They all wondered if Tang Qing had a mental problem, but within a few minutes, they were slapped in the face. Tang Qing took out a painting. It looks less messy. Then, start on another piece of paper and analyze the above picture in reverse. Each time you analyze one, cross it out with a pen of another color. In this way, when a picture completely changes color, another one, it becomes a parts diagram of a home appliance. Size, shape, nothing different. Moment, they felt crushed in terms of IQ, which was a gap that was simply unreachable. That moment, they all began to wonder what was the difference between themselves and pigs. Although, Tang Qing still comforted him by saying, I drew it myself, so I can understand it. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with your talent. This comfort did not ease their loss. A long time. Only then did I convince myself. Don't compare yourself with monsters. The next day, once at school, Tang Qing received a call from Qiujia. It's done. Fudan agreed to Tang Qing's request to donate. In exchange for teachers' communication and cooperation, the school feels it is better to arrange which teachers themselves. Otherwise, if Tang Qing goes to dig them up, who knows what trouble will happen. You can think of it with your butt. Tang Qing took action. Must have been holding the banknotes and waving them around. This is Fudan University, a century-old university. It is too profitable and will destabilize people's hearts. It will not sound good if it is spread out. Therefore, the school will solve the problem of who goes. Naturally, Tang Qing has no objection. Anyway, he also borrowed the name of Fudan University. No matter what, the teachers sent by the school are not too bad either. At this time, university approval. It has already left Xinyan City and was submitted to the provincial department 5 days ago. According to the process, if you want to go to the ministry, you will probably have to go next month. Years ago, the ministry would definitely not pass this matter. Therefore, even if the approval goes to the ministry next month, this application, it will have to be close to the middle of next year before it can be passed. Everything, all proceeding in an orderly manner. December 6th, morning, Tang Qing remotely accessed Alibaba's board of directors meeting. See Tang Qing. Everyone was in awe. From the last meeting to now, Tang Qing has done a lot of big things. His reputation as the richest man in China has been completely confirmed. Now, according to his net worth, only the chairman of ERV can beat Tang Qing. And Ali. During this period, a leap was also completed. Last month, November 6th, Alibaba is listed on the stock exchange, naturally, due to the influence of Tang Qing, the largest shareholder and the richest man in China. The stock price started to skyrocket at the opening. Initially, they set the issue price at 13.5 Hong Kong dollars. But later Tang Qing entered the scene. They followed the advice of professionals and raised the issue price to 21 Hong Kong dollars. This price, it didn't stop investors from going crazy. Same day, this completed a full day increase of 198%. Alibaba's market capitalization exceeded $40 billion. At that moment, they felt excited because this price was almost equivalent to the combined market capitalization of Baidu and Penguin at that time, multiplied by 1.5 times. What is this concept? Normal people know it. On the 6th day of listing, Ali started to stir up trouble. Double 11 is coming. After hastily registering a trademark, they began to build momentum. This unprecedented, novel marketing was very popular in the market. On that day, it broke all previous single-day promotional sales records of all Alibaba e-commerce companies. Even, it has also improved by more than 10 times. This is good news. This also led to a sharp rise in stock prices. By the middle of the month, the stock price exceeded 75, and Alibaba's market value officially crossed the $50 billion mark. For a time, Ma Yin could be said to be the most prosperous business tycoon under Tang Qing. But that moment, they are in pain, because logistics cannot keep up. Huge orders are crowded directly to one express delivery point. In today's situation where there are not many express delivery points, it can be said that they are piled up like a mountain and everything is busy. This time, they are deeply aware. Logistics. This is the foundation of e-commerce. Currently, each logistics company is working independently and cannot make full use of logistics resources. My idea is to unite major logistics companies to build an open logistics platform. Use internet technology to establish an open, transparent, and shared data application platform to provide high-quality services for e-commerce companies, logistics companies, warehousing companies, third-party logistics service providers, supply chain service providers, and other types of companies. Tang Qing smiled. It is necessary to get Signal Logistics out in advance. Signal Logistics, adhering to Ma Yun's pattern. That is integration. Invite people to join the team and do it together. Build your own platform or provide some services and work together to achieve a win-win situation. And Alibaba, taking this opportunity, can master logistics big data. To Ma Yun, Tang Qing was very impressed. Although, we talk about the world, and society at every turn, but being able to realize the big words in the end is ability. In terms of structure, in the Chinese business world, few people can match that face. Tang Qing looked at Ma Yun talking with a smile. I find it quite exciting. Other side, seeing Tang Qing looking at her like this, Ma Yun was a little nervous. In Tang Qing's eyes, Ma Yun is very powerful. However, in Ma Yun's eyes, Tang Qing was far superior to herself in terms of strategy. Every company of Tang Qing aimed to target the world market. Shengtang Group, Sky Eye Group, Comet Group, Microcrystalline Technology, Qingyuan Technology. Everyone, they all enjoy reputation around the world. Shengtang Group has branches almost all over the world. The same goes for Tianyin Group, which has taken root in major economies around the world and expanded Alibaba's business boundaries. Microcrystalline Technology. When China vigorously developed the photovoltaic industry, it did not enter the market in a big way. Rather, around the world, fighting with those photovoltaic giants to compete for the market. After winning large orders from many countries, it has the potential to become the world leader in the photovoltaic industry. Other companies are all producing world-class products. To this, Mayan appreciated it very much. At home, fight life and death with your compatriots. It is for survival, but people cannot pursue this. If you only make money from your own people, you are not a hero. To take a few steps back, you will make money. Take it from the people and use it to the people. Do something meaningful. Therefore, Tang Qing, in Ma Yun's view, he is a true kindred spirit. Heart. They're not just companies, they're markets. And honor and dreams. What he admires most is still the humble Wanqing mining, which uses a unique model to open and activate the African market. For the country, for domestic enterprises, developing and creating markets, rather than competing in mature markets, is the highest level of business play. With such strategic vision and matching execution capabilities, Ma Yun feels inferior. His Ali can't do it. When a meeting is over, Ma Yun breathed a long sigh of relief. Facing Tang Qing, every time he has a sense of urgency like facing a head of state. However, there are such people in the Chinese business world, but at a glance, they are all profit seekers. What a blessing indeed. My way, not alone. This meeting, Ma Yun's layout of logistics. It made Tang Qing think. Logistics is the basis of the real economy. Efficient logistics can bring huge social benefits. Now, it is the end of 2007, and none of the major logistics companies in China have completed the land occupation. Overall, neither efficiency nor quality is very good. To this end, Tang Qing, from the beginning, we established our own logistics system. From only serving Shengtang Group to later Qingyuan Technology, the scope and scale have become larger and larger, but it is relatively closed. In addition, in the United States and Africa, several companies also have logistics departments. Anyway, very scattered. Future, own companies. The requirement for logistics will become higher and higher. When his global commodity strategy is implemented and the economy in Africa improves, logistics will be a problem. He does not want to leave it to others. Rely on others. We still have to wait for other people's plans. Out of the country, the logistics speed is beyond your control. Never mind. It's better to do it yourself. Immediately, he contacted Tang E. Tang E had a plan to build a global basic logistics system. Any country with a population of more than 100,000 must have at least one logistics company controlled by us, except China. In addition, in all routes around the world, regardless of popular or unpopular, ensure that there is at least one freighter under our control that could go every 5 days at the latest. We don't need so many cargo planes. In terms of time, there's no need to be so urgent. The current task is not heavy. It can be completed before the end of 2010 without letting anyone know. The planned authorized funds are 50 billion Asian dollars. Yes, Commander. 50 billion. A lot of, but within 3 years, it won't be much. And these 50 billion are authorized funds. That is to say, the money was pocketed and turned over. Authorization is required. Period. If those soldiers who perform missions earn money from doing business, financing, or other means other than other soldiers' money, it is not included in this authorized fund. Therefore, the cost of this plan exceeded 100 billion. It's not impossible. As for why Huaxiao was excluded, it was because Tang Qing wanted to do it himself and integrate his existing logistics system. Suddenly, a fun model came to mind in his mind. Certainly, he just thinks it's fun. Rich, you can make trouble like this. Now that logistics has been taken care of, his next target is to set his sights on an international giant, the model of Amazon and JD.com, which he copied from this company, but he wants to play, is a deepened version of this model. One-day delivery worldwide. This concept, not crazy. I dare not think about it. I even dare not do it. Therefore, this is the ultimate goal. It is not set this year, but will be completed in a few years. Otherwise, even if Tang Qing holds trillions in his hands, it may not be enough, and he is not stupid. The next day, an inconspicuous company owned by Tang Qing. A meeting was held quietly. The eyes of heaven were present. With immediate effect, Hummingbird Logistics will be renamed Hummingbird Commercial Storage and Transportation Group. The group has three major subsidiaries: Hummingbird Land Transportation Company, Hummingbird Shipping Company, and Hummingbird Commercial Storage Company. Within 2 years, the group's land and sea transportation network will be improved. At the same time, within 1 year, modern commercial warehousing service warehouses of no less than 100,000 square meters will be established in all provincial capitals and municipalities in China. Within 2 years, build secondary commercial and storage service warehouses in cities with a population of more than 5 million across the country. The acting president of Tianyin Group issued an order to the management of the former Hummingbird Logistics. Logistics, under Tang Qing's banner. It's a bit of mystery, because Tang Qing has a teleportation node. So many important things are teleported. This also leads to the fact that the management of this logistics company and quite a few staff are warriors. But the meeting will still be held. Commercial storage. As the name suggests, in addition to using it myself, I also rent it out to others. Taobao ships. They're all stocked by the seller themselves. This is also the model for companies that use shipping agents. JD.com generally only stores items sold on its own platform, while Tang Qing's commercial warehouse is a Jingdong warehouse that can be used by all companies. This time, he wants to play a big one. Amazon. It is growing into a giant in the real industry. Offline and online. Self-built logistics and warehousing. Very powerful. Certainly, due to acclimatization, its development in China has been stagnant, and its only living space has been squeezed out by a large number of e-commerce and new retail companies such as Alibaba, JD.com, Pinduoduo, Gome, and Suning. But, undeniable, the model of this company is the future. Lose in China. It's not that we lost on the business model, but that there was a problem with the localization strategy and the changes were not timely. Therefore, even if Amazon is beaten by Chinese companies in China, it does not mean that it is not good. 10 years later, domestic e-commerce. In addition to Alibaba's broader business, other e-commerce companies. Few people go out. Overall, in the field of e-commerce, you can also compete with your own people. Each long-term strategy talks about the world. However, Tang Qing does not think that many companies can survive to the point where they can talk about the world market. Tang Qing believes that it will gradually become a world-class enterprise in the future. But too slow. JD.com. Copy Amazon. Once you go abroad, you will also face the problem of acclimatization. International market share will not be available to JD.com for at least 15 years. If it fails in the later period, JD.com may always remain a Chinese company. It is impossible to transform into a world-class player. Therefore, Tang Qing looked a little anxious. Since you are all incompetent, have to, then I will take action personally. He could not imagine that 10 years later, in 2017, he would see several companies with the same scale as before his rebirth. It really made Tang Qing heartbroken just thinking about it. Rather than that, let me take the lead. Basic logistics has been established. The pattern is created. Enter Put warehouse goods online. It can transform into a giant e-commerce company in a very short period of time. Retreat. I do warehousing and logistics. It can also create huge social value, improve the efficiency of commodity circulation, improve logistics quality and consumer experience. Therefore, commercial storage is a great move that can be used to advance and attack, and to retreat and defend. These 2 years, do a good job at home first. Stimulate those companies that are unsatisfactory and fighting. At the same time, buy land around the world first, because what Tang Qing wants to do is definitely not ordinary commercial storage, but with the word smart. In the past 2 years, he has first solved the problem of logistics operation efficiency. That's when, just want to, within a year to a year and a half. It can bloom everywhere and build a large number of warehouses, and the main market is not Europe and the United States, but other emerging economies, including African countries. Of course, the European and American markets will not be spared. To this end, tens of billions are poured into it every year. It is inevitable, but this money, Tang Qing had no intention of spending his money. Moreover, he only has less than 1 billion change in his pocket, which is a lot less, and he cannot use Qingyuan technology. Firstly, it is said that there will be no dividends. Secondly, if he uses it for other purposes, he will have to pay taxes. Duty-free does not include personal income tax. He offered to spend it on other companies. As long as it is not used by Qingyuan technology, it is considered a dividend and has to pay 20% personal income tax. Therefore, so far, Tang Qing has not used the company's profits to subsidize other companies. Every time, all done with money from the arbitrage account. First tranche of funds. He is planning to borrow money from a domestic bank, and he has already thought of the target, which is China Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, because the president of the head office of China Industrial and Commercial Bank of China will be going to Davos next month. Grievances in front of bosses. To his credit, as well as the good cooperative relationship between the two parties. The mouth relaxes. Billions. It's not loose yet. Second batch of funds. He is going to find Myanmar Investment China Company. Now, 10 billion yuan of gold is sold every month, and the money is eventually transferred to this company's account, and there's no place to use it yet. That's when. Sell some equity to it. Anyway, the left hand is the right hand, so it's time to find a powerful ally. Next, it can promote the company to be listed in Xi'an City. Once listed, he can borrow almost unlimited funds from the Myanmar Bank. Therefore, Tang Qing can complete a whole wave of operations that others dream of, but cannot complete without spending any money. The changes in logistics companies have not attracted outside attention. The next day, Tianyin established the Hummingbird Project team, conduct preliminary site selection, and group registration matters. At the same time, Myanmar Asia Manufacturing China Group also received orders. Launching the Intelligent Store project is nothing more than a derivative of automation, which is easy to solve. Of course, it is easy to solve, and it cannot be taken out directly. Instead, an overall plan can be developed and then divided. Take your time. Now, the Myanmar Investment Company has invested and constructed hundreds of large and small research projects in China and has been operating for more than a year. It is responsible for the birth of various technologies and provides a cover for advanced technologies. Very silly. Very too. But this is a necessary process. December 7th, afternoon, Tang Qing boarded a plane flying to the capital. On the plane, in addition to Zheng Ro and others who came to join in the fun, there was also a guest, Ma Yun. He came to Shanghai on a business trip today, so he canceled his flight at 10:30 tonight and took a SF flight. Mr. Tang, this plane is a little different. Ma Yun took a sip of fruit wine and said this sentence. Tang Qing asked with a smile, "What's different?" "I can't tell you. The vibration, the sound, the feeling. I've flown in other people's Gulfstream G550S many times, but they all feel the same, except for yours, which feels quite different." Ma Yun said, "How about I get one for you? You often fly everywhere and have to catch flights, so you're very tired." Tang Qing changed the subject. "It's too expensive." Ma Yun was also a little moved. Your value cannot be compared to that of an airplane. In a few days, I will propose to the Alibaba Board of Directors to purchase a Gulfstream Series aircraft in the name of the company as Alibaba's business aircraft. Only for Ma Yun. Even if Alibaba's Board of Directors collectively agrees, Ma Yun will not agree. Therefore, in the name of providing comfortable travel for Alibaba's senior executives, it was much better. As expected, Ma Yun became even more moved when she heard this. The company's senior executives also said more than once that it was too painful to catch flights frequently. See this? Tang Qing clapped his hands. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for nothing. I didn't spend any money. Tang Qing said with a smile. Now Ollie has money. The more than $2 billion raised from financing are almost useless and have been operating with existing funds. It was the same in previous lives. Alibaba kept all the billions of dollars it raised on the stock exchange and used the money to redeem its shares when it was delisted. It was equivalent to saying that Alibaba just went to the Hong Kong stock market for a tour. Dr. Tang, I heard that this year's annual meeting is very lively. Ma Yun said, haha, some people are anxious, but it's good to be anxious. Only when you're anxious can you have the motivation to change. I'm not afraid of being my opponent. What I'm afraid of is that everyone will stutter and won't leave. Tang Qing said leisurely. Such grand words. Ma Yun was shocked. A long time. Ma Yun gave a thumbs up. I admire you. These words. So profound. The more I think about it, the more I feel that Tang Qing is playing a big game. I feel like writing novels is very harmful to the body. Take a day off tomorrow and have a day off. Evening. The plane arrived in Beijing. The two marches drove towards Qiu Palace. Now, it had only been 20 days since Dou Jiao got married. However, both of them are currently away from the capital, so Tang Qing gave Dou Jiao a long vacation. As a newlywed, naturally you can't stay at home. The third day, after Tang Qing left, the two of them went on a trip and planned to visit several surrounding countries. Otherwise, when their belly gets bigger and bigger, it will be difficult to go out. By then, they will not be able to travel far for at least half a year. According to their plan, came back in mid-December. Certainly, now Dou Jiao is getting married. Want it back. Also going back to Pan's house. Before, Pan has been doing liquor business around Shanghai, but he did not settle in Shanghai. Instead, he followed Dou Jiao's wishes and settled his house in Qinyan City, where there are many relatives and is close to Tianyin Group. You can take care of your children at the same time, while working. And Panyu, I wasn't planning on doing the liquor business anymore. Now the transportation is developed again. If you want to start a company, it would be good to have its headquarters in Qinyan City. Therefore, once the two of them join forces, they plan to settle in Qinyan City for a long time. Of course, their parents support it. Dou Jiao's grandparents. There are also many relatives in Qinyan City. Dou Jiao's parents are relieved, while Panyu's parents may have their jobs transferred soon, and the area is unstable. Their children are in Qinyan City, the hometown of the Chui family and the Tang family. Very supportive too. In the car, Tang Qing suggested, Mr. Ma, how about I give you one of these cars? Ma Yun smiled helplessly. Mr. Tang, I don't think so. China is not a foreign country. It is very safe. No one can harm me. No matter how skilled my driver is, it is unlikely that there will be any traffic accident. Tang Qing, although he behaves in a low-key manner. But the pomp has always been great. This is recognized in China's wealthy circles. Private jets and bulletproof cars have long been picked out by the media. When traveling, they usually bring more than 4 bodyguards, and sometimes more. But not much criticism. After all, they're really rich. If you go out alone and are robbed or injured, who can you talk to for explanation? But the blatant use of such a bulletproof vehicle has puzzled many people. Is it necessary in China? Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. Mr. Ma, do you know where the technical difficulties of self-driving cars are? This question, Ma Yun was puzzled. Where? It's about interaction. Is it difficult to make a car drive automatically on the road? It's not difficult. Just have more sensors and the response of the control system is not difficult to optimize to the millisecond level. In other words, if there are all driverless cars on a road, it can be very, very safe with current technology, but in fact, it is stumped by a problem. The system cannot determine the status of other vehicles driven by humans. Self-driving cars can pass certain rules and follow the rules perfectly without chaos. However, if natural humans are added to the driving, then the entire system will become unpredictable. Self-driving cars that comply with traffic rules cannot know whether the natural person's car will suddenly accelerate, change lanes, suddenly collide, suddenly brake, and other changes. In other words, the most perfect realization of autonomous driving is that all cars abide by the rules. Once there are violations of the rules, there will be risks that interfere with the safety of the system. The world is the same. Most people want the world to be beautiful. If everyone abides by morals and rules, everything will be in order. However, there are always some people who don't follow the rules. Instead of what you just said, your driver has good driving skills and is unlikely to cause an accident. But you cannot guarantee that all drivers on the road around you will have good skills, abide by the rules, and will not overtake. Since you can't guarantee that other people won't have problems or accidents in this troubled world, we have to do something to reduce risks, not because we're afraid of death, but because we're afraid of trouble. Going around in a circle. Tang Qing then circled back. Yes, indeed, he had never heard of any traffic accidents involving Ma Yun. However, this is not a reason. On the battlefield, still playing with the wind, he has a gun, but the enemy only has a fire stick in his hand. But no one can guarantee it. A teammate's misoperation caused a ricochet to rush towards your heart, and you, at that time, did not have a body armor. Tang Qing is not ashamed of this kind of predictive self-protection. Something happened. Just want to clean it up. Is it fun? Hear the words. Ma Yun suddenly felt that it made sense. It is true that his driver skills are good, but no one can guarantee that when his driver obeys the traffic rules and passes the green light, a garbage truck with broken brakes rushes towards him from the right. This is equivalent to putting your own safety. Put your hope in others. Do nothing yourself. For a while, Ma Yun felt a little shaken in her outlook. Bulletproof car. It seems necessary. Tang Qing's reason. He actually agreed. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for reminding me. However, the private jet is for office use and the company can pay for it. However, this car is for personal safety. I will pay for it privately. Ma Yun was still persuaded. Tang Qing heard this. He smiled. Another lie. Understand one. Marching has one more customer. Certainly, this is not pure deception, but to instill a sense of safety. This theory was so contagious that he immediately asked the car company to use this rhetoric in marketing from now on. In theory, he sold it, not a bulletproof car. Rather, it is a risk awareness, a psychology called active self-preservation. I don't hurt anyone. I don't want to be hurt either. Come to Chiu Palace. The welcome party has been prepared. Zheng Lin, Chai Ren, Zhai Jihua, and Bao Kaiyu are both there. But this was not all a welcome to Tang Qing, but also to Ma Yun. At the beginning of last month, Alibaba was listed in Xinjiang. Following Tang Qing's advice, they subscribed a lot and naturally made a lot of money. Speed. Make money faster than real estate. Tang Qing, how about our real estate company go public one day? Zhai Jihua suddenly suggested. After going to the stock market several times to make money, they became interested in making money. One listen. Tang Qing looked at Chai Ren. Don't know who meant this. Chai Ren spread his hands and said innocently, Don't look at me. I don't know, but it can solve part of the company's financial problems. Next, the plan given by Tianyin is very expensive. Yes. Tang Qing nodded. This real estate company. Initial. Only develop high-end commercial real estate and real estate. Jinghua Plaza is now a commercial complex model as famous as Wanda, and real estate has also achieved great success in villas and large-scale residential projects in various places. Next, we'll usher in a period of rapid development. This time, I have heaven's suggestion. Start to get involved in hotel projects. It can be said that it has completely competed with Wanda, and this is a large investment. Although it does not need to be paid in one time, it can be operated if it is moved around. However, the expansion speed will be affected if listed. In addition to expanding visibility, it can also solve money problems. Okay, let's go public. One listen. Zhai Jihua was very happy. Listed. Although he can't get a dime, Jinghua Real Estate Company will develop better. That's all. Now, he has helped his family make so much money legally and has been praised by his family several times. The most important thing, still became a partner with Tang Qing. Now, Tang Qing. It represents the future and direction of China's business. Outsiders can see that Tang Qing is rich, but experts can see that Tang Qing is preparing to do big things, and currently, it is beneficial to China. What about the place of listing? Domestic, Xiangjiang, or the United States? Zhai Jihua asked again. Bao Kaiyu said first. Of course it's in Xiangjiang. What do you think? Chai Ren turned to ask Tang Qing. Tang Qing smiled and said, let's stay in Xiangjiang. We are not in a hurry. Let's forget about backdooring. The United States is too far away. Xiangjiang is the third largest financial center in the world, so it is quite good there. Real estate company. Tang Qing didn't pay much attention to it. What's more, he only has 25% of the shares and can only be regarded as a shareholder. Therefore, they can do whatever they want. Moreover, after comprehensive comparison, Xiangjiang is indeed the most suitable. As for taking him to Xinan City, forget it. Not looking down on it. But it's not necessary. You know, if the company is listed in Xinan City, the money raised will be used back home, which will definitely consume the RMB reserves there. It is completely a useless act. I'll ask this guy to come over next week. Tang Qing said. Okay. Zhai Jihua said. Eye of Heaven. In corporate service projects. It is listed. Nowadays, not only in Hong Kong, but also wherever there are stock markets in the world, Tianyin has the qualifications for listing consultation and operation and can complete the listing process of these stock markets for companies. Nature. No need to fake others. Even domestically, Tianyin also has professional qualifications. Pity. Domestic companies are too slow to go public. Approval is strict. The few jobs I have received so far have not been completed yet. However, this can be regarded as being responsible to shareholders. Otherwise, if you learn from the U.S. stock market, hundreds of companies are listed and hundreds of companies are delisted every year. How can one be so diligent? The economy looks dynamic. But how to ensure the interests of shareholders? At least, domestic losses. There's a bottom line. If someone loses money, they will be delisted directly. Let the investors not even have time to survive the winter in their houses, but just throw them outside to freeze to death. Therefore, Tang Qing still feels that there are some things that can be imitated in China's stock market. That's the admission review. Must be strict. This is the case in Xinan City now. Even stricter. Rubbish enterprises, concepts to make money, and no one will be allowed to sell. Tang Qing will never create a chaotic stock market for the so-called economic vitality, financial activity, and attracting international capital. Besides, Ma Yin listened to the entire conversation of several people. A company's listing. To a few people, it's as easy as drinking water. It was also the first time for him to meet the chairman of Jinghua Real Estate. He knew that this company, to describe it in one sentence, only sells expensive ones. Shopping center, office building, villa, high-end, large-scale residences. Anyway, only make money from rich people. In the industry, it can be said to be synonymous with tsundere. I have long heard that Tang Qing has shares in this company. Once it is listed, with its own performance and Tang Qing's name, Tang Qing's worth will rise sharply. Tang Qing, after the company goes public, should we also launch the low-end residential market? By then, with the company's popularity in your name, we will definitely be able to sell well. Bao Kaiyu asked, Jinghua Real Estate's positioning is high-end. Don't lower yourself. Tang Qing shook his head. This idea, we must resolutely suppress it. Future, house prices are high. He won't take the blame. Chiron supported. That little money is unnecessary, and it will also affect Jinghua's brand image. Moreover, I suggest that the minimum living area of 120 yuan be increased to 150 yuan in the future. Ma Yun, other companies are greedy for the benefits. In the eyes of these people, is it just that little money? I think it's feasible. Rich people who can afford more than 120 square meters will not be able to afford 150 square meters. Zhai Jihua nodded, used to seeing villas with an area of hundreds or even thousands of square meters. 102. It's indeed too small. It's not bad. Tang Qing, what do you think? Bao Kaiyu said. Haha, okay. How could Tang Qing object? It's not a big deal. Chatted for more than an hour. Everyone goes back to their homes. The next day, very early, Tang Qing and Ma Yun went to Huaxia Hotel. Annual meeting. Still in the same place. Due to the traffic jam for a while, when they arrived, most of the other people had already arrived. Many of them had stayed here last night and were busy waiting for the opening ceremony. Besides, waiting for the belated arrival of the big guys. As usual, in addition to a large number of business giants, there are also many heavyweight guests. Tang Qing is here. Tang Qing is here. As soon as he entered the venue, these 4 words kept spreading. They all had identities and did not make any noise. When they turned around, they saw Tang Qing and Ma Yun walking in together, and the president of the magazine was beside them. Under the leadership of the president, Tang Qing came to the first row and sat in front of his name. This time, he was one of the speakers at the opening ceremony. Although he felt that the opening ceremony was not nutritious, but later Tang Qing thought about it. Even if it was a nutritious keynote speech, so what? Enter Davos. Various topics are very high level, but is still of no great use. The global economy has not undergone a fundamental turning point, and the world economy has not become better because of it. It is just that everyone comes together to express their voices and opinions. Full of nutrition, but it was difficult to absorb. In the end, I found that steamed buns were still the best way to satisfy my hunger. Around, Tang Qing saw many familiar faces, some whom he had met last year, and some who had impressions in previous lives. At this time, when he looked at Tang Qing, they all showed kind smiles. The next 10 years, China's business community. They will all be major players. However, what Tang Qing wants is for them to become participants in the world economy and expand to the world while guarding China's economic territory. At this time, there were also some smiles that made Tang Qing feel very disgusted. These smiles all came from his colleagues. Tang Qing planned to invest tens of billions of dollars, which stimulated many people and formed a group to come and watch. These people had smiles on their faces. Hard estimate. However, Tang Qing didn't care. He was not RMB, and he didn't need everyone to like him. In fact, he needed these people to be angry and angry to burst out with motivation. Soon, the opening ceremony began. The first speaker was still the president of Chinese Entrepreneur magazine. As the organizer, he thanked a circle of important guests, reviewed the economy in 2007, and looked forward to 2008. The second one, he is the president of Economic Daily. Tang Qing was the fourth to take the stage. And the third one, he is the top leader of the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, which manages all central enterprises in China. Next, let's invite a guest speaker, Tang Qing. The host said, no prefix, because Tang Qing. The prefix is no longer needed. It would be a joke if anyone who came here didn't know who Tang Qing was and what he had done. The word Tang Qing, it already represents the new economic power of China and even the world. Hear yourself called. Tang Qing stood up. Get on stage. Under. The kakaka lights kept flashing. Because the light was too dazzling, Tang Qing's glasses suddenly turned brown. The media were used to this and knew that Tang Qing's glasses could change color. And it's not myopia, it's just a hobby, and it's because of this that I wear color-changing glasses without a prescription. It has become a fashion nowadays, and Tang Qing's same style has sales starting in the millions on Taobao. What a pity. They don't know. Tang Qing wears glasses, not afraid of light glare. At this time, this event, it will also be broadcast in real time by Comet Video. Before the annual meeting started, this was the top page of Comet Video. You could see the rare appearance of Tang Qing. In the live broadcast room, within 10 minutes of the opening, the number of people exceeded 3.5 million. Not crazy. Displayed in the background. 60% are female users. To watch in high definition. Today alone, more than 300,000 users have purchased memberships for 19.9 yuan a month. Of course, membership fees of several million still cannot save Comet Video's costs on its books. Barrage. Crazy brush up. Wow, 500 billion is on stage. Still so handsome. Ultra-definition mode floats by. The venue. Tang Qing nodded below. He spoke. Good morning, everyone. I am very happy to participate in today's conference. We have gathered together to discuss the future of the economy with Chinese characteristics, carry out industry prospects, and exchange information. The theme of this annual conference is leadership in prosperous times. This theme is very timely. Prosperity is also our common expectation, and today's prosperity is inseparable from your efforts. Since last year, the world economy has been showing a series of dangerous signs. It seems that a crisis is brewing. However, I believe that China's economy can prosper for another 10 or even 20 years. Thank you, everyone. This is just the opening speech. Tang Qing didn't talk too much. He just said a few words about the theme. There were 2 days of the annual meeting, and there were theme forums and parallel forums, so there was plenty of time to talk. After saying that, Tang Qing walked off the stage. Next, 2 more guests came on stage. Opening ceremony. It's over. Mr. Tang, let's have a good chat if we have the chance. The boss said to Tang Qing. He is a busy man. It would be great if he could attend the opening ceremony. There is no way he will stay longer. Okay, I have some questions, and I would like to ask the director for advice. Tang Qing smiled politely. Almost all of his companies are cooperating with Central Enterprises, so it is necessary to get to know the person in front of him. For Central Enterprises, Tang Qing doesn't have any bad feelings, especially now. Isn't the Myanmar Bank Group a very large Central Enterprise? It almost controls the economic lifeline of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. The more you use it, you just find it more useful. Him now, he has become a warrior who killed the Black Dragon and is gradually growing dragon scales. Okay, Tang Qing said this. Whether true or false, he was quite humble, and the director had a good impression of him. Then, after shaking hands with the heads of Central Enterprises, he left the venue. Many people were relieved to see the director leave. The superior leadership is here. They were very nervous. Mr. Tang, please. After a while, the host came up. At this time, a row of sofas has been placed on the stage. Okay. Tang Qing found that the number of sofas was obviously much more than before. There were 11 in total. Including the host, there were 12. In the audience, the magazine president breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Tang Qing came, many people who usually don't have time to come came. He was also helpless. Not coming. They want people to come. Coming. Another headache to arrange. The original 6 guests have become 11. This is a matter of streamlining and streamlining. Otherwise, just 2 days, several themes, and parallel forums would not be enough. Soon, everyone sat down. Tang Qing is closest to the host. Next to him are Rin Zhengfei of Huawei, chairman of PetroChina, chairman of Lenovo, chairman of China Mobile, chairman of Air China, and Ma Yun. The last one is the dean of Chung Kong Graduate School of Business. Can come up. It does not mean that you are the one with the highest status. There are also some powerful people. After everyone is seated, the host took a deep breath. There were 11 people, and they couldn't introduce the wrong people. He smiled and said, "This is a good day. We have invited key bosses at a critical time to discuss key issues. Today, representatives of our business community are sitting on the stage to provide everyone with how to view today's prosperity, how to control today's prosperity, and how to see future crises and challenges in prosperity. So in the next 2 hours, we will hear some of their important thoughts on the current development of the corporate world. The 11 guests we have sitting on the stage today may be very heavy. Chairman Tang Qing is an outstanding representative of China's young entrepreneurs. His companies are all leaders in the industry and have wide visibility and influence around the world. To Tang Qing, the host made a grand introduction. No way. What remains now? Tang Qing's identity. Definitely the boss in the first sequence. Huawei's President Run is a disruptor in the world's communications field and a major provider of standards and equipment in the global 4G era. He has provided high-quality communications infrastructure for the Internet era. Ren Zhengfei nodded. Then, he looked at Tang Qing from the corner of his eye. That one, youthful face. In the past, he rarely attended such meetings. Time was a factor, and giving speeches was not his specialty. Otherwise, once he came, he would definitely go on stage to speak. Quite troublesome. But this time he is here. I want to take a look at China's most dazzling entrepreneurs, the next generation of China's business community, and this fellow man, Tang Qing, who has subverted the status of Western industries in different fields. To be honest, he rarely comes here because he feels unsociable. The enterprises here exclude state-owned enterprises. Almost all my colleagues in the private sector are fighting life and death in the country, which is very boring. Huawei attaches great importance to scientific research and other private enterprises. Many people are playing in real estate and stocks to make money, and they're using the huge profits. They would rather use them to buy luxury cars, buildings, villas, and yachts, and deposit them in banks than invest them in research and development. To be honest, see more. He really didn't like it, but Tang Qing, China's young business leader, set an example for China's future business direction by focusing on R&D and innovation, and had a very positive influence on the younger generation. He appreciates it, especially the past few days. Tens of billions of dollars were spent on research and development. Full of courage. Finally, Bala has finished introducing the guests. Enter the topic. Without further ado, let me first discuss prosperity and the leadership behind prosperity. The host said to Tang Qing beside him, no one would question this ranking. When leaders talk about prosperity, those of us who run businesses are learning. When scholars and professors talk about it, we listen to it as a reference. When it comes to talking about it ourselves, it is to manage our own territory. Prosperity, for those of us who run businesses, should feel it. The most because we have made money, various businesses have made great progress, and the annual growth is also very gratifying. And all of this, in addition to the efforts of entrepreneurs in all walks of life, is the prosperity soil created by the government. From reform and opening up, the road has become wider and wider. Thus, our opportunities were born, and we have everything we have today. However, behind the prosperity, problems cannot be concealed. Our prosperity is because we started from scratch. But what I want to see is that the best economy, the best prosperity, is to grow from good to good, just like on the basis of food and clothing. We also need to eat well, eat nutritiously and healthily. Therefore, leadership in the future is not about how to use power to manage a company. This problem is not difficult to solve. Real leadership is to guide the innovation ability of enterprises. Continuously improving product value is the responsibility of entrepreneurs. I have always believed in a truth. When a company stops moving forward, it is the beginning of its elimination by the market. So, after thinking deeply about this issue, I am ready to invest in the future in the way I like. During the prosperous times, I will take advantage of the money I have now and spend it wisely. I can't control others. I can only let myself. Never stop. These words. It is also the answer to the doubts in many people's minds. Tens of billions. It's because Tang Qing doesn't want to stop by himself. For a while, these 4 words resonated with many people present, especially some companies that were still in the growth stage. They never stopped and expressed their feelings. It also puts pressure on many people. Tang Qing. They all became the richest man in China, worth hundreds of billions. But he regards never stopping as his corporate goal. So, what will Tang Qing's business empire become in the end, as a leader with business vision and courage? Now, they all had to look up at Tang Qing. Future. Will you kneel down and watch? Forehead. The probability is high. On the side, Ren Zhengfei's eyes are getting brighter and brighter, and he will never stop. He likes this. This is also one of Huawei's spirits. What we must surpass is not only our peers, but also our past self. Because there is enough time. Tang Qing continued. In the future, the world economy will change at an unprecedented rate. If we are not careful, an industry giant may overturn and become a negative example of the changes of the times and be eliminated. At last year's annual meeting, I said that all my companies may face the possibility of bankruptcy, especially in a future where technological innovation is becoming more and more rapid, and the commodity economy will gradually advance to a technological economy. Technology is the decisive force for change. In the face of technology, falling behind means falling behind. There is no reason to say that previous achievements are just historical dust. Era has caught up with the trend and is highly praised by the world. In 2 years, this brand may become a niche and may fall off the altar and become a negative case. At that time, no one will care about the past glory of Anno, how shocking it may have been to people, and how disruptive it was to the industry. I sometimes think about this result, and I feel very anxious, because we have almost no core patented technology for Anno's mobile phones. Qingyuan technology is nothing more than a resource aggregator. When a model is no longer unique, what else do we have? I thought about it. We still have money. We still have money to develop our own technology. So I did it. Even if I lost everything, I still worked hard to move forward. Speech. It was originally about leadership, but Tang Qing mistook it. But everyone listened with great interest. What is there to talk about leadership? Everyone has experience, but the speech of Tang Qing, the richest man, is rarely heard, but it is a bit chicken soup. Live? Broadcast room. Barrage flew up. That's very well said. China needs this kind of entrepreneur. As expected of the richest man, his consciousness is high. Technology is the future, top. Era is already a spirit and cannot fail. Reason. Irrational. The two kinds of people made the live broadcast room lively. Many people felt that Tang Qing was too aware of the crisis. In 2 years, will Era have competitors in China? However, he understood where his worries came from. Historically, there are so many popular brands. Became a case. Brilliant. Turn into nothingness. At last, perhaps traces of them can only be found in memory. However, they're not too worried about Tang Qing's future, an entrepreneur with such vision and courage that he is willing to spend money. It's hard to fall down no matter what. Okay, let's get back to the topic. When it comes to corporate leadership, different companies have different methods and cannot be generalized. But in the final analysis, it is to integrate the company's internal resources more effectively to obtain more external resources. In the past, we were all learning from Western countries and their management experience. Now, after so many years, there are no barriers in terms of methods. What is difficult is the issue of execution. So, here, I finally put out a small advertisement for my company. Tianyin Group has the most comprehensive and latest corporate management model and corporate think tank in the world. In the future, there is no need to go abroad to learn management experience. Tang Qing is not really short of this business. Only, I really feel that sometimes it is nonsense. How many years have passed? In the 1980s, a large number of Chinese companies went out to learn advanced experience. It is understandable. It is also understandable that they also went out in the 1990s. After the new century, we will still go out. Have to. Again, I understand. However, 10 years later, still going. Other people's models are not updated every year. Many of them have been used for more than 10 or 20 years. After so many years, has there not been a company dedicated to doing this? Have to. No one does. I'll do it. Everyone smiled kindly at this unexpected advertisement. They still have a good impression of Tianyin Group. Many companies present are using small office software. The operational efficiency of the enterprise has been significantly improved. After drinking water, go to sleep. Efficiency increases. Broad is the reduction of business costs. Now, they have also enjoyed tangible benefits from Tianyin's globalization strategy. It seems that doing business abroad is not as difficult as before. In the past, to inspect the local area, You had to send people yourself. Not familiar with the local market. Not familiar with local laws. Not familiar with local customs. Not familiar with the local economic structure. Not familiar. Before. These are like obstacles, and the road they take is not as beautiful as expected. The main reason is that they do not understand the local area, or do not understand it deeply enough. Not enough information. It's a gap. Now, it can be completely entrusted to the eye of heaven. By industry survey report from Sky, they have heard that Tianyin is currently exploring the economic information of various countries and industries around the world. In the future, they can obtain local industry situations and trends more accurately and quickly. Certainly, this information, all are expensive, but they were happy to give the money. The value of this information is very important to them. Those present are all large companies, and they know how difficult it is to conduct an in-depth and comprehensive investigation of a country's economic market. People did it. Of course, you have to be rewarded. It's natural. After the Tianyin globalization strategy was launched, they had a deeper understanding of Tang Qing. When it comes to global business consulting, Tang Qing may have the highest social value. It is no less than a commercial infrastructure covering the whole world. Once the force is exerted, its role, immeasurable. Soon, Tang Qing finished speaking. It's Ren Zhengfei's turn. A lot of what Mr. Tang said just now is actually what I want to say. The most fundamental driving force for the improvement of China's national power is technology, commercial technology, military technology, and breakthroughs in countless basic disciplines. Materials, biology, chemistry, semiconductors, machinery, nuclear energy, machine tools, aircraft, satellites. Countless technological breakthroughs can jointly build an impeccable China and a strong country. As Chinese entrepreneurs, while we are enjoying the fruits of prosperity and serving the general public, our sincere fire for technology and progress should not gradually go out in comfort. Host Tang Qing took the lead in digressing from the topic. You run too. And I even moved on to the next forum topic. Never mind. Just run away. Everyone can watch it if they want. There was no instruction from the president to bring the topic back to the earphones. In the audience, the president seemed to be listening very seriously, so he just ignored it. Next, the two big guys took the lead in digressing from the topic. When the people behind them heard it, the content of the prepared speech seemed a bit too dry, because it was mainly focused on leadership. The pattern sounded a bit small. Okay, you run. I also run. Then, run with everyone. At last, it was impossible to pull him back, and the president in the audience smiled helplessly. This was the only themed venue in history where the group went off topic. However, the response to the online live broadcast was very good. Just a little depressed, because the theme of the next conference is the value of technology and dignity. It is estimated that many of the guests in the audience who are preparing for the next speech will cry because you are grabbing the words one by one. What did I say? The last one to speak. He is the dean of Tang Qing Graduate School of Business. Halfway through, I began to round up the content. At least, the last sentence was in line with the theme of the event, and the news writer did not end up going off topic. At this time, an hour has passed. There's still half the time. It is the interaction with the host and the interaction between the guests. Mr. Tang, we all know that you are currently studying in Fudan University and rarely go to the company once a month. We are all very curious. How do you usually manage the company? The host quickly brought back the topic. Although, the topic you asked is very useless. But, this time, because of the live broadcast, netizens can vote to ask Tang Qing some questions. This is it. How should I put it? I rarely manage a company. The company has a complete management system. Only a system can truly make a company run normally, rather than relying on people to manage it. Just like the law, a set of laws can manage a country. We don't need someone to keep an eye on you all the time and tell you not to break the law. We only need to emphasize and remind you occasionally. Of course, the problem handling mechanism must also be improved. The legal handling mechanism, that is, the police, courts, detention centers, and other agencies and companies also need this kind of disaster preparedness mechanism. Since the company has a disaster preparedness from the beginning, the system is very complete and the management of each company is also very capable. What I usually do the most is to give approval. This work is usually done after returning home every day, and about half an hour is enough. Tang Qing said, "You mean you only work for half an hour every day?" The host grasped the key point. "That's right." Tang Qing nodded. Now, he was mostly doing questions with the answers. The plan given below was double-checked by the sky, eye, and the command room, and one or more conclusions were given. He looked to his left, looked to the right. Even if you use troops to select generals, nothing will happen. But this answer, it makes a lot of people depressed. You work so hard that you go to school all day long, go home and lie there for half an hour, and manage the company like this and become the richest man. They are really mentally unbalanced. At this time, they all had an idea. Take a good look at Tang Qing's disaster preparedness mechanism. They are already tired of the company's trivial matters every day. If there is a solution, they are more willing to get rid of boring matters and spend more time thinking about the company's future. Keep your head down and work hard. You also have to look up at the sky. Next, the venue has always been very lively. The number of people in the live broadcast room is still increasing, and it soon exceeded 5 million because the mobile Comet video app push was also carried out at the same time. After seeing the push content, many people clicked in, and the video clip of Tang Qing's speech. The number of clicks has exceeded 10 million because many people came in for Tang Qing, and those who came late saw that it was not Tang Qing who was talking, so they clicked on the excerpted video below. Therefore, 5 million is already a huge number. See this situation. The organizers were very happy. This means that the annual conference's influence is expanding. The first theme forum is over. Rest for 10 minutes. The second game begins. The value and dignity of technology. The group of guests changed, and the host was replaced by the Dean of the School of Economics and Management of Tsinghua University. Although the topic was snatched, the content was different, and everyone got into the mood quickly. A little closer. The morning forum ended. Under the arrangement of the organizer, everyone gathered together in the same hall. Different from the past, this time, due to the launch of online live broadcast, the organizer also used the money from selling advertisements to buy a large amount of fruit wine through Tang Qing's relationship. White. These rich people rarely drink wine anymore. Red wine has been overshadowed by fruit wine in the global market. Expensive Lafite wines of various years in the past have gradually become only collectible. Period. Wineries of all kinds have resisted. Pity. It's all in vain. In all comparison items except history, such as taste and efficacy, it was defeated and rubbed on the ground by the fruit wine. Now, the world's major red wine manufacturers are silently licking their wounds. It has completely become a mid-range wine. Its miserable condition. It's sad. Wine. Already on the altar. It has become the only high-end wine in the world because it has no age, no history, and no matching wine culture. It is really impeccable and will be unforgettable for those who drink it. The position is unshakable. Looking at the porcelain bottle on the table, Tang Qing also thought about introducing red wine. But when he thought of those Western gentlemen holding a party, bringing back their goblets and shaking the red wine, Tang Qing immediately stopped this idea. Now that, change those people's habits. Then don't go back. Continue. It's up to him to decide how to drink it. Therefore, in the middle of this year, Fruit Wine released a set of utensils and methods for drinking fruit wine with a ritual sense in this. They were all designed by Tang Qing. Nothing. Then changing the usage habits of people all over the world. More interesting. Looking at the fruit wine, everyone present thought of a figure, Tang Kai. To be honest, if Tang Kai were included in the list, he would definitely occupy the third position in this year's Huruan and Forbes China lists. Even, it is also possible to hit the second place. However, at present, Tang Kai's household registration is very confusing because he went abroad abnormally. Huaxia's household registration has not been canceled. The Thai household registration is also there. In the end, both lists did not rank Tang Kai in the Chinese list. It is not that Tang Kai's identity as a Chinese is not recognized, but that his main industries are abroad and his domestic business accounts for a small proportion. And Assets are difficult to count. Last total. Forget it. Although there is no statistics, everyone present has their own judgment. Based on his business scope and industry status, it can be roughly judged that Tang Qing's net worth is at least 100 billion. The largest jade jewelry wholesale company in Thailand. The largest selling electric vehicle brand in China. Asia fruit wine distribution. It is said that there are many industries in Myanmar, including special steel, motors, batteries, construction, hotels, and island development. He also does stocks and investments. By the way, his electric car will be launched this month. Industry scope. Very broad. A valuation of 100 billion. It's really conservative and not overestimated. Tang family. It's like falling from the sky, and the speed of rise is too fast. This time, Tang Qing is not on the Chinese list, but in March next year, Forbes' world list will definitely not be missing. At that time, then they know the real assets of the Tang family. Dr. Tang, thank you for your continued support of Huawei. Ren Zhengfei picked up the fruit wine. He and Tang Qing are both competitors, partners, customers, and service providers. Anyway, very complicated. You're welcome. We have always been assured of your products. Tang Qing smiled and clinked glasses with him. His data center all uses Huawei's products, or in other words, Jihua's products. We will work harder, Ren Zhengfei said solemnly. Tang Qing saw strong determination in his eyes. He knew that Ren Zhengfei had always had the idea of surpassing Jia technology. Huawei, or Ren Zhengfei, both had their own pride. Before, they are disruptors. Go alone, overcoming obstacles. But in the 4G project, Jihua technology came out of nowhere. This company's 4G technology solutions shocked them. In the end, the other party threw its hand, and the current Jihua technology was created. In subsequent collaborations, they have seen how powerful this company is. In the technical field, Huawei has always been ahead of Huawei. Therefore, the other party played a decisive role in all subsequent core products and solutions. Now, Jihua is successful, the world's leading provider of 4G equipment. But Ren Zhengfei still has an obsession in his heart, which is to transcend it. Jia Technology is not a Chinese company. As a Chinese entrepreneur, he has the obligation and responsibility to charge forward. To this, Tang Qing didn't care at all. Have energy. Very good. He does things everywhere just to stimulate Chinese entrepreneurs to gain some steam. When 4G was launched in advance, it was because its development was too slow. I had a smartphone and had to disguise it as an MP4. That was the fundamental reason why he asked Jia Technology to come over. If Huawei is very successful in the next development, Jia Technology will surpass it if it is surpassed. It is not a big deal. The big deal is to lurk. If one day Huawei slacks off, he went to add fuel to the fire. Anyway, he hoped. It's just that Chinese companies are trying to gain some momentum. This is a loss of profit. He didn't care. It doesn't matter what kind of technological leadership it is. Of course, he has not yet reached the point of giving up his hands and feet. In the future, besides him, Chinese enterprises will have another driving force forcing them to move forward. A subsidiary of Myanmar Bank Group. Now, that's the beginning. On the table. After succeeding Zheng Fei, Tang Qing took the initiative to toast to the others. Face. It's given to each other. He was at the front of the queue, but he didn't notice that he was overtaken by Ren Zhengfei. The people present were generally twice his age, and he was sitting like an uncle, which was a bit uncomfortable. Outsiders would think that the Tang family was uneducated. More money. In China, age is also a generally accepted reason for respect. Tang Qing also agrees that everything now is possible due to the efforts of the older generation. He is standing on the shoulders of giants. The humility and respect you deserve is required. But this is treating people privately. Commercially, he still adheres to his principles, the market, and does not believe in tears. Since he is carrying a knife on the battlefield, he should not expect the fruits and bananas that the enemies will take. He must survive as a soldier. Meet once a year. It's better to leave a good impression. Looking at Tang Qing, who was comfortable among the big guys, they nodded secretly. In China, If you are ruthless and decisive in doing things, no one will question this person. But if you're not good at life, you really are not good at it. During meal, Tang Qing went around to other tables and met many new people, including scholars, professors, scientists, businessmen, government officials, and foreign participants. Tang Qing's behavior was highly praised. This guy is nice. Certainly. No, it doesn't mean you have to give a business card. He only accepts it, but doesn't give it. Everyone knows the reason. Tang Qing only works less than an hour a day, so he definitely doesn't like being harassed by their phone calls, but he understands it. Afternoon, Tang Qing became a guest speaker again. It's just deception anyway. Have it at your fingertips. Night. Since there was almost no time to communicate with Tang Qing at noon, many people heard about Tang Qing's residence, and some acquaintances in their 30s invited them to the Chiu Palace for dinner. Tang Qing was also very happy. These people may be competitors in the future, but they may also be companions in the trenches. It's the end of the month. Please give me some monthly tickets. Autumn Palace. Chai Run and the others did not come to join in the fun. Go home each. Go kidding. They usually keep a low profile, and unless they are acquaintances, they generally do not expand so-called personal connections. For them, any domestic relationship is nothing more than a matter of two turns. In the box, Tang Qing maneuvered among business tycoons with ease. This time, they finally saw Tang Qing's social skills and his shockingly profound knowledge. Talk to the founder of Baidu about search engines. Talk to Ren Zhengfei about data centers. Talk to the president of GRI about their new generation air conditioning products. Talking about chips with the chief engineer of China Microelectronics. Everyone, all go deep into the underlying technical level. They suddenly had the illusion that they were facing the chief engineer of their company and a senior expert in the industry. I have long heard that Tang Qing is a top student, but he is too young. That's overbearing. At last, Mr. Tang, we want to learn from you. Ren Zhengfei sighed. Tang Qing, he was completely convinced. In the field of communication technology, Tang Qing seemed to have a deeper understanding than him, the president. To know, this is an area that has nothing to do with Tang Qing's business. No wonder. People can become the richest man. This moment, he was convinced. Hear the words. Tang Qing just smiled and said, "People's energy is limited, and I only learn when I'm interested." In fact, it is not easy for a person to have a thorough knowledge of his field. These words, a bit crazy. Just say you are old. But no one felt unhappy. A contestant who reached the finish line before them had the right to say to the other contestants who didn't even have a shadow behind them, "Take it easy. Don't tire yourself out. Keep it in your heart." President Gri sighed. During the chat, just now, Tang Qing gave a thorough explanation of their latest generation air conditioning product. Finally, he pointed out no less than 3 design flaws. To be honest, she couldn't imagine it now. What kind of future would an opponent who was willing to study and could study bring to the Chinese business world? However, at this moment, she felt that what they were most afraid of should not be the tens of billions of investments. But Tang Qing, understand technology yourself, and pay attention to technology. There's still money for technology. A collection of the 3. Just thinking about it can make people despair. It seems that we need to increase investment in research and development. Otherwise, we will have to kneel down at the cliff. No one wants to be eliminated, and this is also the main purpose of Tang Qing's pretend to compete today. After the show, everyone returns to their residence. This night, many of them had insomnia. They kept thinking about that young face in their minds, thinking about what they had been doing over the years, and then thinking about the future of the company. Suddenly, a kind of fire burned in their hearts. Such an opponent. They suddenly felt the urge to fight. And, during dinner, Tang Qing also said something that made them think deeply. The most fortunate thing about running a business is to have opponents. The most interesting thing is to meet your opponent, and the most exciting thing is to defeat your opponent. This moment, they seem to know Tang Qing a little bit. That is a crazy person, a fighter. The next day, Tang Qing was a guest for a day. Afternoon. With the closing speech, the annual meeting ended, and without dinner, Tang Qing embarked on his way home. He had to go to school tomorrow. Not long after he got on the plane, he received a call. Tang Qing, have you left the capital? Yes. Hear this. There's still a bit of disappointment there. Forget it. I was still thinking that if you were here, I could treat you to a meal. In that case, let's do it next time. I called this time to thank you. They are safe. The caller. It was Pei Yong. A week ago, Wei Song and the two arrived in Xiamen City, and the next day they arrived in China and flew to the capital. Originally, Pei Yong wanted to find a job for the two of them, but he didn't expect that the two wanted to do business. Not in the country, but prepare to go to Burma. Turned out to be, on the plane back, the two met several Chinese businessmen. These are all Chinese doing business in Myanmar. Due to the commodity loans provided by the Bank of Myanmar to Mozambique, their business has naturally reached Mozambique. This time, they're going to inspect and build a factory. Then, the two of them heard a lot about Xiamen City. That's all. The two of them were a little excited. If possible, they can't go back to their original place, so they might as well make a living in Burma. They owe Pei Yong too much, and there are many Chinese businessmen here, so they should be able to earn more than at home. Then, after meeting Pei Yong, this idea came up. Pei Yong didn't say anything at the time. This is indeed a good idea, and I heard that the security there's also very good. So, I silently approached Chai Run for the second time, and asked him to think of a way to open a shop there, because the two of them wanted to do catering. Wei Song and the other two said they didn't need help. But, how could he ignore it? Pei Yong spoke. Chai Run didn't refuse, so he called Tang Kai to check. Tang Kai heard that he could help, but don't think about it in Xiamen City. The shops there were full, and the same was true in Xiamen Town. Shops are not owned by individuals, and they cannot be rented if they have money. Finally, they found a shop in Kachin City, which is currently under construction and is full of construction sites and a gathering place for many workers. That's all. Tang Kai contacted one. Today, Wei Song officially got the temporary business license and could open his business. After receiving the news, Pei Yong thanked Tang Kai first, and then called Tang Qing the second time. Thank you, Tang Qing. Thanks for this. Still slightly shocked. After Wei Song was safe, he had been worried about the tribe coming. However, a few days ago, his grandfather called and reassured him. It was obvious that the old man could not care about anything. He is the direct grandson of the Pei family. In Grandpa's mouth, he received a piece of news that surprised him. That tribe was in big trouble now and had no time or thought to trouble Wei Song. The cause was still the person who was killed by Wei Song. Just 2 days after Wei Song left South Africa, Interpol comes to visit, investigate a missing American citizen. South Africa naturally cooperated actively and sent elite forces to assist in the investigation. However, it was not very optimistic because this happened a year ago and the investigation was very difficult and almost impossible. But the 4th day, the gang found conclusive evidence. But the South African police were shocked because the evidence showed that not only American citizens were killed by a smuggler in South Africa, but also 8 cases of foreigners missing in South Africa were involved, involving 5 countries including the United Kingdom, Germany, island countries, Canada, and Saudi Arabia. This time, several countries that got the news quit. The media reported one after another. For a while, the commotion in various countries is quite big. Several heads of state sent letters one after another, demanding that the murderer be found and punished severely. However, when the South African government investigated, it was found that the murderer had been dead for more than half a month and was buried. What should he give to others to explain? So, the gaze of the South African government. Then they focused on the tribe running the snakehead business. This time, the tribe panicked. No matter how awesome, there's a relationship. In this incident, it has no effect. No one dares to take a trip into this muddy water, with so many big countries and Interpol watching. If anyone dares to come in, his opponent will send him in the next day. That's all. The next day, more than 300 tribal members were arrested, and the entire smuggler business was paralyzed. They could no longer care about anything else and spent money everywhere. Unfortunately, no one dared to accept it, and the crackdown became even more severe. At this time, for the guy Wei Song killed, they all want to dig it out. Kill again. This crisis was all caused by him. The tribe suffered heavy losses. On the one hand, people are being arrested, but the most important thing is that business is gone. Not only the smuggler business, but also other businesses of a large number of tribes in Cape Town have been affected. Tribal people in the government. More than 20 people were laid off. Adding insult to injury. There are people doing it everywhere. Facing a series of blows. They suddenly felt that Wei Song had done a good job, because if that guy was still alive, he might have uncovered more things. As a snakehead over the years, that guy had been exposed to too many unclean things in the tribe. Good. Die well. Fortunately, he died. Otherwise, from the clan leader down, at least a few hundred people in their tribe couldn't sleep. As for their hatred for Wei Song, in this kind of crisis that the tribe may not be able to breathe for 10 years, it became grateful. To be honest, after hearing the news, the first time, Pei Yong suspected that this was done by that group of people. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the tribe was in trouble just after Wei Song left? The trouble was related to the people Wei Song killed. The traces of the ending were too obvious. Horrible. This is Pei Yang's only evaluation of these people. Short time. Planned the perfect rescue together. Short time. He also planned a perfect dig, which made the tribe want to dig their graves, and directly wiped out the tail of the entire operation. If this incident was an accident, he would have eaten his cell phone. As long as it's safe, I'll eat your meal again next time I have a chance. Tang Qing said with a smile. It's a deal. Pei Yong said happily. Okay, this kind of thing. For the soldiers, it was no more difficult than drinking water. This incident could be regarded as a successful conclusion. However, the price of the success was that the tribe had to be injured for many years. To this, Tang Qing could only say sorry. Encountered. Still an opponent. If you don't mess with me, who will you mess with? If you have nothing to do, you still want to come to China to find someone. You really think this is your home, and you can just jump around on your own 1/3 of an acre of land. Why are you running around? Your feet are sprained now, right? Tang Qing, I heard that you're going to Switzerland next month. Suddenly, Xing Rou said something. You still want to join the fun? You're so awesome. Tang Qing rolled his eyes. Look, it's just you and Jiaxue. You're busy with work. Jiaxue is lonely by herself. We can also accompany her here. How could Xing Rou let her go if she could travel for free and skip classes? When I went there, the school was already on winter vacation. Why don't you go home? Tang Qing reminded. It's so boring to go home. It's only for a few days. Xing Rou said nonchalantly, but the other two people didn't think so. When they heard about the winter vacation, they backed down, and neither of them had passports yet. At last, only Xing Rou decided to follow. Mr. Ma, are you going? Xing Rou said to Ma Yun, who was not far away. Go. Ma Yun nodded. From year 2000 to year 2007. He goes every year to see the world's giants and see the world's cutting-edge businesses. He didn't plan to go this year, but then he received a notice and was included in the Chinese delegation. Also accompanying him was Tang Qing. He understands the meaning. Support the field. Otherwise, the companies brought out are all companies with Chinese prefixes, and foreign countries will not think that they are very good. A company that has grown through monopoly, no matter how good it is, its status in the world will be questioned. In Tang Qing, it represents the creativity of China's new generation. Don't take it out for a walk. How could it be possible? I, at best, could be regarded as a piggyback. However, even if I was a piggyback, it was still a kind of recognition because other Chinese internet giants did not even have the qualifications to piggyback on me. After the plane landed in Shanghai, carrying Ma Yun, flying towards Hangzhou, on the plane, Ma Yun held an era tablet in her hand and looked at the content on it. The more he looked at it, the more excited he became, and his hands were shaking with excitement. Above this, it is Tang Qing's project introduction on Hummingbird commercial storage and transportation. The company's future business scope was introduced in detail, and Tang Qing's grand plan was introduced. Although this was only the domestic part, it can be seen from it how big Tang Qing's ambition is. Tang Qing, a true fighter. As soon as the multi-billion R&D center was launched, such a disruptive business layout was launched. Once successful, you can imagine what huge energy will explode. Until then, Alibaba and JD.com may not be able to compete with it. And this, Tang Qing actually showed it to him. However, after reading it, he understood that even if Tang Qing didn't show it to him, after the project was fully launched, he still couldn't hide it from knowledgeable people. This was a conspiracy, and show him the purpose. This is because it wants to cooperate with major e-commerce companies. In the plan, within 10 years, this company will only engage in commercial storage and distribution and will not develop into upstream e-commerce companies. It will only enter the market as a service provider. As long as it's e-commerce, product quality is reliable. You can enter Tang Qing's commercial storage and distribution system. By then, even JD.com can join this system. After all, JD.com does not have as many warehouses as it will in 10 years. In this way, Ma Yun can imagine the expression on JD.com's side. JD.com. There are two core competencies. First, the product is of minimum quality. The second is the delivery service. Once Tang Qing's business and storage empire takes shape, JD.com's strongest competitiveness will become average. If so, this will be no less than a fatal disaster for JD.com. And Tang Qing. Follow the plan above. Within 2 years, it will be able to establish a super large commercial, storage, and distribution system covering second-tier and above cities in China. Its investment scale cannot be matched by JD.com, even if it tries its best. Moreover, Tang Qing's plan will definitely have an international version. If so, this is the essence of this plan. Awesome. Ma Yin was full of praise. A few days ago, major electrical appliance manufacturers can't sit still. After a few days, the major logistics companies and JD.com are also unable to sit still. No, there should be Penguin, because Penguin has placed all its treasures against Alibaba on JD.com. Now, this is a rhythm that is going to be ruined. All of a sudden, mixing things up in so many areas. That's Tang Qing. So brave. But he likes it. Industry. It's meant to be subverted. Competition is to select products and services that are more suitable for the market. Moreover, Ma Yun is also dissatisfied with the current logistics and distribution speed, but Tang Qing came up with a revolutionary solution. From now on, there's also a Jingdong warehouse. Rely on this new system. In the short term, doesn't cost a penny. Alibaba's shopping experience can be greatly improved. 10 years later, Ma Yun doesn't care too much whether this commercial storage plus transportation giant will get involved in e-commerce platforms. Everything must be done with purpose. Tang Qing is Alibaba's largest shareholder, so there is no need to commit suicide. Before, he is also thinking about integrating China's logistics. It seems now, the necessity is greatly reduced. Once Tang Qing spread his business, he established a commercial and storage system. So, the business of these logistics companies will also automatically be transferred to Tang Qing's system. Because, in the plan, it will not only serve major enterprises and provide warehousing, but also cooperate with major logistics companies. Tang Qing does not need all the delivery personnel to be his own, just some. Most of it. For those who still use major logistics companies, the purpose of having their own delivery personnel is to ensure basic delivery services and not be completely choked by the logistics companies and unable to control them. To this, Ma Yun appreciated it very much. It is always better to run a business where the interests are equally shared than to run a business that has run out of business. In this way, it has great value and significance for both merchants and logistics companies, and they will not attack each other in groups. As for this matter, he only injured Jingdong, then it's none of his business. Suddenly, Ma Yun thinks, how lucky you are to have a partner as powerful as Tang Qing. Sometimes, you don't need to do anything, someone will take action, and when others take action, it is always a big deal. Next 2 days, some companies participating in the meeting have taken action. They have decided to increase the proportion of R&D funds, and they have increased it significantly. Otherwise, one day, Tang Qing, a layman, would take over and be pushed to the ground and rubbed against him. It doesn't look good in terms of appearance. Until then, The market will not believe tears. The media will definitely not say that Tang Qing is overbearing. They will only say that they are putting the cart before the horse, spending all their money on marketing, enjoying comfort, and not making progress. Even if you buy a Mercedes-Benz at home, you will probably be criticized by netizens. Loser. Not even a chance to quibble. See this situation. Tang Qing was very satisfied. Although the increase rate is not much, the attitude is correct. Of course, having a correct attitude does not mean that one's plans will be stopped. In the future, these companies will face more challenges. No training. Not growing. The third day after returning to the Shanghai Stock Exchange. After dinner. Tang, Hummingbird Transportation. Have you changed it into a group? Qin Yugong called. Originally, this company was established in Qingyuan Economic Development Zone. How could he not know? Yes. Tang Qing admitted. Qin Yugong was a little puzzled. Didn't Tang Qing say that he would let himself work in the development zone first and not invest in his own place so quickly without his own requirements? Why did he suddenly do it again? Why did you suddenly buy such a big piece of land? Qin Yugong asked curiously. One listen. Tang Qing explained. Uncle, this is a strategic project of Hummingbird Group. It's not just yours, but all the first and second tier cities in China are doing it. I just established the project a few days ago. It's not a special consideration for you. Qin Yugong suddenly realized. I see. No wonder there was no news beforehand. What do you want in such a big place? Qin Yugong asked again. The people from the Hummingbird Group only came to inspect the area and asked if there was enough land, but did not disclose what they wanted to do. Build a warehouse, a very big warehouse. Tang Qing gave a brief introduction. After listening, Qin Yugong was also shocked by Tang Qing's great work and broad dreams. Tang, I think this project is very good. It can greatly improve logistics efficiency and distribution quality. Don't worry about the land. Our development zone can get it for whatever amount you want. Qin Yugong promised. However, with so much land to build factories and logistics, just to spread across the country, it won't be able to get it without 1 or 2 billion. Your Qingyuan technology has just invested in such a big project. Will the funds be too tight? Hearing this, Tang Qing smiled and said, Uncle, are you going to give me a loan? If necessary. Qin Yugong was not satisfied. He was just worried about Tang Qing's financial situation. Don't worry, I won't lose a penny in your area. I looked at the land in your area, and it doesn't need to be very good. I'm doing warehouses, not real estate. As long as there is a road through it. I understand you, kid. You did a good job this time. Qin Yugong praised. It's not bad. Being praised by the elders. Even Tang Qing. Still a little happy. If this is the case, you are at odds with JD.com, Qin Yugong said. No way. Within 10 years, I have no plans to get involved in online e-commerce, but focus on my business, storage, and distribution. What I want is to improve the efficiency of commodity circulation within China, and the world, not to make money by selling things. These words, Qin Yugong was very pleased. The magnanimity of not doing it when he had the chance to kill his opponent. At the age when a person is most motivated and wants to defeat the enemy and prove himself, he chooses another path that he insists on. Tang family. He watched Tang Qing grow up. What exactly? Allowing him to watch the money without making any money? He no longer knew how to describe Tang Qing's excellence. He could only say that this was the Tang family's luck. Or, it is also a kind of luck for the Chinese business community. Okay, Tang. I hope that one day you will make the whole China proud of you. Qin Yugong said 3 good words in a row to express the indescribable excitement in his heart at this time. I will. Tang Qing said firmly. December 12th, Myanmar. Xianan City. Outside the Myanmar First Central Hospital, Do Jiao took Pan Yu's arm and walked out. Xianan City was the end of their honeymoon trip. In addition to traveling, they also heard that the medical technology here was developed. Just do a physical exam. Relatively speaking, physical examinations here are much easier to make appointments than medical treatments. The two made an appointment a month ago. Today, 1 month later, it was their turn. In China, this efficiency would make people criticize the hospital for a long time. But here, They take it for granted because the hospital here is really busy. Countries around the world. Cure cancer. The first choice is Xiamen City, where the headquarters of the Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group is located. The name of the Myanmar Asia First Central Hospital is a bit like the Jiezone worldwide, and it is extremely well known. Regular items. 1 month. It's already so fast. Those who heal. I heard that they are scheduled to go after 3 years. Not crazy. Within 5 minutes of entering, the two of them got a comprehensive test report. Seeing the conclusion, they were relieved that they were in good health, the baby was fine, and everything was normal. It's so fast. If you were in China, you wouldn't have even thought about completing these projects in less than 2 hours, and you'd have to take off your clothes. Here, you only need a machine scan, and it doesn't hurt to draw blood. Pan, you praised. I just don't know when such advanced means were available in China. Do Jiao nodded with deep understanding. Experience is worse than being famous. Efficiency. This place has really gone to the extreme. Regarding the hospital, she also feels that it should have a mentality of patients leave as soon as possible to improve efficiency, rather than thinking about staying and earning enough medical expenses. Certainly, the premise is that the medical level is acceptable, and here, the world recognized as the place where cancer ends. Moreover, leukemia, AIDS, and other terminal diseases can also be cured. No one is qualified to question its level. It has only been more than a year, and human medical technology seems to be developing at a rapid pace. Every time I think of it, she found it incredible. Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. If listed, it can definitely surpass ERV's heart-stopping market value. Unfortunately, it is a state-owned enterprise, and it is not short of money. It is lax in collecting medical expenses. By the way, there are also international donations, which exceeded $7 billion this year. This money, you don't even have to pay taxes. What kind of listing? Last month, the Ministry of Health came to inspect and prepare to introduce the original transcription solution here. Later, they found that the medical cabin was good. They couldn't make up their minds, so they went back to discuss it. I don't know what the situation is now. However, I think it is fast. There has been no recurrence and no medical accidents for so long. The country will definitely want to introduce it. So many people come here to contribute consumption power to other countries. With so many people, the consumption power is too huge. Tinian's Economic Data and Statistics Department here predicts that this year alone, based on an average consumption of 30,000, these foreigners will bring more than 200 billion in purchasing power here and support hundreds of thousands of people. So many, Pan Yu said in surprise. Do Jiao shook her head. This is still a small amount, and there will be more next year. Drug access in various Western countries cannot be relaxed in a short time. Everyone has to come here, and it will be like this in the next few years. With so many opportunities, do you think we could do some business here? Pan Yu suddenly said something. Do Jiao smiled and said, don't think about it. The access system here does not welcome foreign investment in the real economy, especially the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. All industries are only allowed to enter with special government approval. They have been divided up long ago. Distribution? Others are not making trouble. Pan Yu asked. Noisy? There is food and drink. So who is making trouble? The locals have all enjoyed the benefits of economic development. The rich people are all Burmese and Asian. At most, there are internal differences of interests and there are no class conflicts. Just like Tianyin, there are so many companies with small bosses, all under the strict supervision of Tianyin, from top to bottom, without exception. However, for so long, there has been no objection to boycott. The reason is very simple. From the beginning, this system has been determined. When you come in, you must abide by it. This was agreed before joining the company. It has not changed much for so long. Any organization, as long as it establishes a set of long-term rules from the beginning and does not change the order day and night or update the rules frequently, causing damage to the interests of the previous people, there will be no big problems. Pan Yu praised, my wife awesome. I'm just a part-time worker. The most powerful one is the little boss, and a few of his hardcore subordinates. Several figures suddenly appeared in Do Jiao's mind, maybe more. You mean the current president? Pan Yu said. Not only him, but also the general manager and vice president of the group of Xiaoxiao Technology, as well as some other people in important positions. None of the people he selected were wrong. To be honest, sometimes I have to send a service. These people have super strong business ability. With them, I feel that I am redundant. Dou Jiao said what was in her heart. The performance of these people that Tang Qing poached from major companies was too stable. Business is stable. People are stable. Stable ability. It directly suppressed the bad atmosphere that may have arisen in the company. Just like the C-fixing needle. Those employees who claim to be geniuses and leaders in the industry are gradually becoming more honest, because there is always a group of people in the company who can teach them what it means to be a genius and what it means to be a true elite. As long as these people don't jump ship, I have heaven. It cannot be shaken. However, I just want to look at the eyes of the sky and gradually become a presence that cannot be ignored in the world's economic power. I am still young, so I don't believe it and cannot surpass them. Dou Jiao's eyes were shining. I have heaven. She has grown up step by step. She believed it. This would be a great world-class company. Don't embarrass yourself too much. You don't have confidence in me. No, I'm afraid you'll be tired. How is that possible? I'm in good health. People in Europe and America can work after giving birth to a child. Otherwise, you can take care of the child at home and my sister will support you. Dou Jiao pretended to be frivolous and lifted Pan Yu's chin. This is what makes Pan Yu most depressed. The money he's worked so hard to earn in a year is not as much as his wife's annual salary. Because according to Tianyin's salary calculation, Dou Jiao's after-tax salary may exceed 10 million yuan this year. Here, let's talk about Tianyin's salary model, a company owned by Tang Qing. Everyone, as long as you log into your little account, you can see your salary for the month. For example, if you work overtime today, the overtime salary will appear on the basic salary before noon the next day, which is very satisfying. Every day, wages are rising. This is a new financial model. As an enterprise service company, Tianyin naturally has to try out the advantages and disadvantages of some new models personally, and this transparent daily wage model has received unanimous praise within the company. And it will not increase the financial workload much, since it represents a cutting-edge enterprise management model. These things are mainly calculated based on set procedures. The finance department only needs to check it at 12 o'clock the next day, that is, before the release. Very convenient. Just half an hour. By the end of the month, there is no need to calculate again. Just use the current salary stub as the standard. This is true for everyone. Also, once the project shares and bonuses are completed, the next day at the latest, you can check the personal rewards. This model has made Tianyin develop a habit of checking his income after get off work every day. And Dou Jiao's annual salary during this month, after Tang Qing determined the dividend ratio and year-end bonus standards for each related company, was also determined until Dou Jiao resigned, including paid maternity leave and year-end bonus. Dou Jiao's pre-tax income next month will be 19.07 million. After paying personal income, it will be just over 10 million, crushing his business income in the past 3 years. I have a wife who makes money. There's a lot of pressure. I have heaven. We have made a lot of innovations in company management and working methods. No organizational structure or management model is considered optimal by Tianyin. There must be a better solution. Around this better solution, there are also a large number of equivalent and inferior solutions. Therefore, since we can't conduct experiments in other companies, we have to be the guinea pig ourselves inside Tianyin. There are many such small innovations that do not affect the interests of employees or increase work burden. If good, take a look at other companies. If you like it, you can use it directly. Of course, just because the model is new and employees like it, it does not mean that the boss also likes it. This involves many things, and the foundation is organizational efficiency and management transparency. Therefore, to date, it is also implemented in Tang Qing's companies. Although no one else is using it, it has been appreciated by the majority of enterprises. Only when you run a business can you know how difficult it is. This is a concentrated expression of organizational efficiency and management capabilities. With this, also gain more trust. Out of the hospital gate, an eye-catching red car stopped in front of the two people. Got in the car. The driver started slowly. I'll buy one when I get back. Pan Yu listened to the subtle running sound and once again looked at the center console that he loved so much. It was obviously a mid-range car, but looked more upscale than a sports car. This appearance, this interior, this car, named XINU, can make ordinary consumers crazy. No need to buy it. The company will give one as a gift. Dou Jiao said at this time. As a gift. Well, Mr. Tang gave 30 cars to the company, and the little boss is planning to give them out together with the final bonus of the year. Anyone above Tianyin manager, whose performance reaches the standard, will have one. I also have one, and the car will be delivered on the 18th of this month. Dou Jiao said. Hearing this, Pan Yu smiled bitterly and said, I suddenly discovered that working part-time is quite good. You can pay anything. Being a boss is exhausting, and you have to think about how to give things to others at the end of the year. What? You're overthinking it. Dou Jiao laughed. No, I was just stimulated. Pan Yu said, Haha. When you're stimulated, just work hard, but don't make it too difficult for yourself. Dou Jiao said slowly. Yeah. Dou Jiao looked out the window. A bit in a trance. This car is so popular that it is one of the 10 cars in the field of vision. Dou Jiao naturally understands this car company. As a supervisor, Tianyin has the right to check the company's sales data. And this is not considered a trade secret. Less than a month after its launch, the sales of XINU exceeded 50,000 units. With its exciting appearance, it gained popularity in the market. At the beginning, the supply was still in short supply. But the consumer market for Myanmar is limited. The growth rate is not high, and it is currently actively exploring markets in other countries. However, this is an electric car. Supporting charging facilities are needed, but few other countries want to vigorously promote new energy vehicles, resulting in little progress. Electric vehicles are the future, Dou Jiao believes. But it's going to be a little sad now. This month, only XINU is allowed to be listed in China. 15th, you can only go to the vehicle management office to get the license plate. This is because the car that arrived long ago will not be issued to them until the 18th. Now when you drive it out, you can't even get a temporary license plate, and it is illegal to go on the road. It's such a good appearance, what a pity. Pan Yu sighed. If it's a gasoline car, it will definitely sell well, and there is no need to worry about the charging pile. Before, he thought that Tang Qing had taken advantage of it, but now he saw that this advantage could also be taken advantage of in Myanmar. It will be difficult to get out. Hear this. Dou Jiao smiled and said, You are worrying about this. 2 months ago, Myanmar Automobile, China, Group Company has obtained the authorization for this shape and produced the corresponding gasoline version. They have already tested it on the road. So fast, not too fast. It will not be sold in China until the middle of next year. Dou Jiao said that the launch of a car is extremely fast, but who calls it a good person? It has a national background. Green light, all the way. In this case, isn't it competition? How could Tang Qing agree? Pan Yu was puzzled. Dou Jiao shook her head. This is the pattern. Good sales of the gasoline version does not mean that it will affect the electric version. The two must have different audiences, and the country is encouraging new energy vehicles. Oil has always been in short supply in China, and electric vehicles are a useful solution. They can slow down the demand for oil and deal with possible power surplus problems in the future. By then, if this car is designated as a new energy subsidized vehicle, there will definitely be a large number of consumers, and Tang Qing's company can also get a lot of licensing fees. In short, this is a win-win situation. Really, last month, Tang Qing signed a contract with the Provincial Power Grid Company, and he will fund the construction of charging piles in Qingyan City and its jurisdiction above the county level. The investment is huge. Isn't this a loss? It can't be counted as a loss. It's an investment. These are fixed assets. At most, they are equivalent to investing the money they earn. In the short term, the financial statements will be very ugly, but the assets will keep growing. The Tang family really knows how to do business. This company is the one who knows how to do business. Look, all the cars on the street are this kind of cars, and there are very few foreign brands. When these rich people return to China and see these cars, will they want to buy them? This kind of forced advertising. Only Dou Jiao feels awesome. And others cannot learn from it. These people who go back. As long as 1/10 of it is purchased, a consumer market worth hundreds of billions can be formed. The more he understands this place, the more Dou Jiaojie feels that the potential is unlimited. It would be great if this was in China. Think about it. If Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group were in China, this benefit, it will attract countless covetous people, unless it is in the hands of the state. And here, the big boss behind the scenes is the maker of the law. No one, not even the U.S. government, can take advantage of this company. And this company bundled cheap medical care for tens of millions of people. Who comes? Don't even think about shaking it. Maybe this is the best result. If people are not greedy, tens of thousands of yuan can cure a life-threatening cancer and save a family. If this was controlled by profit-driven businessmen, it would be a disaster. 10 minutes later, the car drove into a villa in Xinan town. They could not find a place to live here, but it was no problem for Tang Qing. Knowing that Dou Jiao was going to pass through Xinan city, he let them stay in his villa for a few days. Find peace amidst the noise. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce, the house will not be taken back as long as he does not withdraw from the membership. The driver was a male assistant from Tang Qing's construction company here, and their driver's licenses cannot be used here. No driver's license. No one can even start this electric car. In terms of anti-theft, this car also surprised the two of them. After binding everyone, no one can drive it except themselves and authorized people. Even if someone drives him away with his car, it's all in vain. After knowing that the company wanted to reward this car, Dou Jiao paid attention. All I can say is, rave reviews. Certainly, this is the evaluation of Myanmar. If it is launched in China, the problem of charging piles, which is not a problem here, will break out. Thinking about it, this is the only shortcoming of driving this car in China. This way, charging piles are already standard. Within the special zone, she heard that all new residential projects were required to install charging facilities as long as there was parking space, including underground garages and roadside parking lots. She saw a large number of charging devices. Such density. Only in this way can the service quality of electric vehicles be supported. In Tianyan's China Electric Vehicle Market Report, it is believed that electric vehicles will not be a satisfactory means of transportation within 10 years. New concept. But there is no basic support. It's not just China. The same is true for Western countries. These countries are not short of oil at all, let alone money, and have little interest in electric vehicles. The local governments will never spend a lot of money to popularize charging piles and promote them. But it all depends on human effort. Tang family, aren't you always creating miracles? Afternoon, Xinan city center. The two were wandering around. It feels like arriving in an international metropolis. However, there are a lot of wounded people in this metropolis. On the streets, we often see old people in wheelchairs and men and women with shaved heads. From the face, you can tell that they are not normal. Elsewhere, they may receive strange looks from ordinary people. But here, there is no such look. Everyone is a patient or a patient's family member. I'm used to it. Not surprising. Anyway, it won't take long to be cured. This kind of equal treatment environment also makes the patients feel as if they have returned to normal society. In addition, thinking that the disease will be cured soon, all of them have hope written on their faces. No, the local government wants them to spend. To this, they're not disgusted. On the contrary, I am very happy. After leaving the Hell Gate, I gave away all the things I had. In the past, I wanted to spend all my wealth to buy a healthy body, but no one could take it. Now, if I spend some of it, I've already made a profit. Next to the street, many people can be seen in every store. In just a few minutes, the two of them can basically confirm that the daily profits of these stores in the city center, as long as they are international luxury brands, are in the millions. A store, it's more than enough to support a company. If we set up a stall outside, we can make a lot of money in one day. Pan Yu sighed. If you open a 10 square meter shop here, the profit for a year will be better than opening a company. If you had known that this place was so profitable when Xinan City was founded, You would have bought a shop and you could have been lying down counting the money today. But that time, who could have imagined the grand occasion now? No, Myanmar Bank Group must know. But they just didn't say anything, and they very wisely adopted the method of only renting but not selling, which did not give others a chance to pick up the big leak. Opening a shop here isn't called making money. It's called picking up money. Do Jiao couldn't help but nod. It is wise to launch the transcription stock solution in China. Otherwise, the losses will be really huge. Pan Yueshan hummed in agreement. However, with so many people, aren't you worried about safety issues? Pan Yu was a little worried. Just now, a group of black men passed by. The tattoos on their bodies made it look like they were not good people. Friends, don't be afraid, they are honest. A voice next to them sounded. The two quickly turned their heads. He saw a young man in a baseball cap smiling at him. Pan Yu asked politely, "Are you here for a trip?" This time period, travel agencies cannot book hotels. "No, I live here." The young man smiled generously. "Immigration? Are you overthinking? Immigrants are not accepted here for the time being. I am a Burmese Chinese. I used to live in the Kabang area. My family came here to do business, so I came here and am preparing for the University of Myanmar." The young man explained. Do Jiao nodded. She had heard of this university. At present, we mainly conduct social recruitment. Since it was just established, it is slow to enter high schools below, so we have started special recruitment. As long as you're talented in a certain aspect and have basic knowledge, you may be selected. But it is only valid for these 2 years. Later, the students from the high school below started to learn. This channel will be closed. It can be regarded as a temporary student source solution, and the effect is said to be pretty good. This is truly a talent-based approach. As long as you have extraordinary talent in a certain aspect, you can go to college directly. I see. Hello. Hello. Here, despite the complicated personnel, you can feel completely safe when going out. Even if you go out at night, you don't have to worry about any safety issues. Our police work 24 hours a day. The young man said to Pan Yu, "Come over here." He also fell in love with this city. Hearing Pan Yu's doubts about the security here, he couldn't help but say, Zero's men have always been iron-fisted and did not tolerate crime. 24 hours. Many of these people work day and night. At night, the number of people on the street is more than a quarter of what it is now. Therefore, the Public Security Bureau works in 3 shifts, and there are no security blind spots. The young man laughed. In addition to surveillance covering the entire district, there are also a large number of laws that serve the city's security, such as extremely strict entry and exit management, the collection and prohibition of guns and assault weapons, which have effectively prevented crime. Now, it is difficult to get a tourist visa without making an appointment for medical treatment or examination. Since you are here for medical treatment, of course you will not cause trouble. So if you don't cause trouble, you will be fine. Before, I heard that several gangs from Indonesia and the Philippines wanted to kidnap rich people here, but as soon as they entered the country, they were all arrested and sent back. They were banned from entering the country for life. Our General Public Security Bureau cooperates with the police agencies of many countries and will investigate anyone who enters the country. I heard that in the second half of this year, we helped arrest more than 1,000 fugitives from various countries. As the young people gave increasingly excited speeches, the two of them saw the security measures here. Not everyone can come. Persons on record in other countries. All caught. Extradition. Those who have a criminal record. They will be taken to a room for intensive education and clearly stated, be honest here and don't let anything unpleasant happen to everyone. Otherwise, they won't care which country you are from. In short, this is a vivid educational lesson. Customs. After Zero came to power, substantial expansion and reforms were carried out. In the past, the main manager of the customs was the government, but now Zero has transferred the main power to the military here. Deterrence is greatly improved. Go through intersection. The young man turned left. They turned right. I feel it's safer in the country. Pan Yu looked at the people around him, black, white, turbaned, veiled, blonde, blue eyes, and white eyebrows, no matter how strange he looked at them. It's all good, but none of it is as good as our own country. Yeah. The next day, honeymoon for two. It's like drawing an end. However, it was just a trip abroad, and they could come once a year. They didn't feel any sense of loss. This place left a deep memory for them. Here, in a way that is unimaginable to the outside world. Rising. Xi'an City. Airport. The two packed their bags to get ready to board the plane. They traveled around and bought a lot of things. Even if they sent a batch back, they couldn't stop the woman's desire to shop, and she was a rich woman. Do Jiao also wanted to bring something to Tang Qing. Think about it. Still no more wasting money. Tang Qing's food was either produced by himself or obtained through special channels. Even in Xi'an City, where most of the international luxury goods are gathered, he couldn't find anything that Tang Qing liked. Have to. I won't bother to block Tang Qing's storage room. Return trip. They flew first class. Hey, as soon as she sat down, through the window, Do Jiao noticed a plane not far away. There was also a group of people boarding the plane. However, the style of the painting was rare. They were Chinese policemen and a group of people with their heads covered. What? Pan Yu leaned over. What did these people commit? I just finished asking. An old man on the left glanced at it and said to them with a smile, "Open an illegal website. Yesterday's news was broadcast. This gang is running a gambling website here, and the police of the two countries jointly shut it down. Overseas gambling? You deserve it." Pan Yu curled his lips. These people, how many families have been harmed? You deserve it. The news said that these people were working in China before, but then they saw the news and thought about moving abroad. However, they were detained and extradited back to the country within a few days of working. The old man laughed. Been here for a while. He found out. On internet regulation. We say second place here, but few places dare to say first place. Although a lot of freedom of speech is restricted. But it also blocks a lot of harmful content, and there's a so-called active and defensive strategy here. There is no need for victims to report the crime. The police will proactively enforce the law through various channels. This time it is. China has not issued a request for cooperation. There are no Burmese victims either. The evidence of these people's crimes was directly sent to China. Not only that, he heard that in various channels in Myanmar, the police will deliberately sell some false personal identity information. Then, based on the other party's use of these false personal information, it's a bank card, it's a stock account opening, or maybe it's wire fraud. Even other crimes can be quickly located. The entire chain of related crimes has been mixed up. No one knows whether the information is true or false. If they want to commit a crime, they are afraid of being tracked down and located by the police immediately. One last look. Never mind. The risk is high. Withdraw. The world is so big. Wherever you can't make money, the other side of every phone call may be a police officer. Every time you use your personal information, you may be tracked immediately. It's so scary. Afternoon. The plane landed at Qingyan City Airport. Back home. It's already 3:30 in the afternoon. Within the community. Hello, Mr. Do. Mr. Do. Happy wedding. Many Tianyan employees were greeting her. Although it was working time, this was China's working hours. Tianyan is now a global enterprise, and the company is staffed 24 hours a day. Therefore, Tianyan's working gear is divided into 6 gears, serving 6 regions respectively. Now, it's the working hours of the Americas Region Department. Those who can live here are all the old employees of Tianyan. As the president, the house Do Jiao is assigned is quite large, nearly 200 square meters. The community is just opposite the Tianyan headquarters. Very convenient. The second batch of financing houses. The city also approved the land. No, it should be said that it was forced over, hoping to retain more talents. Tianyan's global expansion is not just about branches. The headquarters staff is also increasing rapidly. Most of them are industry elites and high-quality talents. Qingyan City naturally attaches great importance to them. It even said that Tianyan is short of money and the city can provide part of the money to build a house, and the rest of the city will come forward to solve the loan problem. Anyway, let these people feel the warmth of home. But the employees of Tianyan are not too interested. Now, the threshold for Tianyan is getting higher and higher. How can those who can get into Tianyin care too much about a house in a small city? What they care about is the future. Many people actually use the eye of heaven as a springboard, learning experience. After, it is not difficult at all to apply for a senior executive position in a smaller company. At the deputy manager level of each department in Tianyin, there are people rushing to apply for it. The annual salary of 1 million is a very common condition. What a pity. Very few people change jobs. Out, but it's hard to come back. Moreover, some of the company's real big names, those with strong business capabilities that left everyone speechless, have not changed jobs and are loyal to Tang Qing. It would be very ugly for these second echelon people to jump out. And, with the transparency of Tianyin's strategy, most want to see it. With his own efforts, Tianyin has become a truly great company, and it will not be too late to change jobs by then. By then, with his abilities and experience, his annual salary may be higher. Those rock-solid leaders in the company. This should be the same idea. Worthy of being a Dana. Have vision. We also need to be a visionary. Home. Do Jiao turned on the computer. She was ready to see what Tianyin had been doing these days. Although she had temporarily stepped down from her post, she was going back. Naturally, she had to understand everything about the company's business in this short period of time. Watched it for 5 minutes. Her eyes grew in vain. He took a breath of air. This is a world-changing rhythm. During the trip, Panyu didn't let her worry about the company's affairs, but she still took a peek from time to time. In just a few days, Tang Qing started to mess up things again. The Hummingbird Commercial, Storage and Transportation Group Development Plan has just been launched. It has entered the implementation stage. Start investigating. Such a generous hand. As much as Tianyin has established more than 100 branches, in the future, this company may have the largest number of branches. If it expands to the world, how many hundred will it be? Or thousands? Unknown, but it's definitely a huge number. So many heavy-duty trucks, vans, and containers purchase budgets, as well as acquisition plans for several shipping companies, all demonstrate Tang Qing's determination to directly stimulate. What's wrong? Panyu, who was cleaning up the house, saw Do Jiao in a daze and asked quickly. He was about to go over to take a look. Do Jiao immediately jumped to the interface. This is an internal company document. Even her husband cannot read it. It cannot be disclosed at will. Protect your information. Protecting customer information is something that Tianyin people must be aware of on the first day they enter the company. Except for relevant project personnel, other colleagues must not reveal a word as long as they are not related to the project. It's nothing. It's about the company. Do Jiao said casually. Stop looking. It's late. Pack up and go to Grandpa's place. Panyu lost interest when he heard about the company's affairs. From the beginning, Do Jiao told him not to embarrass her. And he is not so stupid as to think that there should be no boundaries between husband and wife, including company secrets. 1 hour later, the two came to Cui Guangming's house. Zhao Jiao is not in her position, and she does not seek political advice. You can see and think about it, but you can't talk about it. Cui Guangming said slowly when Panyu said that Do Jiao often thought about the Tianyin group. Do Jiao heard this. Pouting, Grandpa, I don't have this kind of emotional intelligence yet. I just want to remind you that I always hear you say how powerful your subordinates are. Most of these people are high-minded people. If it is true, as you said, I don't know how you usually suppress them. Cui Guangming said. Before, he almost didn't ask about Do Jiao's work. Them? No need to suppress them. Do Jiao said with a smile. Grandpa, don't worry. Problems that may occur in other companies are almost non-existent in Tianyin. They have a small boss to control them. As long as you know what's going on. Cui Guangming didn't ask any more questions. I admired the abilities of these people before, but gradually I feel that the small bosses who can recruit them to work for the company are the real talents. They are so accurate in hiring people. Do Jiao praised. Tang Qing, you are indeed extraordinary. I caught you as a coolie. Cui Guangming said with a smile. At first, he thought that Do Jiao would be unemployed after coming out of the car dealership, and her job at Tianyin would not last long. He unexpectedly met Tang Qing, a potential stock. No, it's a dark horse. Start running and ride a black horse like no other. What is Cooley? I am doing something meaningful. Dou Jiao stopped after hearing this. The more she understood Tianyin and the strategic layout of Tang Qing's companies, the more she admired Tang Qing. Now, Dou Jiao also completely became Tang Qing's crazy fan. Cui Guangming nodded. Tianyin is indeed a very meaningful company. If it is done well, it will have a huge promotion effect on the entire Chinese business community, whether it is the establishment of its own market standards or going abroad. Now, every holding company of Tang Qing is very concerned about it. I say this because I hope you will be cautious in making any decisions in the future. This is no longer the Tang family's business. Dou Jiao said, my political intelligence is insufficient. As for compensation, seeing his granddaughter's look, Cui Guangming rolled his eyes and said, there are too many people paying attention to you. Your identity is sensitive and important. If you do it well, it will be beneficial to both our families. This is beneficial. It's multifaceted. If you put it that way, I understand. Dou Jiao smiled. She still didn't know if the boss knew about Hummingbird Commercial Reserve Plan. She thought she should know something. Otherwise, what would she be paying attention to? Tang Qing wants to stir up the storm. Pity. Now I can only watch. December 15th. The streets of Qingyuan City. More than a dozen fiery red figures were walking through the main roads. The sci-fi appearance immediately attracted a lot of eyeballs, reminding them of the familiar names that have been advertised these days. XINU. A month ago, CCTV and some satellite TV stations aired advertisements. Many people fell in love with it. But when I saw it was an electric car, most of my joy was extinguished. Electric car? Many cities don't even have charging piles. You want me to buy an electric car? Isn't this a joke? But there are always people who like it. It's not too expensive to install charging stations. Then, China's domestic pre-sales are close to 10,000 vehicles. If this number is a gasoline version, everyone thinks it will not be less than 50,000. After all, China has such a large wealthy population base. The price of mid-size cars. Sports car-level appearance. Many facial expressions cannot be controlled at all. But its electric status has indeed become an obstacle for it. Tang Kai has no intention of selling it as soon as it comes out, otherwise the only license given by the Bank of Myanmar. The benefits are too great, although there was an early loss. But Tang Kai still didn't hesitate to spend money on advertising and building charging piles. If you don't make money, you won't make money. The most important thing the Tang family lacks now is money. Step by step, there will always be meat to eat. And rely on charging piles imported from Myanmar. Installation is very quick. After the process is clarified, it can take at most a week or at the fastest 3 days to set up a large number of charging piles on a piece of flat land. Therefore, it may seem like a big investment, but the results will be quick. Certainly, that was on level ground. If there are a lot of municipal projects and lines involved in the community or on the roadside, it will be a lot of trouble. This is a long-term project, and Tang Kai even has a crazy idea. Spend huge sums of money to build a large area charging place next to all high-speed service areas in China. Each charging service area is guaranteed to have at least 200 charging stations. Second uncle, I have an idea. After hearing this, Tang Qing gave an evaluation. Unexpectedly, the second uncle also began to imitate himself. He felt that others were slow and impatient, so he just went on his own. He liked this. If he were to make electric cars, he would probably do the same. What do you think? Tang Kai asked. Tang Qing said, very good, but don't do it alone. In theory, this is competing for business with PetroChina. If there are supporting life services, you're competing for business with the service area. This is natural. One uses electricity and the other uses oil. No matter what, it will conflict with oil sales. What I mean is to bring in PetroChina, Sinopec, State Grid, high-speed companies, and service areas. Tang Kai had already thought of this. Second uncle, you forgot one more. Tang Qing said with a smile. Tang Kai asked, what? Social power. Social power? Yes, you need a charging pile. Since you have brought so many people in, just bring in more people and turn it into a business, a profitable business. Tang Qing said. That makes sense. Tang Kai nodded. Bring a bunch of people in. All are state-owned forces. As a private person, I don't feel it's appropriate, and I definitely can't take the majority, nor can I control the absolute ownership of these assets. So why should I? You just want a charging station. As for whose it is, what does it matter? Don't do this alone. It's best to have it initiated from above. You have someone make a comprehensive feasibility report. Starting from the Energy Bureau, they will report it to the National Development and Reform Commission. It's easiest to start from the top. Tang Qing gave suggestions. Energy Bureau? This will take a long time. Tang Kai said. You first make a business plan and let Tianyin help improve it. I will do it for the Energy Bureau. There's no guarantee, but there is hope. Tang Qing smiled. The upper level, in the final analysis, is still a circle. He cannot push a policy through. But find someone to pass some news on. It's still okay. Say it again. The state has long been interested in promoting the development of new energy vehicles and is now in the discussion stage. The State Council will issue a new automobile development plan within a year at the latest and provide financial subsidies for new energy vehicles. Now, I don't want subsidies. I just want to build charging piles, which is consistent with the above. Since it is not a policy, but a pilot, it is not even a pilot. It is just a nod of agreement. The difficulty is not high. Going out tomorrow. Ask for leave. December 20th, Beijing. National Energy Administration. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Xingzhou arrived at the office, the door rang. Come in. He finished. The door opened. A head poked his head in. When he saw the person coming, Xingzhou couldn't help laughing and scolding. You brat. What are you doing sneakily? There's nothing good you can do at first sight. The person coming was his right-hand man. Sun Ming. Director, this is a good thing. Sun Ming came in, closed the door, and said with a smile. Then, pushed a document in front of Xingzhou. He is Zhang Xi's brother-in-law. At 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon, Chiren called and asked him to do a favor. He thought it would be difficult, so he asked Chiren to come forward, but he didn't expect that it was just a document. It's trivial. Got off work yesterday. He got the document at the gate. Before handing it over, he naturally had to understand what it was, otherwise it would be nonsense if he didn't know anything about it. After getting it, he started to read it. Soon, I was attracted. Business plan for supporting construction of new energy vehicle industry. It stated that charging facilities will be built in the service areas of highways across the country. The Energy Bureau will take the lead and major central enterprises, local and private forces will work together to complete the project. This is only the first batch. Next, if run well, the model is mature. It will be possible to gradually follow up the construction on national highways, provincial highways, and other roads below. The 180-page plan was very detailed. Chiren wanted to report it to the higher-level department. Look at the parties involved. Sun Ming understood. This is related to the Tang family, and they're even more concerned about it. Because of Zhang Xi's relationship, he has operated several photovoltaic projects for microcrystal technology before, and Tang Qing is very measured, and microcrystal technology never asks for more. What to give? Just eat whatever you want. And it's still very elegant to eat, and the quality is very good. Anyway, also consider a friend. Now, microcrystal technology has become the world's leading photovoltaic equipment company. Its 30% conversion rate for commercial solar panels surpasses all other photovoltaic companies and represents the highest commercial technology in the field. Therefore, in many reports from the Energy Administration, everyone can see the name of this company. There's just one fly in the ointment. This company is an American enterprise. Although Tang Qing absolutely controls it, its registered place is in the United States, and Tang Qing has no intention of moving back, which makes many people a little disappointed. Half an hour later, bang! After reading the plan, Xingzhou applauded the proposal. New energy vehicles have been what the higher-ups have always wanted to develop. Although now, with filters, the city's air pollution has been effectively alleviated. But China is short of oil. This is true. Oil consumption is also increasing significantly. The annual oil import is a huge number. This year alone, oil import cost the country almost $100 billion in foreign exchange. Expect more next year. The most important thing is, early this year, international crude oil is only about $50 a barrel. By the end of last month, the price has nearly doubled. A commodity, it has doubled in 1 year, which means that even if the country did some hedging during the rise in oil prices, it has spent at least $20 billion more this year. Think about it. It's all heartbreaking. China's foreign exchange. It was bit by bit, attracting investment from various places, exporting low-end products, earning a little bit, and spending so much out of thin air all of a sudden, many people's livers trembled when they saw it, and Shenzhou was one of them. This is still crude oil, not counting natural gas yet. Therefore, as soon as this year's account book came out, the higher authorities decided to discuss and launch a new energy vehicle strategy as soon as possible, start subsidies for new energy vehicles as soon as possible, and reduce dependence on crude oil. Now, someone has stepped forward to take the lead in the construction of new energy supporting facilities. The higher-ups must be very willing. The Tang family is really generous. You go back first, and I will take a look. Shenzhou has decided to help. Does not violate the principle. It also benefits the country and the people. If it becomes, this may be one of the key tasks of the Energy Bureau next year. After Sun Ming left, Shenzhou looked at the plan again. He would understand it thoroughly first, then pass it through the Bureau meeting and report it to the National Development and Reform Commission. When the time comes, they would definitely ask him to make a detailed report, but he had to understand it clearly. Faster. I have to go next week too. As for when it will be approved by the higher authorities, it may have to start next year. Now, it is the end of the year, and there are a lot of inspections and summaries in each unit. Generally, we would not choose to make such decisions during this time period. Certainly, this plan is not without its problems, such as charging equipment. Tang Qing suggested using charging piles from companies in Myanmar, which are cheap and easy to use. After extensive use, the failure rate is extremely low. However, Shenzhou knew that there were also companies in the country that wanted to eat this piece of meat. Secondly, management and equipment maintenance are all handled by the Energy Bureau, which of course they're happy with, but once they get involved, it is impossible for the Energy Bureau to stay out of the matter, and a lot of energy will be spent in the follow-up. The risk is not small. It requires careful consideration. Noon. Tang Qing, it's done. The Energy Bureau is very satisfied. Chiron called. Tang Qing thanked him. As long as you're satisfied, thank you. You're welcome. Your second uncle is very wise. This business is not big, but it involves a lot of things. Only with the push from above can we achieve our goal quickly. Also, the charging pile is really necessary. Chiron said with a wry smile. For support. XINU was launched a few days ago. You just bought one. Don't say it. It's really fun to drive, and the driving experience is unparalleled. It has completely reached the world's leading level. At present, it can only be compared with the hybrid electric and pure electric concept cars released by some major automobile companies. This is a driving experience that is different from oil-burning and gas-burning cars. Only, I went out for a while, and when I came back to charge, I found that it was too slow. The 220V household electricity could not be fully charged overnight. Only now did I see a message on my phone that the battery was fully charged. Next year, the sports car model will be launched. I think you should get a bigger villa. Tang Qing said with a smile. XINU is on the market, and another pure electric sports car will have to wait. That's exactly what I meant. Chira nodded. My own villa is really not enough to live in. Not a human being, but the car. He is also a car lover. The garage used to be just big enough, but with the extended and heightened march, one car occupies 3 parking spaces, and it suddenly feels like there is no room. Jinghua Real Estate specializes in developing large-scale villa projects. Around the capital, there are at least 6 villa area projects under construction. One of them is in a good location and has a large area. He plans to let the company keep a piece of it, just like the one in Sanya. Plagiarized Tang Qing's creativity. It copied Tang Qing's white sea view villa 1-to-1. He has been covetous for a long time. It's not just him. Zhanshi also likes it very much. Immediately, he told Tang Qing his idea. Okay, I'll send you the design drawings later. Tang Qing didn't care. Hey, okay, December 21st, Saturday. New district. Gotuke Road. Chairman, starting from here, along the tributaries of the Chuanyang River, and back to the mainstream on the other side, is the development land for our smart space park. In the middle of the park, there is Jinka Road passing through. On the side of the road, Luo Chang excitedly introduced the 800 acres of land granted to Qingyuan Technology by the Shanghai municipal government. The area is very clear, directly bounded by the river, and the entire park is surrounded by the Chuanyang River. Big. It's really big. 800 acres. 1 acre of land is 666 square meters. In other words, the Shanghai municipal government made great determination this time to settle such a large piece of land in Zhangjiang, covering more than 500,000 square meters. Certainly, the price is also quite expensive. This is not Qingyuan City. This is the Shanghai Stock Exchange. In such a large area, land acquisition is a big project. This was originally the expansion land of the new district, which means that it has not been acquired yet. But as long as you have the money, it is not a problem. The cost of land, compensation for land acquisition, construction, etc. will be close to 10 billion yuan. But the good thing here is that we don't need to worry about land acquisition. The district will take care of it. Luo Chang looked happy, because it has long been designated as Zhangjiang Science and Technology Park. In theory, it is not a sudden land occupation. More than 10 years ago, people here were always preparing to be demolished. Unfortunately, after waiting for more than 10 years, they have not yet expanded to this area, and there are no recent plans to develop it. Many people were anxious to see it. No, as soon as the park notice came out, there was great joy. It's been more than 10 years. It's not easy. Very good. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. It has a large area, good environment, convenient transportation, and complete industrial facilities. In his previous life, he came here for a walk, just to watch the excitement. At that time, he remembered that the land to the west was taken over by an international pharmaceutical giant. And across a road, it is the future location of Shanghai University of Science and Technology. The sincerity of the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Very full. At this time, there are still houses and fields here. Mr. Luo, this project is the future of the company. Keep an eye on it and build the park as quickly as possible. I hope that by this time next year, I can see it rising from the ground. By then, the headquarters of Qingyuan Technology will also be moved here. 1 year, Tang Qing thought it was enough. He doesn't want to build high-rise buildings inside. All the buildings are designed by himself. Only a few buildings are more than 10 floors, and the others are mostly around 7 floors, but they are larger in size. This time, it is different from other headquarters buildings. These buildings mainly use steel structures. Compared with concrete buildings, steel structures have a huge advantage, which is that they save time and can be formed by welding the rods. And steel structures have another benefit. It's very malleable. Since this park carries the word wisdom, it will definitely use a lot of the latest technology. Compared with replacing and installing concrete and brick walls, the advantages of steel structures are obvious. Remove the wall panels. Put on. That's it. Certainly. For safety, for load-bearing structures, it is better to use reinforced concrete because general wiring and equipment modifications mainly involve walls and floors, so safety and convenience are both achieved. Yes, Chairman. Luo Chang nodded. Since they are not far away and both belong to Pudong New Area, there is no one who will be unhappy by moving the headquarters. The original headquarters is indeed a bit backward, according to Tang Qing's insistence on the minimum office area for employees. There's almost no room for people to arrange. Watched. For a while, Tang Qing left. It would be impossible to complete all the demolition work here before the new year. There are less than 2 months to celebrate the new year. No matter what happens here, the new year will be completed before the relocation begins. But some things can be done in advance. For example, the design steel structure is built and let the factory produce it first. When the construction starts, it can be directly shipped over for welding and installation. This work has already started since last week. Steel structure. No need to find anyone else. Chiron does this. In addition to, or mining, steel-making plants, and supporting downstream steel structure plants are the main business of the Chai family. The wealth does not flow to outsiders, so Chai Ren happily accepted the project. But Tang Qing did not use Chai Ren's steel. Instead, give the formula yourself. Then, after giving the steel formula data to Chai Ren immediately called to ask. Such excellent performance is at least 50% higher than the data of existing commonly used steel structures in all aspects. Materials one way. Vast as smoke. A low-cost metal material that is excellent and easy to mass-produce can be found. Extremely difficult. It's almost like luck. At last. Naturally, Tang Qing dumped the blame. Chai Ren immediately gave up the idea of using it for free as soon as he heard who owned it. It was produced by Tang Qing's friend's Metal Research Institute and was also his most reliable partner. How dare you have any evil thoughts? Then, he contacted the other party and obtained a right to use it. As for the licensing fee, he only offered an ultra-low price of $10 million. The license was licensed for 10 years and will be deducted from this year's dividends from the African United Mining. Chai Ren readily accepted. So cheap, but it was earned. In addition to steel structure construction, various prefabricated components have also been ordered. By then, things will be transported to one place and floor tiles, wall panels, pipes, wiring, decoration will be installed. Combined, transported to the construction site. Welding. A first-floor building that does not need to be renovated would be fine. All you need to do is move furniture inside. Moreover, the furniture does not need to be moved. Once the first floor is built, the furniture can be directly hoisted up and then installed on the next floor. One layer a day. Neither is difficult. 1 year. Tang Qing felt that it was already slow. After leaving, he came to the current headquarters of Qingyuan Technology. I looked at several projects. Era second generation machine. More than a dozen plans. Tang Qing was not satisfied because the changes were really not big. Back then, Apple started from the fourth generation of mobile phones, and the subsequent models had almost leapfrogged progress and gradually reached the era of large screens. But era comes with a big screen. The operating system, app, and various designs that are close to people's hearts can be said that Tang Qing came up with many upgrade functions from the beginning, which caused the starting point of the era generation machine to be too high. This way, the next generation of phones is a problem. The 100-meter sprint was a bit too vigorous at first and lacked strength. However, Tang Qing would not admit that he had done something wrong. If he took too big a step, he would not be able to walk. So what is this company doing? The performance of the first-generation nano machine is close to the current limits of software and hardware, and the appearance will not be outdated for several years. The second-generation machine still uses innovation as a breakthrough point to accumulate technology. Since the first-generation machine is very good, then why rush to launch the second-generation machine? Yes, Chairman. Luo Chang nodded, that's all. The starting point of era is too high and the so-called second-generation machine has been launched in a hurry. If there is not much progress, peers will never let go of the opportunity to ridicule. Now, mobile phone industry. It can be said that war is everywhere. In October, major communication giants released their own smartphones one after another. Then ERV jumped out and attracted a lot of fans. Then, Huawei also launched its own low-end smartphones. These 2 months, a large number of domestic and foreign companies have announced their entry into the smartphone field. For a while, it seems that anyone can make a mobile phone. In fact, it was Qingyuan Technology that gave it a bad start. It had no technology and relied on software and hardware integration to almost create a business miracle. Others take a look. Is this okay? Then so can I. Then it has developed like this, which is why Luo Chang has always been a little anxious to break through the second-generation machine. If all the heroes come together, if there is no guarantee, some company will rise suddenly, and there will be no measures to defeat it. Such a situation, Tang Qing was actually quite calm. To this, of course, Tang Qing was calm, although his memory only lasted until 17 years. At that time, the breakthroughs in the mobile phone industry were not much better than in the current era. At most, there are more various types of apps. But he is not alone. There are also systems. He is not worried at all that someone can subvert his company, nor is he afraid of falling behind. Even if he falls behind, he will let others do it, or he has other purposes. Why is he so anxious? Now, in the field of smartphones, ERV Qingyuan Technology, Zhihua, and a European company that has also announced that it will release smartphones for companies are already in place. High-low. Europe, America, and Asia. The layout is completed. Next, the melee with these 4 companies as the main participants is about to begin, and it will take 2 to 3 years to squeeze everyone else to the edge and form a 4-pillar situation. Certainly, standing on all fours, there are not only 4 mobile phone brands in the world. That's impossible. Rather, these 4 companies have divided up at least more than 60% of the global smartphone market, and their partners, that is, the companies they invest in, also occupy at least more than 20% of the market. And the remaining 20%. This is where other colleagues are left hanging. Residual breath. It is the only proof of his opponent's existence. Certainly, if it is a domestic brand, it can still support it and not be so ruthless. However, the premise is to abide by the rules. If it messes up and treats him as an opponent, then no one can blame it. I fight with foreign companies. You stab me in the back, looking for death. Then no one can blame it. Due to the early appearance of smartphones, Qingyuan Technology has lowered the threshold. As a result, Tang Qing has never heard of any of the domestic mobile phone brands now available, which is a visible mess. But chaos is chaos. Just some speculators. At last, it will be great if one family survives. December 26th, Beijing. Jingdong headquarters. Yesterday was Christmas in the West. JD.com held a major sale and set a new single-day record. However, everyone in the company was not too excited because last month, Alibaba's Double 11 promotion was too bright. As far as JD.com is now famous. Yesterday's data, multiplied by 10, is still a fraction of Alibaba's Double 11 data. Good thing. JD.com makes money selling things, but Alibaba does not. This is the only way JD.com can comfort itself. Even if JD.com's data is 1/10 or 1/20 of Alibaba's, JD.com will not panic. It's just a bit blocked. And today, the chairman of JD.com was even more frustrated. Once at work, a high-level meeting was held. Seeing the gloomy look on their boss's face, many people thought it was because they were not satisfied with the results of yesterday's Christmas promotion. Seeing this, they didn't dare to take a breath and waited until the boss vented his anger. But this is not the case. Yesterday's data, he was satisfied. With Alibi? Haha, we are now a company with a market value of more than $40 billion. But what about JD.com? It has not yet been listed, and its valuation is only a fraction of Alibaba, so there is no comparison. He was worried. This is the exact news I got last night, keeping him awake all night. Today's regular meeting is related to the life and death of the company. Liu Qiangdong said solemnly. One sentence. It made everyone's hearts twitch. Just yesterday, I got the exact news that Tang Qing reorganized its Hummingbird Logistics Group at the beginning of the month and became the current Hummingbird Commercial, Storage, and Transportation Group, with 3 major subsidiaries. They are Hummingbird Land Transportation Company, Hummingbird Shipping Company, and Hummingbird Commercial and Storage Company. Among them, Hummingbird Commercial and Storage Company will establish warehousing centers like ours in major provinces across the country. Boom! Like a thunder. The news exploded in their minds. What? Tang Qing wants to build a storage center? There are also supporting logistics. If that's the case, isn't it the same model as JD.com? If it were anyone else, they would only be nervous. But whoever Tang Qing is, he can bend their company by pulling out every hair. Once it competes with JD.com, is there any way for Jingdong to survive? It's killing me. That's the thing. They are very efficient. Now, storage locations have been determined in many provinces. Each storage center has an area of more than 1,000 acres. This figure shocked them again. 1,000 acres. Crazy? Does e-commerce require such a large space? Are you planning to include selling cars? But Thinking about it, it is also in line with Tang Qing's handiwork. Tens of billions are invested in a research and development center, which shows how profitable Tang Qing's company is, and JD.com is currently in the red on its books. This time, this company is very low-key and does not publicize it, but it is obviously coming for us. It is very likely that it is instigated by Alibaba. Liu Qiangdong gave his own analysis. He just knows what the company is doing. Don't know what to do. Otherwise, there will be no such thoughts. What should we do? We are no match for Tang Qing in the capital competition. As long as he opens his mouth, there will be a lot of capital-waving banknotes to buy shares, and others will take notice of him. Yes, the most important thing for people is money. Damn it, he has so much business. Why does he come a fight with us? That's right, there is no way for people to survive. Conference room. There was a denunciation of Tang Qing. The buzzing made Liu Qiangdong very dissatisfied. Okay, the purpose of this meeting is not for you to present facts and ask questions. It is about how to solve the dilemma so that the company can survive. The opponent is too powerful. He had to consider the company's survival. Once Tang Qing does it, the consequences are disastrous. I think we must first figure out how big Tang Qing's plans and ambitions are, and how much conflict there is with our JD.com, or we can also consider whether there is any possibility of cooperation. A vice president suggested. Yes, let's find out Tang Qing's purpose first. The key is where to find out. Tang Qing's company is not simple. One person reminded that the company's strategy is a commercial secret and no one is publicizing it now. What can I find out? How about asking Penguin? I think it's feasible. Good idea. Without other channels, it's a good idea to find one of the owners. In terms of competition, Penguin's biggest competitor is Tang Qing, and he should know a little more than them. At last, this is all we can do. Immediately, Liu Qiangdong called Chairman Penguin. What? Tang Qing wants to go into warehousing. The other side was shocked. It seems that he knows more than the other person. Think about it. Because JD.com has built warehouses in many places across the country and has a good relationship with the locals, so he can get some information. Penguin is an internet company. Information is slow. Understandable. Yes, we have selected locations all over the country. From the organizational structure of this company, we can deduce that it will most likely become a rival of JD.com, but we don't know what Tang Qing wants to do now. There was silence on the other side. I felt even more depressed. Why is Tang Qing everywhere? First, they created a comic group that could not be extinguished at all. It enriched the experience and content to a level that could not be matched by latecomers, attracting a large amount of traffic from internet users. Later, he created the unsolvable Xiao Xiao, which attracted countless fans and became the second largest communication software in the country. Penguin felt a huge crisis and couldn't think of a way to put it out. Because people have clairvoyance. Then, Tang Qing invests in Alibaba. Force yourself to strategically invest in JD.com. Later, after the release of Era, mobile terminal traffic was also diverted crazily. I thought that mobile games would become a new business growth point, but Tang Qing was acting as an agent for ERV's games. Of the well-deserved super overlord in the global gaming industry. Rely on Xiaoxiol and other ePiao mobile games. I immediately made a lot of money. Other people who wanted to copy Xiaoxiol, etc., were all treated as infringement by the Era App Store and were not allowed to be put on the shelves. It could be said that they are more rogue than their own companies. Recent, Tianyin strikes hard again. Added columns to the small homepage. An international news newsletter has been launched, using Tianyin's branches in more than 100 countries around the world to provide valuable news from various countries. Some countries have never heard of it, but there are many interesting things. It makes netizens feel very fresh. It broadened my horizons. Then, major domestic news portals have no choice but to cooperate with it. Penguins can only join. Now, Tang Qing. It has become a lingering nightmare for Penguin. It's the end of the year, and he still doesn't let himself go. It seems that this year will be even more difficult. Wait a minute, I asked someone. Half an hour later, asked around. It was a surprise that no one knew that Tang Qing was doing this. And besides his peers, who would care? In the end, he really couldn't think of anyone to ask, and a figure suddenly popped up in his mind. Could it be? Do you really want to ask him? After hesitating for a moment, he dialed a number. Mr. Ma, is it convenient now? The other end received another Mr. Ma. Mayan was also a little surprised by the phone call from her competitor. The two parties were not good friends, only acquaintances. They only spoke on the phone a handful of times a year. Convenient, you say? Mayan asked. Take a deep breath over there. I would like to ask, Hummingbird Commercial, Storage and Transportation Group. Do you know this company? Hearing this, Mayan smiled heartily. So that's what happened. It seems. Jingdong already knew this and couldn't sit still, so it found its major shareholder Penguin. I know that this is Tang Qing's wholly owned company. It was originally specialized in logistics for his companies. It became a group this month. What does Tang Qing want to do? Commercial storage logistics. Mayan said simply. Isn't this a competition with you? Competition? No. He has never regarded Alibaba as a rival. This time, he only does commercial storage and logistics, not online e-commerce. There is no conflict with Alibaba. There is some business overlap with JD.com, which you invested in. Mayan did not ask any questions. Pattern. Determine your horizons. For example, JD.com may regard Hummingbird as the biggest potential threat in the future. However, in Tang Qing's eyes, JD.com probably never existed, and everything they did was just what they wanted to do. It's the same as him watching penguins. The penguin is dead. Ali's life is better. Jingdong is dead. Ali just sit back and relax. Not necessarily. Don't do e-commerce. Yes. Mayan said. Thank you for clearing up the confusion, so I won't bother you. Being able to say so much has given him a lot of face. As long as Tang Qing does not engage in e-commerce, JD.com will still have a way to survive, although the road is not easy. Or rather, it's rough. Jingdong's core competitiveness has been destroyed, and it will be difficult later. You're welcome. Mayan sympathized with the other person. It's only been a few years. Penguin, which was almost invincible, was suppressed by various companies under Tang Qing. While Alibaba's stock surged, Penguin's stock price was slowly falling, and it was a bit unable to rise. If Ali hadn't been with Tang Qing now, he must have been frightened by this news. Take warehousing as the node. It operates both JD.com and Taobao models. Until then, half of the country is gone. This is not alarmist. After seeing Tang Qing's plan, he knew that if Tang Qing was willing, he would have the ability to reshuffle China's e-commerce. Fortunately, Ali is safe for now. Listen to the story. Lu Qiangdong took a deep breath, a little panicked. Even if Tang Qing does not engage in e-commerce, it is huge bad news for JD.com. Once the logistics of other platforms can be compared with JD.com, then what is the difference between JD.com and Taobao? There's no difference. Taobao will also have a JD warehouse. Other e-commerce companies also have JD warehouse, JD.com. It will completely turn into an ordinary e-commerce company. Ordinary goods, ordinary logistics, ordinary warehousing. In short, when Hummingbird Warehouse is operating, JD.com is not far from being dead. Until then, JD.com. Where to go? Don't worry too much. How can there be no competition in business? JD.com's previous model was the only one in the country, which is unreasonable. Now, the emergence of hummingbirds is the inevitable of the times. Lu Qiangdong. Big brother, is this a comfort to you? I understand. Don't lose your fighting spirit. The market is won through competition. The value of JD.com should not only be fast delivery. Hummingbird Warehouse is a public commercial warehouse. It is impossible to provide after-sales service for all goods. There are still many opportunities. These words, it actually made Lu Qiangdong feel better. Indeed, JD.com. In addition to delivery speed, there are other advantages. He doesn't believe that he will be killed by Tang Qing's hummingbird. Thank you, Mr. Ma. I know what to do. I will adjust Jingdong's strategy as soon as possible. Yeah. Hang up the phone. Lu Qiangdong held a meeting again. Not beaten. You can't admit defeat first. But his confidence no longer meant much from the perspective of the other side of the phone. He and Ma Yun saw the same distance. JD.com belonged to Liu Qiangdong. Whether it was good or not, he had to continue doing it. Qin Penguin is an investor. From an investment point of view, the value of JD.com has been greatly reduced. A JD.com that cannot compete with Taobao, and now there's a hummingbird that can overturn JD.com's bottom line at any time. If you invest again, you must carefully consider it. Now, just wait and see what happens. The next few days, the existence of hummingbird groups spread throughout the Chinese business community, and for a while, an undercurrent surged. The implications of this matter were too great. If successful, it would have a major impact on China's economy. It's not just as simple as building a warehouse. Once built, it will benefit countless companies and consumers. Whether they are production companies, logistics companies, store merchants, or end users, there is no doubt that they will benefit from the system. This is a win-win situation. At this time, no one cares about JD.com anymore. It's about how you roll in the next wave. The outside media is paying more attention to the convenience that Hummingbird Group's model will bring to society's commodity circulation efficiency. Tang Qing creates a new business model again. China's commodity logistics is greatly accelerated. Tang Qing, be the Jingdong warehouse for all enterprises. Efficiency upgrades. A new business era is coming. The last mile will no longer be an obstacle. The media went crazy. Netizens are even more enthusiastic. Especially for those who open online stores, the biggest dissatisfaction comes from logistics. Whether it is quality or speed, it is okay if they are nearby, but unsatisfactory if they are far away. He is worthy of being the richest man. He has once again subverted my business knowledge. However, I would like to ask you weekly, are you ready to spend $100 billion to build a JD warehouse for all companies? Please read the article before commenting. People only build commercial stores. Logistics and distribution can be outsourced. It doesn't cost that much money. Tens of billions are gone again. It hurts. Poverty makes me kneel and watch the news. In addition to speed, we should also pay attention to quality. We strongly recommend that this warehouse does not accept fakes. Tang Qing, don't let us down. Don't make this dirty money. Upstairs, put an end to fakes. What's wrong with fakes? You want to buy genuine goods when they are cheap. What's the difference between this and robbery? Catch one selling fakes. Report. The internet was abuzz. Tang Qing. It once again made headlines for several days. And on the last day of 2007, it was just after early morning. In Aramall, a software called WeChat, published quietly. Quietly. This term is actually not accurate, because it's past 12 o'clock. As long as you open the Aramall app, the full-screen advertisement is WeChat. After entering, it will be at the top of the homepage. In addition, nearly 10 other apps owned by Tang Qing are also pushed together. This kind of intensity, totally top-notch publicity, but with the advertising resources Tang Qing has control over. This is quietly, because it is an app. Tang Qing only pushed it on the mobile phone client, but on the computer side, there were no WeChat ads at all. Tang Qing did not plan to launch the web version of WeChat so soon. No rush. Take your time. In order to distinguish it from traditional internet products. Web version. Just wait another year or two. 12 o'clock. To many people, it's just the beginning of a working day. Shenzhen Market. Penguin Headquarters. Zhou Bo, the operation and maintenance engineer on duty, was watching a movie on his Epic tablet. In terms of the quantity and quality of movies, Comet Video ranks first. Many unpopular foreign movies can be found on it. To this end, Comet Video paid a huge cost, high royalties. Other new entrants could only kneel down and leave in despair. Even their own video network, Penguin, was crushed under the light of Comet Video. Number of film libraries. Source quality. Original content. Even if I was running behind him, I was almost exhausted, and I could only vaguely see the taillights. Most of the time, I couldn't even see the dust because I really didn't have enough money to replace the engine. If only it could be done like Comet Video. Annual losses. At least they are all above 1 billion yuan. This is a net loss. Within the foreseeable 10 years, there is no hope that the financial statements will be positive. This is a game that burns money. Today's Penguin can't afford it. The audience votes with their feet. If you don't have what I want, why would I come to you? The company's website is very powerful. Online 1080p without any pressure. The sound effects are also awesome. Qingyang Sound Equipment Company, a subsidiary of Tang Qing, has become the well-deserved leader in the industry. Hundreds of perfect concerts have achieved this company's industry dominance. No one can shake it. Number 1, it's definitely not blown out. This company has become an unsolvable presence in the industry. Months ago, Qingyang Sound Effect has launched KTV and movie equipment, which has brought a revolutionary impact to these two places of use. I have enjoyed perfect sound effects. What kind of crap was that before? It's predictable. It won't take long. Most KTVs and movie theaters around the world will popularize this equipment. Otherwise, people who have experienced it will no longer be able to endure the same quality as before. If you don't change it, there will be no more customers. Everyone knows it. Under Tang Qing's banner, another $10 billion company has emerged. Just when Zhou Bo accidentally returned to the homepage. WeChat? What is this? He looked at the advertisement, murmured. In line with his professionalism, he casually clicked in. When he saw the account that could be registered using comment video, he clicked on the quick login. He clicked on a few controls, such as agreeing to use the camera, and then entered. 1 minute later, his expression became serious. 5 minutes later, heartbeat speeds up. Zhou Bo already understood what this was. Tang Qing's social software. He took a breath of air conditioning. Finally, Tang Qing began to fill in the small audience loopholes, from targeting the office crowd to now everyone. We're in big trouble. He didn't dare to hesitate. Zhou Bo made a phone call to his boss. Where is the bug again? I was woken up just after I fell asleep. It's strange that the boss's tone was so good. He thought it was another big bug. Over the years, 9 out of 10 calls were like this. Something big happened. What? The boss was shocked. This is no ordinary painting style. It's not a bug. Just now in the early hours of the morning, a company owned by Tang Qing launched an instant messaging software. Now it is being promoted on major apps. What? The boss was so shocked that he could not speak English. Tang Qing. I am. Roll out. 3 keywords. Make him sleepless. Then, like Zhou Bo, I spent 3 minutes trying out WeChat, and my heart sank to the bottom. It's simple. WeChat takes simplicity to the extreme, and it can't compare to the full functionality of Penguin. But make the complex simple. But it is extremely lethal. There is no difficulty level to get started, and it is open to all people. 12:20. Penguin. All the executives were woken up by phone calls. Hear the content. Immediately go out and rush to the company. Penguin Empire, the most fundamental thing is instant messaging, which is the basis of its existence. Now, someone comes directly to dig up their roots, and something big is going to happen. On the way, various department managers. A large number of technical personnel also rushed to the headquarters. On the way, they are all using WeChat, adding friends, sending voice messages, sending videos, posting to moments, scanning, recharging mobile phones, and paying bills. The more you use it, the more my heart trembles. Because in all fairness, this is a software with almost no shortcomings. It is closer to life and more convenient for social interaction than Penguin. 1:15. Office. All the executives are present. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Tang Qing's major corporate apps launched WeChat advertisements. Judging from the data of the only download channel Arrow Mall, as of now, the number of downloading users has exceeded 300,000. The data is still increasing. Based on the sales volume of Epic mobile phones and tablets in China, even if the conversion rate is 30%, the number of users will soon exceed 5 million. This time, maybe within a week. By then, its epic-changing users will tend to grow steadily. But starting from the beginning of next month, smartphones from major manufacturers will be approved and launched. Its number of users will also usher in a growth momentum. By the end of next month, its number of users is likely to make another breakthrough. Before we launch the same type of software, it will grow to a user scale of nearly 10 million. This prediction, Everyone agrees. Next month, the beginning of the new year, mobile phones from major internet companies around the world will be launched one after another. Penguin was originally prepared to once again occupy the high ground of the mobile internet in this wave, but it was just about to win. WeChat appeared, still in this attitude. This software uses a mobile phone number to register, so it has almost no threshold. The entire software has very few additional functions. In terms of positioning, it is decided that this is a pure social software. There are no mini-games, no email, no membership, no virtual currency. The entire software is free, and there is no charge based on the software itself. It can be said that it is a super simplified version of our Penguin, and it also abandons small office capabilities. The entire software is set up for life and communication, with no extra functions. Penguin. Functions are becoming more and more complex. Make the Penguin invulnerable. But, WeChat, let them understand. The previous direction was wrong. The most powerful ability is not to make things more and more complex and have more and more functions. Instead, it is this kind of simplicity that can break its invulnerability. In the conference room, there was silence. Short time. They really can't stop the rise and spread of this software. This is not the product of a small company, but Tang Qing, the richest man in China with his own gain, aura, and traffic. Just make a sound. Responses abounded. How long will it take us to develop a product of the same type? At the fastest, half a month, said the technical department. There's a finished product. The difficulty of copying a cat and drawing a tiger is limited. Then do it first. I don't care if it's an imitation or not. In short, we can't sit still and wait for death. As for the function of Penguin, it is not suitable to make major changes for the time being, as it is easy to cause problems. The person in the first seat said, after going back, study this WeChat in depth, and always pay attention to whether there are updates. I don't believe this software is the final version. With Tang Qing style, there should be other functions that have not been added. Everyone, this is a life and death situation. We have no choice but to fight. Once this software takes the lead in the mobile internet era and counterattacks on the PC side, we will be finished. What he fears most. Even Tang Qing still has no trump card. This person, too terrible. Just don't move. A move. No one can suppress it anymore, just like hummingbird Shangshu. When they didn't move, no one knew. By the time everyone found out, it was already too late. The only thing they could do was to welcome the impact. Good luck. Can survive. Bad luck. Will be washed away and become history. Hangzhou, Ma Yan's home. As an ally, Tang Qing told him a few days ago that a software would be launched early this morning. The reason he told him was that this software would give Taobao a traffic entrance for free. Other people, he may not be impressed, but this was what Tang Qing told him specifically, which meant that this software was extraordinary. He had not slept much in the day. After 12 o'clock, he saw the advertisement push of Era and clicked on it. 15 minutes later, he put down his phone and walked to the window. Tang Qing finally started with social instant messaging. Still so sharp. One can imagine. Penguin is probably extremely anxious right now. He will definitely not be able to sleep that night. In the past, the opponent that Ollie thought was difficult to defeat was now forced to this point by Tang Qing. This is business. This is the internet. Alter. No one can occupy it for too long. Penguin's once unsolvable empire was shattered in the era of mobile internet. Gloat? He didn't. In the market, if one company is not the dominant one, it's bad news. Ollie. After all, it's not Tang Qing's. Tang Qing is too strong. Ollie will also worry about being swallowed. Suddenly, Ma Yan laughed. I really don't care much about it. Change will definitely break the old rules. Isn't Ollie constantly seeking to break the tradition? As an internet person, we should not be afraid of change. Maybe, after the change, it will be a different story. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Tang Qing was lying on the bed. The download data and active users of WeChat flashed before my eyes. Many people have a great time playing new things. Compared with Penguin Space, the convenience of moments makes them like it right away. Photograph. Share. It only takes 2 clicks. If you want to match text, it's just a few more clicks, and the entire interface is much simpler than Penguin. They were a little uncomfortable for a while, but compared to Penguin's many but less commonly used functions, WeChat makes them feel friendly. Take out your phone. Tang Qing opened WeChat. He found that there were dozens of friend requests, all of them friends. He didn't click to accept them, lest the other party suddenly sent a greeting and had to go back. He simply concentrated on processing these applications tomorrow. This version, there is no function of transferring money to each other and sending red envelopes. Scan it. It's just adding friends face-to-face. Unable to pay. The reason is that the binding business with bank cards from major banks has not been completed, and bank cards cannot be bound. Although WeChat's payment platform license has been obtained, online banking recharge still requires the use of a computer. That being the case, or wait until you can bind your bank card with your mobile phone. Open again. Certainly. Unable to bind bank card. It doesn't mean you can't pay. Otherwise, how to pay? Just like buying something on Taobao, you need to use Shield or Keibao authentication on your computer first. Transfer the money in your bank card to the payment platform and pay with the payment password. Except for payment. Many programs and official accounts are not yet online and will be added as future updates. Especially mini programs. If there are not too many smartphones and there are no quick payments, their usefulness is actually limited. Also, some functions were canceled by Tang Qing, like Shake It. This is a good way to attract users. Because no one knows who will be shaken, it is fresh, exciting, and fun. But in the later stages, users almost no longer play, and it also causes harassment to serious users. One time, be the place where scammers are most active. That being the case, then cancel. Even people nearby canceled. He estimated. In the future, there will definitely be companies developing this kind of communication software for meeting strangers. It may become popular for a while, but in the end, it will have the same result as Momo. Do you dare to recommend it to your wife and daughter? Some labels. Chung is also it. Failure is also it. Neither death nor life is what it is. Just make a rigorous acquaintance social software. There's no need to go eccentric. In Tang Qing's plan, WeChat is not only used domestically or in the Chinese world, but also for the world. Some functions must be given up. This night, use, research, have a meeting. The lights of China's major internet giants have been on all night, and some are beating their chest because some startup companies are making such simple communication apps. When I look at them, my heart goes cold. There's still half of it. It was discovered that Tang Qing's software was too rigid. I feel like I still have a chance. The mobile internet is just in its infancy, and there are countless opportunities. Tang Qing socializes with acquaintances, and they socialize with strangers. If there are not too many scalable directions, they will not believe it, and there will be no way to survive. It's a dream. Some small salted fish companies are preparing to imitate and create a similar product. The Epic Mall may not allow it to be put on the shelves, but other brands of mobile phones are not under Tang Qing's control. Maybe I can make a fortune. After Xiao Xiao, Tang Qing once again sets foot in the field of instant messaging. 8 hours. Millions of downloads. WeChat, Penguin's strongest opponent, appears. Once this move is completed, Tang Qing's business empire will have no weaknesses. The media was excited. The popularity of Hummingbird has not subsided, and Tang Qing has come up with another trick to allow them to take a close-up. It is so happy that they don't have to have a headache to decide who is in the financial headlines, because there is no doubt. Millions of downloads. This is because there are only mobile and tablet versions. If the computer can log in. Today alone, the number of users has increased to more than 5 million. They will not be surprised, but after using WeChat, they feel that this software does not need a computer version. It is specially designed for mobile devices. Millions of downloads. This number, in addition to envy, people in the industry are still envious. Penguin was very upset. With the first million, would the second million be far behind? When the 10th million comes, who else can destroy WeChat? Day. It's going to be sad. Night. 12 o'clock. WeChat's first day download volume is out. 2,360,000. There are 2.05 million domestic users and 310,000 foreign users. Judging from the language version, foreign users are basically Chinese, and the number of downloads from foreigners is very small and can almost be ignored. Tang Qing is not in a hurry. Take your time. He is not afraid that someone will steal his foreign users. Don't forget, he also has ERV. Before the launch of WeChat, the gradually mature chat tools of War and World were used. After extension, the yet-to-be-released WhatsApp was launched. Later generations. Regarding the number of users, this software is worth more than WeChat's billions. Anyone who has used this software will feel that it is too weak. Compared with WeChat, it has too few functions. Therefore, WeChat and WeChat will have differentiated competition in the future. The next day, New Year, school holidays, 10:30 in the morning. A long-lost guest came to the villa. I haven't seen you in half a year. Have you gone to Africa? Tang Qing couldn't help but be happy when he saw Ayman. To this, Ayman is used to it. Soon I will come back for nothing. Ayman pouted. In the middle of the month, he was tricked by the cousin who stole his fruit wine. The essential oil was mixed with melanin. Compared with then, it is much better now. Only then did he dare to go out. This is Miss Maggie. Tang Qing looked at the woman next to Ayman. He knew that besides looking at him, Ayman was here to send invitations. Before, it's because of her. Ayman was just about to partner with her brother to develop an oil field in Algeria. He also pulled Tang Qing along. Now, achieve the right results. Both parents agree. We'll be getting married soon. Hello, Tang. Nice to meet you. Maggie bowed slightly and said politely. Before coming here, she had heard Ayman talk about Tang Qing countless times and was full of praise. Take a look now. It is indeed not simple. Women judge people based on their feelings, but she couldn't see through the young man in front of her. He was obviously just a businessman. Even if he was worth almost as much as Bill Gates, he shouldn't be so heavy. Taste of power. Strangeness. Is this a Chinese characteristic? Me too. I hope you have a good time in China. Tang Qing said with a smile. She comes from a big family. Her manners and etiquette are impeccable, and she is beautiful. No wonder Ayman likes her so much. Sit. Where's Shui? Ayman asked after sitting down. She went shopping with her classmates. Today is the first day of 2008. There are performances and activities in many places. However, as you know, my face is no longer suitable for going out. After hearing this, Ayman nodded, looking at Tang Qing. He didn't know how that head grew. Same people. Why is the difference so big? The first time he met Tang Qing was in Hawaii. Tang Qing was just a rich man at that time, and his net worth was within his own understanding. But it had only been 2 years, and he could no longer see the end. Chatted for a while. Tang, what do you think of the prospects of doing the internet in Saudi Arabia? Ayman asked curiously, feeling really itchy. He is an oil digger, but in the eyes of others, he is just dirt. How? But he thought it was silly. Buy the most expensive of everything. What is he if he isn't a fool? The Saudis should not leave such an impression on others, especially towards their neighbor, the United Arab Emirates. They are very dissatisfied with it. They complain when they have money. When the oil business fails, well, they just go away. He found out. Digging for oil. It's so exhausting, it's better to work on the internet. The internet is the future. As long as there is a network, access equipment, and internet users everywhere, there will be opportunities. However, compared with the stability of oil mining, the internet is almost like gambling. 10 bets, 9 times lose. Tang Qing said, I know. I really envy you. You account for 1/10 of the chance of winning. Ayman said with emotion. Tang Qing suddenly changed the subject. If you want to win, it's not impossible. Oh, do you have any good ideas? After hearing this, Ayman asked hurriedly, if you don't do it, won't you win? After Tang Qing finished speaking, he saw Ayman and Maggie open their mouths and stop teasing him. Okay, just kidding. I have a suggestion. It depends on whether you're interested or not. Ayman didn't care at all. Let's see. The population of Saudi Arabia is too small, with only more than 10 million citizens. To be honest, this base is there. If you start an internet company, you will soon hit the ceiling and must expand outward. But once you enter the world market, you also know that there are many major internet giants, and they're still carving up the Saudi market. It is difficult for you to get much benefit from it. So, I think you can start in the most scarce places in Saudi Arabia. The most scarce? Ayman's first reaction was, you mean water? Saudi Arabia is short of water. As everyone knows, most places suffer from drought all year round, and the forest coverage rate is only a little over 1%. Of course, the water shortage is a lack of irrigation water, but there is no shortage of drinking water with so many desalination plants. It can desalinate millions of cubic meters per day. Eat and drink enough. No, it's the future of Saudi Arabia, such as agriculture. Tang Qing said with a smile. The two looked confused. You made it so mysterious. You just asked me to farm? He's a prince. Although a prince in Saudi Arabia has a distinguished status when he travels everywhere, if he goes to farm, he may be laughed at by many people. Ayman thought he had heard wrong and asked uncertainly, you mean farming and breeding? Tang Qing added. He heard it right. He was told to go farming. Are you kidding? Ayman stared at Tang Qing. I'm serious. What's wrong with farming? Food security is the most fundamental security bottom line for a country. Now, Saudi Arabia is increasingly dependent on agricultural products from the international market. A few minutes later, Ayman was deceived by Tang Qing that food security is the prince's responsibility. It seems like farming and raising camels would be a good idea. Certainly, it's not pure deception either. Farming on Saudi soil. The cost will be unimaginably high, but soon this problem will be solved. Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company is going to take action again. This time the goal is to fertilize semi-desert land. Semi-desert, not a desert. The desert is full of sand, and the land has lost its fertility. Using the latest technology of scientists, the cost of transforming the desert into soil suitable for farming is staggeringly high, and not many countries can afford it. However, it is much easier to transform semi-desert land that still has fertility. Grass can be planted on semi-desert land in 1 year at most. Trees can be planted in 2 years, and fertilization can be completed in 3 years. Costs are within control. Certainly, it can also be accelerated, but the cost will increase. At the same time, if there is a rich country willing to transform the desert, if you have money, why not make it? In the text, today is just one chapter. See Ayman's expression. Tang Qing smiled in his heart. Hey, another lie. I had an epiphany. As for whether Ayman will do it or not, it has nothing to do with him. After all, this is indeed not a very profitable project. It can only be said to be relatively stable. But Ayman doesn't see it that way. Saudi Arabia relies on imports for 60% of its food. This proportion is also increasing step by step with the increase in population, serious desertification, and degradation of grassland. It is expected that in less than 10 years, some crops will have to rely entirely on imports. Import, it means being choked. Just as Tang Qing said, food is the most important thing for the people. Have a meal. It is a person's top priority. Saudi Arabia is gradually losing its sense of pain in the comfort of the oil trade. As a prince, a member of the Saudi royal family, and his grandfather is the former king, he should do his part even if he does not make money. Everything. For the future of Saudi Arabia. On the other hand, look at Tang Qing. Every industry. All are improving the quality of national life. In particular, he is familiar with Tianyin, which has a branch in Saudi Arabia. It is completely benefiting Chinese enterprises and creating huge value. By the way, that's making money. And he, Ayman, still focusing on personal interests. This is the difference in pattern. Thank you. All my former friends asked me to do oil business or speculate to make quick money. You're the only friend who told me that I value the future of Saudi Arabia. Ayman looked at Tang Qing seriously. That's a true friend. Tang Qing smiled, continuing to lie. It's nothing. I just think that when you sincerely do something that benefits the country and the people, you will be rewarded in the end. This reward is not necessarily money, which is the lowest pursuit. Well said. Ayman gave a thumbs up. I have decided to set up an agricultural company when I go back and consult experts. Even if I lose money, I will still do this. Iman was completely fooled by Tang Qing. Haha, just your best. Tang Qing said with a smile. I understand. Aside. Maggie also looked at Tang Qing, a little surprised. I thought. The richest man in China was a man who put profit first. But these words overturned her impression of Tang Qing. Only for a person like Tang Qing, Iman would find it reasonable. Let's put it in her place. It is 100% impossible to achieve such an effect. 11:30. Lin Jiaxue and the others are back. One person held a big stuffed toy. See Iman. Prince Iman. Hello Xue, this is my fiancée Maggie. Lin Jiaxue quickly greeted Maggie in English. Now, her English level has long been normal, and she is bored. She has passed CET 4 and CET 6 in the past 2 years. As for IELTS and TOEFL, she didn't challenge it. She doesn't go to study abroad. Even if she studies abroad, no school will ask her to provide that thing. Then, Maggie followed Lin Jiaxue and visited Tang Qing's house, and soon became friends. A woman from a large family. It is the responsibility of the husband to maintain relationships with his friends and their families. Maggie comes from a distinguished background. What I learned was piano. It is easy to find a common language, and Lin Jiaxue is constantly adapting to her identity. She may not be able to hold a big scene with many people, but she can still cope with it alone. Soon, there was bursts of music upstairs. Zheng Ro and the others accompanied them. After being together for such a long time, they didn't just follow Lin Jiaxue around. They realized that the gap in knowledge and ability between them and Lin Jiaxue was getting bigger and bigger, and they were also constantly recharging themselves. English, musical instruments, knowledge. In many aspects, he is on par with Lin Jiaxue, and he has met many outstanding women. Some of them also felt that they were too naive in the past. Women should not only talk about food and clothing and paint on their faces. It has to have meaning. Noon. It's so delicious, Dawn. Do you eat such delicious food every day? Maggie was immediately conquered by the food here. Almost. What else could Tang Qing say? Iman said proudly. I'm not lying to you. The food here is definitely the best in the world, and it can only be eaten here. Yeah. Maggie's eyes were filled with sparkling lights. Tasty. Oh, it's a pity that I can only come here to eat once or twice a year. Iman said with a disappointed look. He could actually buy fruits and vegetables from Qingyan City, then transport them back and eat them secretly at home. Seafood and meat products are available. He couldn't help but just ask for it, but not give it away. When you get married, I will bring you a table. Tang Qing said with a smile. Weddings in Saudi Arabia are similar to those in the United States. No gifts are required for marriages. Only the blessings of relatives and friends of both parties are required. Adhering to Huaxia's philosophy, it would be better to give something away. Thank you, Dawn. Iman said with a silly smile. A meal on the table. But he was even happier than receiving a sports car. Afternoon. Another guest came to the villa. Today is New Year's Day. Tang Qing invited his friends to have a meal together a week ago. Logically speaking, Iman paid a sudden visit. Old Tang, we have guests. Li Kai and his little girlfriend walked in and saw Iman, dressed in a white robe, which made the last few words of his voice a little weaker. Arab tycoon. Well, this is a prince from Saudi Arabia, Iman, and this is my good friend Li Kai. I heard it was a prince. Li Kai quickly said hello twice. He didn't speak Arabic. Hello, Li. Iman greeted. Hello, hello. Li Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Iman speak Chinese. You guys chat, I'll go to the guest room upstairs to play games. He thought the two were talking about business, so he pulled his little girlfriend upstairs. Soon, the second wave of people arrived. It's Wang Yan's family. New Year's Day was the only day off, so the couple came over to see their daughter. They happened to catch up. Looking at Wang Yan's father, Wang Sheng, Tang Qing stood up quickly and said with a smile, Uncle Wang, long time no see. It had indeed been a long time since the two of them had seen each other. Last time we met. A year ago, if we talk about eating and chatting together, we have to go back to when we were in high school. Compared with that time, Wang Sheng has not changed much, but there are a few more wrinkles on his face. One can imagine. Wang Sheng must have been very busy in the past 2 years. You kid, You are becoming more and more promising. After thinking for a long time, Wang Xing only came up with such an opening statement. Because I really don't know how to describe Tang Qing today. I think back then, that immature boy drinking at home, in a blink of an eye, he reached the pinnacle of Chinese businessmen in terms of wealth and power. Worshipped by countless people. This is just over 2 years ago. At first, Tang Qing promised to support Wang Yin and realize her music dream, and now she has done so. Her company signed a contract with Wang Yin without any terms and conditions, and she received a penny salary and top-notch resources. Be it a song, advertise, publicity. As long as Wang Yin is willing, Tang Qing's companies will fully support it. To be honest, he felt that he owed Tang Qing a lot, but unfortunately, his daughter and Tang Qing met by fate, but never got married. But just like chasing a star, once the heat is over and she returns to rationality, her daughter should be able to come out. His daughter. He believes it. We have to keep working hard. Tang Qing said modestly. Wang Sheng, try harder. Do you want to bring down the Yarvi guy? The next day, morning, Iman left the Shanghai stock market happily. Last night, he told his father that he wanted a farm. I thought it was a criticism. Quite the opposite. He received high praise from the prince, who praised him for being sensible and making a rare friend. This made Iman feel very good. I was so excited that I almost fell in the bathroom of Tang Qing's house. Just when Iman left. Beijing. Airport. Next to a Boeing passenger plane. A large number of doctors wearing white coats are boarding the plane one after another. Nearly 200 of them are elites from major hospitals in the capital. Their destination this time is Xiamen City. After more than a month of discussions, China decided, introduce the transcription stock solution. Then, after New Year's Day, these people were sent to learn how to use the original transcription solution for a month. During this month, several major hospitals in Beijing would clear out floors to place new equipment. For auxiliary treatment, Huaxia has placed a purchase order of up to 8 billion renminbi for medical equipment. This is only the first batch. Once the pilot in Beijing is completed and the expected results are achieved, it will be gradually promoted in top tertiary hospitals across the country. Until then, the purchasing volume will be more than 10 times the current scale. In order to cooperate with and try out this new diagnosis and treatment model, a temporary organization, the Big Data Medical Research Center of the Ministry of Health, was established, which convened a large number of experts in the field. Get together. No way. Transcription stock solution was invented by others. Treatment methods are also mature. You can only follow and learn. And after this period of demonstration, the advantages of big data in accurate and efficient medical treatment have been unanimously affirmed by experts, because even the best doctors do not have hundreds of millions of treatment experience. Dedicate what you have learned throughout your life. None of them are as good as big data. If it goes well, Huaxia is also prepared to follow the example of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group, invest heavily in medical industrialization reform, and rely on the power of the country to organize the most powerful medical research force. Defeat disease. R&D equipment. Solve the problem of insufficient doctors. It can also save hundreds of billions of equipment purchase costs. They cannot copy the original transcription solution, but medical equipment is an industrial product, and China is a country with a complete industrial base. I have none. It also costs money. Naturally, we have to catch up. Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group said that because it placed the order early, it could provide all the equipment within 2 weeks. However, considering that the installation environment is not in place, it will be after these students learn to return home. Shipped to China together. And just the day before yesterday, a team of experts from Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group arrived in Beijing, responsible for guiding the construction of the installation environment. Equipment measured in units of 100 million cannot be placed anywhere. Huaxia paid nearly 150 million just to build the installation environment. Expensive. It's so expensive that it hurts. What should I do if I feel distressed? Try to overtake. Master core technologies. Hasn't China been following this path for so many years? It is precisely because of this determination from above. The major medical companies in China are a little anxious. Before, they thought that their jobs would not be lost, but that is no longer the case. Once even medical research and development is taken back by the state. So what do? Only production? Big Data Medical just takes away all the sales. National research on possible drugs. They will completely lose their so-called independence. They can't really rely on the production of drugs developed by their superiors. For a while, the industry was panicking and thinking of countermeasures, hoping that the superiors would give up the idea of national research. However, how difficult it is. No need to think at all. Before, they are companies that create a lot of tax revenue and can do it right. But now, hundreds of billions of orders every year are taken by foreign pharmaceutical companies, and they can't help at all. This is still money to buy medicine. Trillions of consumption power may be lost in the next few years. How to calculate this account? How do they make up for it? Now, thanks to the emergence of transcription solution, cancer can be treated. Many companies' most profitable healthcare products have suddenly become a bit useless. Even cancer is not scary anymore. I'm still trying to prevent cancer. Tens of thousands of dollars. My cancer has been cured. Still buying your broken medicine? It's not necessarily valid or not, resulting in a sharp drop in sales. Then, they're stuck here. This is an unbreakable situation. There is no reason for the superiors to withdraw the order, unless they can crack the preparation of the original transcription solution. This difficulty, it's the same difficulty as persuasion above, except pharmaceutical companies. Major hospitals also have mixed feelings. On the one hand, big data and smart medical equipment can indeed solve the problem of insufficient doctors, but the hospital's income will also fall. Machines see patients and doctors see patients. The charges are definitely different. From now on, even a medication cannot be decided by the hospital itself, but by the medical data center in Beijing. How else can they rely on it to generate income? In Western countries, those doctors would definitely take to the streets to protest, because it goes against their interests, affected their income. Just last month, a Finnish pharmaceutical company purchased a set of surgical equipment from the Myanmar Medical Group, causing more than 100 surgeons to go on strike and take to the streets to protest against this soulless treatment method. Can be in China. Who dares to take to the streets for this? The public will definitely smash them back with rotten vegetable leaves. Some people are troubled, but people who understand can see clearly. What is the general trend? That is humanly irreversible. The higher-ups don't want to solve the medical problem, but there has been no good solution. The lives and safety of more than 1 billion people are at stake, so we can't just go into the river and touch the rocks. Now, someone found a shallow underground river. Rely on this path. After earning cartloads of gold and collecting tolls from China, the money is calculated on a per-person basis. Wouldn't it be stupid if we continue to wait and see and keep handing out the bills in our hands to others? This time, determination from above, solid as a rock. Noon, the plane arrived in Xinan City. Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group gave a warm welcome. This is the first batch of students coming to Myanmar to study. Since it is a big country like China, it is natural to promote it well and strengthen the confidence of many hesitant countries. Red carpet, flowers, media, a lot. Academician Shi Zhe, welcome to Xinan City again. The vice president of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group greeted him personally. Last time, most of the people who came were leaders. Shi Zhe is an expert, but this time it was Shi Zhe who led the team. Certainly, someone from the Ministry of Health also came, but it's just a matter of signing the contract, and I have to go back in 2 days. Thank you. Please feel free to teach me. Shi Zhe was very fond of this vice president who could speak Chinese, and then introduced the person next to him. This is our Chinese academician Duan Jihuai, who specializes in medical equipment. Hello. I will take you to the industrial park first. Starting from tomorrow, classes will officially start. After a week of theoretical study, we will arrange to go to major hospitals to follow up, get started in the 3rd week, and test in the 4th week. Thank you. You're welcome. A few minutes later, 8 buses drove out of the airport. In the car, the students looked out the window curiously. A feeling of both strangeness and familiarity comes over my face. Strange because this is a foreign country, but familiar because there are many Chinese here, and the road signs and shop names basically contain Chinese characters. There are just too many foreigners. It's like arriving in New York. The air is so nice. What kind of flower is that? I've never seen it before. That upstairs is a sailboat. Yes, the training is not in the city. I looked at the outline of Exinen City from a distance for a while. The scenery changed to a pastoral one. Then, it turned into a rolling, mountainous area again. After nearly half an hour, they rounded a mountain and saw a huge park located in a valley. Wide asphalt road. Brand new and neat building. White and blue factory building. Lush trees. In the middle of the park, there is also a huge lake, sparkling like a gem under the blue sky. To be honest, they have never seen such a luxury industrial park anywhere else. A breath of atmosphere rushed directly into the eyes. Others saw it as a novelty. Shirzei was here last time, but he was very calm. He was interested in the next course. Even as an academician, he had to learn from others, bring experience back, and follow a path that belongs to China. How many people does such a large factory require? Duan Jihuai next to him asked curiously. 1,002. Shirzei blurted out. So much. Duan Jihuai asked in surprise. Such a large park, in China, has at least 10,000 people. What surprised him was not the waste of Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. This company in this country could no longer be described as rich. That's pretty rich. Not to mention making money every day. The funds in the Myanmar National Medical Insurance account can be used as you like. He was surprised that such a large factory could be run with such a small number of people, 1,002. By the standards here, excluding administrative staff, the real staff would not exceed 800. Automation, all raw materials will be made to a unified standard elsewhere. When they are shipped, it will be a container-sized raw material supply cabin, fully computerized. Where did they get the equipment? Made it by themselves. Where did they get the technology? Ishizawa laughed. Haha. What do you mean? Why didn't you ask them where they got the original transcription solution? How was it prepared? Duan Jihuai was speechless. 2. You can't look at people the same way you used to. Filters, transcription stock solutions, fruit wine, and demoning trucks. Their technical level is not weak, and they have the ability to manufacture their own pharmaceutical equipment, which is reasonable. Entered the park. Except for defending. They saw few people on the road. It's so deserted. They don't go to work. That's right. After a while, the motorcade stopped in front of a 5-story building. This building also had a large courtyard. In addition to the basketball hoop, there were also access control and doormen. It seemed that it was specially arranged for outsiders. Prevent them from running around in the park. Really, after going down to gather, the person responsible for picking them up said with a loudspeaker, "Everyone, this is the guest house in the park with dining on the first floor, fitness on the second floor, and guest rooms above. Internet, TV, hot water, and food are provided around the clock. During the study period, please cooperate voluntarily. Photography is prohibited in the park, and recording and filming are not allowed in class. Except for this guest house, you can only move in fixed places. Do not spread the content of this training privately. All students listen carefully to avoid violation, although a little stricter. But I understand. This is their core factory area, and it is impossible to allow them to run around. In fact, there are travelers who accidentally break in here every month, and so far, the number of masters who have gotten stuck here has exceeded 100. Good luck. You can leave safely. Bad luck. I would get lost in the forest and accidentally wander into the detention center. If someone comes to redeem it, there is a chance it will see the light of day again. If no one takes care of it, just keep it for now. Maybe it will be used later." This time, they saw the man holding up a silver bracelet. This is a bracelet distributed to everyone. It is also your ID card during training. It is also your room card, meal card, and access card. The guest house has electronic door locks, and they are all in a state of activation. Each room is a 4-person room with the same interior. Before entering, put the bracelet on the door handle and bind it first. Each room has 4 identities, and they will no longer be added when it is full. After that, Only the bracelets of these 4 people can be opened, and each bracelet can only be bound to one door. Those with the bracelets can enter the gym on the 2nd floor and activate and use the treadmill and other equipment. Finally, the introduction is over. They had a second impression of this place, high technology. Then, each person was given a bracelet. There was nothing on the bracelet, but the moment they put it on, something suddenly appeared on it. Time. Surface? In fact, this really only shows the time. It's not a sales pitch. There is no need to add so many functions. These are only for guests. The wristbands of other staff in the park are more comprehensive. In addition to telling the time, they can also watch the heart rate, even when the phone calls. The food has been prepared in the cafeteria on the 1st floor. Please enjoy it slowly. This afternoon, I will take you to visit the non-confidential area. After that, the soldier left. Ishizawa, as the team leader, said, "Go to the room to put your luggage first, then eat and disperse." The words fell. Nearly 200 people filed in and passed by the 1st floor. They smelled the aroma of rice, and their throats trembled unconsciously. After smelling this smell, the taste was definitely the same. It seemed that the laoganma in the bag did not need to be opened. Oh, this is after entering the room. Their voices were unanimous. Quadruple room. I thought it was a small room with a high and low bed on the left and right, a table and 4 stools. But what is this in front of me? The room is more than 50 square meters, with soft carpets on the floor. 4 single beds at 4 corners. The decoration is like a hotel. The air is still filled with the fragrance of wood. There is a table for each person, a soft engineering chair, and a computer on each table. It is completely like a high-end hotel suite. What a luxury. Rich. After a while, go downstairs. A meal. They absolutely fell in love with it. Afternoon. Same as last time Ishizawa came. They spent an afternoon visiting the park, which was an eye-opener. Especially since it is also responsible for remote assistance in Africa, it made them feel that this is the advanced medical model of the future. At the same time, there are also bouts of disappointment. Keep it up like this. Will we still need doctors in the future? All it takes is medical scientists and medical equipment. After feeling confused, I saw a treatment successful, flashing on the screen of the remote assistance center. Words. They put their minds aside. Healer. It shouldn't be the same as everyone else. Desired. There should be no such thing as their existence. There is no disease in the world. The next day, morning, they were divided into 2 groups. Medical. Instruments. The first group is responsible for contacting patients and checking the treatment plans prescribed by big data. The second group is responsible for the operation of surgical and testing equipment, as well as simple cleaning and maintenance work. As for advanced repairs, no need to learn. Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group has a warranty. After completing the course, some of the people from both groups will be assigned to provide remote technical support at the rear, while others will be on site, and they will have to rotate frequently to deepen their memory and improve their skills. Certainly, in theory, as long as the patient's physical and chemical data are sufficient, the error rate is almost 0. Today is the first day of training. For the next week, you need to memorize the booklet in your hand. Since you are only responsible for the treatment of cancer-like diseases, as long as you are not stupid, 1 week is enough. Bottom. Holding nearly 30 pages of medical manuals in their hands, they just flipped through them. Most of them were tables. As long as there were enough physical and chemical index data, the treatment plan was almost unique. Only. Sounds simple, but counted. There are nearly 100 treatment options in total. Because patients with the same cancer may also suffer from other diseases, age, physical condition, and past medical history. You must really follow the sequence of numbers. That's a huge number, but they were reduced to 100. That's the level. If you just memorize such a manual, you don't need to come here. Next, you will have to learn some new physical and chemical indicators and the experience we have summarized in treating a large number of patients. To date, our cancer treatment data has accumulated more than 1.3 million cases and 120,000 related surgical cases, none of which failed. I hope you will not have failed cases in the future. Okay, not much to say. The first group will stay here, and the second group will go to the training room next to it. Please don't whisper during the lecture. If you have any questions, please raise your hands to speak. Like children, give them an opening speech. After listening, everyone was in awe. More than 1 million people have been cured of cancer alone. Awesome. Then, Ishizawa stayed. Duan Jihuai took the equipment team to the nearby classroom. Before operating the medical equipment, they had to undergo 2 days of theoretical training on the equipment to understand the basic principles of the equipment and what it can do. 6 days later, January 9th, after a week of study, they already have a clear understanding of their jobs. At this time, they finally understand why Mieo, which did not have enough doctors in the past, can take on patients from all over the world. Major, division of labor. After branching out, a doctor actually does not need to learn much. In China, to train a professional doctor, it takes many years of school education alone, and you also have to go to the hospital to learn slowly and gain experience. But there is no need for it here. First thing, be familiar with the physical and chemical indicators. Then, memorize the form. Let's look at some systematic treatment cases. They're already ready to work. For a moment, they all feel that they are redundant because they can find a high school student and work hard for a month, and then they can graduate and start working in a certain subject. So depressing. Not only the medical team, but also the equipment team. As long as you are not stupid, even if you have zero basic knowledge, you can operate these equipments and treat patients in a very short time. There is remote plan review for insurance. As long as there is no problem with the equipment, it can cure people. It seems that it won't be long before doctors will become an unpopular profession and a low-barrier industry. Many medical students who are still dreaming of a high income after graduation have to consider changing their major. It is estimated that even postgraduate students in the medical field can only find a way out by studying for a PhD afternoon. Completion of theoretical course. 2 groups of people gathered together. Congratulations to all of you. You all performed well in the final test of the theoretical course. From this short period of observation, I also noticed that some people are a little confused, and they may be replaced by some laymen. I don't think this is a problem. If you regard being a doctor as a profession to make a living, your goal is to make money from patients in your life, then these people are not worthy of sympathy when they are replaced. However, if you want the world to have less regrets and are willing to relieve the pain of more people, let them stand up or see the light again, then your future should not have only one path. Because society's demand for such people is unlimited and there are many choices. For example, here, just for scientists in the medical field, our demand has no upper limit. 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000. If so many scientists in the medical field come, we will provide them all with jobs, the best treatment, and the best living conditions. So, we have used huge manpower and material resources to let better people stand out and benefit more people. Our Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group will continue to implement the purpose of subverting tradition. Perhaps we will have cooperation in medicine and medical equipment in the future, but there may also be competition. If we lose, we will be very happy because someone can provide better services than us. Cheaper medical care, faster medical care, safer medical care. If we're defeated by you in these aspects, overtaken and defeated by your country's medical scientists, that is not our loss, but all mankind wins. After finishing, there was silence, but half a minute later, the class remembered the thunderous applause. Shocking, so shocking, especially the last sentence. Our loss is the win for all mankind. The people present were in awe of this company. In the past, cancer treatment cost tens of thousands of yuan, which benefited many families. They thought this was a great good, but today, they gained a new appreciation for the company. It also made them feel an inexplicable fire in their hearts, and they felt a spiritual power from it, a true healer's spirit. Pa pa pa. Shirzei kept slapping his hands. He worked so hard that his hands were red, but he didn't stop. This opponent, it really deserves their respect, and I feel a little ashamed. I and others came here to learn skills and then find ways to catch up. But I didn't expect that the other party's pattern was beyond imagination. Don't be afraid of losing. I'm just afraid that my opponent won't be strong enough. Certainly, if a set of design drawings of medical equipment are given for free, it will be a truly boundless love. Ahem, Duan Jihuai shook his head slightly. Ba, how could he have such evil thoughts? What is the difference between this and robbery? A few minutes later, the applause fell. It is a praise for this spirit and a thank you for teaching them these days. They will probably never forget this sentence in their lifetime. Of course, only a large company like this dares to say this. If it applies to an individual, it's a bit difficult to execute. Personal, there is no awareness to consider the interests of all mankind. Theoretical training is over. The next day, early in the morning, all trainees were taken to the Myanmar First Central Hospital. The following week, they go there every morning and come back every evening. Although the distance is a bit far, the hospital's staff dormitory cannot accommodate so many people, and the available places in Xiamen City are already full. Then, it didn't take long. There are a few more people in white coats holding notebooks in each cancer clinic, and one attending doctor leads 3 people. In fact, I don't count as a teacher. I mainly watch from the side and focus on self-study. Next to a diagnostic cabin, Duan Jihuai stood behind a delicate female nurse. The expression is serious. Study. You must have an attitude. Standing for 10 minutes. The red light suddenly flashed on the operation panel next to him. The young nurse looked at it and smiled at him and said, "Academician Duan, the right disposable blood collection tube is used up. Come and replace it." Hearing this, Duan Jihuai became energetic. It's finally time to get started. Okay. He responded happily. Receive the nurse badge. I came to a large box behind me. It was a silver-gray, strong plastic shell box, 1.5 meters long, 40 centimeters wide, and 60 centimeters high. Inside were rows of modular strip modules, a full 15. Each is 9 centimeters wide. Place the badge on a module sensing area marked with blood collection tubes. Beep. The yellow light flashing above turned green. Click. The module popped out slightly by 1 centimeter. He knew that the material management here was very strict. As soon as it was scanned, the Logistics Management Department of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group would know, and the system would automatically detect the status of the diagnostic cabin. If it's not time to replace it yet, you take it out. 15 seconds at the latest. The call from the logistics department will come. Very efficient. When all raw materials leave the warehouse, it has been stipulated that they can only be used on which equipment, which nurse's badge can open the box, and other nurses' badges cannot open the box. The consumables in this box are used on other equipment. It's also not allowed. Rigid. But Duan Jihuai admired him very much. Grabbed the handle. Duan Jihuai picked up a module that was about the size of a suitcase used to hold money in a TV. It was not heavy, weighing only 5 or 6 kilograms. Through the glass on the surface, one could see the thin tubes inside. This is a blood collection tube. The diagnostic cabin has an electroanesthesia blood collection device. Blood collection tube. Needle. It's all one-time use. It must be replaced when it is used up. Even though it is a small diagnostic cabin, its consumption is also staggering because it also involves physical and chemical index inspections, and various chemical test fluids must be replaced frequently. These supplies, it's impossible to pour them in one by one manually. They are all made into standard modules and inserted into the interface. This is why Duan Jihuai feels distressed, because the consumables have to be imported in a short period of time, and there is no relevant equipment manufacturing in China. Go behind the diagnostic bay. He saw 2 blood collection tube modules. To leave redundancy. To avoid one interface failure, all consumable interfaces have 2. At this time, one of them had a red light on. Another shows a green light. The red light indicated that it had been used up. A young student next to him took the nurse's badge and swiped it on it. There was also a beep sound, and the used blood collection module popped out. After taking it off, in each used blood collection tube, it's all purple liquid. This is blood that has undergone various physical and chemical examinations. It is basically full of chemical substances, and all blood cells have been destroyed. The blood collection tube is both a place to collect blood and a place to remove waste blood. This way, convenient. This also allows patients to not worry about the so-called genes being collected by the Myanmar medical group. Duan Jihuai lifted up the new module and slowly inserted it in. When there were still 3 centimeters of the 50-centimeter module left outside, suddenly, there was a suction coming from inside. Click! The buckle is locked. The module is installed. Then the yellow light above flashed fiercely. After flashing for a dozen times, the light turned green. Duan Jihuai recalled the reason why the yellow light flashed, to check whether the module was inserted incorrectly and whether there were any problems with the quantity and quality of the things inside. See this? Duan Jihuai sighed. Science and technology changed the worldview. Then, he put the blood collection tubes containing the waste liquid back into the original box and put them into storage. Next, these things will be transported to another park for pollution-free destruction. Reuse? No, because the cost is more expensive than building a new one. After changing the blood collection tube, only 10 minutes, the needles were replaced again. The needles are really heavy. There are 50,000 short needles in one module. In order to facilitate logistics, the needle types in the diagnostic cabin have been unified, and the lengths are all 1.5 centimeters. That's all. Only 4 hours. Duan Jihuai changed the modules more than a dozen times and saw with his own eyes the efficiency of the diagnostic cabin. He no longer knew what to say. One diagnostic cabin could equal all the doctors in the hospital and the entire laboratory department, although very expensive. But the efficiency is really high. Hey, you're all from China? After seeing off countless waves of people, someone finally noticed Duan Jihuai and the others. The question was asked by an old Chinese man. Yes, we are all from Beijing. What a coincidence. I'm also from Beijing. What are you doing here? Could it be that cancer will be cured in China soon? The old man immediately thought of this place. Duan Jihuai smiled and nodded. Yes, we are learning, and it is expected that we can pilot it in the capital after the year. After the training, it was almost the Chinese New Year, and the summary would have to be postponed until the end of the year. One listen. The old man was very happy. That's great. I've long been hoping for treatment in China, so I don't have to travel so far. I had a kid at home who was quick, otherwise it wouldn't be my turn now. However, it feels okay to come here. The people are quite friendly. Duan Jihuai smiled and said, That's good. I wish you a speedy recovery. Okay, thank you. After that, the old man entered the diagnostic cabin with a smile. After coming out, he asked casually, It's so fast. By the way, how much does this thing cost? Duan Jihuai smiled. Hundreds of millions. So expensive? The old man was shocked. What I just stepped on turned out to be a piece of equipment worth hundreds of millions. Good things are naturally expensive. That's right. This day, Duan Jihuai is helping in the diagnosis room. In the afternoon, I had started to operate it more than a dozen times. As evening approached, the follow-up learning in the diagnosis and treatment cabin was completed. Starting tomorrow, I will go to the treatment room to see the operation of the surgical equipment. On the way back, a new topic was discussed in the car. I heard that the third phase will be assigned to other counties, cities, and even towns, and I will sit in the clinic as the attending doctor. Now I can experience the exotic customs, otherwise I will not see anything. Speaking of sitting in the clinic, I am really a little nervous. Treating diseases with a back table. I have never thought about it before. I hope nothing will go wrong. Error? Are you kidding me? Hundreds of experts are checking the plan remotely. I don't feel a sense of accomplishment. Just when Duan Jihuai and the others started the second phase of their internship. China, Beijing, 301 hospital. 6 large trucks drove into the compound, attracting hundreds of pairs of curious eyes on the surrounding windows. After more than 3 days of traveling day and night, the building materials of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group finally arrived. A total of 45 container trucks, escorted by military vehicles. It's not that I'm afraid of being robbed. It's just that I care. 6 of them came to learn about the headquarters, and the others went to 5 large hospitals in the capital. This week, several major hospitals have vacated rooms and made some preparations in accordance with the requirements of experts from the group. The first is communication. because these medical devices can be controlled remotely. Therefore, for safety, all medical data will go through dedicated lines, which is not a big problem. It is just asking the operator to provide a fiber core, and Mr. Xie directly separated one from the military optical cable. Devices throughout the medical data network. Connection to external networks is strictly prohibited. Second floor. Many hospital leaders stood at the door of the room, looking around. There were only 6 hospitals, and the installation environment required more than 100 million yuan. This amount of money could completely build several 30-story office buildings. Now, just spent on decoration. Who doesn't feel bad? They had to see clearly what the price was. They saw workers dragging a large number of plastic boxes in on a small trailer, which was far different from the usual wooden boxes for equipment. See the installer for instructions. Hey, they're all password boxes. It seems to have fingerprint verification, so advanced. What is this? Didn't it say that the equipment will arrive at the end of the month? How would it be earlier? We didn't receive a notice. A deputy dean asked puzzledly when he saw a big guy as tall as one person moving out of the box. I'm not sure. Let's have a look again. There was a lot of discussion at the door. Half an hour later, they know why it's so expensive. Installation environment. Instead of laying a floor on the ground, running a wire, burying a bolt, or applying several layers of environmentally friendly putty on the wall, everything except the main functional equipment is included. Smart consumable storage cabinet. The storage conditions of many reaction solutions are different. Some need to be below zero, some need to be at constant temperature, and some even need to be under high temperature conditions to function effectively, which is essential, even if it's below freezing. There are also more subtle divisions. This is the most expensive installation environment, with several other equipment. As long as the installation environment is set up, put functional equipment on it. Just work. In terms of technical content, there is actually not much, but they sell it as supporting equipment, which has added value. The most important thing is the system. No matter how expensive it is, they can't refute it. That's intellectual property. They say opening a hospital makes money. But this company not only steals business from other hospitals, but also specializes in making money from hospitals. You must know that these equipment are not given free of charge by the state, and their hospitals also have to pay part of the money. How? Deducted from future appropriations. It hurts to think about it. 301 Hospital is distressed. The same goes for other hospitals. But they have no right to make decisions. They can only cooperate with the decisions above. Otherwise, in the future, their hospital is likely to develop to the point where it only accepts patients with colds, fractures, and at most, appendicectomy. Beijing is fine. There are many people, but they know. More and more hospitals that used to complain about bed shortages now have beds available. Many people who are terminally ill and need to be hospitalized have pinned their hopes on Myanmar Medical Group. Word of mouth spreads. They all went home to make appointments and queue up. It's easy to say whether you have money or not, but the most important thing is to make them doubt your own existence. It's like 2 stores opening their doors to cook food. If your cooking tastes bad, people will rush to the opposite door. Your skills are indeed inferior to others. No face. Myanmar. Save time. Longyu County. This county town, located on the border, miraculously opened flights 2 months ago. Suddenly, the small county town became even more lively, and the flights to the mainland were full every day. Across the county is India. Large population. There are also many patients. Because it is located at the junction, many Indians choose to come to this county for medical treatment. Suddenly, the permanent county town, with a population of 150,000, was almost overcrowded by the Indians who came here. The streets are full of people. The locals have almost become a minority. It looked like there were so many people. Many Indians want to learn from the past and come here first. At worst, they sleep on the street and it is dark. Then, you can make a pretty good living by just starting a small business so that you don't have to go back to your country and not even have a job. There are notoriously few jobs in India. Nearly 10 million workers enter the market every year, but there are only a few 100,000 jobs. Unemployment has become the norm, and life is very stressful. It is the dream of many Indians to go abroad. What's more, or the neighbor who suddenly became rich. Soon, their wishes were dashed. People with a legal status are not allowed to live here permanently. Since it is a border county, public security is mainly responsible for the military. With the joint efforts of the military and police, and a meticulous attitude of enforcing the law. 这些人都被遣送回去. Rolling around. Escape. Hide. Drilling into the forest. Dig a tunnel. None of this works. They were all found and sent back, but the people over there were also determined and kept coming over. Some saw that they couldn't do it here, so they entered from other borders and wanted to go to other inland towns. Look up. It won't work if it goes on like this. These people were also poor people who just wanted to find a job and fill their stomachs. So they came up with a compromise plan to issue passes to Indians who wanted to come over to make a living and allow them to work here. It's okay to open a shop and do business, but they're not allowed to settle down for a long time, are not allowed to sleep on the street, or are not allowed to sleep outdoors, because many villages in India are like this. A few pieces of cloth can be a house, and you can DIY it yourself. They have learned this before. Easy to build. It will be troublesome to dismantle it then. Conflicts can easily break out. Another look. Then, in order to prevent Indians from coming over to build shanty towns, and eventually turning into Indian towns that cannot be cleaned up, those with certificates must also have a legal place to live and are not allowed to occupy other land to build houses. And, without permission, not allowed to go to inland provinces. Although it is easy to catch them, it is also easy for conflicts to break out and cause international public opinion, saying that they are discriminatory and so on. Although they will not lose a hair, it is not beautiful to cause a scandal. That's all. When both parties take a step back, order was restored in the county. Daytime. A large number of people come to the Indian border towns to work and do business, and then return to sleep at night. Therefore, every evening and early morning, you can see two long queues appearing outside the county town to the small town on the Indian side. Because there are street lights. Many Indians are reluctant to take a car. To be honest, all quite pitiful. Tang Qing also sympathized with them a little bit, so he asked the local government to pay them wages according to the standards here. In India, the wages are high, and there are fixed working hours a day. Allow them to come and work. It was also Tang Qing's order. But that's it. No more was given, because the opposite side is a country with a population of more than 1 billion, 20 times out of this side. If it is too generous, there will be too many mouths, and it will be impossible to feed it. But why? He is not the Indian government. Kevin is so stuck that I want to finish it. So depressed. 9 o'clock. Longyu County. Airport. Xiaowei pulled a suitcase and got off the plane. The third training content was practical and required personal consultation. There were not enough positions for them in Xinan City, so they could only be sent to hospitals in surrounding towns. At last, he drew lots and came here. He is the one who has run the furthest among the students. Although far, but he was quite happy because it was a free trip and there was a round-trip flight. I looked around and saw that the county airport was empty except for the plane I just got off. Look, it's about to return with the next batch of passengers. The airport is small, but the facilities are brand new. In terms of scale, it is at the level of airports in fourth-tier cities in China. Because it is located on the outskirts of the county, you can only see a few mountains surrounded by mountains. If you want to go to the county seat, you have to go around several mountains to look at the map. Did not stay long. Xiaowei walked out of the airport quickly. One glance. Then he saw the person who picked him up. It's a young man. Was holding a sign with his name on it. He was very young, in his 20s. Due to previous phone calls, Xiaowei knew that this person was also a Burmese Chinese. So he stepped forward and said politely, "Hello, I am Xiaowei, and you are Brother Hejun." Hejun nodded immediately and smiled. "Dr. Xia, welcome. Come with me." That's right. Xiaowei is a PhD. Among the students this time, the vast majority of people have a doctorate degree. Trouble. You're welcome. Xiaowei followed Hejun to the parking lot and saw Hejun coming to a white car. Xiaowei recognized it. This was the XINU that was just launched in China last month, but could be seen all over the streets. It's so beautiful. Xiaowei admired in his heart. White model. There seems to be none in China. Hee-jun opened the door. I saw Xia Wei's doubts. The white model was only launched 5 days ago. I bought it during the pre-sale. It was shipped directly to me on the day it was launched. I guess China will have to wait until after the new year to see it. Hee-jun explained. I also want to buy one, but I'm worried that it won't be easy to charge. There are too few charging stations. Xia Wei said. Electric car. What I fear most is being paralyzed on the road. Those who burn oil are fine. If you stop a car on the road, you may be able to buy some oil, but at worst you will have to pay a high price. However, if an electric car is parked on the road, you cannot borrow electricity unless there is a mobile charging car. But that picture, so beautiful. It will happen in the future. Hee-jun smiled. Then, the car is on the road. Buzz. Xia Wei was stunned. Shouldn't all electric cars be silent? Why is there still sound? And as the speed gets faster and faster, the sound becomes louder and louder. There is no vibration like a gasoline car, but there is an obvious sound of acceleration. Is this car broken down? After a minute, Xia Wei couldn't help but ask. Hee-jun was startled. My car broke down? Where? Hee-jun asked nervously. Xia Wei said, Why is there such a loud noise in the car? Hear it. Hee-jun smiled. It turns out to be this. It's not broken. This is a sound compensation system that can simulate the sounds of various cars and provide drivers with a better driving experience, because not everyone likes the quietness in the car. Once I got used to the feeling of pressing the accelerator, I adjusted it. Not only is it adjustable internally, but the external sound can also be simulated. In this way, it also reminds passersby that a car is coming. Especially in crowded places, this function is very good. I guess you have never ridden our electric bicycles, because the law here stipulates that transportation must have a sound mode. Hee-jun slowly explained. So stipulated. The only one of its kind in the world. No more semicolons. Although it is strange, it is very necessary. Compared with pedestrians, transportation vehicles have an advantage. Position. On the right of way, the advantageous party has to remind the weak party that I am coming. That's it. Xia Wei suddenly realized. How weird. Automobile manufacturers are constantly pursuing smaller and smaller noise. Silent driving is not allowed here. It seems reasonable. How much does this car cost here? Xia Wei asked again. This is a high-end match, 170,000 Asian dollars. Hee-jun said. Our car costs more than 200,000 yuan. Xia Wei suddenly felt that it was a big loss to buy this car. It cost 70,000 to 80,000 yuan more. But then he thought about it. Buying an imported car is not expensive, and the price abroad is generally about half of that at home. Hearing this, Hee-jun smiled and said, That's for sure. There are tariffs on imported cars. I heard that the gasoline version will be out soon. I'm going to buy a black one then. Xia Wei, have you met a rich man? May I ask, did you buy it all with your salary? Xia Wei was really curious. No. Hee-jun shook his head. Just when Xia Wei thought Hee-jun would say that his family would give him money. I made money from buying stocks. Hee-jun said. Stocks? Xia Wei said, in surprise. This was beyond his expectation. He really didn't know that there was a stock market here, and he could still make money. He was very busy in the hospital before, and he was studying hard when he came here and didn't care about such things. Yes, in mid-October, the Burmese stock market opened. I happened to have some savings at that time. I borrowed some from my family and scraped together 250,000 yuan. In the end, I turned my bicycle into a motorcycle and made more than $1 million. Hee-jun didn't care. It's not about showing off either. There are too many people making money on the Burmese stock market. He doesn't think it's a big deal at all. More than 1 million is the average level. Many people who believe in zero and the future of the Burmese stock market have made money. Then, as far as he knows, many big bosses and employees of the Myanmar Asian Group, whether they're enterprises, institutions, government employees, or even many soldiers in the military, have bought a lot of stocks themselves or have their families buy them. All of a sudden, follow zero. 几乎都奔了小康，甚至发家致富. Also this time, this makes the people of the Burmese and Asian families more cohesive and more determined to follow in Zero's footsteps, because Zero can bring benefits to all of them. If you follow Ling, you'll have meat to eat. If you don't believe it, you will also have soup to drink now. Xie Wei, I really met a wealthy person in love. More than 1 million Asian dollars. It's just over 1 million yuan. If you want to buy a car, just sell some stocks. It's really cool. Awesome. No, I'm not great. I just took a ride on the general trend. In the past 2 months, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people who have made more than 1 million yuan in Myanmar stocks. I'm just a small fish, He-jun said modestly. Xie Wei clicked his tongue again. This money is too good to make. You want to buy them all. Seeing Xie Wei's expression, He-jun smiled. If you are interested, maybe you can buy Myanmar stocks next year. I heard that China is discussing with us to open up the securities trading channel between the two countries. This news has been circulating for more than a month. The specific details are not yet clear, but it is definitely possible. In March, your domestic company. Yes, Qing Technology will be listed on ours. What? Xie Wei screamed. Qing Technology. No matter how much he doesn't care about the news, there's no way he doesn't know about this company. Representative of China Innovation. The founder of the era. But coming to Myanmar for listing? It seems that you're really busy. Yes, it is Qing Technology owned by Tang Qing, the richest man in China. Starting from February, he has 3 companies listed on Hong Kong, New York, and Myanmar stocks. Unfortunately, I can only buy Myanmar stocks, He-jun said, disappointedly. First, He-jun realized the huge profits of finance. Certainly, I also understand that it doesn't come easy. All this comes from strong monetary policy and several world-class technology companies. The credibility supported by them allows a large amount of international capital to flow in, and they can make money. There is no Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. There is no Myanmar Environmental Technology Company. There is no Asian dollar. There will be no present. Once these companies do not develop well, it will affect the entire Myanmar economy. Therefore, only if Myanmar Asia companies are good, they will be good. As an employee of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group, he never dares to relax. Money. The rest. Just let it increase legally and maintain its value. Even if you have tens of millions in the future, you will not be ready to resign. Being able to work in this company will have a much higher social status than some multimillionaire. Go around a few mountains. Xie Wei saw the county seat. After entering, found it to be quite old. Many places still have tile roofs, and the streets are messy. What you see now is the old city. Most of them are dilapidated buildings. They will all be demolished soon. The new city is on the side, close to the border. It is planned to be built directly to 2 kilometers away from the checkpoint. It will be completed in February. If you want to see it, I will take you there after get off work in the evening. He-jun introduced slowly. Border counties, a bit similar to the National Gate. It couldn't be too shabby, so the province gave them a large sum of money to build a new city. The government would first finance it and replace the houses in the old city with a 1-to-1 area, and the old city would be completely demolished. After bulldozing, in accordance with the building standards of the new urban area, get up again, and these excess houses will be turned into commercial housing. The population of the county will definitely grow in the future. Since they are not within the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, these commercial properties can be sold to foreign investors. First choice. In fact, they are Indian customers. There are too many people who want to buy houses there now, and the new city is not selling to them, so they can only focus on the old city. For this reason, the county has collected hundreds of millions of Asian dollars in advance payments. This money, it's 50-50 between the county and the province. It can be regarded as repaying the allocation invested in the new city. As for the city, there is no city because there is no absolute subordinate relationship between the administrative units at the city level and the county level. This is a county under the jurisdiction of the province. As far as He-jun knows, in the final analysis, the reconstruction of the entire county does not need to cost the government money, and there is still money to be made. A new county was obtained for nothing, and the cost was mainly borne by Indian investors. This operation, He-jun was stunned for a while. In the car, looking out the window, Xie Wei felt like he was in India, and he wanted to try all kinds of legendary snacks, but it was working time now, so he might as well wait until he had a break before trying them. It didn't take long. They came to the end of the old city, although the new city has not yet moved in. But the county hospital worked overtime to build a new one. It is located at the intersection of the old and new cities. It occupies a large area. Xiaowei saw that all the people coming and going were Indians, and thought, this place has really become a window. Follow He-jun complete the formalities. Put your luggage away. He came to the office assigned to him. Brand new, but there was no smell of furniture in it. Xiaowei knew that it was the technology of Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, which can lock the gas emissions in various chemical substances and make it safe. It has been widely used in the global home furnishing field. Make money every day. 10 minutes later, the hospital's management system will automatically upload your temporary practice certificate and assign patients to you. Considering that you have just arrived, the speed of assigning patients will be half that of other doctors. He-jun said. He-jun is not a doctor, but administration. Okay, thank you. Looking at the watch on his hand, He-jun said, You're welcome. It's 10:15 noon, which is 12:30 in your capital time. I'll pick you up for dinner. Okay. After He-jun left, Xiaowei glanced at the simple office, sat down as a doctor, took out a card from his wallet, and inserted it into the gap in the corner of the table on the right. The next moment, there was a sound of machine starting up. Then, the surface of the table lit up. Myanmar Medical Group Medical Management System has both Chinese and Myanmar characters. There is also a group icon below. The card just now is his temporary practice certificate. Only when it is inserted into the card slot can the doctor use this system and activate this computer desk. At the same time, Xiaowei noticed the surveillance in the upper right corner. Except for cards, there is also facial recognition. Otherwise, Xiaowei likes this very much because others cannot activate the equipment inside even if they take the card. At least they won't lose the card and be used to do bad things. As long as it's me, the operation is very convenient. After a few seconds, when entering the management interface, the large display screen on the wall in front of him lit up. The screen on the table was for him to see, while the screen on the wall was for patients to see. The two displayed different contents. In a small drawer on the right, there was also a laser pointer, but he has rarely seen those doctors use it. Take the training book out of your bag. Put on the right side of your hand. Although it is very familiar to you, it feels safe to have it next to you. If he didn't think of it for a while, the worst he could do would be to conduct an on-site investigation. Logically speaking, even prescribing medicine would have nothing to do with him. The system will do it automatically. Optional plans require authorization from the attending physician. Therefore, you must know what you are doing. 3 days ago, he had always thought that it would be easy to be a doctor here, but the doctor training he watched that afternoon made him understand that although shortcuts were used to train doctors here, it also required a lot of learning. Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group also has an examination and professional title system. In China, a doctor starts from the most basic principles, passes through exams and internships, and finally starts to operate. And here, you need to learn the operation first, and then learn the principles step by step, and you must learn it. The content is no less than the textbooks for Chinese medical majors, and their salary is also linked to exams and professional titles. Anyway, in the end, they want to train doctors who are no less capable than them. He still remembers the explanation of the person in charge of the training department at that time, which was very simple. Equipments are not available for you to use anytime and anywhere. Therefore, based on this logic, the requirements for doctors here are very high. It can be said to be two extremes. One extreme is to use equipment to check comprehensive data and then make diagnosis and treatment decisions. The other extreme is to diagnose diseases without any equipment. The former one is simple. The latter one is difficult. They were chewed out of books one by one. Xiaowei looked at the pile of advanced textbooks from the doctors here and suddenly felt balanced. It turned out that doctors here also attach great importance to their abilities. It's not all about the equipment. Then, seeing the sad faces of those training students is very similar to the hardship and helplessness they had when they went to college, graduate, school, or PhD, and faced the difficult medical books one after another. Xiaowei felt inexplicably happy. This world, still normal. A few minutes later, ding dong. A portrait icon flashed in the upper right corner of the management interface. Xiaowei cheered up. Click it quickly. A case appeared in front of him. He's a sitting doctor. A patient will only be assigned an attending doctor after completing a physical examination in the diagnosis and treatment cabin. The diagnosis and treatment cabin is downstairs, so the patient will come up in 1 minute at most. Writing in neutral, he quickly looked at the data. Gradually, I feel confident. He deliberately did not read the final system medical advice. He came up with a plan based on what he had learned in the training. When his eyes returned to the interface, Xiaowei's expression was relaxed and exactly the same. Xiaowei couldn't help but feel more confident. Really, the patient arrived in less than a minute. This is a middle-aged Indian couple. It can be seen from their clothes that they are a relatively poor family. The man coughed as he walked. Test display. The man's long-term inhalation of excessive chemical volatiles caused cancer in his lungs, and his respiratory system was on the verge of collapse. Now he has reached an advanced stage. In the past, there was no cure. But now, the medical diagnosis gives a 1.5-month injection of the original solution of transcription. Certainly, surgery and medication must be supplemented. Otherwise, it will take a long time to rely on the body's immune activation and cell renewal without manually removing some cancerous cells and tissues. Looking at 2 pairs of eyes full of hope, Xiaowei smiled. "Don't worry, it's okay," he said in Chinese. The words fell. The speaker on the corner of the table on the patient's side repeated in Hindi. When diagnosing in the diagnostic cabin, the nurse will also complete the patient information, including the language that can be understood, and then the synchronous translation software that comes with the management system will translate it. The first time of contact, Xiaowei was very surprised. Has technology developed to this point now? The facts told him that yes, this was just a conceptual product before, but it was actually developed by this company, and it was really useful. Upon hearing this, the man was very excited. In a hospital in India, he was no different from a dead person, and he could only wait at home to be harvested. Many people will choose to commit suicide to end the suffering of this disease and reduce the burden on their families. Now, he was told it was okay. To him, it was a new life. Thank you, doctor, thank you." Before the man could speak, his wife knelt down in front of Xiaowei with tears in her eyes and thanked her. Xiaowei was shocked and quickly helped her up. No way, don't do this." This was the first time he encountered this scene. After being helped up, as long as you insist on treatment and cooperate with a doctor, you could be cured in more than a month. However, it is best to stay away from that kind of working environment in the future and supplement your nutrition during the treatment. Your body's immunity is far lower than normal. Xiaowei kept urging, except for prescribing medication. As a doctor, some reasonable suggestions were also drawn. In fact, there are not many. As for some matters in daily life, since the original transcription solution is mainly injected and does not require intestinal absorption, patients have almost no taboos. You can eat it sweet or spicy, but there must be no lack of nutrients. Otherwise, how can a body create so many normal cells? 2 minutes later, after confirming the plan and giving instructions, the man went upstairs for treatment. Before leaving, he asked him about the price of treatment. One listen costs 51,000 Asian dollars. That kind of heartache. Xiaowei saw it in his eyes. 50,000, for most Chinese families who have been reforming and opening up for more than 20 years, can afford it. Even if they can't afford it, the state also provides interest-free medical loans, so it's not a problem. But for Indians, this price is a bit expensive. The general wage level in India is not as good as that in China 10 years ago. Based on a comprehensive comparison of prices and income, this 50,000 yuan is the same to an Indian as the 30,000 or 400,000 yuan in China, or even more. After a while, Xiaowei put away his sympathy. This matter had nothing to do with him. It can be seen from the management backend that Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group will not get any money for the man's treatment, but will get a medical loan issued by Myanmar Bank. Take the case of men. Can you pay it back? When will it be returned? It's all uncertain. In the end, he may not even receive a penny, but he knows that Myanmar Medical Group has regulations, and whether he can or not is secondary. As long as he comes to any of its hospitals, as long as he is critically ill, he will not be turned away. Don't worry about repayment issues. Because when Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group negotiates with other countries to import the original transcription solution, there is a condition. That is, the bank of that country will take over the medical loans of the citizens of that country from Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. To put it bluntly, eventually someone will pay. The same is true for Huaxia, but not long after the beginning, China ICBC started medical loan business here. So this condition is not a condition at all for Huaxia. India is a populous country. Environment, health. These two aspects are notoriously problematic. It is precisely because of its large population that Western pharmaceutical companies were frantically plundering its foreign exchange reserves, which led India to be ruthless and directly modify its national patent law. Make generic drugs. Now, India, like countless pharmaceutical companies, must want to imitate the original transcription solution, but it is not so easy to copy the chicken that lays the golden eggs. Even if it is copied, it will probably be in vain, just like filtering a solution. So long. It's surprising that no company has launched a similar product. India wants to imitate the original transcription solution. Xian, in the future, it is estimated that China will follow the example of allowing the import of transcription liquid. By then, the Indian government will have to take over the loans from these Indians. Pay the money in one lump sum to Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. TSK. Xiaowei sighed with emotion. It's really good. Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group can't lose no matter what. After the couple left, Xiaowei started to get busy. Patients came in and out one after another, all of them Indians. In addition to cancer, there were also leukemia, AIDS, and the like. He became more and more confident and even silently learned a few words in Indian. 1220. The number of patients in his management background is no longer increasing. Because he is temporary, there's no one to take over his position. Other doctors usually have lunch on a staggered basis to ensure that there are people available throughout the day. 12:30. When June comes, he had just sent away the last patient of the morning. How's it going? Are you still getting used to it? June said with a smile. Xiaowei nodded. It's okay. I'll get familiar with it gradually. That's good. The patient allocation speed in the afternoon will be twice as fast, and it is based on our working hours. You have to work for 4 hours continuously, so be mentally prepared. June reminded. Hear the words. Xiaowei chuckled. It doesn't matter. I used to do surgeries with my teacher, often for 4 to 5 hours, or even longer. In the future, with all kinds of surgical equipment, it seems there won't be many opportunities to get started. Awesome. June exclaimed. People with skills will be respected wherever they go. The value system and philosophy of Myanmar Medical Group also emphasizes manual ability. Just rely on equipment. Not a hero. After lunch, rested for half an hour, Xiaowei continued to sit in the clinic. Since the distribution speed doubled, he had to reduce the time to communicate with patients. Therefore, the patients were flowing like water, and Xiaowei's memory of the form was rapidly strengthened. Practice makes perfect, until later. The moment I read the indicator, the plan appeared in his mind like lightning, and it was accurate. Xiaowei felt that he could start practicing, but of course, he was limited to the diseases that could be treated with the original transcription solution. And for other illnesses, Xiaowei felt that the treatment methods here were of little use, because the medicines used were completely different from those in China. The original medicines of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group replaced almost all categories of patented medicines. Quite brave. It makes major pharmaceutical companies around the world hate it. Therefore, it's useless to learn medicine here. It is not allowed to be marketed in China. After 2019, China will definitely approve the use of those auxiliary treatment drugs with the original transcription solution in pilot hospitals, but it will only be limited to the pilot sites, and other hospitals will not be allowed to sell them. Xiaowei feels very good. Market protection, available in any country, and it's very necessary. Otherwise, all the money has been taken away by foreigners. So what do the Chinese people eat? To sit at home and watch. Governments that are somewhat responsible for their own people will implement certain domestic market protections in some industries. There is no right or wrong. There is only a dispute of position. 6 p.m. Hee-jun arrived on time. He is an administrative staff and does not need to work 3 shifts. He only needs to complete some necessary work every day. Receiving Xie is the job assigned to him by his superiors. He has to take care of his food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Hee-jun was also very happy. This place is not only foreign, but also located on the border. He was transferred from the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone. After coming here, he found that there are really very few Chinese people, far less than there are in the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone. I have a Chinese friend. In the future, you can also visit Xie when you go to the capital. How nice! Out of the hospital, the car turned right into Xinshin City. Suddenly, Xie eyes couldn't see clearly. So beautiful. Although it is funded, planned, and designed by the government, a lot of effort has been put into its aesthetics. Modern, ancient, papal, and local ethnic characteristics are perfectly combined. The roads are wide and clean. Various patterns are carved on the roadside stones, colorful, like 2 ribbons extending to the end of the field of vision. The tops of the buildings are mostly tower-shaped, with gold as the main color and white as the supplement. There are also Buddha statues more than 10 meters high at many intersections. Strong, exotic flavor. At this time, it was sunset. Both sides of the road were filled with workers after get off work. The Aborigines were walking towards the old county town, and the Indians were walking towards the border. At the end of the road, Xie could clearly see a border checkpoint with a giant iron tower. Is it okay? Hee-jun asked with a smile. Nod. Xie praised. It's really good. The designer is definitely a talent. Many places seem similar, but upon closer inspection, there are big differences. It looks much better than the house in Exine town. Hee-jun smiled. In terms of characteristics, this place is indeed better than Exine town. Look at the old city. Is there a big conflict of styles? That is also because it is close to India and there are frequent cultural exchanges between the two sides. Taking into account these cultural integrations, the new county town has made great efforts in this area. This is why many Indians want to buy houses here. It's not that they don't have a house to live in, but they are right. This should soon become an important transportation hub. The high-speed railway is being built. By then, both inland and Indian goods will be distributed here. I just don't know if India is willing to build a railway to connect it. If so, the importance of this place will skyrocket in the future. Many businessmen in India want to invest here. Unfortunately, the land policy here is very strict. Although the land is not sold to individuals like the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone, the control is very tight and no buildings are allowed to be built on the ground. There are many people. It means there are many opportunities. What a pity. Hee-jun doesn't like doing business. He just likes to collect wages. Not to mention that he has more than 1 million worth of stocks in his pocket now, so he doesn't want to deal with it. These business opportunities should be left to others. I have to say that Zero is probably an obsessive-compulsive person. He is almost demanding in all aspects of layout, planning, and design. However, when these things are realized, everyone likes them. More than 20 minutes later, Hee-jun took Xie around the new county. After that, let's go. I'll take you to eat Indian food. This was agreed upon at noon. The car drove towards the checkpoint. The closer we get to the checkpoint, the more Indians have gathered from the west and are queuing up to cross the border checkpoint. The surrounding security is also taken over by a large number of soldiers wearing military uniforms and holding rubber batons. Because of the large number of people, there are even vendors carrying burdens selling food. Everything. It's all about survival. After dinner, it is of course impossible for Hee-jun to take Xie out of the country. It's not that he can't, but he doesn't dare. The boss asked him to entertain Xie well. Once he enters India, it will not be so safe. This way, due to the pass system and strict law enforcement, once you're on the blacklist, you will not be able to come back. Therefore, petty thieves and gangsters do not dare to come here to avoid being listed. After all, finally, I found a high-end shopping place with a beautiful environment, clean public toilets and where I could play games. The internet speed was as fast as the internet cafes in dozens of streets in India. Such a resort. How can you easily get on the blacklist? Thanks. Gradually, these people have regarded this place as a place for leisure, vacation, weekends, and shopping. During their rest time, they do not talk about work. But when we get back there, it's time to start working. Jun has been here for so long. I've only been there once. Soon, Xiaowei knew where he ate it. It turns out that on this side of the border checkpoint, there are 2 rows of shops and many Indian restaurants on the side of the road. Some workers who are preparing to go to India can't help but have dinner here, mostly young people. Those who have a family are more frugal. Vaguely, he also saw 2 Chinese restaurants. Outside a large Indian restaurant. Seeing Jun's luxury car approaching, a neatly dressed Indian waiter greeted him enthusiastically. This car was on the other side of the border inspection station and was definitely a symbol of identity and status. Welcome to visit again, sir. He had sharp eyes. He immediately recognized Jun, a regular customer. Hello. When they came to the door, a young Indian girl came forward and said with a smile, Sir, welcome. Generally, Indian restaurants do not use girls as waitresses, but this is not India. To improve the level, half of the waiters hired by Indian bosses are Indian girls. I've made a reservation for box number 15. Okay, enter the box. Jun directly ordered a few special dishes. The menu was pushed to Xiaowei. It was full of Chinese characters in a very humane way. Xiaowei glanced at it and found that he didn't recognize most of the dishes, so he gave up. He just advised, don't order too much, it will be wasted if you don't finish it. It doesn't matter, I'll pack it up at worst. Jun said, there is no kitchen in the dormitory. However, hot meals are allowed in the hospital cafeteria. Then, Jun ordered another fruit plate drink. As soon as the waiter left, the boss came in and greeted Jun very warmly. When he learned that Xiaowei was a doctor, he offered a 20% discount on the meal and gave him 2 snacks. After the boss leaves, Xiaowei tasted the snacks. It tastes strange, Jun said at this time. These shops near the border inspection station are tertiary industries owned by the military. They are considered income-generating projects. Because of this, the management is very strict, so there's no need to worry about the hygiene of the food. Xiaowei nodded. He wasn't worried about that. No matter what, it's impossible to make a difference in one meal. Soon, the dishes are ready. Why no curry? Xiaowei asked doubtfully. Jun laughed when he heard this. Who said Indian food requires curry? They like to eat curry very much, but there are also many other dishes that are very suitable for our Chinese eating habits. Up to now, I have not eaten curry that satisfies me, so I don't recommend this kind of cuisine. Try it. These use unique Indian seasonings, and you will definitely not be disappointed. Xiaowei put down his entanglement. He picked up a piece of roasted lamb leg, sprinkled with unknown condiments of various colors, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, his taste buds felt a sense of happiness that stimulated his brain to secrete positive hormones. Tasty. Xiaowei nodded vigorously, full of praise. Then eat more, Jun said with a smile. As a foodie, the first happy thing is to eat new food. Second, you can eat all you want. The third is to introduce the delicious food you think to others and be recognized. This meal, Xiaowei didn't stop until he was full. When he looked at the price, it was nearly 400 Asian dollars after discount. It was a little expensive, but it was worth it. Moreover, this time it was Jun's treat, so he didn't push it because there was another show tomorrow night. Reciprocity. Finished eating. Walk out of the hotel. It was completely dark, but the border checkpoint is still crowded with people. I saw Xiaowei looking at a small number of Indians who were retrograde. Jun explained, not all hospitals in the Myanmar medical group work in 3 shifts. Only some important hospitals do this. This place is close to India and has a special location, so it only accepts patients 24 hours a day. They all have loans? Xiaowei asked casually when he saw the Indians passing by. Yes. Jun nodded. I heard that Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group provides medical assistance. What is the proportion? Xiaowei asked again. Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group provides assistance to many African countries. He knows this. Won't listen to this. Jun shook his head. No. Xiaowei was puzzled. Well, it actually existed before. The group set up a medical clinic in India and promised to treat 50,000 cancer patients free of charge every year. However, it was temporarily withdrawn after failing to get a response. Xiaowei had a question mark. What didn't you get? Talking half said will make you anxious to death. Why didn't you get a good deal? Xiaowei couldn't help but ask. Jun sighed. Who doesn't want free things, but the locals in India require that they control the quota, and the group agreed. However, someone exposed something. Some local people were selling quota. Of the 50,000 quota, how many do you think will actually go to the people who need it? Less than 1,000, less than 2%, let's forget it. This is their internal matter. But it would be great if things were like this. After the exposure, public opinion was boiling. They didn't want to worry about the anger of the people, but asked us to come up with another 50,000 people. Yes, our group accepted it. But within 3 days, except for the 5,000 that were used to make peace, they sold out the rest. The matter was exposed again, and some even said that our group was making profits from this. Then things got out of control. Our local medical office was smashed, doctors were injured, medicines were robbed, and equipment worth hundreds of millions was destroyed. We had no choice but to evacuate first. How come you haven't heard of such a big thing? Xiaowei asked strangely. Jun Dao. They didn't want to make a big fuss, so they suppressed it, and the group didn't expose it to the outside world. After all, the losses were only medicines and equipment, and no lives were lost. They also compensated for the losses. Actually, the Western media has reported it. After all, so many people were involved. How could it be completely suppressed? But neither party involved wanted to escalate the situation, so they just let it go. That's really a pity. Xiaowei sighed. Speaking of which, there is another unexpected gain. This time, all the quotas have been sold. It is impossible for the group to hand over all the quotas to the other side, but it is difficult to do the screening by oneself. The other side will handle the losses. I heard that it is possible to launch medical loans according to the group's suggestions. That's a good thing, Xiaowei said. Jun said with a smile. Of course we think it is good, but the other party may not necessarily think so. India is inherently financially fragile, has a chaotic currency, and has a small economy. It is not like China's big industry. Unlike China's loans, when China's central bank releases water, a large amount of funds will flow out. India's currency is inherently fragile. Once it releases water, it will inevitably affect the exchange rate and commodity market. This is very troublesome, so I think it should be solved with loans in the end, loans from other countries, and then loans to its own citizens. This is also the most difficult choice for India. This money is a lot. Xiaowei nodded silently. World, it is not what China can do that other countries can do. For example, a simple medical loan can be difficult for many countries, especially India, a country with a large population. Any small problem will be magnified. Never mind. What do you worry about other countries doing? As long as your own country is good. I just hope they can make a wise choice. Xiaowei sighed. Maybe. Jun smiled. No matter what the result was, the group would definitely benefit. As long as you are not stupid and have calculated your financial accounts well, you will know that it is the most cost-effective to introduce the original transcription solution and open your own hospital. China is very efficient. The earliest thing to do is to settle this account clearly. So Xiaowei is here. Take a walk for a while. They returned to their parking spot. Jun pressed the car key, and Xiaowei saw the car's inductive paint technology for the first time. After the car's taillights flashed, the dark white body under the shade of the trees instantly turned bright white. It's like the brightness seen during the day. Quite magical. Although it is bright, it cannot be used as a lamp. As a user, Jun has the most say. Xiaowei smiled in his heart. The car body serves as a light. Thank you for thinking it through. If only the car body was that bright. Power consumption increases significantly. It's not safe to drive either. It will also affect the sight of passers-by. Ahem. Xiaowei shook his head helplessly. It's so stupid that I still rationally analyze this kind of weird idea as if it were true. Also, the brains of science students are so easy to trust others. Leave the border checkpoint. Wei saw the new county town at night. Extraordinarily beautiful. Wei discovered that fluorescent substances were actually added to the paint here. The tops of the buildings, under the reflection, intertwined with golden and white lights, which was particularly eye-catching. You guys are really good at playing. Wei sighed. No, they know how to play. We don't have this hobby. Jun corrected. 3 generations of his ancestors are Chinese, and they also recognize China as the motherland. Therefore, their aesthetic values are also the same. Every time I see these bright houses, it all feels weird. He can accept that the car lights up at night, because it can be a very eye-catching reminder of cars coming from the front and rear, and the brightness can be adjusted, but he really cannot accept that the house lights up at night. No need to live. Just thinking about it. Big night. The appearance of a house radiates light, but is not dazzling at all. In China, which has a long history of ghost stories and supernatural culture, this is not a science fiction film, but a horror film. Still very scary. Fine. The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is normal and not so messy. This is due to cultural reasons. He can understand. Return to the dormitory. Wei didn't sleep. Instead, he took out a book and studied it carefully. This was a training material that the hospital distributed to them at the request of Zhe, the leader of the training class, when they participated in the training camp of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. The General Emergency Treatment Manual is said to be a manual, but it's at least 200 pages. Various first aid methods are recorded with pictures and texts. According to the requirements of the Myanmar Medical Group, a doctor must master these and must take exams and study every year, and the teaching materials are updated every year. Includes hazards encountered in various environments. Car accident, lacerations, heavy bleeding, maternity, shock, heart attack, asthma, blow to the brain, fractures, blockage of esophagus. Professor in these hundreds of scenarios. A doctor does not have any equipment, no medicines, not even sterilizing equipment such as lighters, let alone foreign aid, how to quickly determine the condition of the injury. Then, use anything available around you for first aid. Pins, key rings, pins, and nail clippers may all be first aid tools. If he learned them all, he could basically stabilize the situation and hold on until the rescue force arrived. Wei couldn't put it down. These are experiences. Too many skills don't overwhelm the body. 11:30. Wei turned off the lights and went to sleep. Tomorrow he plans to apply for overtime work. Although he has no money, since he is here, he cannot act like an uncle. Tomorrow Jun will introduce other Chinese doctors to him to leave a good impression. The next day, January 18th, the World Economic Forum, headquartered in Geneva, announced on the 16th that this year's annual meeting will be held in Davos from the 23rd to the 27th of this month. The theme of the annual meeting is the power of cooperation and innovation. The agenda of this meeting is divided into 5 sub-themes, covering business, economics and finance, geopolitics, technology, values, and society. The agenda involves global financial market turbulence and uncertainty in the economic outlook. On the eve of Davos, Soho Finance made a lengthy report, and at the end it mentioned that Tang Qing was going to participate, which attracted a lot of attention. Tang Qing is now synonymous with traffic. In the information age, traffic is money. These 10 days, Tang Qing's name appears in the news every now and then because WeChat's shine is so dazzling. In the past 20 days, its downloads have exceeded 7 million, and the number of active users is close to 3 million. To know, smartphones are still a rare commodity. Not cheap. This data, it means that Tang Qing has grasped the high ground and advantage of instant messaging in China's mobile internet field. As long as he doesn't make mistakes, no one can extinguish this spark. What's more, did Tang Qing make mistakes? No business field. Tang Qing has never lost. On vision, in terms of understanding the mobile internet era, he is one of the people at the forefront. Now, all major media are waiting to see how Penguin, the most urgent company, will respond to this traffic crisis. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Winter vacation is coming. Various universities have entered exam week, and the same is true for Fudan University. Since he was going to Davos, Tang Qing completed the exam ahead of schedule. In fact, it just means that everyone knows that Tang Qing is a top student. Full marks. Full marks. Full marks. All subjects are full marks. Taking the exam in advance, they did not believe that Tang Qing would leak the questions. He is no longer a child. Who dares to ask Tang Qing about exam questions? He still has this bit of trust. The same goes for Lin Jiaxue. Perfect score for Kiki. 9:30. Pudong Airport. Tang Qing embarked on a flight to Switzerland. Calculate the time. Fly over now. It's still noon there, so you can take a stroll. The Davos Forum will only be held in 4 days, so go early to avoid private jets being jammed at Davos Airport. It's not impossible. There are too many big guys who go there every year. My uni totaled. I also took Tang Qing's SF Express flight. Last month, Tang Qing proposed to provide Alibaba's management with a business jet. I placed the order, but I had to queue up and the delivery would not be until the middle of this year at the earliest. I still jumped in the queue. Otherwise, it is normal to wait for more than a year. The march that Ma Yun bought with her own money has been delivered, but the number of bodyguards has not been increased. Unlike Tang Qing, there are 4 of them when they go out, but secretly there is at least 1 platoon on standby at any time. Jiaxue, let's go and watch TV in the master cabin. It's noon when we arrive in Switzerland, so we have to get rid of the jet lag in advance. As soon as they got on the plane, Zheng Ro pulled Lin Jiaxue into the master cabin. Said it was the master bedroom, but it is only as wide as a double bed but quite long. There is a special wine cabinet and bathroom. Unfortunately, every trip is a short distance, and Zheng Ro has never slept here again. Take off your shoes. Zheng Ro jumped on the bed. Turn on the environment simulation function in the cabin with ease. After a few seconds, the top, the ground, and the surrounding cabins all changed. They were on a rippling lake. The top is blue sky and white clouds. Rich, you can really be willful. Cabin. Ma Yin is having a video conference with Ali. Ma Yin liked the quality of video communication without delay. Tang Qing must have rented a communication satellite with considerable bandwidth. Otherwise, there would be no such high-quality network in the sky. Interesting. First-class chair. The corner of Tang Qing's mouth suddenly raised a slight arc. In the projection of his glasses, a large group of people were arguing fiercely. It was noisy and lively. When they got excited, some people banged the table hard. Fortunately, there were all respectable people present, and there was no fight. I disagree. The pharmacology of the original transcription solution is unknown. It can cure cancer in the short term, but whether it has long-term risks remains to be seen over time. It must go through our clinical and drug launch processes. Pedantic. I am responsible for people's safety. Responsible? Then why are you not responsible for those who may die from the disease? Please don't change your concept. You are committing murder. I think we should be more cautious. If the original transcription solution can be produced in our country, it is not impossible to consider it. Do you think you are smarter than others? I will find out more. Our debt level is already very high. At this time, there is a debate in India over whether to open up medical loans. More than a dozen departments, including finance, health, drug regulatory, central bank, commercial banks, and civil affairs, have come together to make a lot of noise. Some agree. There are objections. There are also those who are at loggerheads and those who abstain. These 4 types of people will never be absent from such meetings. Medical. The interests involved are too great. Indian pharmaceutical companies, like those in Europe and the United States, are not state-owned enterprises, and the consequences of this are obvious. Unlike China, where the top can do whatever they want, the pharmaceutical companies below can only obey the overall situation. This way, capital is very powerful. Big picture? They don't care. The money in your pocket is the real deal. What faced them was a difficult problem. If they followed the suggestion of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group and introduced the original transcription solution, they would have to use their medical big data and return the medication to the National Health Department. How can this be done? What will happen to everyone's jobs? Therefore, he used his connections and influence to try to prevent the higher authorities from passing it, and the quarrel became like this. This was not a public meeting. If it wanted to pass it, it would have to be voted by the parliament. But if the attitude of these people can be determined, there will be no big problem in the parliamentary vote. The problem is that how to deal with these relevant stakeholders has become a headache for the leader. On the plane, Tang Qing listened to the shouting from several parties. Just treat it as fun. Anyway, it will definitely pass in the end. If it passes the preliminary demonstration stage and is submitted to the two houses of Congress for a vote, the approval of the medical loan will be almost certain. Therefore, at this meeting, the opposition was so excited. Try to interrupt the flow. What a pity. They underestimated the determination of India's upper echelons. Departmental interests. It's okay to fight over and over again. But if it conflicts with national interests, this is a mantis trying to control the situation. After watching it for more than an hour, Tang Qing turned off the projection. As expected, the result was passed by a majority vote and will soon be submitted to the House of Commons for a vote. There's only one motion. Loan Asian dollars from the Bank of Myanmar to pay for medical expenses and only support conditions where the original transcription solution is used. Colds and fevers, as well as treatment in other hospitals in India, are not eligible for loans. Otherwise, you should laugh. These are Indian pharmaceutical companies. But at that speed, a voting resolution will not be reached until March at the earliest. Mr. Tang, which satellite company did you use for your communications? Mayan came over after the meeting. During the meeting, he glanced at Tang Qing from time to time and found that he was in a daze and giggled from time to time. I guess I'm thinking of something good. A new commercial satellite company. You probably haven't heard of it. When Alibaba's business jet arrives, I'll have someone set it up for you. The cost will be waived. Tang Qing said vaguely generously. Listen and listen. Maya knew that she didn't want to say it. Never mind. If you don't say it, don't say it. Speaking of satellite companies, it does exist. Tang Qing is not just making it up. And it does have 5 commercial satellites, divided into 3 companies to provide high-speed information services for Tang Qing's global industries. As for quantum satellites, just as a backup, once the quality of conventional satellite communication is poor, quantum satellites will provide data optimization. Such a waste. And the method of taking off his pants and farting is something Tang Qing can only do if he is bored. Rich. A large amount of funds have been deposited in the P-Show project. The upper limit is being refreshed every day. Especially now, 50% of the legal gambling industry in Europe and more than 30% of the world is controlled by fighters. Even making money every day is not enough to describe the speed of the fighters' financial expansion. Buy a team. Buy the company. Buy a satellite. Buy a ship. As long as you think it will be useful in the future, buy them all. In addition to necessary capital reserves, it is safer to convert money into assets. When money rolls around, the expansion speed is terrible. More than 7 hours later, the plane was about to enter Swiss airspace, and everyone gathered in the cabin. Unfortunately, there were clouds below and the ground could not be seen. Because it was always chasing the sun, it was always bright outside. Switzerland, one of the richest countries in Europe, relies on finance to live happily. Compared with some European countries, the people here are quite hardworking and not as lazy as in Greece. On the plane, inside the cabin. Hey, my weather forecast shows that there is a heavy snowstorm here. Why don't I see dark clouds? Xingro looked at her phone. The location was very accurate, and the weather forecast update was also transferred to Switzerland. Others looked at Xingro. Why are you looking at me? We are in the sky, Tang Qing reminded kindly. Of course I know, but the clouds below are so white. Xingro asked blankly. Finally, it was Lin Jiaxue who explained. After a while, Xingro smiled bitterly and suddenly became wise as soon as she woke up. A reflection, a light transmission. Heaven, there are no dark clouds. Another half hour passed. The white clouds dispersed. It's a pity that it's winter now. It snowed just last night. The Green Mountains are all covered in white. The small towns and farms that flash past are also very blurry. Tang Qing came here after the snow. It snowed once in Shanghai this year. It melted quickly. Look at the snow. We still have to come north. We are about to reach our destination, Zurich. This is the richest city in Europe. Relatively speaking, the capital of Switzerland is not well known. Its popularity is only ranked 4th in Switzerland. The plane lands. They went through the immigration formalities. Davos is just a small town in Switzerland. It has an airport, and there are many of them, but it is not an international airport and cannot go through the immigration formalities. They have to come here first. Take a stroll. As the richest city in Europe, there are really many places to play. Because of its developed finance and many rich people, it is also an important capital pool for the soldiers. Complete the formalities. Walk out of the airport. Tang Qing this. A shout came. The sound was a bit disturbing, which made several Europeans picking up the airport unconsciously look over, with slight dissatisfaction in their eyes. This was a public place and a VIP channel. But the person shouting was completely unaware. Just roar. I didn't scare the kids. A week ago, when he learned that Tang Qing was going to Switzerland, Gufeng was also ready to join in the fun. He had been here once before, but the content of the forum's conversations was too high-end and had little to do with him. After joining in the fun, he never came again. This time, he still came to join in the fun. Take a look at Tang Qing, by the way, the man who will soon unseat Bill Gates. Although there are many rich people hiding in the world, most of them exist in the form of families and are not individuals. For example, the Gu family has assets of more than 100 billion US dollars, but they belong to the family and not to individuals. Therefore, the world's richest people list is also of great reference value. He also recognized Ma Yun at once. Her face was so recognizable. After Alibaba went public, its market value exceeded 40 billion US dollars, and it was now heading towards 50 billion US dollars. He also bought a lot. 1 month left. Microcrystalline technology will be listed on NASDAQ. The Gu family's investment of 600 million US dollar will grow 5-fold or even 10-fold with Tang Qing's help. This makes the Gu family, who are accustomed to steady investments, attach great importance to it, and even more to Tang Qing. So monstrous. Whatever you do becomes what you do. Brother Gu, Sister Ling, walk over. Tang Qing greeted with a smile. Next to Gufeng was his wife Lingya. Her slightly swollen belly showed that she would soon become a mother. Her due date was estimated to be within a few days of Dojiao. I changed my look again, Gufeng said happily. Ever since he met Tang Qing, he had always seen Tang Qing with short hair, which was very unlike a successful person. Therefore, changing the style meant that Tang Qing's beard had been modified in a different way. More mature. Lingya smiled. Gufeng nodded. Yeah. Tang Qing rolled his eyes. You are so boring. As soon as we met. First let's talk about my handsome beard. After introducing Ma Yun and Zheng Ro, they walked out of the airport. Suddenly, the cold winter wind hit their faces. The temperature outside was already below zero. Lin Jiaxue and others put on winter equipment. And Tang Qing, a shirt and a jacket, with the zipper still open. Young man, you are young and energetic. Gufeng secretly smiled in his heart and did not persuade Tang Qing to put on more clothes. Tang Qing was not a child and knew how to wear it. If he could wear it, it meant that there was really no problem. Tang Qing, I always feel that you always travel with a logistics department. Looking at the car that picked up Tang Qing, Gufeng said speechlessly. Just like in the island country, 4 identical Mercedes-Benz S were parked outside. Look at this detail. It is undoubtedly a bulletproof car. Middle. It's 2 marches. To this. Tang Qing smiled. Gufeng really guessed it right. For his trip, there were dozens of soldiers who came in advance. And these cars also belonged to the special guards. In Zurich, the city with the most wealthy people in Europe, the security business is very good. Except for personnel security. Renting various special vehicles is also part of the business. At the end of the next month after the march was launched, Tang Qing asked Zhong Yutui to borrow 500 million yuan from the bank. He bought 30 vehicles, ranging from medium to low to high. We do leasing business in some big cities around the world. Domineering appearance, surging motivation, strong defense, attracted a large number of people to rent cars, especially Zurich. There are many rich people, and there are also many people who like to try new things. The rent of nearly 30,000 yuan a day cannot stop their enthusiasm. Many people can't help but buy one to take home after driving or riding in one. The two vehicles appeared to have license plates from rental cars, but it was all transmitted from the security headquarters last night. It was impossible for the command room to let Tang Qing ride in a car rented to others. Safety first when you are out. Come on up. That's right, Gufeng said enviously. After getting in the car, the convoy drove out of the city. There were many rich people here, and it was a famous tourist destination in Europe. Therefore, there were a large number of villas for rent outside the city. Tang Qing booked one before coming. Said it was an order. Not accurate, because this villa is owned by a soldier. The soldiers owned hundreds of properties in Switzerland. This was just one of them, and it was not accurate to say it was a villa. This was a European-style manor that originally belonged to an English earl. Pity. Unfortunate family background. After his son inherited the family property, he immediately sold it for money, bought a boat, and traveled around the world. The most speechless thing was that he encountered a storm last month and was trapped on an isolated island, just like Murayama can. A week ago, Tang Qing learned the news accidentally. Then he felt compassion. Someone rescued him, and he is now recovering from his psychological trauma in France. A month of savage life and the deaths of 4 shipmates made it difficult for the pampered man to get out. More than 30 minutes later, Gufeng, Mai Yun, Zheng Ro, looking at the manor. Several people stayed for a moment. Do you want it to be so luxurious that you can stay for just 2 days and get the entire manor? Also, what happened to those black bodyguards inside and outside the manor? You don't really bring a platoon of bodyguards out, do you? How much does this night cost? Zheng Ro clicked her tongue. I don't know, never mind. Tang Qing said casually and walked inside. He had been to this place before, teleported here, and thought it was good after looking at it, so he chose this place. Big. Clean. The Earl had been living in the UK, and people were renting it out at high prices, so few people rented it, so it was just vacant. For Tang Qing to come, the soldiers even renovated it. Gufeng sighed. 2. Who is Tang Qing? Worth more than Bill Gates. Just a manor. It's really not about pomp and circumstance. Most people see a billionaire driving a Mercedes-Benz and a BMW and scold him for showing off his wealth. But that may be the worst car in his family. For Tang Qing now, the manor can only be regarded as a bigger house. It's really not cool. Rich, don't you just want to live in a more spacious place? Do you have to squeeze into the presidential suite? Gufeng quickly accepted and said with great interest, let's go and take a good tour. I heard that there are some underground secret rooms in this kind of castle. Let's hunt for treasures. After that, Gufeng took Lingya's hand and walked in. Wow, so many works of art. It's so beautiful. I like this big fireplace. Because it's too big. It took them more than an hour to tour the castle. There were too many rooms, and it was decorated like a palace. They thought they could see a dark underground chamber, but unexpectedly, it was turned into a wine cellar by the original owner. No one drank, because they're all red wines, even if they are old. After the birth of fruit wine, these wines have really become collectibles, only collected and not drunk. After visiting the castle, living room, looking at the table full of lunch, Gufeng, Mai Yun, Zheng Ro, several people glanced at Tang Qing. Xindao, you not only arranged a platoon of bodyguards and manners, but also airlifted the chefs from home, and even the dishes came with them. They arrived in front, and these chefs came in behind. The dishes are still packed in a refrigerated container. Luxury. Too luxurious. Look what I'm doing, eating. Tang Qing took the lead in picking up a piece of grilled steak. When you come to a foreign country, of course you have to make things similar, so today's lunch dishes are all Western food. After being speechless, pick up the tools one by one. Have a great time. Produced in the training area, there is nothing simple, and with the soldiers' impeccable cooking skills, they ate every dish with a satisfied look on their faces. It was really a pleasure to eat Tang Qing's food. Before, Mayan thinks the box lunch is the most delicious. It was even more delicious than those made by 5-star hotels or even Michelin chefs. But Tang Qing's chef made him understand that it was not that those hotels and chefs were not good, but that he had never tasted truly good food. since the first time I went to Tang Qing's house. His concept was overturned. Eat. It turned out to be such fun. Brother Gu, what are your plans for the afternoon? Tang Qing asked while eating. Gu Feng swallowed a mouthful of steak and said with his mouth full of oil, "We don't have to go far, just in the city. I found a local tour guide to go to some characteristic buildings. There is really nothing to see here. He is the only one who has seen the world. I dare to say that Zurich, the richest city in Europe, is not worth seeing. In fact, it's really nothing to see. What ordinary people see as beautiful scenery and special features, to Gu Feng, who has visited almost every well-known and unknown scenic spot in the world, is just like that. Switzerland is inland and there is no sea. There is only a big lake here. Anyway, Gu Feng felt boring. Hear the words. Tang Qing nodded slightly. He felt it too. But Lin Jiaxue had never seen it before, so she came in advance. Okay, Mr. Tang, I'm going to meet some friends this afternoon, and I can't keep you company. At this time, Ma Yin said from the side. Tang Qing smiled and said, Okay, I'll leave a car for you. Not to mention business partners. Jack Ma has been attending the Davos Forum every year since 2000, and naturally he has met many foreign friends. Davos Forum. It can be said to be the largest bourgeois club in the world. More than 1,000 members. They are all large multinational companies that control more than 85% of the world's wealth. Because of this, dozens of heads of state and hundreds of ministers from various countries participate in the conference every year. Nothing else. These companies pretty much determine the direction of the world economy. Have to pay attention. Tang Qing, I have prepared 800 million yuan to subscribe for your comic group's tradable shares. Do you have any suggestions? Gu Feng did not shy away and said to Tang Qing directly at the dinner table. Suggestion? Tang Qing smiled. There was a pause. Yes. What? Gu Feng asked hurriedly. The purchase is a bit low. Gu Feng heard this. He spread his hands and said, This is all my liquid funds. I originally wanted to wait and buy microcrystalline technology shares, but when I heard that my family wanted to buy them, I made a desperate move and went to Comic Group. Microcrystalline technology. The family owns 12% of the shares. Once listed, they were also optimistic about its future, so the family decided to spend some money, which not only pushed up the stock price of microcrystal technology, but also made a lot of money. They had no reason not to do this kind of money-making thing. That's good. Don't worry. You will definitely make a lot of money. Tang Qing said that every company has funds from the PCO project to provide support and boost the stock price. It is difficult to lower the stock price. In the early stage, whoever buys will make the profit. Later, you will definitely make money. All in Tang Qing's mind, there was a saying, whoever believes in me can have eternal life. He couldn't do this, but he has money and can do. If you believe in me, I will let you make money. Trust him. Trust his company. I'll let you make money. The logic is that simple. Just like the Burmese stock market, there is zero trust. Those who believe in the Burmese stock market have a future. Those who bought the Burmese stock market have made a lot of money. If you don't give money to those who trust you, who will you give it to? That's good. If Comic Group makes a profit, I will use half of it to buy Qingyuan Technology stocks. I think this company should have the highest market value. Gu Feng said with a smile. Technology companies. The greatest value is its growth. If a company that everyone can see, such as Tang Qing's Shengtang Group, goes public, it will definitely not rise sharply, but will only remain stable with small fluctuations. Microcrystalline technology. Deeply cultivate the photovoltaic industry. Comic Group. Deeply cultivate culture and entertainment. However, Qingyuan Technology is deeply involved in the mobile internet, a new business area where everyone is full of unlimited fantasies. Therefore, in terms of expectations, Qingyuan Technology is the sum of the other two companies. Expect more. The stock price will be higher. Make money, what next? Tang Qing asked casually. Do business. Gu Feng said firmly. Finance is about making money. But after all, it is not a long-term solution. The Gu family has no tradition of engaging in finance and has been making relatively safe investments. This time, there was an opportunity with microcrystal technology in Tang Qing, so they got involved on a small scale. Influenced by family. Gufeng is not someone who just wants to play in the financial casino after making some money. These words. Tang Qing was also impressed. Finance. After all, is a transfer of wealth that will not create a penny of wealth for the entire society. Moreover, it is a means of gathering the wealth of a small number of people through various means. Stock market, futures, exchange rate, financial products, nothing more than that. It is not an exaggeration to say that the rich rob ordinary people. Very good, come on. Tang Qing praised. Yeah. Gufeng nodded. Take a look at the world's richest people. How many are involved in finance? Create value. Only then can he be truly recognized. Otherwise, with his name as the young master of the Gu family, those who are truly capable will not recognize his ability except to take a second look at him. 1 hour later, on the shores of Lake Zurich, Tang Qing and his group were walking on the path by the lake. Lake Zurich, part of which is extended to the urban area of Zurich, is very large, covering an area of more than 80 square kilometers. The almost endless yachts at the lakeside pier show how expensive this place is. Every inch of land is valuable. Villages and towns are dotted around the lake. Although there are many people nearby, the lake water is clear and almost drinking grade. Years ago, this place was also affected by pollution and dirty water flowed across it. It took great efforts to restore it to this condition. Contaminate first. Post-governance. Looking south, the Alps loomed. On the lake, the most recognizable ones are the swans. Because they are so big, other pigeons and seabirds are too small. There are many people feeding them on the shore. Brother Tang, what do you think? Do you want to go to the lake and have a look? My yacht is not far away. At this time, a man wearing a gold trench coat next to Tang Qing suggested to Tang Qing. This person, it was the tour guide Gufeng found. The largest Chinese family in Switzerland, the heir to the Yu family, Yusheng. Overseas, Chinese families also have a top circle. All over the country, the Gu family is the largest Chinese political and business family in the United States, and one of the big guys in the circle. Since it is just a circle, not an organization, there is no distinction between high and low, but there is a difference in respect for strength. Gu family belongs to the first sequence. Yu family. It only has some influence in countries such as Switzerland and Western Europe, which is considered the second series. On the island country, the Ling family, where Gufeng's wife lives, can only be regarded as the fourth sequence, even far behind Australia's Mei Wenlin family. It's not that the Ling family is weak, but the power structure of the island country is too closed. The Chinese could not go very far. It is very easy to be squeezed out by colleagues. If it is an elected official, the islanders will almost never elect someone of Chinese descent. Over time, their influence is really limited. This time, the Ling family and the Gu family are married. It can be regarded as a slight improvement in status. In this circle, none of the Li family in Xiangjiang went in. Because in the hearts of these overseas Chinese families, it is acquiescence that Xiangjiang is the land of China. Even if it was controlled by the British before, it was still a lease and the ownership was still in China, not overseas. 99 years. Not easy. When a contract was signed, the British demanded 100 years. Fortunately, those people did not compromise. Otherwise, if the lease period reaches 100 years, according to international practice, it would be de facto territory. It's really troublesome. Yusheng, the eldest grandson of the Yu family. I only met Gufeng when I was a graduate student in the United States. He had been studying in Europe before. As for why he went to the United States for graduate school, of course, it was to strengthen his own connections. Europe. He went from elementary school to college. They are all aristocratic schools, and they have met all the descendants of prestigious families. They have made friends with everyone they can, and in the United States, you can make friends from other places. Stayed for 3 years. Almost all of it is spent socializing. Certainly, besides socializing, he didn't miss studying either. The upper class does not just have a casual relationship with each other, just have a drink, but also has to have a good conversation. If you don't have something to buy, you don't have some unique insights, and you can't agree on the areas you're good at. Now, read it in 3 years. He's back again. I am currently studying for a PhD in philosophy at the University of Berlin in Germany and will graduate this year. To be honest, he really doesn't want to graduate. It's so fun to go to school every day, attend classes, and play basketball, but he has to go to work every day. He doesn't like dealing with money. But as the eldest grandson, this is his responsibility. Gufeng arrives. As a landowner, he hurried back from Berlin. In fact, it was very close. Switzerland and Germany are right next to each other. The plane was closer than the capital to Shanghai. He rushed over as soon as he got off the plane. Only, unexpectedly, the new friend Gufeng said he wanted to introduce would be him. Tang Qing. Tang Qing, who has risen at an alarming rate, is also well known in Europe. Especially Chinese families like them are very concerned about it. Once Tang Qing's companies were analyzed, they found that they all have great potential. And it's not about making money from real estate or policies. Much to their delight, China, having such a monster, they're also proud of their faces. You know, people here are looking at the faces of Westerners. Those people think very highly of themselves and think that they have the best genes and no one else can compare with them. Snort. Yushin curled his lips. Okay, let's go up and have a look. There's not much to see on this road, Tang Qing said. Then, Yushin took them to his yacht, said it was his. In fact, it is named under the name of the family's company. Otherwise, where would he get the money as a student? All the money belongs to the family. Even if he is the heir, not all the family property will be his. To prevent heirs from becoming incompetent, the Yu family is similar to the Gu family. The main assets are all under the family fund. No one has absolute ownership. The patriarch only has the right to transfer. This family model is widely popular in the circle. Otherwise, the heir is mentally retarded, being kidnapped, or lose a gamble, or was cheated by a woman. All the family assets were used as wedding clothes for others. What the hell is that? Therefore, this kind of insurance measure is very necessary. As an heir or a patriarch, you can make wrong decisions and be fine if your investment fails, or you can spend hundreds of millions on a car or a house for enjoyment. Either way, this is your right. But never transfer family assets to yourself or others at will. Otherwise, if a woman marries the patriarch and then gets divorced, she will get half of the family's assets. Isn't this nonsense? Who would want it? And if it is tied to the family fund, marriage cannot take it away. This is called family. Otherwise, how is it different from family? So, only in this way can a family's wealth accumulated over decades or even hundreds of years of hard work be protected to the greatest extent. Many people have suffered this kind of loss before, due to various reasons, such as gambling, kidnapping, or temptation. The heirs actively or passively squandered the family's money. Some people even specially set up games to seize these people's ancestral property. Later, gradually, such a system was formed. Family is family. An heir is an heir. If you owe money, it's better to say less. If it's too much, I'm sorry, but they won't pay the debt. Since these industries are all linked to family funds, there is no law in any country that requires family funds to repay money for individuals. Therefore, outsiders cannot seize these assets. That's why the children of these families have been very strict in their education since they were young. The family not only teaches them how to deal with power, but also teaches them how to prevent being manipulated. Over time, these people have become masters of manipulation. All I can say is, education is good. The yacht is sailing on the lake. There are rules here. The yacht cannot be too big. This is a lake after all, although it is a bit larger. The rich also abide by it. If you want to play with big yachts, just go to the beach. They have no shortage of these things, and they have properties everywhere. On deck, Mr. Tang, if it weren't for your tight schedule this time, I could be a tour guide and take you around Europe. Although it's not as good as the beautiful rivers and mountains of the motherland, the exotic customs are still interesting. Yu Sheng said to Tang Qing. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. Next time, the forum is over and there's only 1 week before the spring festival. There's no time to wander around here. Okay, you must inform me next time you come. Yu Sheng nodded and said. The spring festival is approaching, and he has no reason to keep her. He has a lot of things to do in his own family. The New Year is also a big event for the big family. Summarize the past. Looking to the future. Talk about your studies last year, what you mainly did, the people you met, your business situation, etc. This is the tradition of the Yu family. There's always been a considerable degree of learning and summarizing atmosphere within the family. Years ago, I can get to know Tang Qing. He felt that he had gained a lot. At the Davos Forum, he was not eligible to enter unless he used his family's quota, and assistant bodyguard were not allowed to enter the venue. The quota was limited. You can go to town to play. However, you must be invited by the organizing committee to enter the venue. It seems. I can only watch Tang Qing's speech on TV. One afternoon, under the leadership of Yu Sheng, it could be regarded as a tour of the most unique places in Zurich. Don't look at the humanities and history, just look at the natural scenery. After all, the countries are different, and there is no sense of historical identity. They just look like old buildings. No resonance found. Boring. And to the natural scenery. Human aesthetics are similar. Today, they just visited Zurich, and tomorrow they plan to go to places farther away. Switzerland is not even half the size of South Korea, but it is close to everything. Evening. Return to the manor and enter the living room. Yu Sheng let out a light sigh. This place has changed a lot. I heard. Gu Feng asked, have you been here? Yu Sheng nodded. The Count came to Switzerland to entertain guests here before. I have been here twice and I know his son, but I don't know him very well. I haven't heard from his son for a long time. I don't think I have seen any of these things. Yu Sheng walked by the large and small ornaments and banners around the living room. He has a good memory. He does not forget what he has seen, but he also retains a bit of memory that he calls familiar. But these, he wasn't even impressed. Far away. Hear this. Tang Qing smiled. The original owner rarely came here, so all the good things were taken to England. What was left behind were either imitations or modern products, worthless, so the soldiers replaced them all. Now, more and more treasures are found. Warehouses were built one after another. Treasures from the outside world. It's really piled up in the warehouse. When it is said to be a pile, naturally it does not mean that it is really piled together like garbage, but that it is numbered, locked in a special box, and then piled up. Those with repair value will be repaired before being put in. Speaking of restoration, Tang Qing had to admire the power of technology. Previously, he asked scientists to see if they could create an identical copy of the cultural relics. Even the age identification could not tell it was a fake cultural relic. Unexpectedly, just 5 minutes, the waiter came up with a complete plan. In 3 days, the scientists even built the equipment. When he asked about it, Tang Qing was speechless for a while. This kind of difficulty is really child's play. The waiter can hack into all internet-connected devices. A powerful database has already been reserved. It has data related to cultural relics recorded in museums around the world and has mastered the most advanced chemical reaction library. In 5 minutes, it has optimized the plan hundreds of millions of times. Before presenting it to him, the thought that I could copy almost any artifact. Tang Qing didn't feel excited at all. There are too many things in his warehouse. Copy it for what? Copy Mona Lisa's smile? Yep, even if a warrior like a machine doesn't use his hands, he can 100% reproduce it. Every change of color and every stroke of brushwork will be indistinguishable to experienced experts. Certainly, paper is also a problem because it has texture, but it's not a big problem. Just scan it and use the embossing printing machine in the laboratory that can print even the hair on the banknote. Copy it and connect it. Even with a magnifying glass, you can't tell who is who. Then, this technology, it was immediately shelved and the equipment was sealed until it was needed for future use. And such whimsical ideas have created a mountain of temporarily useless items in the training area. Some are big and some are small. Small as a fist. It was as big as a submarine, and it was a real submarine. He fell in love with industrial design, and when he saw some beautiful models in science fiction works, he had the idea of making them one-to-one. It's not scary to have ideas. The scary thing is that this person can actually create it. Then, Tang Qing turned on the crazy mode, and with the help of scientists, these things came into being. Those who were not satisfied were returned to the furnace, and what was left behind were things that he could not bear to destroy. Not just watching. There are also some functions that he wants to have the same as on TV, but there is no way. Controlled nuclear fusion. Energy shield. He has finished products, but there is no manufacturing technology, and it cannot be added to those aircraft. Even the last attack on the Covelo laboratory in Brazil only put the protective cover on the tail of the aircraft. Want to hack technology. It's still a long way off at the moment. But Tang Qing never tired of it. Curiosity. It can inspire him to continuously acquire new knowledge, and every new discovery and technological breakthrough in a laboratory can excite him. This is a spiritual motivation that social science cannot let him feel. Research. Let the scientists do it. Establish goals and industrial design. He comes. It is difficult for outsiders to understand this pursuit. In this manner, from now on, it will no longer be rented out. Rather, it serves as his place to stay when he comes to Switzerland. As for the rent, he will pay it as usual every year and perform a full set. Why not buy it? He's not stupid. The sales tax and the rental tax are different. There's no need to create more taxes for the Swiss government. It's dark. Yusheng drove home. In the car. Recalling the feast for his taste buds just now, today's meal was the only one he wanted to enjoy a second time in his life. Looking back on the contact in the afternoon, Tang Qing was full of mystery and maturity. It makes people want to get close and contact them. This person, so interesting. More than 20 minutes later, once home, Yusheng was immediately called over by his father. Have you met Tang Qing? Yes. How is it? Very easy to get along with. No airs, no arrogance, pride, and maturity in dealing with things. Among Chinese of his generation, no one can compare with him. He is no worse than those from European aristocratic families. Yusheng gave a very high evaluation. After listening, father nodded. He trusted his son's judgment. It seems Tang Qing is really outstanding. Being rich and being outstanding are two different things. They have seen many rich people who are unkind, proud, and indulgent, have high self-esteem, and talk freely. These kind of people are all classified as low-level connections. Incomplete guarantee. The next day, he offended others, did something wrong, was ruined by others, and ended up penniless. Excellent. Is the basis of quality connections. Otherwise, not to mention tens of billions of assets, even hundreds of billions if you don't know how to restrain yourself and are a bad person, there are too many people who can teach this kind of people to understand the most powerful and least powerful thing about money in a minute. What are your plans for tomorrow? Going around. We must entertain you well. In the future, China's economic rise is inevitable, and no one can stop it. We have almost no high-end connections in China, and Tang Qing is the top connection in China. His father said solemnly. Europe, same as America. High-end manufacturing is almost always in the hands of Westerners. There are not many industries that Chinese people like them can get involved in and have a firm foothold in. The Yu family started out as a real estate agency in finance and gradually accumulated considerable wealth. Now, although the business is extensive, it has encountered bottlenecks, and the foreseeable financial crisis is about to break out, and all businesses will be affected. Therefore, they have set their sights on emerging economies. And now there are two that they are most optimistic about. China, Myanmar, a country with a large population, a technological counterattack. Both have great potential, and the Tang family actually has considerable influence and relationships in these two countries. If they can use this to open up business in both countries, that would be great. I will. January 22nd. Morning. Zurich train station. Mr. Tang, I will send it here. Yusheng smiled at Tang Qing. In the past 2 days, he had taken Tang Qing and others with him and made very thoughtful arrangements. The two of them had initially become friends, but he didn't dare to take up too much of Tang Qing's time. Friend, it also requires distance. Originally, Tang Qing planned to take his own car, but all in all, it's not a bad idea to take the train there. It's very close to Davos, and the train only takes more than 2 hours. Anyway, it's not a rush, so it's good to just ride there in a hurry. Goodbye. Goodbye. Look at the time. It's almost open. After saying goodbye, the group checked their tickets and entered the station. There was no security check at the Swiss station before, but it was very strict these days because there were too many important people gathered in Davos. If there is a security issue, they stop holding it, and this was also an important event in Switzerland. In addition to the police from Davos and Zurich, the Swiss military, national security, and other departments also sent many people. Station. In the car. Along the way, there are staff on standby. There are a lot of plainclothes people in the town. The background of every visitor will be investigated. In order to ensure passenger transportation, the train has temporarily added a few extra sections, but only invited guests and their entourage can ride on the extra trains. Get in the car. Find a seat. At this time, the carriage is full. Although they're all attendees, not all of them know each other. 1 to 2,000 people go there every year, and the number changes every year. Even if Ma Yin goes every year, it is impossible to get to know 1/10 of them. Therefore, look around. Ma Yin found that she didn't know anyone, and the others were not familiar with him. They didn't say much except nods to each other. We are all busy people, so don't waste other people's time in non-social situations. There is time. It would be nice to take a nap. As for Tang Qing, wearing glasses that he adjusted to dark black, these Westerners didn't recognize them at all. They were each doing their own thing. This was what Tang Qing liked, as he was most afraid of someone coming up to say hello. Soon, the train started with a clang. This is also a feature of seamed rails. Driving out of Zurich, the train started to speed up, and the scenery also changed. However, because it snowed again last night, all I could see was a world covered in white snow. It was very monotonous and far less beautiful than in summer. Mr. Ma, have you been to the Alpine ski resort in Davos? Zheng Ro asked curiously. Have you seen it? Never skied. I've played down there, but not high up. I think it's too dangerous. Mayan said bluntly. When he was young, he longed for it, but now it's different. He still looks for excitement at the Alpine ski resort in Davos. Now, he is not alone. That's it. Zheng Ro was a little disappointed when she heard this, and gave up the urge to have fun, because it was estimated that no one would play with her, and if Ma Yin didn't play, Tang Qing wouldn't let Lin Jiaxue take risks. Otherwise, once it falls, Tang Qing will definitely go crazy. She had never seen Tang Qing angry, but when the richest man in China was angry, it was because his beloved woman was hurt. It was not as simple as yelling twice, so there was no need to take risks. After a while, Zheng Ro suddenly looked up. Tang Qing, when can you buy train tickets on WeChat? What's wrong? Tang Qing asked curiously. I just watched a news article discussing what features we hope WeChat will launch. No, buying train tickets is the most popular vote. Now that colleges and universities are on holiday and the Chinese New Year is coming, train stations across the country are packed. Zheng Ro shook her phone. In rich Switzerland, 4G was rolled out as soon as possible. That's right. He nodded. Tang Qing said, we have to wait. The Ministry of Railways has not yet decided to open internet ticket booking software. It has already been given to the Ministry of Railways for free. But it's still the same reason. Insufficient capacity. Once internet ticket sales are opened, it will greatly harm the interests of people queuing outside the station when tickets are in short supply. Because of this consideration, the Ministry of Railways has not adopted it. Previous life. Also 3 years later, when the high-speed rail mileage reached a certain standard, 12306 was launched to divert the pressure from ordinary railways, and a ticket retention system was implemented, with only a part of the tickets released for online sale. This is based on overall considerations. But recently, it has become looser, because it is difficult to get a ticket only during peak travel periods, such as around the New Year and holidays, and it is usually quite relaxed. Therefore, someone proposed a compromise plan, which is to open during normal times and temporarily close before and after holidays. To be honest, a little weird, but it's a big step forward. It's really not that the railway department doesn't do its job well, but that there are too few tickets. To ensure relative fairness, convenience has to be sacrificed. Otherwise, we can't sell registered tickets, right? Have you, Miss Zeng, ever taken a train? Tang Qing asked. One listen. Zeng Ro was unconvinced. Why have I never taken one? It's so fun to take the train. When I graduated from high school, I took it for 2 days and 1 night to go to New Zealand. It was too slow. Not only was it crowded, but also smelled bad. There is no way. There are many people and few cars. When the high-speed rail is repaired, the situation will be much better, but the high-speed rail does not run at night. If you want to travel long distances, you have to take ordinary trains. Tang Qing said with a smile. It's good to take a bus during the day and rest locally at night. It's good to travel a little bit, but we have to wait until some time. There's no sign of a high-speed rail now. Zeng Ro said with a disappointed look on her face. Almost, Tang Qing said. At China's speed, high-speed rail construction is not done one by one, but in piles. On August 1st this year, 1 week before the Beijing Olympics, the first high-speed rail will be put into operation. Although it is only 120 kilometers, but it's also a high-speed rail. Next year, this mileage will be doubled in another 5 years. The total mileage of high-speed rail will increase tenfold. The construction speed of the infrastructure maniacs is so unreasonable. Before his rebirth, that is, 17 years ago, the high-speed rail operated by China accounted for 70% of the global high-speed rail mileage, and it is still increasing. The execution is really terrible. This is also what Western countries are most afraid of. Same project. They haven't finished their argument yet. China has even built everything, benefiting thousands of families. After being dumbfounded, the hearts of Western countries suddenly became unbalanced. Compare with China. What are they doing? Are you joking? More than 2 hours later, the scenery changes several times. They came to the small town of Davos. The town is really small. The population is just over 10,000, and the service industry is the main industry, but it receives more than 2 million tourists every year. It can be said that the residents of the town can live a prosperous life no matter what business they do. Certainly, it's not all good here either. You are allowed to come and play. However, they're not welcome to develop or do business. Otherwise, such a tourist attraction would not have so many people now, but even so, it could not stop the soldiers. 20 minutes later, Davos Lakeside. Good phone. Ma Yun. Zeng Ro. In front of a huge villa on the mountainside. Several people were confused again. Good rooms are hard to come by in Davos at this time of year. It's useless to book several years in advance to get a presidential suite. Ministers and billionaires from various countries are lucky enough to get a business suite. But look at Tang Qing. There is even a villa to live in. Single-family villa. Still on the shores of Lake Davos. Talk. Is there no one to take care of this monster? What are you doing? It's time to have lunch. Tang Qing walked to the door and shouted. One listen. A few people were refreshed and quickly followed. They were used to this setting, and it seemed to be pretty good. Inside the villa. Brand new furniture. Brand new renovation. If Chai Ren were here, he might find that although there are not many similarities with the design of the villa in Sanya that Tang Qing gave him, they still have the same meticulous charm in them. Materials used. Splicing. Crack in the corner. Absolutely the highest level of construction. Also, there's actually a swimming pool on the ground floor. In terms of luxury, they're probably the most luxurious group of people staying at this conference. The most important thing is that Tang Qing brought the cook again. Calm down. We are all people with some background. We cannot act like we have never seen the world. Whose house belongs to this? Gufeng asked curiously. A friend. What about my friend? I thought the house was small, so I went to live in England. Tang Qing had already thought of his words. The soldiers had obtained a large amount of assets through various means, and of course they couldn't guard every house by themselves. Just like the castle. From now on, it will only be used to house Tang Qing and his friends. Not rented out. Gufeng. People who can own a house here can indeed say that it is small. Gufeng was speechless. He thought that his Guf family had friends all over the United States. Although Europe was a little far away, they still had a strong network of connections. But why doesn't he have a friend who can get a lakeside villa in Davos? Depressed. The Guf family seems to have been in vain these past few decades. Afternoon. The second floor of the villa. A few people were drinking tea leisurely under the huge, single transparent floor-to-ceiling glass. It was below zero outside, and the room was as warm as spring. At this time, Gufeng had already filled the gap in his heart with food. But Ma Yin couldn't help but sigh. In the past, when she came by herself, she could only stay in an ordinary room. Big suite? Don't even think about it. All kinds of good rooms are even offered by rich people with annual packages. For these unreasonable people, that little money is not money at all. The quality of life is the most important. Where to live is directly related to status. But this time, a bicycle becomes a car. There are really many benefits to following Tang Qing. Tang Qing, the forum starts tomorrow. Are you nervous? I have to give a speech in front of thousands of people who are either senior government officials or big bosses. If I go up, I will probably be nervous for a while. Gufeng took a sip of tea and asked Tang Qing, "Why am I nervous? They don't have as much money as me." Tang Qing joked, "Haha, so heroic." Gufeng was startled for a moment, then laughed. "You like this logic, but don't underestimate the world. The guy from the American ERV is here too." Tang Qing smiled. This was the only word he could use to express his mood. Who knows? The ERV is his. It is not the largest company under his control, because it is preceded by the Myanmar Bank Group, a powerful entity that can print currency and has a strong currency value, and has countless other industries. Low profile. He felt that no one could compare with him. "You should know each other, right?" Gufeng asked. "Yes." Tang Qing nodded. "We talked on the phone. There is no need to think about this kind of thing. ERA uses ERV's serious system and is an agent for many of its mobile games. To say that I don't know him at all. Who believes it? This person is too mysterious. Anyway, be careful when you come into contact with him. ERV has been making big moves in the United States recently. Please don't get involved. It will be very troublesome." Gufeng reminded him seriously. Okay. Tang Qing smiled. At the end of this year. It has begun to develop in the direction of consortia, and its various industries are expanding upstream and downstream. From the pure internet industry, it has gradually entered the upstream and downstream hardware fields. It is difficult not to offend the interests of those financial groups, such as ARM. From the initial pure microprocessor architecture, Qualcomm began to move towards chip design, which made Qualcomm happy and worried. Fortunately, the processor performance has been greatly improved. Worryingly, its own R&D output has been hampered. It would be fine if it was ARM. But suddenly, there is a growing threat beside him. It can't be seen yet, but its latest generation Xiaolong processor has directly defeated the Xiaolong they originally planned to launch. Then, Qualcomm spent a lot of money to buy and take a stake in this company. That microprocessor is the chip currently used in the era. For every chip sold, Qualcomm has to pay the company a patent fee. Depressed. The other party has money. The strength will definitely become stronger and stronger. Dry? Qualcomm hesitated. Once there is a stalemate, this company turned to Intel to make up for Intel's shortcomings in this area. So their dream of dominating the mobile internet and low consumption and high-performance microprocessor markets may be cut in half. Technology is the source of change. Based on this consideration, Qualcomm has no choice but to add partners, and that is to welcome ARM's upstream expansion. It wants to remind that company to pay attention, because we still have ARM's ace in the chip architecture. Just study the chip for me honestly. Don't even think about investing in Intel. Then, what might have made Qualcomm unhappy with ARM's upstream expansion suddenly turn out to be something Qualcomm urgently needed and welcomed, hoping to stabilize the guy who wasn't completely obedient. And Intel is also anxious. Processor. Is it suitable for mobile or PC? Power consumption and heat dissipation is only a reference indicator. The most fundamental thing is computing power. Once the computing power of a mobile phone chip exceeds that of a computer or far exceeds it, then wouldn't it be possible to use a suitable system as a computer? Based on ERV's playing rules. It's not that it can't be sorted out. The worries here are not over yet. On their own territory, a guy who wants to shake things up unexpectedly appears. A company has launched a new set of efficient processor architecture, bypassing the x86 architecture used by Intel and AMD. The target is said to be directly aimed at ARM. What a waste. One test. You're gonna fuck me at my pace. Therefore, negotiations are now underway to prevent Qualcomm, ERV, and even other internet giants from taking the lead. This is still the hardware field, and the software field is also changing. Must I? Google. Following Android merged into Sirius system. Google suddenly had the urge to make a big deal, and it started a lot of cooperation with ERV and cut off many projects. As for Google, it had to die. It had just been listed not long ago, and now its largest shareholder is ERV. No way. After mastering Force of War and World and a large number of traffic-attracting software, I almost killed him if I had to kill him. Later, when I put it all together, I decided to cooperate to avoid being copied. That's all. ERV has made strong attacks in all aspects. The United States has been making constant news in related fields, and its personal wealth is also growing crazily. Its valuation has already exceeded $500 billion US. This is still in the current global financial turmoil. Just at the end of last month, ERV invested heavily in acquiring a medium-sized bank in California and began to enter the banking industry. This move, it was officially announced to others. I want a consortium. Suddenly, one stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Consortium, a scary word in the United States. Consortiums control almost everything. Their basic necessities, food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all dependent on the companies controlled by these consortiums. However, the pattern of consortiums in the United States has not changed much for hundreds of years. They're all established families. Everyone knows that these families are as wealthy as the country. Logically speaking, they would not expect another arrogant uncle to emerge. The people should strongly resist it, but the fact is exactly the opposite. Consortium. Old consortium. The U.S. economy has been in control for too long. No one could overturn it for decades or hundreds of years. This is not in line with the American spirit or the American dream at all. This is class solidification that prevents ordinary people from even dreaming of such dreams. But now, a hero emerges. Counterattack the American consortium in a short period of time. The amount of wealth measured that day made them believe that the United States had not lost the opportunity to create wealth. And now, ERV convinced them that the United States had not lost its channel for class counterattack. Someone finally stood up and challenged the centuries-old pattern. As a result, the comments on various websites went crazy. Support. Still supportive. ERV has represented their dream to accomplish what they could not accomplish. But the American media, which is controlled by capital, is not so impartial. There are always people who want to cause trouble and argue endlessly in this regard. However, the more they debate, the more uncomfortable some things are for various financial groups. Consortium. Essentially, it means monopoly. They have too many criminal records. If it is discussed too much in the general public, it will make them very passive. Even if it can manipulate public opinion, it cannot stop public opinion. The reason why experts oppose ERV is that people question the reason for their existence. That's all. Just 2 weeks. The relevant debate came to an abrupt end in major media. Can't argue. Argue again. There might be a demonstration. The reason why major consortiums have been so low-key in recent years is because they are afraid of such large-scale debates that question their existence. If it gets too big and they continue to cause trouble from time to time, it will be very troublesome. Frequent suppression can easily lead to backlash. But the open questioning stopped. Private actions continued. But ERV's lobbying company, which is supported by large sums of money, has not achieved nothing. On many issues, some people have chosen to be in peace. After all, the chairman of ERV is one of our own, and ERV is a purely American company. The pride of America. Bad start. Therefore, the major financial groups hesitated. So I chose to sit down and talk because there were also voices from the family internally, and I felt that they had mainly focused on traditional fields before, but now that a new era consortium appears, it shouldn't be too bad. Then try to reconcile. However, There is still no agreement on some issues, such as limiting ERV's areas of involvement, restructuring its industry's equity, and being consistent in its actions with major consortiums. Lots of disagreements. There is a bit of a tendency to be unable to reach an agreement. Therefore, Gufeng said this. Now is the critical moment for ERV to become a consortium. Most people look at it calmly, but what the Gu family sees is turmoil. They are really unsure, so they remind Tang Qing to pay attention. Don't get involved easily. Those people, but they're not easy to get along with. Gufeng saw a mess, but Tang Qing saw more and more clearly. The major consortiums found that the ERV fire could not be extinguished. Even if it was extinguished, the cost would be unimaginable, and the internals had begun to waver. This is also the reason why other shareholders of ERV have exerted their efforts. American Consortium, cured for too long. These emerging internet companies and giants not only want to be rich, they also want to make their own voices heard. Therefore, each has supportive legislators and politicians. It also has its own lobbying firm. But they don't have the guts to form a consortium. Now that ERV is taking the lead, they are naturally happy. Although they will be a little led by ERV in the future, they are more at ease than duckweed if they are organized. Establish an independent consortium later? These people still have no courage, because there is no guarantee that the company will always make money, and times are changing too fast. It's better to find a shade under a big tree and leave the work of dealing with other consortiums to ERV. Beautiful. And this. It was only part of ERV's efforts to win over during this period. In addition to major internet companies, many newly emerging families, companies, and giants from other countries were also among them, which allowed those old consortiums to sit down and talk so quickly. If it goes well, results will be available in the first half of next year. This result, it is not recognized by the old financial groups in the United States. Instead, ERV has obtained a full set of consortium tickets. It can formally form its own support forces in various parts of the United States, including the U.S. Congress, local councils, military, and other relevant departments. And other rights. Consortium. But it doesn't just have to be a bank. There must be a matching set of rights. Because of this, the major old consortiums do not welcome new consortiums because any new consortium coming in will affect their strength. Until then, will become the real top force in the United States. Afternoon, Tang Qing and Ma Yun went out. Others stayed at the villa. The two of them were members of the Chinese delegation, so they naturally had to meet with the delegation that had also just arrived to discuss the itinerary for the next few days and to get familiar with each other and have a good rapport with them. This time, the people leading the team are the same as in previous years. Very substantial. 住的也不远. There is a 5-star hotel on the shore of Lake Davos, just a short half-circle away. Because there are too many dignitaries staying there, except for Tang Qing and Ma Yun, no one who is not staying in the hotel is allowed to enter. Come to the 3rd floor. They saw members of the delegation in a small conference room. Haha, we're all here now. The leader looked at the two people with a smile. Sorry, I'm late. Tang Qing said hurriedly. What's here? We just arrived and had some fast food. Where do you live? Is it far? When the person in charge saw Tang Qing, his eyes were full of admiration. There are really not many entrepreneurs in China who can be recognized by the world. Baidu, Penguin. The scope of their business determines that they can only survive in the Chinese market. And Ali, its concepts and models are inherently world-class, and it is welcomed as a guest by all countries. Now it can be considered a success. Alibaba's market value is tens of billions of dollars, and it is still rising. And Tang Qing. All of its companies are oriented to the world. They're all the pillars of the country. The two people in front of them are friends and have not become rivals, which is really the best thing. Otherwise, the palms and backs of the hands are full of flesh. In some decisions, it is not good to favor anyone, and it will be embarrassing. I live just across the lake, at my friend's place, Tang Qing said. Oh, they didn't care either. Okay, everyone is here. Let me say a few words briefly. The main purpose of this forum is the same as in previous years. The The main purpose of this forum is to express the voice of China and demonstrate our development philosophy. It would be great if we can promote some investment cooperation, but we don't force it. You are here to represent China. In words and deeds, don't say what you shouldn't say and don't do what you shouldn't do. It is indeed very brief. It was all said in 3 minutes. Because we had already had a party before we came here, this was just a small gathering before the event. Okay, you all can go about your business. Then, the person in charge left Tang Qing and 2 others behind, along with several heavyweights, including the president of China Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Never met before. They also wanted to get to know Tang Qing well. How about it? Is Switzerland fun? The person in charge started talking, as usual. It's okay. Tang Qing shook his head slightly. Okay, the person in charge asked. It's okay. Why are you shaking your head? There are many ancient buildings preserved, and history is everywhere, which can be appreciated. As for the natural beauty, there are many places in China that can be compared. As long as it is developed, it will not be worse than here. These words, they love to hear it. Haha. Yes, we have such a large land. If we develop it properly, how can it be bad? After laughing, the person in charge asked casually, I heard recently that you want to open a university? It is under review. I don't know how long it will take to get it. Tang Qing pretended to be helpless. It's better to be humble. And this. Several insiders also nodded secretly, saying something was wrong. It can be done, but it should not be said, and it should not be arrogant. It is really rare for the young people of Tang Dynasty to have this awareness at such a young age. Some people would rush out and make nonsense of anyone they knew. There was nothing he could not do. None of them dared to boast about this. As long as there are no problems with the procedures, it shouldn't be too slow. The person in charge knew that there were many parties involved in this matter. Although the relationship was broken, it still depends on what happened. This is not a profitable business. Educate. The foundation of the country. If Tang Qing has this intention, that's a good thing. It's a pity that we can only apply for undergraduate courses. Tang Qing said disappointedly. You still want to run a postgraduate program? Do you know that so far no private university has the right to grant master's degrees? The person in charge laughed and said, the higher the level of higher education, the stricter the management. We have to be responsible for the word education, especially private ones, responsible for profits and losses. If it goes bankrupt one day, do those graduate degrees not count? This is a big problem, which is why the authorities are so cautious. As long as state-owned universities don't commit suicide, they don't have to worry about this. The big deal is university mergers. I know, so it's a pity. Tang Qing spread his hands. He had no intention of gaining anything here. Useless. Granting the right to grant master's degrees to private universities is not just a matter of whoever speaks out. This is something that needs to be discussed in the Presbyterian Council and must show excellent results before it is possible. Now, I didn't even finish one undergraduate class. I just want to go to graduate school. Disaster. What he's going to do now? It is to improve the educational level of one's own university so that talents are recognized by the public. This is the right way. When the country opens the first batch of private master's degree pilot programs, we may be able to get it. As for the doctor, he hadn't thought about it. There will be only 5 pilot private master's programs in 10 years. PhD? He has to wait until the year of the monkey is over. He might as well find a way elsewhere, such as acquiring universities from other countries or cooperating to award international degrees. There is no need to stick to domestic degrees. Do it well. I want to see what difference your university will make. I will. Tang Qing nodded solemnly. You have been making a lot of moves recently. You are building a research and development center, and you have launched something called WeChat, which has made many domestic companies panic. The person in charge ended the topic of a university. I can't help it. If I want to do something, it will definitely touch the interests of other people. I think it's good. Everyone treats me as an opponent and works hard. I think it's a good thing. Tang Qing said nonchalantly. Everyone being treated as a rival. I still think it's a good thing. You are right. Only when you have pressure can you have motivation. The international business environment in the future will be very complex. We need a large number of companies that can adapt to the international business environment and are competitive, far-sighted, and capable of growth. In this regard, the person in charge was very complimentary. Subversion. For the economy, it is not a pain, but a sublimation. When companies have no motivation to innovate, it is inevitable to be eliminated by the market, and it will be their own people who will eliminate their own people. If we wait for people from other countries to eliminate it, then it's too late. Very good. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can tell us. What a coincidence, I just have it. Tang Qing said hurriedly. The others were stunned. You really know how to climb up the pole? Oh, tell me. The person in charge asked with interest. Lack of money. 2 words popped out of Tang Qing's mouth. Are you still short of money? Yes, I have invested all the company's money again to expand the scale, but a large project has been established recently and requires too much money. No, I thought a loan, but the amount is a bit large. You mean Hummingbird Commercial Reserve? A company suddenly flashed in the head of the person in charge. In terms of the recent big projects in Tang Qing Long, this company is the only one because it is the poorest. Yes. How much does the loan cost? Asked the president of ICBC on the side. It depends on how much you can borrow. Anyway, the more, the better. Tang Qing said with a smile. You're really not afraid of flashing your tongue. You can still borrow the money from ICBC, but they are still optimistic about the Hummingbird Commercial and Storage Project. The person in charge asked directly, please tell me a price first. Tang Qing stretched out 3 fingers. 3 billion, the ICBC president guessed. One listen. Tang Qing shook his eyes. Why should I look for you for 3 billion? Qingyan City can solve it. 30 billion yuan. Ahem. The president of ICBC couldn't stand it. 30 billion yuan, you are really loud. Do you know how much money this is? How much can you do now in 2008? Thousands of kilometers of highways can be built. Others also clicked their tongues. Wouldn't it be so exciting? 30 billion. Are you sure? The person in charge came back to his senses. I originally wanted 50 billion, but I was afraid that the bank wouldn't be able to get it. Tang Qing said in surprise. His tone was really loud. 50 billion. You really dare to ask for it. Was the mortgage Qingyuan Technology? Asked the president of ICBC. If so, it is not impossible. This company's profit last year was more than 20 billion, so the risk is not high. No mortgage. Tang Qing shook his head. Haha, you still want to be a free hand? The person in charge laughed. Hey, that's not really true. I think this project is worth more than 100 billion, or even more, but it is more expensive in the early stage. Tang Qing's plan is 10 billion, which is enough to spread domestically. But think about it. A direct quotation of 10 billion, and when others counteroffer, they may cut off some of it. He might as well quote a high price. If it works, it is just to speed up the layout. If it doesn't work, there will be more than 10 billion. Person in charge. Not only is it more expensive, it's just a waste of money. President Liu, what do you think? It's too much. It's difficult for us to approve funds of this size for this kind of project. Mr. Tang, do you have to invest so much? The president asked. He is the president, but the bank does not belong to him. There's a process. There's a system. If the country wants to do a big project, it's easy, but this is a private business loan. It's just a lot more. I estimate that the first phase of the domestic layout alone will cost me at least 10 billion. If we include the overseas ones, 50 billion is just a starting point. 50 billion? This number made their hearts tremble. Just now it was only 30 billion, and now there are 20 billion more. Is your mouth printing money? As soon as the upper and lower lips touched, it started to rise. Tens of billions of dollars are invested in it at every turn. Don't you consider the risks? And this is only the early days. If it's later, are you going to report an even more astonishing number? The person in charge pondered for a moment and asked, Xiao Tang, Hummingbird Store, how big are you planning to do? Of course it will cover the whole world. If it is domestic, orders from cities above the prefecture level will be delivered in one day. If it is global, regular goods in major cities in various countries will be guaranteed to be delivered in one day. Tang Qing did not say that all goods will be delivered in one day. That's impossible. A business store is not a treasure chest. Anything you want can be instantly transformed. He can only guarantee that most standard products will be delivered to customers as quickly as possible. No one can do it faster than him. That's it. Your plan is really big. The person in charge said with a wry smile. To cover the whole world, how many cities would it take? How much land would we buy? How many warehouses would we build? How many people would we hire? More than hundreds of thousands, right? It's okay, but it's a bit of a waste of money in the early stage. Logistics, distribution, and warehousing all require real money. Anyway, the company will be in debt within 10 years. Tang Qing said nonchalantly. Loss. What is he afraid of? Things are assets where they are, and he is not in a hurry to make money. Manager Liu didn't ask how he could repay the loan after 10 years of debt. The debt just meant that all the money he earned had been used to repay the loan, and there was no surplus. Are you sure? I can give it a try. Domestic banks may not be able to support so much funds. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much you have. I will find a way to solve the rest. This is just my personal crazy idea. I can't give all the risks to domestic banks. Tang Qing said with a smile. These words. It's also a step down for yourself. Otherwise, if you don't give it to me, I'll find a foreign bank. This is a threat and a pity. Now, by changing to a risk transfer, this behavior can be corrected, and everyone will feel comfortable. One listen. Everyone nodded. Really good at talking. 30 billion is difficult for domestic banks to do. But with your ability, it shouldn't be a problem to raise some funds internationally. But your family should also provide some help, and you can't let outsiders laugh. The person in charge expressed his position. People will do things. Be a good person. Of course they have to do something. After a few months, 3 of its companies will go public, and it will not be much harder to borrow tens of billions of dollars abroad. Even now, there are many banks willing to lend to them. That being the case, the icing on the cake. It's still the first flower, let China send it. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing and Ma Yin walked out of the hotel. Mr. Tang, does Hummingbird Commercial Bank still need investment? Ma Yin asked on the way. Oh, Tang Qing looked at Ma Yin. It's not me, it's Alibaba. As you know, Alibaba raised so much money from its listing, but it was all put in the bank and has no place to use it. No, I came up with this idea. Hummingbird Commercial Reserve. Ma Yin is very optimistic, and even more optimistic about Tang Qing, what he does and what he does. Now Tang Qing is only the largest shareholder of Alibaba. The shares held by both parties are small, and there are not many other connections. Therefore, he wanted to deepen it. One listen. Tang Qing pursed his lips and chuckled. Okay, for Ali, there's really nothing to spend money on now. Data centers and cloud computing can be done with small technologies. Ali found that he does not need to invest in this area, and it doesn't cost much to run a website. Therefore, Ma Yin suddenly felt troubled by having too much money. Very normal. Since there's a lot of money, it's better to spend some. They won't lose a dime. They have no intention of holding 100% control of a company that has not made money for 10 years. Silly. It's not just the head office. This is especially true for branches. If possible, branches in various countries can cooperate with some predatory figures in the country and sell part of their shares in exchange for their support in the country's market and resources. Use benefits to unite the world. Compromise is inevitable. All you need to do is hold the core interests in your hands. In this way, whoever wants to come in to play with business and storage in the future will have an impact on this interest system and will incur resistance from countless forces. Threshold. That's how it improves. You can buy it, but the shares are very expensive. Tang Qing reminded. What is your valuation of Hummingbird Commercial Reserve? Ma Yin asked. For Alibaba, I can give you a founding price of 1.5 billion US dollars in exchange for 10%, a fixed price. For a company that had just been reorganized and had very few assets, Tang Qing gave it a valuation of 15 billion US dollars. Crazy. It's really crazy. There is no such valuation method in the world. But he did it because he knows the future of this company, a giant-level company. If he were not the largest shareholder of Alibaba and the interests of both parties are getting closer and closer, he would not sell it at a low price. Hear this quote. Ma Yin smiled bitterly. Expensive. It's so expensive. For a company that currently has assets of only 100 million US dollars, Tang Qing has actually increased its value by 150 times. Although there will definitely be big moves in the future, the valuation converted into RMB is more than 100 billion. Purchase. Still don't buy it. Ma Yin hesitated. From now on, only fools buy it. But if you don't buy it, you may become a fool in the future. Tangled. Do you think it's expensive? In fact, it's not expensive at all. I've shown you the plan. You should know the future shape of Hummingbird Commercial Reserve, and this 10% cannot be diluted for 5 years. Tang Qing added, don't dilute it for 5 years. Ma Yin became more energetic. If so, the price is not unacceptable. Yes, I think it's feasible. Ma Yin is also a decisive person. You have to convince other shareholders first. Don't forget to tell them that this is a fixed price and only 10% of the shares will be given. As Alibaba's largest shareholder, Tang Qing is not suitable to participate in this kind of investment discussion. Wait for other shareholders to reach agreement. He can just vote according to the situation. Understand. Ma Yin nodded. He felt that the probability of approval by the board of directors was high. Now Alibaba's business has actually encountered an embarrassing situation. Except for the e-commerce platform, other investments are a bit confused. First, no new business breakthroughs can be found. Second, everyone who is interested is related to Tang Qing. Video, social, office software, corporate services, cloud computing, big data. Tang Qing is doing all these and has reached the top of China unparalleled. If Tang Qing is willing, he can even beat other traditional internet companies to pieces. Sina, Soho, NetEase, Penguin, everyone, JD.com. With the huge traffic in Tang Qing's hands now, these companies can tremble at the very beginning. But Tang Qing was still restrained and did not kill everyone. Otherwise, it would really be the darkness of the Chinese internet. So many traffic entrances and technical support. Ali can just sit back and enjoy the success, but this also restricts Ali's hands and feet. So, it has been trying to find a breakthrough recently. If there is a breakthrough like Hummingbird Commercial Reserve, I believe other shareholders will be very interested. At least, he was very interested. At this time, Lakeside Villa, second floor, Gufeng was chatting with an acquaintance. The person who came was his matchmaker Takaru Murayama. He doesn't attend Davos every year, but if he doesn't come, he will at least send an executive, and this year he came in person. Purpose. I just want to expand and maintain my network of contacts. Again, just came to see Tang Qing. Tang Qing, who is now at the height of his power, has countless people who want to know him, and the age gap makes it difficult for him to visit easily. So I stopped by to talk about it at such a grand event, and it seemed much more natural. Uncle Murayama, are you feeling well? The doctor said he is very healthy. Takaru Murayama said with a smile. That's good. But what's bothering you recently? Gufeng noticed that Murayama-kin was in good spirits, but there was fatigue and anxiety in his eyes that ordinary people couldn't see. Apparently, something happened. Murayama-kin thought to himself, he is worthy of being from a big family. He has sharp eyes. That's right. It's not a big deal. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's talk about you and Xiaoya. It's better to have children as soon as possible. It's better to have more children. The family will be lively. Murayama-kin changed the subject. See this? Gufeng didn't ask much. I also think that if brothers and sisters have help, they won't be alone. Gufeng agreed with a smile. How can a big family be so big? Of course, strength is greater when there are more people. As for the dispute over property division, that's because I've watched too many TV series. Can fight for it. They're all small families. The assets of the big family are all in the family trust, so why fight? The bigger our family is, the more complicated it seems to outsiders. But in fact, it is more stable because there are rules to abide by. It is impossible to challenge the distribution rules recognized by hundreds of other members of the family. Therefore, the most ferocious fights occur when there are fewer people. Especially second or even third marriages are a source of inspiration for soap operas. That kind of family. No, It should be said that it is family. Even if there is a family trust fund, there is not enough consensus to ensure implementation, because except for the head of the family, other members want to break this rule. In this case, there is no way to play. Use it as news material. World. Always need a little fun. Yes. Maruyama Kin's side. They only have one daughter in their family. To put it more comfortingly, it is the same for both boys and girls. But inevitably, the Maruyama family's assets will eventually fall into the hands of the daughter's husband's family. Good thing. He figured it out too. Grandsons are also grandsons. The Maruyama family has good foundation. 但人太少. In my own generation, the hope of developing the Maruyama family to the level of the Gu family and the Yu family has been completely ended. I can't marry another made-up man. My daughters are all getting married. Chatted for a while. Tang Qing is back. Through the glass, Gu Feng saw Tang Qing and Ma Yun. Oh, Maruyama, Ken stood up quickly, although he is a guest. But he didn't dare to trust him. He was a truly ruthless person who could use ballistic missiles to cause trouble when dealing with enemies. So far, his most profound impression of Tang Qing was the fire that shot into the sky that night. Go downstairs. Mr. Tang, I take the liberty of visiting you. Takara Maruyama bowed slightly. Welcome. Tang Qing smiled. Several people went upstairs. Maya did not come up. He and Maruyama Ken were not familiar with each other, and they had just received a call. How are you doing recently? Tang Qing asked casually after sitting down. It's okay, but I estimate that business will not be easy after this year. As you know, I'm mainly focused on traditional fields, and the quality is related to the economic situation. Maruyama Ken said, global economy. It's almost a cycle of about 10 years. Crisis, depression, recovery. Change the position, do it again. Just get used to it. He knows it too. The hidden dangers accumulated by prosperity need to be punctured by crises to prevent bubbles from getting too big and causing nuclear explosion-level impacts. Only by releasing the poisonous blood again and again can the world economy continue to move forward. There are never unexpected economic crises. There are only premeditated paying for injections and medicines, and patients are the world economy, and doctors are doctors who charge high medical fees under the guise of treating diseases. Therefore, even if he knew, I don't have the right to stir up trouble inside. There is no admission ticket. This piece of meat, he didn't dare to touch it. Ligers, tigers, and jackals guarded the hunting ground together. He, the little hyena, could only watch from a distance. He dare not interfere too much. On the spot, or afterwards, there were many ways to make him hate himself for being so mean. Same as Gu Feng. Tang Qing also saw that Maruyama Ken was troubled. The difference is, Gu Feng didn't know the reason, but he knew that it was not that he encountered difficulties in business, but that someone was preparing to draw him into a group. The person who pulled him in was a consortium that had just been established in the island country. That's right. The first phase of the Island Emerging Consortium Plan has been completed. As a consortium, naturally, it requires a large number of members, especially emerging consortiums. YARV also relied on uniting a large number of companies and small families to get the old American consortiums to consider becoming one of them. Otherwise, a dry bunch of people, no matter how rich you are, who cares about you, is different from YARV. The island country's consortium does not need recognition from the old consortium. It does not have the privileges of those consortiums in the United States. It is just a political and business consortium. It takes time to penetrate into all levels. And it's hard, because the class in the island country is too solidified. It is as if it has solidified. If new entrants want to make a difference, all they can see are copper walls and iron walls. The younger generation of the island country has almost lost the possibility of counterattack. It is difficult not to despair. No cheating. It is impossible for anyone to play syndicate in the island country. Fortunately, Tang Qing is worried. But even so, if you want to reach YARV's current status in the United States, you will probably have to immerse yourself in business for more than 10 or 20 years and slowly increase your foundation. However, Tang Qing was certainly not satisfied with this time. Then, he plans to cheat with all his strength. One play. Let's play big. Any system. There will be an upper level, and a lower level. It is impossible for the major financial groups and families in the island country to control all the power. So what he has to do is these neglected people. In one sentence, it is unity can unite the power, promise benefits, bring more people in, oriented towards a common goal. Counterattack. The biggest difficulty for the island country is also the best direction for breakthrough. Maruyama Kin and other families, businesses, academic elites, and government officials who are not covered by the island nation's financial conglomerates. No matter how big or small, as long as their ideas are not corrupt and their hearts are unwilling, they are the targets of wooing. To be honest, such a mixed staff, Tang Qing doesn't know what will develop in the end. According to the command room analysis, there is a high probability that it will collapse due to internal conflicts. It will not be as stable as the YARV consortium, and its survival rate is much lower than that of the Korean consortium. Because the island country has one of the biggest uncertain factors, the royal family. It is difficult for people who don't understand it to understand its importance in the hearts of islanders. In the island nation, one word can almost turn the tide. All I can say is, future. Let's see who has the better move. The purpose of dividing it into sections is to make it look less crowded when reading on the mobile phone, and to make my writing background look more pleasing to the eye. Lose. Tang Qing also considered it, but he can afford to lose. It's an island country. No matter how you mess around, it will just turn into a comeback from the ruins. With the system in place, there would be at most a loss, but it would never be a complete defeat. If the situation got tight, Tang Qing wouldn't mind playing a little bigger. No one knows it's related to him anyway. TSK. This behind-the-scenes feeling. So cool. Compared with the island nation's consortium, South Korea's consortium plan is different. YARV is integration. The island country is rising, and South Korea is subverting. Although the consortium there is solidified, there is no royal family. This means just use a little effort to toss. The sky can be turned upside down. Therefore, South Korea, which seemed to have the best operation, was the last to complete it. From last year to now, various consortiums and families in South Korea have been exposed to constant scandals, which has accumulated enough disappointment and dissatisfaction among the people. Push outside the wall. Almost impossible to push. But if there are people inside the wall to respond, it will be much easier. But let those Korean consortiums spend their last comfortable year this year. Because South Korea also celebrates the Chinese New Year, it is one of the holidays with the most holidays. In this case, for this reason, let's fight again in the next year. The next day, morning, 8:15, Tang Qing met with the delegation. Walking towards the main conference venue not far away, there were too many people attending the conference. Those who were nearby were walking, and those who were far away were taking trams. The snow on the road had long been cleared, and the road surface had been dried. Very thoughtful. Walk on the road. Tang Qing turned on the recognition function of his glasses, and immediately he saw almost all the characters with dark colors in front of him. According to their status, the waiter would color code everyone, and most people would just have a light white color. The higher the status, the more important it is, the more special it is. The color will be darker. Different occupations have huge differences in colors. Merchant, politician, military police. They're all different. This is the first time Tang Qing has seen such dark density. As long as he looks over each person, the other person's main information will immediately pop up from the top of his head. Not senior officials from various countries. That's business executives. Have to. Too many. It was impossible to see it. On the surrounding mountaintops that were invisible to the naked eye, Tang Qing saw a large number of dark yellow markings. There were at least 200 people, all of whom were elite Swiss Marines. Even on both sides of the mountain, the presence of prevention and control weapons was also detected, and above the clouds, there were also Swiss fighter planes cruising. During the conference, the entire sky above Davos entered air traffic control. "Where's Bill Gates?" Tang Qing asked mentally. Suddenly, everyone in front of him became translucent. Not only the people, but also the houses and trees, and deep in the countless faint shadows, a crimson figure appeared in the field of vision. Bill Gates, chairman of Microsoft, trailed distance, 1,808 meters. Look, we are almost entering the venue. Immediately, Tang Qing 关了眼睛. On the way, many people recognized Tang Qing, but none came up to say hello. Without an introducer, they would not easily get close to anyone, let alone an occasion like today. In front of the venue, hundreds of media gathered. In front of an expensive camera, Comet Video News Channel host Kwang Mao was broadcasting live to the country. Although it was past 2 o'clock in the morning in China, the live broadcast continued because there were always people watching. News. It also pays attention to timeliness. We can see that as the opening time of this year's Davos conference approaches, dignitaries, executives, and wealthy people from various countries are entering the venue one after another. We just met Bill Gates. We also met the world's richest man, the current chairman of ERV, as well as the Secretary General of the United Nations, the former British Prime Minister, the U.S. Secretary of State, the Prime Minister of an island country, and the Deputy Prime Minister of Russia. They will discuss the theme of the annual conference. Next to Kwang Mao, she's a Swiss female journalist. At last year's annual meeting, there was almost no snow in Davos, triggering concerns about global warming. The performance of global stock markets since the beginning of this year reminds participants that the U.S. subprime mortgage crisis is expanding. It is reported that the U.S. Secretary of State plans to explain the issue of Middle East peace at the opening ceremony of the Davos annual meeting. However, the turmoil in the financial market will definitely dominate the discussion on the first day of the annual meeting. Although there are many heavyweights present, we cannot expect any decisions to be made at this meeting. The meeting is just to enlighten people's minds. I hope that the participants can move in the same direction after returning to their jobs. Outside the venue, various media outlets are publishing their expectations and speculations about the forum. Suddenly, be reminded by the cameraman. Kwang Mao immediately gave up his position. The camera looked directly at the approaching crowd, and Tang Qing and others appeared in the live broadcast. As you can see, the Chinese delegation is arriving at the venue, and the leader of the team is from China. In this conference, Director Tang will be a guest speaker and deliver a speech at the opening ceremony. At that time, we will conduct a live video broadcast at the same time in the venue, and the audience can also watch the live broadcast of pictures. The appearance of Tang Qing. It's not just Kwang Mao. Reporters from other countries also got the hint, and the cameras turn around. While introducing him excitedly, they curiously looked at the super-rich man who was about to be ranked second in Forbes. Suddenly, Tang Qing became the focus. He could feel that there were at least 50 cameras following him. When he glanced out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kwang Mao and others with the Comet Group's logo printed on them. He nodded slightly to Kwang Mao as a greeting. As for other media, cut. It's not from my family. After verifying identity, enter the venue. No one is needed to guide you. Just follow the crowd. Soon, turn a corner. They arrived at the main venue of the Davos Forum. This is a huge conference hall with densely packed seats distributed on the slopes. Here, there are no name tags and no fixed seats. You can sit wherever you want, and latecomers can only stand. This is the specialty of Davos. Even, there is a possibility of being squeezed into the aisle. Such a rule has made many people complain, but rules are rules. After many years, they're still not the same. The conference does not allow entourage to enter the venue, which is partly due to this reason. Fortunately, they came early. Although there are no explicit rules, there are still hidden rules. People with high status consciously sit in the front, and others sit in the back. Otherwise, if you, a rich man, are in the first row and the country's politicians and heads of state are in the back, you will definitely be taught a lesson if you're so unruly. Therefore, just like going to college, you don't grab the first row at the beginning, but the last row. Slowly move forward and sit. The first few rows are reserved for the students. Most wealthy people would rather stand than dare to sit in them. And Tang Qing. Naturally, I followed the delegation to the front. First row, Tang Qing sat down with peace of mind, and the others didn't think it was inappropriate. This conference was also known as the Bourgeois Club. With Tang Qing's level of wealth, it was not out of place to sit in the front. And Bill Gates and the chairman of ERV also sat in the front row. No one dares to say that they are not qualified. One is an old guest of the forum and has been the richest man for many years. The other is the new richest man in the world who is at the peak of his power and may counterattack and form a consortium. They are all extremely influential beings. Many people looked at Tang Qing and then at the chairman of ERV, and they couldn't help but look forward to it. What kind of battle will the two of them stage for the throne of the world's richest man in the future? This is not their bad taste, but fact, because the conflict of interest between the two parties is real. Cell phone, big data, cloud computing, video, entertainment, e-commerce. ERV is directly or indirectly involved in most of the fields that Tang Qing's companies are involved in. If Tang Qing imitates Baidu and Penguin and is successful in China, it won't be a big deal. But Tang Qing was restless. Eye of Heaven, Tiny, Comic Group, Qingyuan Technology, or it may be Alibaba, which is the largest shareholder. Each one of them is penetrating into the world market. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. If two companies with the same goal in the world can coexist peacefully, it is a fool's errand. Therefore, in the foreseeable future, these two people will definitely become enemies. Let's not talk about it from afar. Let's just talk about ERV's mobile phone business. Now, it is competing with Era for the global market. It's very lively. Also, ERV Entertainment has also begun to get involved in movies. Like Comet Film and Television, it mainly involves science fiction movies. I heard that the first work will be released soon, directed at Comet Group's Civilization 4. They expected 1 to 2 years at most. The two sides cannot maintain the current peaceful relationship. As for who wins in the end, they are of course more optimistic about ERV. After all, in terms of assets, ERV is now nearly 10 times more than Tang Qing's worth. Even if Tang Qing's 3 companies are listed on the market, it cannot be surpassed at all. Capital. It means everything. Or has it evolved into the consortium's ERV capital, which is a more terrifying existence? How can Tang Qing's industry compete with the power of the entire ERV consortium? It would be self-inflicted humiliation. Because of this, looking at Tang Qing, some people have envy in their eyes, in some people's eyes, but sympathy. On the seat, Tang Qing closed his eyes slightly. He was listening in all directions, but he heard a lot of interesting speculations. In response to this, he could only secretly give a joking smile of, "You're going to be disappointed." That's when. See who sympathizes with whom. Since Comet Video launched the Civilization series, the major film companies in the West are always thinking about counterattacks, making a comeback, and knocking Civilization off the altar. For this reason, many works were released several years in advance, but in the end they were unable to shake the status of Civilization. See this. Tang Qing felt that they were pitiful. Then, let ERV join in. On the one hand, to increase the recognition of ERV in the Western world, Tang Qing is worth more than Bill Gates. The fragile hearts of Westerners need to be protected, and ERV is their heart-protecting pill. Catch up, not beyond. These people will always support ERV, its industry, its status, and its position in the new consortium, because this is their last source of self-esteem. On the other hand, just like the pool fish plan of mobile phones, through fighting between the left and right, other competitors, large and small, are suppressed, achieving the goal of eating up most of the industry's profits. Therefore, not to mention, 1 or 2 years, this year, he will start a fierce battle mode with ERV, and based on the Qiyu plan, he will stabilize ERV's position, draw up territory, and push other competitors to the second tier as much as possible. At the same time, Tang Qing's external impact. It can also help ERV strengthen its internal control over the alliance. Under the black cover of jointly defending against foreign enemies, there are too many places that can be operated. After complete internal integration, a healthier ERV will set sail again. It didn't take long. The venue was full of people. When the time came, the organizer of the conference, a white-haired old man, came on stage and the venue became silent. This old man has hosted the conference for 8 times and is also a highly respected person in Switzerland. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. It is a great honor for me to once again have the opportunity to stand on this stage and express my heartfelt welcome to all of you for coming from afar. This is the 37th session. We are providing a platform to gather business elites, national dignitaries, experts, scholars, media, etc. from around the world to discuss some global issues, in order to explore solutions and benefit people around the world. This is our purpose and our expectation. We established the theme of this meeting at last year's annual meeting: the power of cooperation and innovation. Amid global financial turmoil and uncertainty about the economic outlook, perhaps through this meeting, each economy can find its own path. On the stage, the old man said impassionedly. Off stage, many people are sleepy. In Davos, the topics every year are very high level, either related to all mankind or regional turbulence needs to be resolved. Countries exchange opinions here, but relatively speaking, a bit more economical. What about global warming, world economic risks, resource utilization, energy situation, food security, food shortage, poverty eradication, job creation, environmental protection, marine ecology, trade protection? Everyone, not one company can handle it all. Not even one country can handle it. What is needed is for everyone to work together, but it is not that simple to work together. But they also admit that this kind of forum is necessary and cannot be ignored just because it cannot be resolved in a short time. Then the matter really cannot be solved. It is precisely because it is too high-end that ordinary wealthy people will not care about it and have no ability to care about it. Davos has raised the membership threshold to $1 billion. Only those with more than $1 billion are eligible to come as independent guests. Last year, we saw a lot of the power of innovation. For example, ERA is a typical business case of seeking innovation through cooperation. The integration of resources has changed people's lifestyles. The audience. Tang Qing listened quietly. Very serious. This will happen. There is also the China Entrepreneurs Annual Meeting. In addition to getting to know people, there is another important reason why he is willing to participate, which is that the topic of this kind of meeting is very right. Only the purest analysis and expectations of the global economic status quo and future are based on a business perspective to explore a solution that benefits more people and classes. Especially here. No one talks about making money. No one said anything about the game. No one said anything about the movie. No one said instant messaging software. Instead, the problem falls on food security, poverty alleviation, and job creation, which are affected globally, as well as global warming, climate anomalies, environmental protection, mediating regional conflicts and disputes, etc. Not down to earth at all, but it's these untouchable non-profit-making topics. This is what makes the forum valuable. It provides. It is a direction, a common goal pointing to the future. Tang Qing looked at Ma Yun beside him, thinking that this is the 7th consecutive year that he has been here to be educated. He can understand why some people say that Ma Yun talks in vain and often mentions the whole human race, the world, and other words. Indeed, if he accepts this kind of ideological baptism every year and still focuses on money, he will be hopeless. Less than 10 minutes. The old man ended his speech. Then, important guests came to the stage one after another, including the U.S. Secretary of State, the President of the International Monetary Fund, and the Director General of the World Trade Organization. When it was Tang Qing's turn, it was already 2 hours later. No way. There are too many people. Hear the host calling his name. Tang Qing stood up. Pretending to tidy up his clothes, he stepped forward. This time, it was much more lively than the annual meeting in Beijing. He was surrounded by dignitaries, rich people, and scholars from the world's major economies. Most people's legs will tremble, but Tang Qing's legs were stiff. Stand on the stage. Looking at the more than 2,000 people in front of him, he smiled and said, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, everyone. I am very happy to receive the invitation from the organizing committee to discuss the present and the future at such a grand event." Standard opening remarks, as well as Standard English. He really wanted to speak Chinese, but there were so many people here, and each of them couldn't bring a translator or secretary in. If they didn't speak English, it's estimated that 95% of the people didn't know what he was talking about. Actually, the organizing committee still has public translators, but he didn't want to use it. I just listened to the translation here. Well, in order to avoid partial misinterpretation and deletion, he had better do it himself. In terms of English proficiency, he felt that the translator just now was weak. I think what impressed me the most was the era. Many people were not convinced at the time. Why did you produce nothing but get the highest profit? In this regard, I want to say that creating the future is creating wealth, especially in the face of sudden changes in the environment. Only innovation and breakthroughs can stand out in a complex environment. Our company has always been adhering to the development philosophy of being innovation-oriented and aiming to subvert yesterday. Create more value for customers' lives. According to the draft, Tang Qing didn't stutter at all. Advertisement started. Ma Yin was a little embarrassed. In terms of English, he and Tang Qing were not at the same level. Tang Qing's next one is himself. Comparing it, everyone present will probably feel a little prickly. Alas, he is so pitiful. Cooperation is a word that cannot be escaped from the birth of society. Manpower is limited, so cooperation is the same for companies. Even a country has problems that cannot be solved. This is the meaning of the forum and the purpose of everyone coming here, to brainstorm some things that individuals and single organizations cannot accomplish in order to find a way. However, although everyone may come every year, we still cannot reach agreement on many issues. I hope that one day, we will have no problems to discuss and no disputes to mediate. Thank you, he said, to a round of applause. Tang Qing walked down. These last words sound fine and can be regarded as good wishes. But Tang Qing is not just talking about it. The Davos Forum has been held for more than 30 times. But very little is actually accomplished. Call every year. But the content of the appeal has not been significantly improved. He likes the righteousness of Davos, but not empty. If you just talk but don't do anything, what's the use of this kind of righteousness besides having a nice name? Between countries, state affairs and trade, the United Nations, the International Court of Justice, the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, and other institutions have come to mediate. Although disputes continue, there will be more or less results in the end. But Davos has limited capabilities. Unable to truly implement one thing, Tang Qing wanted to create an existence similar to Davos. Really do something without infringing on any country's sovereignty or laws. Well, another nosy thought. Offstage, the people applauding didn't know that. Tang Qing wanted to be alone, and they didn't know that the last sentence was Tang Qing's expression of dissatisfaction. As before, they still looked at Tang Qing with sympathy in their eyes. Noon. The opening scene is finished. There were many people who were drowsy. When they heard that it could end in the morning, just like the classmates who fell asleep in the last class of the morning, they instantly came back to life with full blood. When leaving, the back row leaves first. But there are side doors in the front. No need to squeeze with those in the back row. Xiao Tang, let's meet at noon. How about eating at the place where I live? Tang Qing suggested that if he were in China, inviting this person to dinner would require all the comrades for the National Security Bureau to check the villa and ingredients. But now we are abroad. There is more freedom. Your friend's villa? Yes. There are so many of us, the person in charge said. Don't worry, you'll have enough to eat. Tang Qing said with a smile. Think about it. The head of the delegation still agreed, and he still dared to eat Tang Qing's food. What's more, I heard a member of the Chai family say before that the cooks and dishes of the Tang Qing family were not simple, but they just didn't have the chance to try them. I only drank Tang Qing's tea. This time, take a look, because it's not far. There was also a long break, and they walked slowly. This time, someone greeted him on the street, but they didn't hand him a business card or talk too much. There was a banquet in the evening, so there were plenty of opportunities. More than 20 minutes later, they walked to the villa. At this time, The people waiting already knew that a distinguished guest was coming, and it was difficult not to know because the guards had already arrived in advance and were now watching Tang Qing's cooking, which made them all a little nervous. But also understand, not bad. It's much better than staying in a hotel. After walking into the villa, the person in charge praised. This did not mean you were actually better off than me. It just felt good. Facing Lake Davos. The view is wide. Excellent location. According to the security regulations, even if he is allowed to stay, he will not come. Relatively speaking, the hotel is much better than this. Even if someone wants to harm him, they have to consider whether they will accidentally injure others. And here it is. A detached house. An absolute security no-no. Not bad. Walking into the living room, Tang Qing gave a brief introduction. The person in charge didn't know Gufeng, but how could he not know that the Gu family in the United States had worse family assets than the Tang family? And because of its many connections in the United States. Sometimes, people in China will ask the Gu family for some information, not much, just once or twice a year, and they don't let the Gu family do any big things, lest they ruin their century-old foundation by accident. Young man, you are very energetic. I hope that one day, the Gu family will be proud of you. He looked at Gufeng, just like an elder looks at a younger generation. It is also his expectation that these overseas Chinese live a good life. I will, Gufeng said with a slightly respectful tone. Aside, Zheng Ro's blood was already rising. Although she had a relative in her family who was the head of the finance bureau in Shanghai, this person was a serious man whose name began with a Chinese character. She had only wanted to see him on TV before. After dinner, living room, Gufeng and others went to the second floor. Tang Qing is here to accompany you. At this time, the delegation was a little embarrassed. They had completely lost their image at the dinner table just now. They were devouring food as if they hadn't eaten delicious food in a long time, but the taste was really unforgettable for them. Xiao Tang, you are an amazing chef. The person in charge praised. Thank you. Tang Qing smiled. And this tea, the president of ICBC sighed. He knew that Tang Qing's tea had been circulated among the upper class, but he didn't know Tang Qing before. He went to the old leader's shop twice at most and had endless aftertaste. At last, Tang Qing said that everyone would give some to each person later. Not for sale. Even so, they didn't think it was charity because Tang Qing said that he didn't know how he grew it. It was given by a friend, and it was a friend from abroad, which means that this thing has unknown origin. Is it safe? Can it be consumed for a long time? All are still unknown. Delicious. They should be more restrained, because their life experience tells them that behind all the beautiful packaging and addictive things, not many are truly harmless. Xiao Tang, next, your opponent is very strong, so you have to be careful. The person in charge turned to business. He just ate and didn't say anything, and it was inconvenient to have so many people. It was ERV he was talking about. Fortunately, ERV is a high-tech industry, mainly concentrated in the upstream and downstream of the internet field. The impact on other industries in China is not that big. Socks are still made as usual, and output projects are not affected at all. But Tang Qing's industry is different. As far as he knows, the West is looking forward to ERV taking down Tang Qing. I see. Afternoon. The meeting remains. It's just that the people on the stage have changed. Heads of state from various countries have appeared one after another to explain their views on the current global financial turmoil and economic difficulties, and how their country should respond. To put it bluntly, it's just a disguised form of advertising to attract investment. In the context of the financial crisis, unemployment, bankruptcy, and sharp tax cuts have caused headaches for many countries. China is fine. Other emerging economies also feel that they can still get by, but some developed countries are depressed. Many countries do not have monetary sovereignty, unable to print money. The government has no money. No, come on stage. Tang Qing listened quietly. He had no sympathy for these countries at all. What would a country have left if it lost its monetary sovereignty? In fact, nothing will be left in the end and will be assimilated. European Union. To put it nicely, it is a national federation. It is convenient for everyone to live and work, and they can also stay together to stay warm. To put it mildly, when eating, if you eat one by one, you may not be able to eat some of the dishes. Then, I just pick the best part of each dish. Fill the bowl first. Eat slowly. 4:40 p.m. A man walked onto the stage and caught everyone's attention. Tang Qing. It's impossible not to pay attention. Global financial turmoil has caused stock markets in various countries to plummet, and even the relatively conservative Chinese stock market cannot avoid it. However, under such circumstances, the Burmese stock market opened stupidly. Now, 大家都跌. Only people keep rising. They can only be envious. Not only the stock market, but also the real economy has not been affected in any way. Relying on high-quality products and the promotion of the Mozambique model, there is no shortage of external markets. They want to learn, but you can't learn, as long as people can play around. Depressed. Just now, we have heard a lot of worries and predictions about the international economic situation. Generally speaking, it is very pessimistic. The subprime mortgage crisis in the United States cannot be eliminated. In a short time, I won't talk about it anymore. After such a long period of use, the efficacy of the original transcription solution has been proven to be 100% safe and harmless. Thanks to the donations from various companies, the scale of the Myanmar Asia Medical Foundation has exceeded $8 billion. Bottom. Major foundations. These words. So irritating. The GDP growth rate in the third quarter of last year was 476%, and the fourth quarter was 591%. The GDP growth rate for the whole year of 2007 was 403%. 3 years ago, our total GDP was less than $15 billion. 3 years later, this number has increased more than 20 times, reaching $335 billion. Tang Qing said excitedly. The whole audience was speechless. So angry again. Although we knew this data more than 10 days ago, when everyone is bouncing around the single-digit GDP growth rate, you just talk about hundreds. Don't you consider our feelings? Then, as soon as the data comes out, all countries were stunned. If we look at this growth data, it is almost unprecedented. They don't know whether it is unprecedented or not. Myanmar's GDP in 2007 is likely to be very high, because many countries have not released last year's data. Can't compare, but I'm sure it won't be bad. If I'm lucky, I might get into the top 20 in the world. But I don't know if I can maintain it next year, because the main GDP last year was created by infrastructure, investment, consumption, and high-tech exports. Infrastructure. There's an upper limit. Invest. Not sure. As for consumption, it will not change much, because the flow of people treating diseases there has stabilized. Therefore, it is still unclear whether it can be maintained in the next 2008 years. Next year, we will continue to increase investment in infrastructure, improve the business environment, optimize tax policies, strengthen supervision of market products, and provide better products and services to the world. Last year, our fiscal revenue exceeded $50 billion, accounting for 16% of GDP. This year's goal is to reduce taxes to about 10%. Are you here to show off your wealth? Snort. You must have been poor for a long time. You have to gain a sense of presence. That must be it. Many people complained in a bad way. We welcome investors from all over the world and are willing to provide special loans within our capabilities to help backward countries boost their economies, create jobs, develop infrastructure, and eliminate poverty. We look forward to strengthening cooperation with all countries to achieve orderly, safe, and healthy international relations on the basis of equality, mutual benefit, peaceful coexistence, mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, mutual non-aggression, and non-interference in each other's internal affairs. Thank you. Phew, it's finally over. Not just stimulated listeners. Tang Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he spoke in front of the global media after the GDP was released. He was a little excited, not because of the big scene, but because of the data he just mentioned. Every time I think of it, it all feels like a dream. Then pinch yourself. Pain. Real. They really have a GDP of more than $300 billion. It is expected to bring down Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's GDP in 2006 was more than $280 billion, which is more than 50 billion lower than their current data. And ranking, Saudi Arabia ranks 21st globally. Saudi Arabia, recognized as a rich country. Counting money by selling oil makes you weak. Despite this, they also caught up with them, and Tang Qing felt extremely satisfied. You have oil, we have transcript stock, which is also hard currency, and I'm high-tech. Certainly. He knows it too. Even if GDP breaks into the top 20 in the world, it only represents the total economic volume, not the quality. Brazil's total is more than 3 times theirs, nearly $1 trillion US. But who in the world would think Brazil is developed? Really watch. It is also a comprehensive indicator of economic quality and other aspects, such as employment, income, environment, infrastructure, industrial dependence, public security, and other soft indicators. The hard target is, of course, the military. Therefore, Tang Qing has not been dazzled by his current achievements, even if he wants to rush. Ling also poured a basin of cold water on him before he came. It was very cold. One basin would keep him energetic for a year, because in the year-end work report, Zero set a very high goal for next year. GDP guaranteed to be 50%. To be honest, Tang Qing almost jumped out of fright. 50? Are you sure you didn't say an extra zero? This year, several 100% is an exception, caused by a combination of factors, and has only increased from 670 billion to more than 300 billion. However, next year's goal is to increase from 300 billion to more than 500 billion. It's simply an impossible task. But Zero said it. There are no tasks that cannot be completed, only people who don't try their best. The implication is that as long as you try your best, there will be no punishment if you fail to complete it. But the goal is there, and Tang Qing cannot ignore it. All I can say is, fight hard. Anyway, with Zero money in hand, the worst-case scenario is that it will launch some infrastructure projects like crazy. By the way, there is also the Mozambique model. Just last year, it lent more than 100 billion Asian dollars in loans to African countries. This year we promised to double the amount. If possible, he hopes to triple it. No more. The Asian dollar may not be able to sustain it. Your economic aggregate is there, more than 300 billion Asian dollars, and you are still lending to foreign countries. It is already very high. No more. Due to inflationary pressures, it is impossible to approve even if it is zero. Unless, is there anything that can absorb this part of the inflation? But the Myanmar stock market has already been used, and it has indeed alleviated the inflationary pressure on the Asian dollar to a considerable extent. If money printing is crazy, even if dozens of companies are listed on the market, they will not be able to withstand this madness. First row, looking at Tang Qing walking down. The person in charge had complicated eyes. He knew Tang Qing. During the Lang Kai era, Tang Qing was mainly responsible for diplomatic affairs and even went to China once. At that time, it was completely different from now. Before, it's very poor there, and there are a lot of restless people there. But, just a few years, it gave China such a surprise. Starting from the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, moving left and right, Zero gradually entered the core of power and finally replaced Lang Kai and became the new core. Its rise has been so rapid that it has developed almost by leaps and bounds. In just 2 years, it has transformed from an agricultural country to a semi-industrial country, and it is also so distinctive in terms of high-end technology. Filter, transcription, stock solution. It has established its almost unsolvable industry competitiveness. Although, it seems like I can't make any weapons right now, but the development concept of the entire industry chain is there. One day, a strong industrial system will be established. There is no suspense about this. It is just a matter of time. What do you think about Myanmar? The person in charge suddenly turned his head and asked Tang Qing. Tang Qing was stunned for a moment, and finally said 3 words, "It's amazing." "Of course I know." The person in charge said, "I mean, where will it go in the future? What role will it play in the global economy?" Another question is whether it is possible to become China's opponent. It's not impossible. With Tang Kai's relationship, the Tang family should know more about that place. "Where are you going?" Tang Qing murmured. To be honest, from his point of view, It's really hard to say. He just hopes to complete the task and let the Asian dollar have a foothold and become a currency recognized and accepted by the world. But can this be said? Of course not. It's hard to say, but judging from the current situation, it won't be bad. Tang Qing thought it was better to take it easy. Yeah. The person in charge nodded. It was a very cautious answer, and he didn't think much about it. Generally, there's a set of standards for whether a country has potential, but this standard was broken over there, and it cannot be inferred using ordinary methods. Future. I can only look at it step by step. When an Indian politician finished speaking, the first day of meetings in Davos has come to an end. The next few days, it is a sub-forum. Each one can freely choose to participate according to the industry he is in, and it is not very time-demanding. In other words, most of the time can be spent socializing instead of listening to reports. Xiao Tang, see you in the evening. Okay. Tang Qing separated from the delegation. Although the lunch was delicious, they didn't plan to eat it consecutively. It was not because they were embarrassed, but because of self-denial. If they couldn't resist this temptation, they wouldn't be where they are today. Appetite. Be in moderation. It's better to have a meal before leaving. Separating at the three-way intersection, Tang Qing and Ma Yun walked towards the villa and looked at the time. It was still an hour and a half before the organizer's banquet. Everyone could have something to eat and change clothes first. Had something to eat. The two strolled to the banquet hall. I saw that many people had arrived, gathering in small groups. When they saw Tang Qing, they all smiled and raised their glasses. Although many people sympathized with Tang Qing, the skinny Luo was bigger than the horse. Tang Qing relies on the Chinese market. Even if the world market fails, it will not be too bad. After all, China's size is there. More than 1 billion. What a terrifying number. Nearly 1/5 of the global population. Excluding Africa and India, China accounts for 1/3 of the world's population with a certain level of consumption power. Therefore, relying on China, Tang Qing can also have meat to eat. Envious. It's true. It is precisely because of envy that they need sympathy to comfort themselves, hoping that Yarvi will suppress Tang Qing. At least, the top 3 in the world must be Westerners, and they will accept even Indians. But the Chinese, make them feel challenged. Mr. Tang, I'm going to meet some friends. Are you coming with me? Or are you going to wander around by yourself? You go ahead, I'll wander around by myself. Tang Qing did not follow Ma Yun. He had his own circle of friends, so he didn't join in the fun. There were so many people here, and someone would come up without him looking for someone. That's okay. He finished. Ma Yun disappeared into the crowd and disappeared. Certainly, if Tang Qing is willing, you can find him immediately. As soon as Ma Yun left, Tang Qing turned on the recognition function of his glasses. To be honest, he didn't really want to know anyone in particular. Other rich people would never feel this way. They need a huge network of relationships. But Tang Qing, you don't need to rely on knowing anyone to do business. He holds it in his hands. It is the ability to gradually affect the world economy. Think about it. Tang Qing ordered Xiao Air, according to the list of the Hummingbird Project, mark the key people here. For the global strategy of Hummingbird Commercial Bank, the waiter had already made a list. The above are all partners selected after comprehensive analysis. Most of it. This can allow Hummingbird to gain a firm foothold in the country and receive maximum protection and help. If it is a country with a large Chinese family, Tang Qing will directly choose to cooperate with it, such as Switzerland. If you want to choose, the Yu family is almost a first choice. Yes, Commander. Instantly, the person in front of you becomes transparent. Among these figures with only faint outlines, there are dozens of marked targets. Since you have free time, go get acquainted. Otherwise, it will be too strange to come to your door suddenly. Glanced at the nearest one. Alan Zuma. Male. 36 years old. First vice president of Zuma Mining Group in South Africa. The reason why Xiao Air thinks he is a key figure is because of his family, Zuma. If nothing else happens, the president of South Africa will be a member of this family in the next 10 years. That person, also in the banquet hall at this time. It's just that he was chatting with the heads of state of other countries, and Tang Qing couldn't get over it. Less than 10 seconds. Tang Qing finished browsing this person's 50,000-word personal information. With his open mind, it was not difficult to do this. After reading it, Tang Qing nodded. It was indeed more suitable. Except for family power. Very strong personal ability. He has studied in Europe and the United States. He has a PhD in economics from Cambridge University and an MBA from Harvard Business School. He is a direct member of the Zuma family who has been specially trained. He has no bad habits or dark history. At this time, Aaron Zuma is chatting with some friends. His eyes glanced around from time to time. He came here to meet friends and expand his family connections. Although the family member also came, his status was special and he would not be able to establish a real personal relationship. So he was needed. Such an event. There are too many big names. Sometimes it is really too overwhelming to take care of everything. Fortunately, for this reason, the forum is held for 5 days every year so that everyone has enough time to socialize. 5 days. For some people, really long. There are only a little over 360 days in a year, so hurry up. Suddenly, he saw a figure out of the corner of his eye. Tang Qing? They were probably passing by. To be honest, he wanted to go up and get acquainted, but he didn't think the two of them had anything to talk about. Is there anything in South Africa that people like? It seems not. Aaron Zuma was a bit disappointed. Apparently, once we get to know each other, there will be no intersection in the future. Hello. When Tang Qing took the initiative to greet him, Alan Zuma was stunned and immediately overjoyed. Although he didn't know why, it was a good beginning. Hello. My name is Alan Zuma. He emphasized the name of his family at the end. I just don't know if Tang Qing recognizes him. Alan? A very Chinese name. Tang Qing smiled. I like Huaxiao very much. When I traveled to Huaxiao before, they all called me that. Alan Zuma quickly agreed. It's a pity that the time was too short and I couldn't go to more places. There will be opportunities in the future. Soon the two became chatting lively. Alan Zuma was surprised. He didn't expect Tang Qing to know so much about the history of South Africa. Only some historians would be familiar with many secrets, and he had only heard about them, it seems. He felt that he wanted to make up for the history of his country when he returned. Otherwise, I'm really ashamed. Anyone will have a favorable impression of someone who understands the history of their country, and he is no exception. The more we chatted, the closer he felt to Tang Qing. Of course, with a clear mind, he knew that this was because Tang Qing's social skills were too high. That will have such an effect. Even if it's a skill, he also recognized it, because it means respect. It also represents a person's quality. Of course, Tang Qing did not leave behind a few others. In this kind of group chat, it is most taboo for two of them to say hello while the others watch. If you have the opportunity to come to Madagascar in the future, please be sure to let me be your host. There are very few things in Zimbabwe that our family cannot handle. These people around Alan Zuma, they are all neighbors of South Africa. However, they were not marked by the waiter because, judging from the information, either the power behind these people was not stable or there was something wrong with their own style. Even so, but it does not prevent these people from bringing benefits to Tang Qing's company. I have heaven already spread all over the world. There are also branches in these two countries. Although the business is running smoothly, there is no guarantee that these people will not be needed in the future. Rather than sharpening the skills before the battle, it is better to do the homework beforehand. We didn't chat for long. Tang Qing moved to the next place. Following the waiter's instructions, he walked around pretending to be natural. Sometimes he didn't look for the target directly. There were so many people, so it was easy to just find someone who liked it. That's all. Tang Qing attacked each target as if on mission. Tang Qing is busy. Other side, Kenshin is also very busy. Being surrounded by a bunch of dignitaries was something that I had never dared to think about before. They had never even sent anyone to attend the forum before. Kenshin couldn't adapt to the atmosphere here, but he had no choice but to go. Mr. Kenshin, your transcription solution is too expensive. Now that it is produced on a large scale, the cost should be reduced. The person who asked this question was the Minister of Industry and Commerce of India. This is a company matter I don't know. Kenshin laughed. A smile on my heart. Obviously, The calculations on the Indian side are too shocking. Once India opens up medical loans, they will have to repay at least 3 billion Asian dollars first, and the follow-up will be a huge number. It's strange that India doesn't feel sad. You don't know who knows? Cancer can be cured for tens of thousands, which is already a bargain, and there are free quotas. But if it can be less, it will be better. If it is free, that would be even better. Others take a look. I can't help but sympathize with India. There are many people, but it does not have the economic strength of China. It would be weird if he wasn't exhausted. However, they don't feel that India is unfair at all. You have so much money to buy weapons and equipment, and you are so generous every time, but you are holding back here. Is it unfair? This time, a head of state from a landlocked African country asked, Mr. Kanshin, I don't know how to apply for your loan. Neighboring countries have benefited, but they can only watch, and he is itchy. Kanshin looked at him. When I went to Africa last time, I didn't go to many countries. Most of the countries I visited were coastal countries, because goods require logistics. Last year, the main goal was to open up trade channels to Central Africa. Deal with the coastal countries first. Landlocked African countries are next in line. Thank you for your trust. I can't tell you the details in 1 or 2 sentences. You can consult our foreign ambassador later. Kanshin said with a smile. There are many bilateral clauses involved, and each country is different. Mayan is busy. Bill Gates is busy. Ken is busy. Everyone at the banquet was seizing the time and expecting to gain something. Tang Qing, who had just met a target, stopped and looked at the people who had their own thoughts and couldn't help but feel helpless in his heart. Commonplace things. Even if he opened the trap, he didn't escape. But, born in the world of mortals, how to see through it? Saw it through. Can't you go home and live in seclusion? There's a saying that I finally became the person I hate the most. It should be added that I still live a life that I couldn't understand before, which is simply unbearably vulgar. Ha ha. Tang Qing laughed freely. Continue. Mr. Bin Laden. Tang Qing walked to the next target. Ratan Tata, chairman of India's Tata Group. The current head of the Tata family is 71 years old this year. He comes every few years. This time, he obviously sensed that the world economy was in a period of change. As the current chairman, I have to run for the company. Tang Qing still has a good impression of this person and the Tata Group. He thinks India is weird, but there are still many people who are really doing things. Tata Group is one of them. Last year, Tata created more than 3% of India's GDP. The combined market value of its companies is nearly 100 billion US dollars, but most of the Tata Group's annual profits are used for charity and public welfare. Anyway, what made money? Companies that also use most of their annual profits to benefit their own people. It is respectable. It is precisely because of this that the Tata Group has a very high reputation in India. Of course, even if he thinks this person is good, he will not buy the Jaguar and Land Rover cars that will be acquired by Tata. Hello, Mr. Tang. Seeing Tang Qing. Bin Laden, who is already 71 years old, is a little surprised. Young people generally do not come to him. At 50, there's a huge gap. I didn't expect you to know me, an old man. Bin Laden said with a smile. The Tata Group is world famous, and you are indispensable. In the past 17 years, you have allowed the Tata Group to come out of the crisis and created hundreds of thousands of jobs. I admire you very much. Tang Qing said sincerely. Haha. Thank you. I just do what I should do. Bin Laden smiled happily. What he's most proud of. That's it. Money? He was no longer interested. At 71 years old, he is not far away from being buried. Over the years, he is proud to have done his part to improve India's status in certain industries and support hundreds of thousands of families. What a pity. In this smile, it also has a subtle bitterness. He tried hard, but it can only change the fate of some people. This made him feel helpless about India's economy, food, environment, health, system, policy, and efficiency. There are problems in too many aspects, but he is just a businessman and cannot change it. It's a good thing. I respect you. Tang Qing raised his glass gently. At the banquet, it was all fruit wine. Okay. He took a small sip. Bin Laden sighed. God's blessing allows me to see this kind of thing while I'm alive. Whether it tastes good or not, the most important thing is that it can cure all kinds of addictions. India is already poor, and he knows how many people are ruined by this. In order to help more people quit drug addiction, Tata's charitable foundation purchases a large amount of fruit wine every month for charity. Hello, Mr. Tang. I am the Minister of Industry and Commerce of India. You are very welcome to invest in India. We will definitely provide the most favorable conditions and support. Next to him, an Indian said. It was the person who had just chatted with Tang Qing. I'm also optimistic about the Indian market. If there is an opportunity, I will consider it. Tang Qing said that with a population of more than 1 billion, although the consumption power is a bit low, the size is there. But it's still a common question. Business environment. Apart from Hummingbird commercial and storage, Tang Qing has no interest in other projects in India for the time being. This is my business card. Tang Qing took it, pretended to look at it, and nodded. This person is worth getting to know. After all, he is also the leader of the film. He has a high position and has no stain on himself. If you come to India, you must contact me. In your Chinese words, sweep the couch to welcome me. Bin Laden took the words at the right time, and at the same time, a final sentence in Chinese came out of his mouth. Thank you in advance. The night is getting darker. The banquet is coming to an end. Tang Qing also successfully completed the goals on the list, including what he met, by the way. Tang Qing met more than 300 new people tonight alone. It could be said that he became the most active person at the banquet. Not one. Human memory is limited. Running around makes it easy to get confused. If you meet someone you just met in another place, if you didn't know them before, you may even forget what their face looks like, which can easily cause embarrassment. Therefore, ordinary people would not be so active. Only Tang Qing had a photographic memory, so he dared to run away like this. A nice young man, knowledgeable, very good at talking, young talent, well-deserved. Running like this. The results were also impressive, and everyone who talked to Tang Qing gave high praise. Relatively speaking, the chairman of ERV was much more aloof, waiting for various people to come up. Everyone understands. He is about to become the helmsman of the consortium. He is probably here for the sake of the organizing committee. He may not come again to the Davos Forum in the future. At most, send senior executives. Otherwise, how to reflect the specialness of the consortium? Nearly 10 o'clock. The banquet is over. Go back to your residence. If you haven't finished drinking, you can drink elsewhere. After separating from the delegation, Tang Qing and Ma Yun were walking on the road. Snowflakes were falling in the sky. Since they were not going to the hotel, there were almost no other people on the road. Mr. Tang, how do you feel at the end of the day? Very tired, Tang Qing said with a smile. Not tired physically, but a little tired mentally. I can't help it. It's not tiring to deal with people. It's still great to deal with such a group of people. However, judging from your performance today, if you want to judge, you are definitely one of the smartest. Haha, are you complimenting me? Tang Qing smiled. Of course, when I first came here, I was at a loss. There were so many people who had achieved more than me. I didn't speak English very well, and I might not understand what they were saying. But you have no barriers at all. I'm really envious. Mayan praised. He just heard the conversation between Tang Qing and the Argentine finance minister, and Tang Qing actually spoke in Spanish. Again, Tang Qing spoke English with a Nigerian. He finally understood. But the more I listen, the more speechless he becomes. The history, culture, celebrities, achievements, and festivals of other countries. Even what year and which team is good, Tang Qing can tell you at random. These are the words he can understand, and there are more words he can't understand. This head. The next day, early morning, Ma Yin went out early. However, Tang Qing was not together. Yesterday was the opening ceremony and theme forum, and everyone had to attend. But in the next few days, there will be sub-forums one by one, and everyone can participate selectively according to the topic. Therefore, Tang Qing looked at the sub-forum schedule. Most of them had nothing to do with his business, and some topics were boring. He had to pick one to take a look at every day, and today's schedule started in the afternoon. What are we doing in the morning? Watching TV. Can you find a more homely project? Lie down and watch TV. 10 minutes later. Living room. Gufeng stared at the projection with relish. Yes, it's snowy when we go out, so we might as well watch TV in the villa. Don't mention it. This TV series is quite interesting. Willing Gaiden. There should be a main story as well. Well, I'll read it all when I have time. The next few days. Stay at home. Office. Listen to the speech. Banquet. Tang Qing repeated these similar things every day and met different people. Sometimes, if you don't work hard, you won't know your social limits. Tang Qing tried it and became famous. A few days. Active or passive. Tang Qing just met all the big guys attending the meeting and collected a lot of business cards. He regretted it a bit. I guess I can't pretend not to know you from now on, otherwise I'll hurt people. Never mind. If you know each other, just get to know them. It is better to know more people than less people. Many of these people have said that they want to take care of Tianan's business. Whether it is true or not, they can be regarded as bringing some business to the company. The 5-day World Economic Forum annual meeting concluded on the 27th in Davos, Switzerland. Participants once again called on all countries to act in concert to address the challenges posed by climate change. The crisis-ridden U.S. economy has become the focus of attention. Although participants have differences on whether the U.S. economy will enter a recession, deceleration has become a broad consensus among the participants. Based on the United States' global status, its economic slowdown has cast a shadow on the world's economic growth prospects. Participants generally believe that global economic growth will slow down this year, but will not lead to recession, and emerging economies, such as China and India, will still perform well. January 27th. In the afternoon, amid concerns, the 37th Davos Forum came to an end. There were noises. There were quarrels. There were heated debates. But no agreement was reached. However, at least it is positive energy. It will always be effective if everyone comes together to think and reflect on some global issues. Davos Airport. Tang Qing saw off the Chinese delegation, and he will board the plane to return home tonight. This is the arrangement of the organizing committee. Although the runway is limited, there are more than 280 planes waiting to take off. Looking up, there are still planes arriving in the sky to pick up my boss. Since they are coming by train, the plane has to wait. Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang. The 6 people sitting on the sofa stood up quickly. They were reporters from Quang Mao and several comic group. After the exclusive interview yesterday morning, Tang Qing said that they would go back on a private plane. No, just after checking out of the room, he came with the equipment. I have to say, our chairman really knows how to enjoy it. Others can only live in the presidential suite, but his own boss has a single-family villa to live in. It faces Lake Davos. It is so luxurious. Also, this tea is really delicious. Relax, do whatever you have to do. We'll leave in an hour and a half. Tang Qing said gently. Okay, Director Tang. Quang Mao nodded hurriedly. When he saw Tang Qing going upstairs, he breathed a sigh of relief. The chairman is so handsome. The only girl among the 6, and another female reporter. Her eyes were shining. Work, catch up on the manuscript. Quang Mao glared at her. Your child is already 3 years old, and he is still a nymphomaniac. Fortunately, the child is older, otherwise she would definitely bring a bunch of milk powder back, and everyone else would have to be a porter. Oh, she said oh. She sat back on the sofa and started editing. It only took half an hour. The manuscript of the closing ceremony came out and was sent back to the domestic headquarters. It'll be hung up after being reviewed by the editor-in-chief. Then, she opened another document. Personal Annual Work Summary Report. She had already written hundreds of pages. After finishing the work in Davos, it was already the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, and the company required it to be handed in the day after tomorrow. After that, they could take the weekend and the statutory holidays for the Spring Festival, which she had saved up for half a year. Thinking of 20 days of vacation, including 12 days of pay and the year-end bonus she was about to receive, she wrote quickly. 4 months of salary was enough to cover the New Year's expenses. However, she was a little depressed when she thought of the year-end bonuses of other companies under Tang Qing. It It was obviously impossible for Huaxing Film and Television to receive the same year-end bonus as them. As for Qingyuan Technology, the sales figures last year were generally over 100,000. But the salary can be seen in the background. So it is said that apart from Qingyuan Technology, the year-end bonus is also very generous, and the manager level starts with $1 million. However, she also believes that the income is related to the income created. Although they work hard, apart from ensuring the timeliness of news on the platform, they cannot create much economic benefits. From a management perspective, what else can others do? It's Chinese New Year again. I really don't like it. Gu Feng muttered. What's wrong? I'm not happy because I can't receive the New Year's money and I have to repay it. Tang Qing wanted to give Gu Feng a kick. You are already a 3-year-old and you still need lucky money. How shameless. By the way, Tang Qing, the news reports say that you will give out a year-end bonus of more than 1 billion yuan this year. Is it true? Gu Feng thought of the news he saw when Tang Qing sent the delegation off just now. Fake. Tang Qing shook his head. I'll just say it. Before Gu Feng finished speaking, Tang Qing added, at least 2 billion. 2 billion. Zheng Ro exclaimed that her entire family's assets were less than half of this. Lin Jiaxu also looked over. 2 billion, how could it be? No way, how could it be so much? Gu Feng didn't believe it. Tang Qing spread his hands. Haven't you counted how many companies I have? 1 billion. That belongs to Qingyuan Technology, Comet Group, and Tianyin Group. Other companies combined also have over 1 billion. The past 7 years have just passed. These 3 companies alone have created profits of more than 30 billion yuan, among which Qingyuan Technology has made the largest contribution, with sales of more than 100 billion yuan and profits of more than 20 billion yuan. Very bright. This is thanks to profit margins of over 20%. It was also Era that came out on top. Otherwise, there's no way it's that high. You know, in the previous life, except for Apple, the profit margin of other mobile phones was 5%, which was considered high, while Xiaomi made almost no money from hardware. Also, companies under the Comet Group are not doing too badly either. Comet Video does not make money. Comet Music does not make money. Comet Media does not make money. Comet Pictures, from movies, TV series, and peripheral income, has a profit of nearly 9 billion yuan. Comet Literature, less than 200 million. Comet Cinemas, about 600 million. Finally do the math. Close to 10 billion. Of course, not making money does not mean it is worthless. It just cannot provide cash flow to the parent company. Otherwise, in terms of revenue, several companies are pretty good, such as Comet Video. Last year's revenue was 1.73 billion renminbi. However, more than 2.9 billion was spent on broadband, operations, and copyright purchases, which means that the group still had to pay back. However, although it did not make any money, everyone's year-end bonuses would still be large. After all, revenue is performance. SkyEye Group. Although last year's financial report was ugly, it was due to the impact of the opening of branches around the world and the surge in costs. But the revenue increased exponentially, although the account was still a huge negative number. But that has nothing to do with employees. These 3 companies have year-end bonuses worth more than 1 billion. No more, no less. Why do other companies also have more than 1 billion yuan? Of course, they also make huge profits. Microcrystalline Technology and Xingyang Audio alone had profits of nearly 3 billion yuan last year. This is profit, not revenue. Microcrystal Technology's revenue exceeded 10 billion last year. Shengtang Group, Zhongyu Tui, Wanqing Mining. At the last calculation, we really have to pay more than 2 billion, close to 2.8 billion. So much money. Ordinary rich people would definitely feel distressed to death. But Tang Qing didn't have much, but he had a lot of money. Once he made it, he made it. He made a total of nearly 40 billion, and it was nothing to pay more than 2 billion. He strived to make more next year, because the more you send, it means you will earn more. This is proportional, and there is much to discuss. Myanmar Bank Group has many talents. There are more than 400,000 employees, and at least more than 20 billion will be paid. This is because after the bank became the central bank, many people were merged into the administrative system of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Otherwise, there will be more. Good thing. The group has money. It's really rich. A few minutes later, after listening to Tang Qing's explanation, everyone was stunned. Calculate it this way. More than 2 billion is really not that much. How many employees do you have? Gufeng asked curiously. As of yesterday, it would have been almost 60,000. Tang Qing thought for a while. 60,000. If it had been before, it would have been a surprise, but when you think about the hundreds of thousands of employees of the Myanmar Bank Group, it is nothing. So many. Gufeng's eyes widened. Is that much? Gufeng nodded vigorously. 60,000 people, that is, 60,000 families, means that at least 100,000 people are supported by Tang Qing. Although the Gu family has a large stall, its total employees are less than 40,000. Tang Qing smiled. Future. When Hummingbird Store is launched, this company alone may far exceed this number. Warehouse management, distribution, and logistics all require people. Even if they outsource some parts, they must ensure that more than 10% of the services are provided by Hummingbird. Otherwise, it is easy to get stuck in the neck. Think about it. The number of couriers alone is a huge number if we want to deliver globally. This company is likely to become the largest privately held company in the world with employees very quickly. 1 hour later. Let's go. The plane is coming. Tang Qing stood up. I can't bear to part with it. You can't bear to eat, right? Everything is there. Everything had been packed up and loaded into the car. Go downstairs. Let's go, Tang Qing said to Kwang Mao. Okay. Kwang Mao stood up quickly. Tang Qing said he would leave in an hour and a half. They had packed up 10 minutes in advance. After being out for 6 days, they felt a little homesick, and it was still warm in Shanghai. Davos. It's really not suitable to come in winter. 10 minutes later. Airport. I'll come to your house for dinner when I have time. Gufeng said with a smile. Okay. Tang Qing estimated that Gufeng, who was about to become a father, would not have time to come to China within half a year. Not much to say. They each boarded their own planes, and soon, the 2 planes took off one after another and flew in opposite directions. Gufeng's plane was chasing the sun, while Tang Qing hit the morning and evening line head-on. Enter day and night. On the plane, Kwang Mao and others were sitting in the small cabin. Small cabin. Originally there wasn't one, but in order to deal with situations like this, Tang Qing specially modified one. It's not too small, and it's much more spacious than civil aviation, with just 6 seats. Others modify the plane. You must find the original manufacturer, but he is the original one, just wearing someone else's coat. In addition to this one, there are many other models parked in the training area that look the same on the outside, but are very different on the inside. The magic modification is Tang Qing's favorite. After takeoff, hey, is there a wireless network here? A photographer took out an Era tablet and was about to watch a TV series in the hotel. Just as he was about to click on it, he found that the wireless network in the upper left corner was already connected. The signal is super good. He clicked on a web page. It popped up instantly. Yeah. Is the hotel's Wi-Fi so strong? Impossible. What are you doing? Turn it off quickly. Kwang Mao said quickly. Why? The plane should be covered with automatic access satellite network. Do you know how expensive the traffic is? He could only explain it in the way he understood. He had no idea how expensive it was. It won't be cheap anyway. Oh, the photographer said disappointedly. This time, GRRR. The roller door was pushed open and a male flight attendant walked in. The photographer was so frightened that his hands shook and the tablet almost fell to the ground. He thought he was warning him because he was surfing the internet. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. The photographer hurriedly put away the tablet. What? The photographer said cautiously. I shouldn't have opened the tablet. Upon hearing this, the soldier immediately understood what was going on through the surveillance system and smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Mobile phones and electronic devices are allowed on the plane, and there are no traffic restrictions. If it is an Anno series product, it will automatically connect without a password. If you use a computer or other brand of mobile phone, the password is also very simple, 6 6s, 2 8s. That's it. Thank you. I thought you weren't allowed to use it." The photographer breathed a sigh of relief. The soldier pressed the round button on the right partition. I saw the bottom of the partition closed. Slide it into the wall. Various packages appeared inside. There are drinks, tea, boiled water, cold water, and some snacks, but there's no wine. You could do whatever you want. We will bring dinner when the time comes." After finishing speaking, the warrior turned and left, leaving behind everyone who had just calmed down. There's internet. There's something to drink. There's also delicious food. It's so cool. There was food and drink. And the internet. The other people who had planned to sleep until they got off the plane immediately lost their sleepiness and took out their turn-off mobile phones. When they saw the wireless network that was automatically connected, they all smiled happily. Before, the mobile phone can only make calls. Very few features. But the emergence of Era has completely changed their lifestyle. It is an entrance to the information age at any time, making people unable to resist the temptation and becoming more and more dependent. Chat, catch up on dramas, social contact, game, study, brush status. Things that were previously inoperable or had a poor experience on mobile phones have been improved and satisfied on Eno. There will always be apps you're interested in each category. Horrible. Where did the time go? Give a mobile phone. With the internet, the photographer was a little confused for a while. The cache in the tablet was prepared for the absence of the internet, but now that he has the internet, he always feels like he is wasting everything without using it. Very strange. Final. He decided to watch a movie that hadn't been downloaded yet. Open Comet Video and enter the movie column. Comet Video has a huge library of copyrighted works, so they have no shortage of things to watch because new movies will be launched on the movie interface every day. Certainly, only members can view it. At first, many people scoffed. I have watched it for free for so many years, and now you are telling me to become a member? You can do it. At worst, I will go somewhere else and not watch it here. But, gradually, the situation has changed a lot as Comet Video has launched a rich variety of homemade and third-party content. Because these sources are not like movies and TV series, and there are a lot of them on the internet. This is all homemade content. Updates are very fast. If you really like it and want to pursue it, you have to become a member. And precisely because it is self-made, Comet Group can use legal weapons to take the stolen and disseminated website to court. Several cases emerged. There are no websites that commit crimes against the trend. Certainly, in private, the group does not care about personal sharing that is not for profit, but only targets websites that want to make money from it. This is also supported by all video providers because their income comes from platform clicks. Inside the cabin, the photographer was eating snacks while watching Transformers, which was released today. This movie was released in the United States in the middle of last year. After more than half a year, it has finally been released on Comet Video. He actually saw the movie, but he couldn't help but click in. Last year, the global film market is extremely busy. Transformers, Pirates of the Caribbean, A World's End, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, I Am Legend, Spider-Man 3, Iron Man, Hancock, and Wall-E. A lot of science fiction movies were released, many of which were specifically chosen to coincide with civilization. That scene, TSK, TSK. It really makes people feel sad when they smell it, and makes people cry when they see it. He heard that this year, the American film industry has invested huge financial resources and determination to compete with Comet Group. He was very happy when he thought that many movies would have sequels. Undeniable. Civilization is an extremely delicious dish. But the roadside snacks are also unique. Suddenly, he watched the movie. A question suddenly popped up in my heart. How fast is the internet here? To test it out, he clicked on a video cache. The photographer's eyes widened. I thought I saw it wrong. He opened a well-known network speed test software. 10 seconds later. Oh my God. He couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the test results. What's wrong? The people around were startled, thinking something was broken. This is the chairman's car, worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and a cushion may be there. Monthly salary. The photographer quickly turned the tablet over. Look, Kwang Mao leaned over, and after seeing clearly, his eyes widened. 100 M. Kuang Mao said in surprise. How is that possible? Real or false? Really? Unbelievable. After a while, only then did they accept this fact and lamented that their boss was rich and had such a high speed. This was not like renting a satellite. It was like renting a satellite. It was too luxurious. This is the stratosphere. Without interference from various atmospheres and environments, obstacles, complex electromagnetic waves, etc. below, we can achieve such speeds. Another photographer analyzed. The photographer thought for a moment. Shake his head. But no matter what, the data still needs to be transmitted from the ground to the satellite, and then to the aircraft. It has to pass through the troposphere, and there will still be interference from the complex environment. Are you stupid? The man curled his lips. What's wrong? As a ground relay for satellites, it sends network data to the sky. Why didn't you say it? It can't be like a city water pipe, adding pressure. There were no professionals present, so I just said it casually. Listen to this. Everyone thinks it makes sense. If they are users, water is data. How can users in high-rise buildings use it without increasing pressure? I see. Understood. That makes sense. Why do I feel like you're making this up? No matter what, it's an explanation. The internet speed is so fast, it must have cost a lot of money. He quickly changed the subject. Let me try the computer. Wow, that's the upper limit too. The speed measurement software measures a range. Although the network speed in front of you only shows 10.1, as long as it exceeds 10, it is 100 megabits. And the 100M network card of his computer only supports so much speed. In China, a broadband of 10 megabits per second was considered good in the past. Even in the 4G era, speeds have soared, and home devices can hardly reach the limit of network cards available here. It actually reached the limit of the wireless network card. What a pity. They don't have digital equipment with gigabit network cards now, otherwise they would have the urge to test it. Then, the photographer also posted it in his circle of friends. What a liar. Is there a signal on the plane? If you don't believe it, same as above. It's fake. It makes it look like no one knows how to pee. I can give you an astronomical number of pee. There are many circles of friends. Adding to the novelty, there were more than a dozen replies in just 1 minute. No one believed it. It's not like everyone has never flown on an airplane. I didn't even let my phone go. Can you show me that you were surfing the internet at 100 megabits per second speed? What a bluff. The photographer felt frustrated for a while, just about to move out of Tang Qing. Xiao Lu, don't go back. Kuang Mao stopped him in time. What's wrong? The photographer was puzzled. If you reply, you have revealed the chairman's schedule. The company may not care about it, but in your personal report, you will definitely be labeled as lax and dazzling. So don't make it difficult for yourself. These words, it gave the photographer a chill. His hand shook and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not quick. Although the chairman is not a political figure, others can tell, but as a member of the company, this is a problem. Loose mouth. The company really won't do anything to him. But don't forget the eye of heaven. Tianyin is responsible for their files and annual reviews. He is not afraid of his boss, because his boss does not have the power to use him casually, but he has to be afraid of Tianyin, who is always watching the company. People take a look. Oh, don't tell me if you get the advantage. Still fussy. There is no way to speak. It may be added that who asked others to get Tang Qing's salary. Tang Qing may not even know about it, but he may be responsible for a random act. There is no such precedent, but a lot. Especially when it comes to bonuses and job transfers, people often appear like dark horses, and the ones that everyone was originally optimistic about were defeated. Afterwards, I heard that many people went to find the heavenly eye. The results are the same. After the conversation, no one had any objections anymore. They were all convinced and never mentioned the matter again. After that, they basically acted like a new person, recharging, learning, and being kind to others. It's scary to think about. I'll delete it right away, the photographer said quickly. Yeah, in this version of WeChat, the circle of friends can be deleted at any time, but the conversation can only be withdrawn within 2 minutes. Soon, watch the comments disappear. He just breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that it would not affect his own evaluation. No one wants to be a photographer forever. It would be unfair if he was blocked by this matter at a critical moment. 10 hours later, Tang Qing's plane arrived in Qingyan City. At this time, it was 10:15 in the morning here. They had landed in Shanghai and Yangcheng before, otherwise they would have arrived at dawn. Since they were flying too fast, the Yangcheng airport had repeatedly confirmed the departure time. The last sentence came, "It is recommended that you don't drive so aggressively next time, as it will affect the life of the engine." Supersonic speed. You had such an exciting time. Okay. Tang Qing could only say. On the way back, his plane did fly by its supersonic speeds. Supersonic speed is difficult, but it also depends on the environment. In the troposphere, there are various complex atmospheric environments, including wind, rain, lightning, cold and hot air, so supersonic speed is more difficult. But the higher, enter the stratosphere, the atmospheric components in the air become thinner. There is no wind, rain, or thunder. There is no air convection. The temperature difference changes are also small. Then, supersonic speed is much simpler. Some aircraft can only reach subsonic speeds in the troposphere. Up to the stratosphere, as long as you are daring, it is not impossible to achieve short-term supersonic speed. It is precisely because of Japan that the airport does not pay much attention to how a subsonic aircraft can jump up and down at the speed of sound. Qingyan Municipal Airport. Welcome home. Welcome home. Tang Qing's arrival received a warm greeting from the airport staff. Tang Qing. This name is already a legend in Qingyan City. It is so dazzling. The richest man in China has benefited everyone in Qingyan City. A large amount of investment has caused great changes in Qingyan City. Before, outsiders hardly know that such a city exists. Now, but the name gradually became louder. It is impossible to become a household name because most people don't actually pay attention to who is the richest person. Even if they know, they may not know their hometown, but it is better than having no impression at all, especially the universities that are being built. This has brought Tang Qing's reputation in Qingyan City to a higher level. Tang Qing is the #1 scholar in the country and is now the richest man in China. Returning to educate is the highest standard for other people's children. Out of the passage, no one came to pick her up because everyone was waiting for him at the manor, waiting for him to have lunch. Get on the march. The convoy drove towards the manor. After many months, Qingyan City has changed a lot. The city continues to expand, a large amount of farmland has been occupied, and the entire village has been moved into buildings. This scale, even before his rebirth, Qingyan City had not developed to its current level, and all of this was related to him. Compared to the Shanghai stock market, he could feel that he belonged here more. The further one goes. It's true that the more I talk about the starting point, the fallen leaves return. No, we are still growing. If you want big trees to grow more lush, you should get more sunlight and compete for living space. Tang, look, Lin Jiaxue suddenly said. Tang Qing came back to his senses and looked out the window. At the intersection of the airport expressway and the urban road, there was a large shanty town with none other than charging piles. Densely packed, there are at least 300. Tang Qing's glasses immediately showed its information, which was the charging point invested and built by the second uncle. This is considered a demonstration area, so it is fully owned by the second uncle, and there is one in 4 directions of Qingyan City. Various sizes. That adds up to 1,000. This one is considered the biggest. Also, there are also 1,000 public charging piles of various sizes in the city. In order to solve the charging problem of his own electric cars, he invested all the money he made from selling electric cars in China. Except here. There are them in the following counties and townships, even the provincial capital and several surrounding cities. Capabilities are limited. There can only be so much, and no clear opinions have been given on the plans submitted to the National Development and Reform Commission. After all, it is the end of the year, and everyone is busy summarizing work. It is expected that there will be news after the year. Tang, where have you been? I just saw the charging pile. How is it? Not bad, very good. What else can Tang Qing say? This is built in accordance with the standards of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, and this is the industry technical standards set by him. How could it be bad? It's just a bit expensive, Tang Kai said bluntly. If you want to do it the best. Don't settle. Tang Qing said, it's not that I think it's expensive. I'm fine with it. But if other capital is introduced and major central enterprises are brought in, due to cost considerations, they may not purchase too many charging piles there. Tang Kai was a little worried. Before, he wasn't too worried about this yet. But after I bought some charging piles in China and tested them, I found that they were cheap, but they were far from the charging piles there in terms of safety, stability, and durability. Not only were they easy to break, they also posed risks to the car. Second uncle, don't worry about this. Just try your best to get more of the proportion of purchases for what you are using now. After that, everyone will know whether it works well or not, and other companies will learn it. What if you learn it? Second uncle, you don't want to sell charging piles. If you learn it, you can learn it. If you learn it well, the cost can be reduced to the same level with the same quality and function. If you don't learn it well, they will lose money on each one they sell. Tang Qing is not afraid of others learning. If you study well, Tang Qing would be happy not to make this money. I'm afraid that if I don't change my nature, I'll create some rubbish. For some things, it's a good idea to take precautions before they happen. However, even if it's a mule or a horse, it has to be pulled out. Otherwise, what kind of historical experience can you use to convince others with reason? That's right. It didn't take long. The car arrived at the manor. We walked directly around the city without even encountering a red light. Looking at the villas on one side and the farmland on the other side, we can imagine that the current real estate boom in Qingyan City can be described in one word: chaos. Go into the living room. Naturally, there was another crowd watching. After being dragged around by her parents asking questions for a long time, Tang's mother gave up. Looking at her son, she was filled with pride. She might be mediocre, but the son she gave birth to was so extraordinary. Rich, talented, handsome. The standard template for other people's children. The store has been open for such a long time, and the surrounding stores don't even know that his son is Tang Qing. Every time he asks about it in chat, the couple just respond casually, otherwise, their store probably won't be able to open. That's all the fun is left. But it cannot be taken away. What is this called? Hidden in the city. How soon will Uncle come back? Tang Qing asked his aunt. He said on the 30th day. Well, this official is worthy of his job. He comes back only once a month. Her aunt complained, but the expression on her face betrayed her. Of course, she was happy that her husband could be promoted. Also understand, there are gains and losses. This is the natural law. No one can take advantage of all the good things. Not even Tang Qing, the richest man in China in front of him, with hundreds of billions of assets, can't do it. Before the Chinese New Year, he still has to go to Switzerland with the Chinese delegation. I heard that Tian is still dealing with company matters. It's not easy for anyone. It's pretty good now. If I were a police officer before, I would still have to be on duty during the New Year. Now I can celebrate the New Year completely and have more freedom of time. My aunt thought for a while and added, Thank you for the hangover medicine. I was just worried that he would drink too much. That's right. We haven't seen him for several months. The family chatted about home affairs. Finally, the topic of when Tang Qing would have a child came up. Tang Qing saw that he couldn't afford to offend him, so he pulled Lin Jiaxue out and went to see the newly dug musical fountain in the manor, followed by the same, and 3 cousins. They're not interested in such a high-end topic either. Out the door. Brother, I will take the college entrance examination this year. How about I take the exam to your university? Qin Shiqi jumped in front of Tang Qing and said with a smile. She has changed a lot compared to 3 years ago, but his carefree temperament remains the same. What? I don't want to be too far away from home. Qin Shiqi's naughty face showed a bit of reluctance. If it were before, she wished she could escape from her mother's clutches and live independently. But now, she couldn't see Tang Qing back many times throughout the year. Every time she went to her aunt's shop, she only saw her 2 elders busy. Think back. If he runs away, his mother will definitely miss him. Both he and his sister ran away, and my mother was left alone. Father is busy all day. The higher her position, the less her time is hers. With this thought, her desire to see the world has faded. Especially now, If she wants to see the world, she doesn't need to study. Where do you want to go? Her brother can satisfy her. That being the case, why are you traveling so far? Are you serious? Tang Qing said, in surprise. Her before. That's not what I thought. I've been clamoring all day to go out and take a look. Well, if I can go home every weekend and eat my mother's cooking on weekdays, why should I travel so far away? If I want to go out to play, when can I go? Qin Shichi said. After listening, Tang Qing nodded. That's right, but aren't you afraid that it will delay you? Aha, brother, I can rest assured that you run the university. Besides, if there's a delay, you have to be responsible. Qin Shichi chuckled. Did she still need to worry about finding a job? What did Aunt say? Tang Qing asked. I haven't told her yet, but I definitely support it. Who doesn't want their children to be around? However, the only problem now is whether your university can start in time for this year. Qin Shichi said. If there are no accidents, we should be able to catch up. That's great, sister. We will always be alumni from now on. Qin Shichi happily took her sister's arm. Qin Shiyu smiled faintly. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Qin Shichi had been protecting her since she was a child. If she ran away and were separated, she would really be a little uncomfortable. She didn't have much yearning for the outside world, able to do one's own thing quietly. Just fine. Sister Yenner, do you want to come along? Qin Shichi began to recruit people to join the group. Tang Yenner heard this. He nodded hurriedly. Okay. She didn't care. In the past, what she longed for most was a foreign music school. But since she saw Tang Qing's ability, she immediately changed her mind. No one is as good as her cousin. Those so-called world-class. It seems like that. In terms of playing skills, no one could be better than Tang Qing, but Tang Qing's ability to compose music has been seen step by step later. He is not only awesome, but also like a monster. Half a year ago, less than an hour, he composed 10 pieces of music for her that were not available in the outside world, but were top-notch scores. These scores have not yet come out because she cannot fully master them, so she only practices them at home, looking forward to playing it perfectly one day. Until then, these music by my cousin will definitely shock the world. Therefore, there is only one person who has her idol, Tang Qing. That being the case, why are you running around? Her family is in business, so she can naturally do the accounting. Although the watermelon is a bit heavy and a bit tired to carry around, you can take it home and chill it. It tastes great. Brother, it seems that your university is going to open a music department. Qin Shichi said happily. What's so difficult about this? After finishing school, Sister Yenner can stay in school and become a teacher. Then Shichi, what are you going to do? I want to be a strong woman in the business world for the time being. In this way, I will let my sister work for me and make her work overtime every day without paying overtime pay, huh? Qin Shichi was thinking in her head. You can't bully someone else. Really, girls are changeable. That's not what you said last time, but it doesn't matter as long as Qin Shichi is happy. What else can he do as a brother? Try to support me, strong woman? It fits Qin Shichi's character quite well. What are we doing in the afternoon? Well, there are no changes in the film and television city. There are few people in the Chinese New Year. The crew have all left. It's not lively. There are no new projects in the amusement park. No, there seems to be an acrobatic troupe performing. Acrobatics? I haven't seen it for a long time. Then let's go and have a look. Then I'll make a reservation first. After saying that, Tang Yenner took out his cell phone and dialed. This is Tang Kai's 24-hour secretary. There are 3 of them. They are on duty in turn. In addition to official business, they also work part-time and other miscellaneous matters. Okay, brother, are you going? Go. Your face. Just bring big sunglasses. Tang Qing said with a smile. It's a rare time to come back and go out for a walk. You can't stay home all the time during the Chinese New Year just because you're afraid of being treated like a monkey. Afternoon. Amusement park. Crowds of people. Since locals in Qingyan City do not require tickets, the place is very crowded. Fortunately, they don't need to go through the main entrance. The Performing Arts Center is at the end of the amusement park and can be entered from the backstage. Miss Yenner, the manager of the Performing Arts Center, has been waiting for a long time. Certainly. He also didn't forget Sister Qin Shichi. There used to be performances here, and the sisters often came here. When he saw Tang Qing, he was even more surprised and said excitedly, "Mr. Tang, I didn't expect you to come too," even though he was wearing sunglasses. But he still recognized it immediately. "How long until it starts?" Tang Qing said with a smile. 15 minutes, please." Then, following the manager, they walked through the backstage to the performance hall. Along the way, they saw many people wearing acrobatic costumes. To be honest, Tang Qing had only seen acrobatic performances on TV in his past life. Every time I see it, they were all shocked by the stunts that required years of hard practice. Most people watch the fun. A caring person, you will see the hard work these people put in behind the scenes. If there is a profession that best embodies 10 years of hard work off the stage, 1 minute on the stage, Tang Qing feels that it is none other than this group of people. Go up to the second floor. There is a partitioned VIP room here. 20 locations. They are all larger, the seats are more comfortable, and they are still in the middle. Although the amusement park is free for locals and the Performing Arts Center generally does not charge, today's show requires tickets. 票不要钱. It was given to various units in Qingyan City by the Performing Arts Center. Also, various companies under the Tang family also have free tickets. No, when he walked into the VIP room, Tang Qing saw a few familiar figures. "Little boss, are you back?" Do Jiao said in surprise. She was raising her baby at home and was bored. There was a show to watch, so she went to Tianjin to get some tickets and made an appointment with Qi Yin, who had become her best friend. Of course, Pan Yu is also there. "Sister Jiao Jiao, brother Pan." Tang Qing shouted twice, looked at Qi Yin, who was still not mainstream, and said with a smile, "Sister Yin, if I remember correctly, today is not the weekend. How dare you skip work?" Hearing this, of course Qi Yin knew that Tang Qing was joking. A roll of eyes. "Look at Lin Jiaxue. I've been discovered. Sister Jiaxue, for the sake of making clothes for you, don't forget to blow your pillow at night, and don't let your man deduct my salary, okay?" There are no outsiders either. Otherwise, Qi Yin wouldn't have said that. Being molested, Lin Jiaxue's face immediately turned red. "Okay, I won't deduct your salary," Tang Qing said with a smile. "Thank you, boss." Qi Yin smiled and bowed. Then, Do Jiao and the others chatted with Qin Shiqi, leaving Tang Qing and Pan Yu sitting in the corner. "Brother Pan, from now on, you will also be from our Qingyan city, huh? Where Jiao Jiao is, I will be there." Pan Yu smiled. "What a man," Tang Qing praised. "Jiao Jiao, I'm back, Tang Qing." At this time, 2 more people came in from outside. Tang Qing was stunned. She was here too. It was none other than Do Jiao's cousin. "Chui Xin, why are you here?" Tang Qing asked with a smile. "I'm not welcome at home, so I came to Jiao Jiao to celebrate the new year." Chui Xion's tone was full of resentment, and she felt very angry when she thought of what her family had done to her boyfriend. Just don't let the company arrange performances for them. Her mother also directly approached her boyfriend. Fortunately, her boyfriend was very firm and was not persuaded. However, there was a complete stalemate with the family, and the old man did not express his position, so he had no choice but to come here. Go to Do Jiao. No idea. Do Jiao didn't dare to care. Depressed. I see. Tang Qing nodded and looked at the man next to Chui Xian. I have to say that this man is quite handsome for being able to charm Chui Xian like that. Mustache. Handsome face. Tall stature. The image is good. Tang Qing, this is my boyfriend, Gong Lang. Chui Xian pulled Gong Lang forward and introduced, this is Jiao Jiao's boss, our richest man in China, Tang Qing. Hello, Mr. Tang. Gong Lang hurriedly extended his hand. Hello. Tang Qing shook hands with Gong Lang. To be honest, he actually doesn't like the Western etiquette of shaking hands, but the traditional Chinese handover is better. After all, no one knows what people do with their hands before shaking hands. Ahem. Can't think. If you think about it again, you may develop the tendency of being misophobic. Sin. We can only look up to Mr. Tang's achievements. Gong Lang praised. Thank you. Tang Qing. Can you allow us to find a place to sing in the amusement park? Do Jiao didn't care, so Cui Xian had to beg Tang Qing. With Do Jiao here, although she couldn't be hungry, her coffers were almost at the bottom. The most important thing is, she wanted to show her determination and fight, and she couldn't stay idle at home, which was to avoid difficulties. I'm afraid I can't decide on this. Tang Qing apologized. Cui Xian had made this request at Do Jiao's wedding last time. If he comes this time, he will certainly not be bored to participate in it, no matter whether the two of them make it or not. He won't even ask for any favors. Silly. One listen. Cui Xian's expression fell. Really? Tang Qing and Do Jiao are in the same group. You all don't help me. Cui Xian is just a girl. Even if she's usually very strong, she will feel abandoned by the world when faced with this kind of situation where people are betrayed and separated from their relatives. She had never had such a frustration before. Family background is prominent. Let her grow up smoothly and make the music she likes, but in terms of personal happiness, it has forced her to reach the point where she is now. For a moment, she really wanted to elope with Gong Lang. Wrong. It's almost an elopement now. Sister, please don't make things difficult for Tang Qing. Do Jiao sighed. I know, I'm just worried. Cui Xian sat down a little lonely. This matter really had nothing to do with Tang Qing. She just didn't want to admit defeat. Gong Lang was disappointed when he saw it. Go over and hold Cui Xian's hand. It's okay, we will find a way. Gong Lang comforted. Yeah. Looking at all this, Tang Qing shook his head, feeling like he was watching a soap opera. The outcome of the two of them has been determined for a long time. With the Cui family's methods, how could they not be able to deal with an ordinary person, Gong Lang, who is now acting? To whom? Of course, Cui Xian. The Cui family had already written the script, a script that benefited both parties. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. It had the plot of soap opera, but no happy ending. Maybe this is life. Time's up, just like watching a movie. The lights in the venue dimmed. The show begins. Right off the bat, it's jujitsu. 3 teenage girls. The kind of actions beyond the limit that ordinary people can't do are easy for these people. Among all acrobatics, this should be regarded as the most visually stunning event. Nature. Wonderful show. Received endless applause from the audience. It's the end of the month. Please give me some monthly tickets. Thank you. 2 hours later. The show is over. It's amazing. It's beautiful. If you still want to see it in the future, you can invite us to your home and perform for us alone. Tang Qing said, the evil money makes things that most people can only think about become as simple as drinking water. Is it okay? It depends on whether they have time. After Qin Shichi laughed for a while, she bit her finger and pondered for a moment, and suddenly said with a distressed expression, but if you just perform for us, there doesn't seem to be much atmosphere. Tang Qing, do you want to create another live effect of enthusiastic cheers? Have to. Why didn't say it? Door. The manager of the Performing Arts Center had been standing there for a long time, and even the director of the amusement park came. Tang Qing was a real rare visitor. When he learned that Tang Qing was coming, he didn't even think about working. Waiting. Manager who? So you are here. A woman in her 50s came over. It was Lu Yun, the leader of the acrobatic troupe. When she saw the director, she shouted again, Director Zheng, you are here too. Mr. Lu, what's the matter? Manager who asked, I don't know if you two are free tonight, but I would like to treat you to a meal. Lu Yun said with a smile. Their acrobatic troupe eats handmade food and rarely delivers it. This is not a supermarket to buy fruit. There is none here. I also have a roadside stall. There are many people in the Chinese acrobatic community, but there are not many roadside stalls. Therefore, usually it's the organizer's treat. But it's a little different here. In other places, performances are usually only held during festivals or special days. But here, there are performances all year round. They are considered stable and big customers, so they naturally need special treatment. Today, this is their acrobatic troupe's first show in Qinyan City. A treat. The two shook their heads quickly. Mr. Liu, if you want to treat us, we will treat you too. In this way, I will ask the chef to cook some delicious food in the canteen of the amusement park in the evening. Manager Hu said, have a meal? The two of them did not dare to eat this meal. Amusement parks have rules. No food, please. mainly for those who have interests in amusement parks. Here it is. It is not the director who is the biggest, but the management committee of the amusement park. The committee, except for daily management, is responsible for them. Finance, supervision, personnel, etc. are all people with an eye for heaven. Once eaten, please, was reported. Losing their jobs is not that exaggerated, but if there are too many, it will be recorded by the eye of the sky, which will affect their income. If there is any behavior such as collecting money or requesting cards, you may leave immediately. Such a good job. The annual income is also considerable. They don't want to lose this job. Canteen, Lu Yin asked doubtfully. Yes, it's in the cafeteria, Mr. Lu. Just as manager who was about to ask Lu Yin to go back, he saw Tang Qing and others walking out. He quickly said, Mr. Tang, Miss Nyener, tell the truth. There are more leaders. The most troublesome thing is the title. Lu Yin took a look. With the title of manager, we were immediately connected. Mr. Tang can ask both of them to come and wait for the Tang family. Among the Tang family, there is only one such a young man, Tang Qing. Take a closer look. It's not who Tang Qing is. Director Zheng, you are here too. I also like acrobatics, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect you to come today. I wonder if there is anything dissatisfied with us. We will definitely correct it. Director Zheng said respectfully. Tang Qing smiled in his heart. Old fried dough sticks. But there's nothing wrong with being diplomatic as long as you don't cross a line. It's wonderful. There's nothing dissatisfying about it, Tang Qing said. After receiving Tang Qing's praise, the two of them smiled happily. As subordinates, the first task is to satisfy the leader so that their jobs can be stable, and the happiest thing is that their work has been recognized. That's good, that's good. Director Lu said happily. Now that Tang Qing was satisfied, manager who looked at Lu Yun and introduced him quickly. Mr. Tang, this is the leader of the acrobatic troupe, Lu Yun. Hello, today's performance is very exciting. Tang Qing smiled at Lu Yun. To these people who inherit Chinese skills, he has a good impression. These people may work 10 times as hard as some actors and stars, but their income is 1/10 or even less than these people. But they have persisted, which is worthy of admiration. Thank you. Lu Yin was a little excited. You may not know that in Comet Group's Chinese acrobatic series of films, our group has a few minutes of footage. I know I'm not qualified, but I still want to thank you for the Chinese acrobatic community. This is the reason why she is excited. Chinese craftsmanship was a project established when Comet Films was founded, aiming to carry forward Chinese traditional skills. Go! Chinese painting, calligraphy, poetry, martial arts, acrobatics, and folk arts. Each project cost a lot of money to shoot. At first, there were only movies, and later, TV series and documentaries were added. Although only 2 movies, 1 TV series, and 3 documentaries have been released so far. But soon, other projects will appear on the screen one after another, and acrobatics, I heard, will be available in the middle of this year. Therefore, Lu Yin is really grateful. Or rather, the traditional Chinese arts and craft community is grateful to Tang Qing from the bottom of their hearts. This is what I should do. The wine is fragrant, but the alley is dark. Our stuff is no worse than anyone else. Of course, Tang Qing will not forget this project that he attaches great importance to. Although the loss is certain, he is happy. Lu Yin heard this, even more delighted. Yes, but something embarrassing happened to Tang Qing. Lu Yun actually clapped happily, and manager who also clapped quickly. Tang Qing wanted to say, "Don't you know how embarrassed I am now? I'm not giving a speech." We chatted for a few more words. Lu Yun left happily, a little reluctant to leave, but did not dare to waste Tang Qing's time. In front of the door, at the top of the steps, looking at the huge amusement park and the dense crowds, Tang Qing was a little afraid that he would miss someone if he went in. As the largest amusement park in Qingyan City, tickets are free, so it is difficult not to be crowded like this. Do you want to go in? Seeing Tang Qing stop, Do Jiao asked. So many people. Those projects are hard to get in their turn. Although you can jump in line. What about you? Tang Qing turned to ask Qin Shiqi. I think it's better to forget it. With so many people, I can only go in and watch. Qin Shiqi said nonchalantly. She comes here often, and there is nothing here that she hasn't played before. Jumping in line? She's not so arrogant yet. Come every time. They all lined up obediently. Okay then, let's go around the side, and don't go inside to play with the amusement facilities. Tang Qing said. Okay. After saying that, go down the steps. They walked along the wide road on the left. I saw that the side close to the wall was full of vendors selling all kinds of things. The things were very miscellaneous, including antiques, calligraphy and paintings, knitting and embroidery, wood carvings, musical instruments, bells and drums, and antique clothing. A dazzling array of items, because there will be new ones every week. So Qin Shiqi and the others come here often. Of course, they must bring Tang Yinner with them. Otherwise, Qin Shiqi would not dare to buy anything here with her pocket money, and Tang Yinner is also happy to pay the bill. Not expensive. Come every time. Spending tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands to buy one is a good deal. Back and forth. The salespersons and bosses of these stores are also familiar with these big customers and know that they are not short of money, even if it is more than 10 or 200,000. As long as someone likes them, they will buy it. Then, each one of them enthusiastically promoted and brought over all the new products that they thought were suitable for them. I want this. Sister Jiao Jiao, do you want it? It's very nice. Okay. Give one to Sister Xan too. Boss, these 5. Okay, 650 yuan each. Count you 600, just give me 3,000. The boss smiled happily and quickly had someone wrap it up. Without Tang Yinner's instructions, he followed the bodyguard and handed the card over. The boss took it with a smile. Swipe your card. I really hope to meet such a customer every day. 3,000. In fact, his profit margin is not big, only about 400. Even though he knows that the person in front of him is very rich, he does not dare to cheat. Otherwise, don't even think about opening a store here. While watching, Tang Qing nodded. Compared with the strong commercial atmosphere in other places, this place seems a lot more original, and the prices are not too outrageous. If you are determined, you can buy good things without spending much money. Clearly marked price. Very good. He knows. This is not because the merchants don't want to, but the amusement park has a strict system. What is sold here must be genuine and of high quality for the reputation of the amusement park and for the benefit of consumers. If you let people sell fake goods on your own property and deceive consumers, the Tang family cannot afford to lose this person. Cultural amusement park. This has been the theme set from the beginning. Therefore, the products here must be related to Chinese history, cultural heritage, art, etc. Otherwise, they're not allowed to be sold here. Even selling balloons, selling children's toys. It all has to have something to do with Chinese culture. Otherwise, prohibit. In order to take care of Qin Shiqi and the others, Tang Qing walked slowly. He also wanted to buy something, but he found that there seemed to be nothing here that he didn't have, or somebody didn't need at all. Antique. There's so many of them that they form a mountain. Calligraphy and painting. He is not as good at painting as he is. Embroidery. They are all too small. The longest one is only a few meters. Musical instruments. Everything is available at home. Wood carving. He can make them kneel down and beg to be their disciples. Tang Qing was depressed. After leaving the house, I couldn't even spend any money. Suddenly, Tang Qing stopped in front of a shop. Wanjia painting art. The reason why he stopped was not other than that the several paintings here used as brushwork. If anyone could learn it and had the opportunity to learn it, it was the Yin Xian family who taught Lin Jiaxue sketching before. Take a closer look. Signed, Xinhai, Cloud Heart, Sea of Clouds. Heart Sea? Hee. Tang Qing smiled slightly. Yin Xian's father, Yin Hai, healed an old injury before and came to thank him and asked him to use his own techniques. Tang Qing agreed at that time, but he did not expect to see his paintings here. Good. Tang Qing nodded. Yin does have talent. I guess before he was cured, he often watched and understood part of the essence of his technique. After he became good at it, his growth rate was much faster. But, compared to Tang Qing, Yin Hai is an ordinary person after all. Brain. Control. There's a big gap between them and Tang Qing. However, Tang Qing has a comprehensive collection of skills. Even if he has mastered some of them, he can still draw well. Looking at the price, he only sees 10,000 yuan for one set. A bit low. Boss, whose painting is this? How much does it cost? At this time, an old man walked into the store, glanced around, and fixed his eyes on several paintings of Yunhai. It belongs to a friend. Let him sell it on consignment. The boss said. He knew Yunhai and sympathized with Yunhai's experience. Unexpectedly, Yunhai, who had not been heard from for many years, actually cured his hand. He came out again. Only, today is different from the past. Fame and strength are important, but he also needed the support of capital. At the beginning of the month, Yunhai contacted him and asked him to help sell the paintings. He agreed without saying a word. Unfortunately, after selling for so many days, he only sold one pair. There are 5 more mates in hand. Out of sympathy, he hung the painting of Yunhai in a more conspicuous place. It's strange. This technique can be called new genre, but the person who painted it doesn't seem to be able to use it flexibly, and the connections in some places are not in place. The old man murmured, if it is original, there's still a lot of room for improvement in this technique, but if not, then who did he learn from it? I have never heard of this technique in the circle, let alone someone who has reached its peak. What is the real name of the person who painted the painting? The old man asked. Sea of Clouds. Sea of Clouds? I seem to have heard of it, but I can't remember it for a moment. The old man pondered for a moment, and suddenly he remembered the genius who had lost his hand and was unable to paint. You mean Yunhai? The genius Yunhai who lost his hand. Yes. The boss nodded and added, now that medical technology is so advanced, my hand has been cured recently. I believe it will be back to its peak soon. If you buy it now, you will definitely not lose money. It was confirmed. A smile appeared on the corner of the old man's mouth. It's interesting. A genius was disabled and disappeared for many years. After reappearing, he used new techniques. Could it be that he really invented it? There was a moment. He felt it could be made into a TV series. Very inspiring. The comic group's Chinese Skills, Chinese Painting Script, is currently collecting scripts, which may provide some material. However, what he doesn't know is that the script has already been decided and is based on the Sea of Clouds. Do you have his contact information? The old man asked the boss. The boss hesitated. How many paintings does he have left? The old man asked. 5. The boss was delighted. How much is the total? 50,000 yuan. If you want all, you can get a 20% discount. The boss tried his best to sell it. 20% off? I don't like the number 4, so just 50,000, but you have to give me his contact information. The old man had been painting all his life and was particularly interested in this new technique. Tens of thousands of dollars. Small money. Okay. As for whether he sees you or not, it has nothing to do with me, and you can't withdraw from the painting because of this. The boss also kept a cautious mind. But the old man is not so stingy. I know, he said. The boss quickly wrapped up the painting for 50,000 yuan. According to the agreement with Yunhai, as long as it exceeded 70% of the price, it would be his, and it would be considered a handling fee. After all, he earned more than 10,000 yuan. Tax deducted. You can also earn 7 or 8,000 and evade taxes. He didn't dare. The market inspection team here was much more lenient than the industrial and commercial people. The words pay taxes in accordance with the law were posted in almost all shops. Here he is. In fact, you can't sell many pairs in a month, but as long as you sell it, the profit will be enough. Outside the door, Tang Qing watched the old man leave. I wanted to support myself, but I didn't expect to be beaten first. Well, I saved money. If the old man found Yunhai and was willing to help based on his identity, Yunhai should not be far away from turning over. Noble person. That's what I'm talking about. Brother, what are you looking at? Qin Shiqi and the others finally caught up with Tang Qing after staying all the way. Painting. With your level, you still need to look at theirs? You can't say that. Chinese painting has been passed down for thousands of years, with many schools and talented people. It can only be said that everyone has their own strengths, and you can't underestimate the world. Tang Qing said with a faint smile. Qin Shiqi curled her lips. I don't believe there is anyone better than you. After seeing Tang Qing's excellence and almightiness, the boys in the class became extremely childish one by one. Because of this, they were attracted by those classmates who had sprouted up in adolescence and wanted to pursue her. She has the same attitude. Go out. Please turn right and don't look back. Ha! Having been pushed to the top, what else could Tang Qing say? Then, they continued shopping all the way. Compared with the standard goods, many things here are carefully made by hand. The craftsmanship is not said to be top-notch, but the characteristics can capture people's hearts. People come and go. So lively. Didn't go far. An ethereal song gradually sounded in his ears. Tang Qing came behind a group of people and looked up to see a good-looking woman singing, followed by several of her companions. All are female. If I hadn't met you, where would I be? How is my life is life? A song called I Only Care About You by Teresa Tung. Very old song. Tang Qing listened silently. I have to say, nice to hear. Being able to stay here, even for one day, means that his strength has been recognized by the amusement park. It may not be at the top level, but at least it is above the standard and not far behind. After all, amusement parks also need to be responsible for their visitors. If you're tone deaf, although the dream of music is valuable, it would be bad if it disturbs the people, right? Okay, it sounds great. Girl, let's play one more song. The audience reacted strongly. Thank you, everyone. Next, I will bring you a song wish that I wrote myself. On the stage, the singer Luo Qin smiled like a flower. She likes to write songs, and even more likes to sing. But this line, it's hard for newcomers to get ahead. No, it is extremely difficult. The circle is just that big. Elderly people in the industry generally have little interest in supporting newcomers, and entertainment companies are more willing to invest resources in already famous singers. It is extremely difficult for new generation singers to get ahead. Then, many musicians have to switch to bar residency, busking, or becoming music teachers. After graduating from Luo Qin Conservatory of Music, she formed a band with several like-minded people. Pity. Survival is difficult. They were unwilling to go to various entertainment venues for fear of being unsafe, so they could only accept some regular performances, but such performances did not happen often. Gradually, their band could no longer hold on. This band, they can accept it too, but they still have one regret. It's just that I have never performed in an event with more than 1,000 people, so that more people can hear my singing. Just as the band was counting down to disbandment, they heard that Qinyan City can provide a stage for display. The amusement park holds a large-scale concert every week, which is free and open to everyone. Isn't this an opportunity? Then, here they come. Don't seek fame. Just want to fulfill a little dream. After coming here, the amusement park first gave their band a rating. Due to its strong strength, the rating was very high. So the next day, they were given a half-day performance time in this position at the amusement park. Don't sing in vain. Pay per person. 300 per person. If anyone supports it, the amusement park will not take any money. The response that afternoon was very good. They received more than 1,000 yuan in performance fees and hundreds of rewards, which made them extremely happy. Stayed. Twice. They got tickets to the concert. 5 days later, they realized their dreams at the second gymnasium of Qinyan City. Thousands of people. She shines like a star. Best instruments, best sounds. Plus the Comet live video broadcast. More than 10,000 people attended. That time, they cried. Even if the band disbanded the next day, they would have no regrets because they were in the top 3 in the audience vote at that time. Therefore, I was qualified for the next concert. That's all. With a high level of ability. They have participated in 5 concerts in a row. The reputation has gradually increased, and the income has also improved to a certain extent. The top 3 audience votes at each concert will be able to obtain the right to use a location for 3 days in the following week. But, follow the rules. They can only attend a maximum of 6 concerts. The time is just 2 days later. And today, it was the last day for the right to stay after the 5th concert. After the concert, they had to leave because the purpose of this place is to give you an opportunity and not to let you always occupy the position. To this, they are already very satisfied. And they also found a way forward, live broadcast. With the advent of the 4G era and the popularity of smartphones, they feel this is an opportunity to sing freely. A few minutes later, Tang Qing finished listening to Luo Qinxin's original song, nodding secretly. Not bad. Although it has not reached the level of hit, music does not mean that it is catchy and eloquent. It depends on the background of the song. As long as it can resonate with a certain type of people, it is a good song, even if it's not that famous, even if not many people like it. The song is over. Wow, 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 warm applause erupted from the stage again. Although there are a lot of people, and it's a bit noisy, the surrounding merchants are not angry, because these residents can be converted into customers to a certain extent, which is a win-win situation. At this time, many customers put money into the small box in front. There are as many as there are. A generous $10 and 20. $1 or 50 cents less. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Luo Qinxin smiled sweetly. No matter how much, it's all support for her, which brings her more joy than money. Today is the last day here. I wonder if there are any songs you want to hear, if I can sing them. One listen. The audience was a little disappointed. It sounds so good. It turned out to be the last day. Hair like snow, a silent dream. 1,000 years of waiting, myth, calabash baby, haha. Tang Qing also laughed. Calabash baby, you really know how to play. Then I'll sing 1,000 years of waiting for everyone. Luo Qinxin chose one that she liked very much, and soon, a familiar accompaniment came from the small room. An ethereal sound. Let everyone have endless aftertaste. Tang Qing put his hand into his pocket, and the next moment, there was a small plate of red tickets. The soldier squeezed in and put them into the box. Because of his quick hands and skills like an old thief, no one saw how much money was put in. He can only help so much. Dream. In fact, it is a luxurious word. The purpose of building this cultural amusement park is only to help some people and have the opportunity to show themselves. It is a small dream for these people, nothing more. Others, there was nothing he could do, because there are hundreds or even thousands of such people, and everyone has become a singer, which is obviously unrealistic. Mr. Tang, can love break through all constraints? Next to him, after listening to Luo Qinxin's song, 1,000 Years of Waiting, Gong Lang looked at Chui Xin, who was picking things not far away, and he sighed. Music. He thinks it is the most beautiful thing in the world. Like love. But gradually I discovered it. This does not solve the actual problem. He cannot easily afford the things on the stalls in the distance. No matter how good a life he has to settle for daily necessities. Hear the words. He looked at Gong Lang. Tang Qing didn't know how to comfort him. Any words of your own. It might affect the person in front of him. So Tang Qing could only say, you really gave me a big problem. If there was a standard answer, there wouldn't be so much sorrow in the world. A very neutral answer. Haha, yes. Gong Lang laughed. If there is a standard, it is to do what you think is right. In the future, no matter what, you can't blame others. Tang Qing added, and there is nothing wrong with this. Is this so? Gong Lang took a deep breath. Smile with relief. Thank you. Tang Qing said nothing more, turned around, and walked forward to this street. It's still very long. After Tang Qing left, Gong Lang looked at Chui Xin. A trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, but it slowly turned into relief. Although Tang Qing was trying to calm Shi and I and didn't say anything, it was still a comfort to him. Every dozen or so shops, Tang Qing could see an empty one, similar to Luo Qinxin's, filled with art workers from all over China, showing off their skills. Storytelling. Two people turn. Shadow play. Pinch Candyman. Lute. Guzheng. Eru. Here it is. Most traditional Chinese folk arts can be seen. Just like concerts, these skills also have corresponding performance methods. The big scenes are in the stadium, and the small scenes are in the Performing Arts Center. It can be said, every day, there are concentrated performances of various sizes here. Qingyan City's vigorous promotion. This place has become more and more famous. I used to worry about not being able to fill up the seats, but now, after cooperating with major travel agencies across the country, I no longer have to worry about this problem. Don't forget, Tang Qing also has the second largest travel website in China. With the intervention of huge capital, the scale has grown rapidly. Coupled with the overwhelming number of soft articles and the relationship with major travel agencies across the country, it is very easy to attract people. Even now, the number has to be controlled, otherwise there will be too many to accommodate. That's all, except for big shows and stadiums. There are almost no empty seats for performances at the Performing Arts Center. The acrobatic performance had just finished, and the next performance was more than 2 hours of peaking opera. Qin Shiqi couldn't appreciate it, so she didn't stay to watch it. Overall, the goal has been initially achieved. Next, just go out into the world. Some time ago, seeing how popular the amusement park was, the leaders of Qingyan City wanted to expand the scale, but were stopped by Tang Qing. The reason was that many provinces saw that this model was good and followed suit. Now, at least 8 cultural amusement parks are under construction in different provinces. Expansion is not a good strategy. Qingyan City listened. Only then did he give up the idea and turn the goal of expanding the scale to the service quality proposed by Tang Qing. Spend your thoughts on transportation, accommodation, entertainment and leisure, tourism quality supervision, etc. Stop and go. It took nearly an hour. They just walked to the entrance of the amusement park, and there were still many people going in. Where to go next? Pan Yu asked. Let's go to the university and have a look. Tang Qing said. Do Jiao said. Do you want to inform the company? No, just take a look. Tang Qing shook his head. He can actually watch it through satellite, but a chairman will not even take a look at the company's key projects when he comes back. A bit unprofessional. Okay. Jiao, let's not go. Chui Xian said. Where are you going? Do Jiao frowned. Chui Xian said casually, wandering around. Okay. Remember to go home for dinner. Do Jiao warned. Oh, he finished. Chui Xian and Gong Lang are gone. Looking at universities? Chui Xinsai was not interested. She always felt strange staying with the Tang family because she still had a grudge against Tang Qing's not giving face. I just spent my sister's money again. It's better to withdraw first. It's really not a worry. Do Jiao shook her head. No one knew how to answer this. At this time, the soldier also drove the car over. When he saw the march, passers-by paid attention. In Qingyan City, there were only a few rich people who could drive this car. When he looked at the license plate, he was shocked. From the Tang family, because there are not many of them. Many gossipy citizens know who its owner is, especially the Tang family brand, which is unmistakable. So, who is the young man wearing glasses who got in the car just now? Tang Qing? Tang Qing, it's him. Really, it's absolutely unmistakable. He is the only one in the Tang family with that figure. And there are bodyguards. Absolutely. It's a pity that I didn't recognize him before. Otherwise, I could have taken a picture. It would be a pity for my era. Please pay attention to the occasion when showing off your wealth. Until now, era is still a luxury product. I didn't expect Tang Qing to be back too. Nonsense, it's the Chinese New Year. I heard he went abroad a few days ago and held a meeting. It's called Davos, and its full name is the World Economic Forum. Let me tell you, this forum is not about someone. Some people took the opportunity to educate people around them, completely ignoring the expressions of "you've had enough" from their companions. It didn't take long. They came to the place. Do Jiao did not take Tang Qing's car, but drove here by herself. Last month, she received Tianyanfa's XANU electric car, and she has been using it. Needless to say, the experience is perfect. As long as you don't run long distances, it's enough. Saw the car outside the door. The guard was startled and became even more frightened when he saw the person coming down. Quickly, call Mr. Chu and say that Mr. Tang is here. After giving instructions to the people next to him, he quickly pushed the door open. Mr. Tang. Hello, sir. Tang Qing recognized this man. When he bought the land where Tianyan is now from Chu Jun, he was the doorman. Later, when Xiao Tianyan's headquarters was built, the doorman was still him, a relative of Chu Jun. I didn't expect you to remember me. Of course I do. Wait a moment. Our President Chu will be here soon. He is at the construction site. The guard said. Chu Jun came almost every day to keep an eye on the progress of the project. Fortunately, persistence pays off. That's a coincidence. I originally planned to take a quick look and leave. It only took a minute. Chu Jun ran over. Respectfully, he took Tang Qing around inside. At every point, he knew what was being repaired, the progress, and the completion time. Tang Qing's constant nodding was very helpful to Chu Jun. Can it be completed as planned? Yes, the renovation of all buildings will be completed by mid-May. All that's left is to move the teaching equipment in, Chu Jun assured. With fewer high-rise buildings, construction will naturally be fast. Yeah. Tang Qing nodded. According to Do Jiao's father's wishes, an inspection team from the Ministry of Education will come over as soon as it is completed. If everything goes well, before this year's college entrance examination, he will be able to obtain the university's qualifications and be on the college recruitment list. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing finished his stroll. Seeing Xingjuan disappear from sight, Chu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. The difference in status did not allow him to even ask for a meal. It was not easy to meet him. Mr. Chu, where are Mr. Tang? The manager of the city's second construction hurried over. Let's go. I knew I should have driven faster. The manager said angrily. He looked at Chu Jun. He somewhat understood why the Tang family was willing to hand over the project to him. Looking at their attitude, they came here every day and met the owner today. Tang Qing must have a better impression of Chu Jun. Except luck. Attitude is really important. Catching a glance at the manager, Chu Jun understood the meaning and couldn't help feeling happy. He has no background. 3 generations of his ancestors have been throwing food in the fields. When he was young, he started working as a small laborer on a construction site and gradually got to where he is now. No matter how bad his attitude towards making money is, he can never achieve anything. What did Mr. Tang say? The manager asked. Nothing, just asking about the progress and quality. Anyway, I'm quite satisfied. Chu Jun said with a smile. That's good. Chu Jun was happy today. Let's go. I'll be the host tonight. I'll give you a good meal. The manager said angrily. Okay, enough rice. Excuse me. It's a small business. I can't help it. The manager was speechless. How shameless is it to return this small business? Not a moment later, they came to Jinghua Plaza again. Not here to play. It's still business as usual. Tang Qing is a big lazy person, so he runs more wherever he can run in one day. This time his destination is Tianyan's Dream Fund building, which is located in this area. At first, someone chased me to school. When Tang Qing was approached to promote the live broadcast project, he refused at the time and expressed no interest. Later, the Dream Fund project was officially established to fulfill some people's valuable dreams. No social value. Such projects. The Dream Fund ignored it. In order to support it, Qingyan City took out an office building, managed by Tianyan, to provide offices for such valuable dream startup companies. It looks good, Tang Qing said in her heart when she saw the commercial area with people coming and going. In the past, these office buildings were almost empty, but as Tianyan invested in more and more companies, it also drove the flow of people here. Tang Qing's sudden arrival. It didn't leave them scrambling. Eye of heaven. What we do is corporate services. Therefore, our normal work is to be inspected at any time. In this building managed by Tianyan, various small companies are not afraid of such temporary visits at all. Health. Clean every day. Office environment. Must be tidied up twice a day. Anyway, don't be afraid of anyone suddenly coming to check on your work at any time. There is no rule without rules. In the early stages of starting a business, they must develop good habits and at least have a good basic corporate image. It's almost time to get off work. The news of Tang Qing's arrival made many companies excited. What, where? Rooftop, the foundation's office. Will he come to us? How do I know that? Probably not. There's so many companies in the building that are about to get off work. How can he finish walking? Even if he looks, it will only be those companies that do the best. Let's get off work. No, I have to take a look at the real person before leaving. It's not good to go up. He must be at the door. He must be coming out. A Tang fan quickly checked the battery of his mobile phone. Apparently, get ready to take photos. Good idea. I'll go too. Rooftop. Conference room. The fund donations received in 2007 totaled $204 million, with domestic donations of $170 million and foreign donations of $34 million. Among them, domestic donations were mainly. Last month, the foundation paid a total salary of $19.21 million, including investment and financing. As of today, the foundation has a balance of $241.5 million. As of today, 81 of the companies we invested in the first round have completed the second round of financing, with a total financing scale of more than 300 million yuan, and no company has gone bankrupt so far. After listening to the report, Tang Qing continued to invest money. Generally speaking, the foundation was operating well. Of course, the expenses were also huge. The biggest expense every month was paying salaries to the employees of these companies. The building belongs to the city government. No money, water, electricity, and water are all covered by the city. Therefore, wages and company operations require money. Since most of them are internet companies, they also use small data centers, which save some money. However, the salary is real. Look at this progress. The monthly payment of more than 20 million yuan will soon be made in the coming year. At first, the money given to the foundation was not enough. Tang Qing asked his company to donate some more. With other donations, it would not go bankrupt. Tang Qing said, "We still have the same principle as before, invest in valuable dreams, and when they grow, there will be a better way out. If other people want to invest, they are welcome, and try not to do second-round financing. The meaning of our existence is to give them a platform and initial launch assistance. If the company goes bankrupt in the end, but as long as it is meaningful and valuable, we will still provide free office space and data and other services." Tang Qing will not forget the original intention of this foundation. The purpose is not to make money. It's not about helping others make money. Stay true to your duty. Yes, Chairman. That's it. I won't look at other companies. You're doing a good job. Keep working hard. Tang Qing said. The sun sets. It's time to go home. Tang Qing went downstairs. For this kind of official business, Qin Shiqi and the others did not follow him. Instead, they were at the Jinghua Mall not far away. Only Dou Jiao and Pan Yu followed him, and of course the soldiers. Tang Qing is out. He walked out of the gate. A scream sounded. I saw a circle of people outside the gate, all young people in their 20s coming from all over the world. Because of this, Tang Qing knew in advance, but did not choose to go to the underground garage. Tang Qing. Tang Qing. I don't know who took the lead, but started calling his name all the time. Forehead. Tang Qing felt that the painting style was a bit strange. If you want to take a photo, just take a photo, and even take a back shot. Wait, girl, are you live broadcasting? If you want to receive a gift, do you want to share it from me? The scene was a bit chaotic. Tang Qing pressed his hands. Wait until it quiets down. Hello. Thank you. It's time to get off work now. Please go home and look at me again. I can't give you money. Go eat some delicious food and read a book. There are many meaningful things. Tang Qing's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. Can you tell us a few words? Yes, just a few words. Tang Qing thought for a while. Okay, I'll just say a few words. Hearing this, the scene became quiet again, which was rare. The future business environment will be changeable, but the value of dreams remains unchanged. After finishing, Tang Qing turned and left. Everyone, you are really sincere. Say a few words, just a few words, but that's enough, not too much. Seeing Tang Qing's back, no one followed. Strictly speaking, Tang Qing is the boss of all of them. Almost all the salaries of the people in the building are paid by the foundation. Even the houses they live in are provided by Qinyan City for free. This is the only one in the country with such conditions. Therefore, to Tang Qing, they both admire and fear him. This is an entrepreneur who truly respects and is willing to help them. Dream chasers. When such a person becomes the richest man, they're convinced from the bottom of their hearts. Others. Listen to Tang Qing. Let's go have some delicious food tonight. I agree. I want to eat malatang. Don't forget there is another sentence. Read a book. You don't have to say it. That's it. A group of people inexplicably reached an agreement. Eat better tonight. I have a holiday in a few days, and I haven't been home for a long time. The travel expenses reimbursed by Tianyin made them feel cared for even more. Jinghua Plaza. It's almost like an amusement park. All people. Since it was built, this has become the commercial center and shopping mall of Qingyan City. Whether it's a holiday or not, there is no shortage of customers, and a huge promotional poster hangs at the entrance of the shopping mall. Era. Start a new life. Behind them are the New Year's promotion information and the huge portraits of the spokespersons. They are still the two people, the male and female protagonists of Legend of Sword and Fairy 1. Tang Qing is considering whether to change the characters for the second-generation machine. It's not that I think the two of them are bad, but Tianyin feels that there are always some people who are not the audience of the two. From a business perspective, each product can have one endorsement, but multiple products cannot use the same celebrity. Call them to come out. After the meeting. Little boss, we won't go to your place tonight. You just came back. Let's have a good meal with your family. We will go to the manor tomorrow to play. Do Jiao did not forget that there was a breadwinner at home. Okay, see you tomorrow. Tang Qing said. Okay, evening. Back home. The meal is ready. I bought so many things again that I can hardly keep them at home. Seeing her daughter moving big and small bags into the house, her aunt was really helpless and said that she was spending money indiscriminately. But this was obviously not the case. It must be Tang Yinner's card again. It's okay. I'll leave it to Sister Yinner. Stinky girl. It's okay. There's a lot of space here. Tang Kai said with a smile. He also treats Qin Shiqi as half a daughter. Although she makes a lot of noise all day long, the house is much more lively every time she comes. Andy was helpless again. I met a relative who was so rich that he was willing to spend money on his daughter. What else could she say? On the dinner table. Tang, how are you preparing for the operation of the university? Tang Kai asked. He knew that Tang Qing planned to start school this year and had to prepare too many things, including administration, teaching, and student recruitment. Tianyin has drawn up a plan and a list and is communicating these trivial matters. It should be sooner rather than later. If someone else built a school, they would definitely set up management first and then talk about teachers. But he doesn't need it. Management and teachers will be together, and the university will still be supervised by the eye of the sky. After doing this, I want to get a degree. Second uncle, what a good idea. You think it's good too, haha. I also think that although I'm older, my brain is still good. I don't believe that I can't get a bachelor's degree, so I decided that I want to go to university. Tang Kai vowed. Can you understand advanced mathematics? Second Aunt Human asked in shock. Tang Kai blushed. Then I'll read from the middle school textbook. If that's the case, then you'd better finish middle school before talking. On this, Tang Kai thought. About it. He couldn't do the middle school questions. It's not shameful to go to college. After a long time, he looked stubborn and said, read it. Set the goal. Implement. This is a habit developed in business. No matter how difficult it is. Is it difficult to go to Thailand without enough food, not enough clothes, and living in fear? If you have the opportunity and the time, just do it. In order for the Tang family to rise, in addition to money, they also have to be able to avoid being looked down upon by their academic qualifications. Second uncle, are you serious? Tang Qing smiled. Of course, I will ask people to buy a complete set of middle school textbooks tomorrow. No, I will also buy elementary school textbooks. Forget about going to middle school. I will study by myself at home. Tang Kai is also a vigorous and resolute person. Second uncle, I support you. Tang Qing was the first to express his stance. If you don't understand, just ask Sister Yinner. Tang Qing took the opportunity to make a last resort. He held it in for a while. Just ask. There is no shame in asking my daughter. Brother, why don't you come too, and we can make progress together. Tang Kai did not forget to bring Tang's father closer to him. Me? I haven't even graduated from elementary school. What's the point? I haven't. Now that the business is stable, it's good to have time to recharge. Tang Kai encouraged her hard and asked her daughter questions. It was a bit embarrassing for him to do this kind of thing alone. There is no pressure to survive. Father Tang was also a little moved. Find something to do for yourself. His son doesn't have many ordinary friends. He will probably meet some big scenes in the future, but he can't embarrass the name Tang family that is gradually becoming clearer. Okay, haha, brother, let's be classmates again and compete with who has the highest score. You will definitely fail me. I have less to do. That's not necessarily the case. Listening to two middle-aged people in their 40s comparing scores, everyone thought it was too weird. Qin Shichi did not forget to cheer. If you learn quickly, you can be in the same class as Sister Nyener. Upon hearing this, Tang Kai became even more energetic. That's all. The whole meal was devoted to this matter. From then on, the Tang family has two more candidates. The next day, morning, Do Jiao and Pan Yu came to the manor. Where's Sister Xen? I'm out. I guess I'll find something to do with Gong Lang. She has to prove that she can still live without a family, and I can't help it. I don't know how long the stalemate between her and her family will last. Do Jiao said helplessly. Caught in the middle, it's so hard to be a human being. No more, we can't decide anyway. By the way, Pan Yu told me a business idea yesterday, and I can't take it. I want to ask you what you think. Do Jiao said. Oh, Tang Qing looked at Pan Yu. He knew what he'd been worrying about since the wine business failed. It seems that I had previously planned to use my parents' relationship to engage in upstream and downstream petrochemical industry. Do you have any new ideas? What do you think about share bicycles? Pan Yu said. Tang Qing was stunned for a moment. Shared? A bicycle? I've seen it in your movie city before. It's pay-per-view. I was thinking about whether I could expand the scale and make shared bicycles. You know, now with smartphones, positioning, and then Pan Yu explained his philosophy. It's completely a bicycle sharing routine. It's a new model. No wonder Do Jiao is unsure. Those bicycles in the film and television city have each made at least 6 bicycles so far. No wonder Pan Yu is interested. The idea is good, but it is in a relatively closed environment of the film and television city. There is no fear of being occupied for a long time, parked randomly, or taken to the scrapyard to be dismantled and sold. I have also considered these issues, but in business, as long as the positive force is greater than the negative force, it is not impossible to succeed. So Jiao Jiao is not sure. Let's see what good ideas you have. Tang Qing smiled. A good way? It's not impossible. Really, that is to get the government to do it together. Pan Yu had a question mark on his face. Is this a good idea, as you said? Brother Pan, if you look at this kind of business in the short term, it is a good choice for you to go it alone. You can quickly raise funds and expand, and you can also see certain profitability in the future. However, this kind of gust of projects comes and goes quickly. Soon you will face fierce market competition, and with losses, input and output will gradually become unbalanced. If you are lucky, you can make a small amount of money steadily, but if you're not lucky, so if you want to do a long-term business, it is better to get the government together. At least, your losses will be less in the next 10 years. Many things are like a gust of wind. When it blows, it covers the sky and covers the ground. After the wind stops, the ground is covered with hair. Group buying, virtual currency, sharing economy. Tang Qing has no interest in pursuing these things. He prefers long-term projects. 5 years, 10 years. Even after a long period of time, the company still exists, and this is called being a business. Loss, Pan Yu murmured. Of course he had thought about it. The emergence of shared bicycles will harm the interests of many people. In addition, some people are in debt, so the proportion will be quite large. Maintenance is a small matter, but if others use it for free, you can't do anything. He was wondering if Tang Qing's suggestion could solve it. Complete elimination is impossible, but it is a fact that it is good for promotion. This year is 2008, the year of the Olympic Games. If you use the name of full name fitness, you can gain considerable advantages in the early stage, which is to transfer the benefits, which makes Pan Yu a little entangled. Seeing Pan Yu frowning, Tang Qing reminded, Brother Pan, the difficulty of this project is not the model, but also the technology and production. It's not too late for you to solve these problems first, and then consider other problems. Hearing this, Pan Yu's face turned a little red. Indeed, he He hadn't figured out how to build a car or what to do with the technology, so he just worried about profit distribution. It was a bit arrogant. I overthink it, and that's right. Let's solve the technical problems first. Tang Qing looked at him with a smile. Also understand. After all, Pan Yu is also a second generation. When doing business, the first consideration is profit distribution, and whether it can be completed is secondary. Just like Chai Run, when doing real estate, the first step is profit distribution. As for land acquisition and construction, to these people, does it matter? He wanted to make cardboard boxes before. Do Jiao covered her mouth and laughed. Cartons are not bad. There will definitely be huge demand in the future, but they're too geographically limited, low in price, and large in size. They're not suitable for long-distance transportation at all. The threshold is low and the competition is fierce. Tang Qing said. These words, it's exactly the same as Do Jiao said. Hey, why is it so difficult to find a solid project for a long time? Pan Yu said distressedly, small business is not attractive. Medium business is difficult to choose, and large business is difficult to do. He felt that he was really not suitable for business. 2. If you have talent, it would not have been selling wine for so many years. If you really want to find a long-term project, I have a little suggestion. Tang Qing suddenly said. 1. Listen. Pan perked up. What project? Second-hand items. Tang Qing said 4 words. Second-hand items? Many people are making them, right? Pan Yu asked doubtfully. There are many people doing it, but not on a large scale. When I say large scale, I mean annual sales of tens to tens of billions. At least, I think this is a big market. What I mean by second-hand is not to be a middleman or a second-hand platform, but to recycle, repair, sell, and after-sales by yourself. You can completely build a new commodity. Ecological chain. The types of recycling can be diverse, ranging from machine tools and cars to earrings and jewelry. As long as there are formal channels for cashing in, they can be recycled. Recycle them back and sell them in good condition. If you need repairs, you can find someone to repair them yourself. You can sell them or rent them out after repairs, but you must do good after-sales service. This is the basis of reputation. And the sources can also be diverse. It is not limited to domestic. Many and used things abroad are actually in good condition. Printers, computers, and mobile phones, once they are repaired, there will always be suitable consumers. But it must be noted that the source is legal, which is the basis for the existence of this company. All items, as long as they are small and valuable, must have invoices and proof of ownership. Tang Qing changed his ideas. Very simple. It's also very low-end, but it is very valuable, and it can indeed make money. When second-hand items also have complete after-sales service, it will also activate a hidden big market. If you do it well, you can really make a fortune. The more you listen, Pan Yu's eyes became brighter. Good project, Do Jiao blurted out. But if we also do after-sales, and there are many types, the company's manpower and fixed assets alone will be a huge number. If we also do it abroad, it will cost even more money. Although Pan Yu was excited, but there will still be a settlement. To complete recycling, warehousing, maintenance, sales, and after-sales, the investment in just one province is huge, let alone the foreign countries mentioned by Tang Qing. I'm talking about late-stage ideas. You can focus on some categories in the early stage, slowly get familiar with the business and processes, build a service network, and then expand horizontally and vertically when the operation matures. For example, in Qingyan City, you can serve as a pilot and start with electronic products and household appliances, starting step by step. Of course, the premise is that you want to do it. Otherwise, I will just talk nonsense. Do it. If you say it is feasible, I will do it. Pan Yu expressed his position immediately without hesitation. China's richest man thinks it's a good business. My wife thinks it's good too. No more hesitation. Then he is stupid. It is foreseeable that the investment required in the later stage will be an amount that he cannot afford. If his friends cannot come together, it will be easier to find Tang Qing to invest, but in the early stage he plans to do it himself. Decided? Decided. Pan Yu said seriously. Sharing bicycles is not as reliable as this. He has a family, a house, and no shortage of money. He prefers safe projects, and it doesn't hurt to make money slowly. I can only say that you will not regret this decision. Tang Qing didn't say many things. If this business is done well, it can indeed make a lot of money. Don't forget, he also holds a trump card in his hand. African market. People in these places cannot afford to consume so many new products in the short term. So the second-hand market is particularly large. But now the consumption power has not been activated. By the time we wait, even if it accounts for only 1/10, it will only start from 100 billion. But this company wants to get to that point. Don't even think about it for 10 years. Tang Qing originally wanted to do it himself, but I found that it wasn't very interesting. Earning more than 18 billion a year didn't seem to be of much use. I didn't know what to do with it. If Pan Yu needed him to invest, he would do it. If he didn't, Tang Qing wouldn't force it. Holding a big watermelon by myself. Stop worrying about your friend's sesame seeds. Have a goal. Pan Yu felt hot in his heart. When we turn around, let Tianyin come up with a comprehensive feasibility report and business establishment plan. You were only doing distribution before, so the management difficulty is relatively low, but you must be prepared to be busy in the future. Tang Qing reminded kindly. Pan Yu nodded. I understand. I will study hard. With Jiao Jiao here, there will be no problem. Brother Pan, don't poach my Tang Qing said with a smile. Haha, don't worry, I'm very good too. Pan Yu laughed. He really had no intention of letting his wife come to his company. She would be fine in Tianyin with a stable salary, and she could also give him advice. Why do you want to change jobs? Silly. Then I'll wait and see. Yeah. Seeing Pan Yu's happy look, Do Jiao was also happy for him. At this time, Mr. Do, Mr. Pan, you are here too. A familiar voice sounded not far away, and Lu Gan walked over with a smile on his face. To show his respect, he accelerated his pace a little. Mr. Lu, Uncle Lu. Here, Tang Qing, call him Uncle Lu. Lu Gan smiled, even happier. It was still the Tang Qing he knew. What are you talking about? I'm so happy. Just talk. Then I'll go in first. If your second uncle has something to do, come to me and we'll talk later. Okay. After Lu Gan left, Tang Qing took Pan Yu and the two for a walk around the manor, and also showed them the sports car he designed. This car has been launched in Myanmar, but has not yet completed the procedures in China. It can only be open here. After a few test drives, I have decided to buy one for Jiao Jiao after it is launched, Pan Yu said. Do Jiao laughed and said, I think you want to drive it. Hey, it's a bit Jiao Jiao, how about it? Pan Yu did like a bit, mainly because it was not expensive. Compared with others that often cost 3 to 5 million, this one in the early 1 million is definitely worth it. Okay. Do Jiao admitted that this car is really good looking. Next 2 days, Tang Qing was not idle either. I went to Shengtang Group and Tianyin Group and took a look at the headquarters construction of Hummingbird Commercial, Storage, and Transportation Group. I visited all the companies in Qingyan City and expressed my greetings and New Year blessings. Done. Knock off. Waiting for the new year. But there is another important thing before the new year, the listing of Comet Group. According to the original plan, Comet Group will be officially listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange on the morning of February 1st. The original plan was to raise 26 billion renminbi. A total of 1.3 billion shares were issued. Based on the exchange rate between Hong Kong dollars and RMB, the issue price per share is 21 Hong Kong dollars and 53 cents. In practice, due to an over-allotment of 5%, the financing scale this time has increased to 30 billion yuan, which is larger than Alibaba's previous financing scale. The over-allotment shows the enthusiasm of investors. Over-allotment. This means that the previous 20% of the shares were sold out by the securities companies, and everyone rushed to get them. Therefore, according to the agreement, the securities companies have the right to increase the number of listed shares within the scope allowed by the company. Despite this, Tang Qing still holds a little more than 50% of the shares of Comet Group and is the absolute controlling shareholder, while Chai Ren and Zheng Lin each only have about 10% of their shares. Certainly, this ratio actually doesn't make much sense. The two of them are doing it for money. Protect the company. There is no interest in getting involved in the power of the group. The evening of January 31st, Manor. Second floor. In Tang Qing's special study room, the other two major shareholders of Comic Group are hanging on the wall. They will be listed tomorrow. They have a little insomnia tonight and insist on talking to Tang Qing. Tang Qing was speechless. Last market. As for being so excited, this is tens of billions. How can you not be excited? Looking at Tang Qing. Are you concerned? With an expression on his face, Chai Run said with a wry smile, 30 billion yuan is already in the brokerage's account. After deducting the handling fee, it can be transferred into the company's account before the Chinese New Year. Because there's no need to worry about selling. Brokerages are offering big discounts. The total financing cost is controlled within 300 million yuan, which is nearly 1% of the financing amount. Compared with the average listing financing cost of 10%, this is incredibly low. OMG, a lot of money. Although he has seen big scenes, with tens of billions lying in the company's account, it is estimated that only Qingyuan technology owned by Tang Qing can be so impressive. Why is Tang Qing not excited at all? How big your heart is. Don't get excited. This is where you are. Tang Qing smiled calmly. I'm looking forward to it. Chiron geared up. He also prepared a lot of money for this listing, but he didn't buy much on the primary market because it was sold out. He could only buy it on the market after it goes on sale tomorrow. Make some quick money. He will not forget what Tang Qing told him last time, that Comic Group will grow into a company with a market value of more than 200 billion US dollars within 5 years. Where it is now, there's still room for 10 times more. Crazy. This is Chai Ren's evaluation of Tang Qing. It was also an evaluation of himself, because he actually believed it. How much do you think the stock price can rise by the closing price tomorrow? Zheng Lin asked. At least 25, Chai Ren estimated. Only 25? Don't leave any expectations for yourself. If it exceeds, it will be a surprise, but I'm afraid it won't arrive. Chai Ren said this, but he didn't think it would be lower than this. Over-allotment represents the market popularity, but he heard about it. Many people plan to come in and do some operations. Comic Group is operating well, has stable income, and has great future prospects. Especially in the current global financial crisis, many capital losses are trying to make up for some losses. Invest in Comic Group. Invest in Tang Qing. But good choice. Listening to the discussion between the two, Tang Qing just smiled and said nothing. 25 is not even a 20% increase. How is it possible? Even if the soldiers didn't intervene, they wouldn't be like this. Not to mention Chai Run and his gang of second generations. My second uncle. A bunch of friends of my second uncle. Gufeng, Mu Jian, Eamon, Ken Murayama. There are people and families who trust him at home and abroad, as well as wealthy people who know each other at Davos. These people may not buy too much individually, but they add up to an extremely considerable number. Half an hour later. Can't sleep. Let's play a game, Chai Ren said. His mouth was dry, and he was ready to speak with actions. Zheng Lin couldn't sleep either. Okay, here comes the money again. Tang Qing happily agreed. Lin Jiaxue would go back to her house to stay tonight. She was alone and hadn't slept in more than 2 years. He didn't care. So, in the next 2 hours, several people opened war. Tang Qing is just playing. The two of them still gave away money. The two of them never tire of playing ERV's famous game, because there are new maps every week. If they don't play it for a month, they will simply give money to those new maps. But this is just for fun, not short of money. This night, except Chai Run and Zheng Lin, there are still many people who cannot sleep. The most nervous person was actually Pu Chaodong, the president of Comic Group, who rushed to Xianjiang. Tang Qing was too lazy to join in the fun, so he had to go and witness this important moment. Hong Kong, Kowloon, Shangri-La Hotel, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Pu Chaodong looked at the stars outside and sighed. Comic Group was about to go public. He felt like a dream, and he couldn't help but recall the development history of Comic Group. At the very beginning, it's just a movie company. Later, with Tang Qing's strong capital, it continues to expand into online video, online literature, publishing, media, music, TV series, and theaters. Up to now, It has become a behemoth in the Chinese internet industry. 2 years. It only took 2 years. 2 years on the market. This was something he never dared to think about when he first became the president of the company. Who was Tang Qing at that time? Not many people know it, but now, not many people don't know it. Just go public. It was still listed at a valuation of more than 10 billion US dollars. The outside world was stunned by this valuation, but they did not feel that it was unaware of the price. Instead, they flocked to it and rushed to buy it. Just 3 days. Not even a roadshow. The underwriter completes the underwriting. It's not over yet. Another overallotment was carried out, which was even crazier than when Alibaba went public. In addition to the huge cash flow that the company will receive from this listing, there is another benefit that makes him excited. My own worth will also rise. That's right. Before listing, Tang Qing and 2 other shareholders took out 1% of the shares and distributed them to the entire group. This is a holding and can be traded, which is different from the company's position dividend equity. Employees with more than 1 year can get it for free. As for those less than 1 year old, then you can only buy them with money, but the price is relatively low. These shares are non-tradable shares and can only be traded on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange after 1 year. It can be said, this is an act of giving money. 1%. This is the group's shares. According to the company's current valuation, it is worth more than 1 billion yuan. As the group president, Pu Chaodong has a 5% share, worth about 60 million yuan. To be honest, compared to the equity given to executives by other startups, this is pitiful. But Pu Chaodong felt that he had made a profit. As the president of Comet Group, he knew clearly that it had little to do with his ability, but Tang Qing's capital. Developed to this day, with funds opening the way, Comet Group kept buying and selling. Coupled with 2 shareholders with outstanding backgrounds, he has made it to this day almost without any setbacks. His role is only to follow Tang Qing and follow Tianyan's strategic goals. How much work to do? How much to take? Pu Chaodong did not dare to expect more. He knows how much he has done and how useful it is. Now is 60 million. In another year, it may not be this number. It is very likely that he will realize his previous dream of becoming a billionaire. Think of this. A look of excitement appeared on Pu Chaodong's face. He has confidence in the company he manages. Have confidence in Tang Qing. 7 o'clock. Pu Chaodong was awakened by his biological clock. I wash my face with cold water. Come to the restaurant. Mr. Pu here. As soon as he entered the door, a voice called him. It was Shun Yi, one of the vice presidents of Comet Group. He was a little afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it alone, so he called Shun Yi. He didn't expect Shun Yi to get up so early. It's quite early. Pu Chaodong took some breakfast on a plate and sat next to Shun Yi. Not bad. Shun Yi's eyes were a little red, and he hadn't slept for long. As the vice president of the group, he held fewer shares than Pu Chaodong, but according to the valuation, it was worth about 35 million. I really never thought about it. He would be so rich. Follow Tang Qing. Sure enough, there is meat to eat. He usually doesn't have any expenses and doesn't have a family. He has transferred all the millions of year-end bonuses he received a few days ago and plans to buy shares in the group. He believes that there will be good returns in the future. Soon, others who came from the group came down one after another. The market opens at 10 o'clock. Call for bidding at 9:30. They have to go there at 9 o'clock. Good morning, Mr. Pu. Good morning, Manager Ma. When we were almost done eating, a team in suits and ties walked towards us. There were men and women, and the man in the lead was named Ma. Pu Chaodong greeted him warmly because he was from Tianyan Group, the deputy general manager of Tianyan Xianjiang branch, and was in charge of the financial business of the branch. The listing of Comet Group. It's handled by the branch here. Listed. It is also an important business of Tianyan currently. It's just a startup, and there are a few companies that are going through the process, but currently the only company that has officially gone public is Comet Group. Very simple. Acceptance. Many companies want to go public and need to go through a series of reviews and submit a lot of materials. However, as a company supervised by Tianyan, the materials are complete, the equity is clear, and the future earnings are expected to be considerable. Therefore, Comic Group's listing process was extremely fast, but other companies are different. The review is very strict, and whether it will succeed in the end is still unknown. Until now, Tang Qing's company has become their only success case. They also know that this matter cannot be rushed. Putting some rubbish companies on the market is a way to deceive investors. The goal of Tianyan's listing business is not to gain momentum, but to establish a reputation so that no one will say that Tianyan is after money and is working together to deceive people. Nature. As the listing operations team, the Eye of Heaven is also coming. Manager Ma looked at Pu Chaodong and Pu Chaodong with a little envy. Going public meant a sudden increase in their net worth. According to his prediction, it won't be long before both of them will become billionaires. As for the multimillionaires, at least dozens of comic groups can be born. 8:50. The group arrived at the exchange. We came to the specially arranged hall of the exchange to wait. In addition to them, there were also many large and small investors. Compared with looking at the computer at home, it was more peaceful to come and see it in person. By the way, meet Pu Chaodong. After all, they offered real money. Other companies came to list here, and at least there was a cocktail party and roadshow, but this company didn't do it. In the end, it was sold out and overallotted. The chairman didn't even show up on such an important day. Absolutely. Only Tang Qing could do it. When thinking of Tang Qing, most of the Hong Kong rich people present felt a little complicated. The rise of the mainland was so fast that they couldn't understand it at all. It's only been 2 years. Tang Qing has grown to this level, stealing the title of the richest man in China from the Li family. With the listing of Comic Group, he will almost certainly be ranked second on the world's richest list next month. 2 years has exceeded their decades of hard work, and they have no choice but to take a ride. That's all. A group of people were chatting. The time gradually came to 9:30. Call bidding begins. In the hall, they stopped talking. Stare at the screen. The number above was familiar to them. 21.53 Hong Kong dollars. This is the issue price of Comic Group. When the time comes, this stable number begins to fluctuate. No, it does not fluctuate, but it rises little by little. You can see the appearance of huge orders one after another. It accumulated into a huge number. Can be seen. Some people also set the price below the issue price, such as 20, 19, etc., but everyone didn't take it seriously. This is a normal phenomenon. There are always people who do this kind of risk hedging. Some people think that there may be a black swan event and want to find out. Pity. They think too much. I saw prices keep rising. 22.1 Hong Kong dollar. 22 Hong Kong dollars and 60 cents. 22 Hong Kong dollars and 80 cents. It changes almost every second. However, Pu Chaodong didn't dare to be too happy. It was just bidding now, and orders could be canceled during the period. Only the final transaction would be the real data. This is not like China. There is no price limit, and there is no requirement to buy today and sell the next day. In addition to the opening, they also have to worry about the closing price, which is still unknown. The waiting is excruciating. Pu Chaodong's heartbeat was very fast. The same is true for Shunyi. Some other investors went to operate the machine in person, and some bought and sold over the phone. When they first subscribed, the competition was too fierce, and they didn't get many shares. Many people wanted to invest more. Mr. Pu, is Mr. Tang also watching the market? Shunyi found a topic. I'm worried. Pu Chaodong smiled bitterly. People go public. The founder was so excited that he wished everyone in the world would know about it and would have a big banquet for guests. On the other hand, look at Tang Qing. He was as calm as a rock. He didn't even say come and see me, and he didn't even make a phone call. He didn't dare to say that Tang Qing didn't value the company. If he didn't, he wouldn't often reply to their emails late at night. All I could say is, there are too many big companies owned by my own boss. In addition to Comic Group, Tang Qing also owns at least 3 companies whose potential is not inferior to it. Qingyuan Technology made more than twice as much money as them in the first half of last year, and it may be even more this year. The second company is Tianyan. In addition to its hundreds of branches around the world, it also owns Xiaoxiao Technology. This company holds a large number of shares in Alibaba and has become a prominent company in its own right. Big data, cloud computing, data center. It provides strong support for Tianyin's corporate business. The third one he believes is about to take off, Hummingbird Commercial Store. Also, Tang Qing still has quite a few sub-tier companies. Therefore, it is impossible for the comic group to be solely favored by a Tang Qing. Others are proud of having just one company, but Tang Qing has more high-quality companies than he can count on one hand, and their comic group barely squeezes into the top 3. As president, Pu Chaodong was also helpless. I was wondering, if microcrystalline technology is going on the market next month in the United States, won't Mr. Tang not be there? It's possible. There is also Qingyuan technology, which will be on the market next month. He opened his mouth. A long time. Pu Chaodong only said one sentence. Mr. Tang is really awesome. 2 months. Its 3 companies are listed in 3 countries, respectively. This wave of operations has also blinded many people's eyes. This also shows that Tang Qing is preparing to make a big move next. He knew the comic group's big moves. Data center, overseas cinema expansion, copyright development. Qingyuan Technology also has clues. That is, the Smart Space Research Center. Tang Qing said that it will invest tens of billions, and it will definitely not only be in research and development, but may also be involved in hardware manufacturing. As for microcrystalline technology, they are unfamiliar. This company is located in Seattle, USA, and does not have much domestic business. Yes. The two chatted incessantly. The numbers on the wall kept changing. By 9:40, they had exceeded the 25 yuan mark. At this moment, Pu Chaodong's phone rang. Take a look. It was Tang Qing. He quickly pressed the answer button. Chairman. Pu Chaodong suppressed his excitement. Mr. Pu, how's it going? The bidding has started 10 minutes ago. The stock price has exceeded 25 yuan and is still rising. If the opening price goes well, it is expected to be around 27 yuan. Pu Chaodong analyzed. 27, not bad. Tang Qing nodded. 30% increase. Can. This was without the participation of capital controlled by Warrior. On the first day today, Tang Qing thought about it and decided not to let Warrior get involved. He wanted to see the real reaction of the market. As for tomorrow, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange will be closed tomorrow, Saturday. Choosing to list on Friday also allows some of the irrationality to be digested during the weekend, so as to avoid a swarm of people coming and going, causing the group's stock price to fluctuate significantly. This bowl of porridge. He takes his time and takes his time. It is now 2008, and the opening time of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange is still relatively late. In a few years, it will be adjusted to the same as China A shares, with call auctions starting at 9 o'clock and the market opening at 9:30. Has the evening banquet been arranged? It has been arranged. The invitations have been sent out. According to your request, in addition to the major shareholders who subscribe to our stocks, there are also some wealthy people in Xinjiang. Pu Chaodong came to Xinjiang not just to watch the market. Well, that's good. Tang Qing said. Forget it if the real person doesn't go. It's a bit unreasonable if he doesn't even say hello. So I take this opportunity to thank the investors and meet other wealthy people in Hong Kong. To these Xinjiang families, Tang Qing can't say what he likes or dislikes, but he's a Chinese after all. If we meet in the mall in the future, it won't hurt if we become familiar with him. Then if you keep an eye on the scene, Xinjiang's affairs will be hard on you. It's not hard, it should be. After that, Tang Qing hung up the phone. What did Mr. Tang say? Shen Yi asked. According to plan, there will be a video link banquet in the evening. Pu Chaodong said. I don't know how many people will come. Shen Yi was a little worried. The invitations have been sent out, but Tang Qing's people hadn't arrived. These big Xinjiang families might not show off to Tang Qing, so that would be embarrassing. Hear the words. Pu Chaodong smiled. It's their freedom to come or not. Haha, that's right. Shen Yi then thought about it. Tang Qing didn't want to make friends with these people. He just wanted to get to know them. If he didn't come, Tang Qing wouldn't lose a dime. With the current strength and connections of the Tang family, I really don't care about this. On the screen, the numbers are still rising. 950. Seeing the number 28:33 above, Pu Chaodong and the others smiled. At this time, those orders could no longer be withdrawn, which meant that the opening price had been basically determined. It's 10 o'clock sharp. The continuous trading hours of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange begin. 10 past 10. 28 Hong Kong dollars and 93 cents. 10, 20 minutes. 29 Hong Kong dollars and 95 cents. 11 o'clock. 30.07 Hong Kong dollars. 12 o'clock. 33.75 Hong Kong dollars. At the end of the morning trading, the share price of Comet Group had approached a high of 36 Hong Kong dollars. Pu Chaodong and Shun Yi hugged each other excitedly. Pu Chaodong was excited that he had become a billionaire. This also means that the market value of Comet Group has exceeded 26 billion US dollars. It's the last day of the month. If you have a ticket, please support it. Thank you. The trading hours of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange will be changed half an hour earlier. Qingyin City. Manor. The Tang family is having lunch. Tang. The stock price came out in the morning. It's 36. I think it might go to 40 this afternoon. After the morning trading on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange ended, Tang Kai put down his mobile phone with excitement on his face. A good start, although the Hong Kong Stock Exchange is rising in the green. But Chinese people are used to Hongxi. Under Tang Qing's banner, this one company alone almost exceeds the total value of all his companies. Tang Kai is not only pleased, but also gratified, and there will be 2 companies catching up in the future. This time, his investment company bought 1.5 billion stocks between 25 and 30 Hong Kong dollars, with an average cost of 27. Adding part of the subscription price of the issue price, he made nearly 800 million yuan. Finance. There is really enough money. This is still just the beginning. Thinking about it makes me excited. Not bad. It exceeds the issue price. Tang Qing said with a smile. Tang Kai said helplessly. Sometimes I'm surprised. You don't care about money so much, but money is trying to get into your pocket. Why don't you buy a lottery ticket to try your luck? No, I'll keep my luck. That's right. Tang. What are you going to do with so much financing money? Tang's father asked. Tang Qing said, invest. Can you spend it all? The financing of the 3 companies has reached hundreds of billions of yuan. Tang's father's tongue curled up when he said this. Hundreds of billions. He never thought that the Tang family would be so rich. Of course you have to spend it all. There is no money that cannot be spent. There is only money that you don't want to spend. If the company wants to avoid being eliminated, it must constantly innovate itself and invest in the future. When starting a business, live in the present. When running a business, focus on the future and continue to accumulate. Not to mention this 100 billion, even 200 or 300 billion, I can find projects to eat it up. A group of people were speechless. Everyone else is comparing who is better at making money. You spend more than you spend. Well said. Only by investing in the future can you be invincible. Tang Kai greatly appreciated. I'm just worried about what I'll do if I need to use my money elsewhere in the future. You have other companies, except for Qingyang Sound Effects. None of them make much money, and they keep using your money. Dad, don't worry. I can still control this small situation. Is this a small situation? Father Tang smiled bitterly. Brother, I believe Tang. He didn't get to where he is today on impulse. There are some things I can't understand, but in the end, look at it. Who would think that one of Tang's investments was a mistake? Tang's father agreed upon hearing this. Just now I was mainly frightened by the fact that hundreds of billions of dollars were spent. Well, it's just that your handwriting is too big, and my heart trembles when I see it. Just get used to it. Father Tang, get used to it. Wait until I get used to 100 billion. Are you trying to create a bigger situation? By the way, Tang, I can understand that Comet Video and Xingyuan Technology can spend all their financing, but if your microcrystalline technology spends so much money on solar panels, isn't it a bit worth the loss? Tang Kai asked. Solar panels. The most critical indicator is the conversion rate, which is just like an exam. For a 100-point paper, the cost of raising the score from 0 to 80 is about the same as the cost of raising the score from 80 to 90. The higher, even at a huge cost, it is only 1 or 2 percentage points. Microcrystal technology has achieved a leading position in technology in the global photovoltaic industry, ranking first in conversion rate, low cost, durable, and stable. He feels that there is not much room for improvement. Second uncle, who said I was going to be obsessed with solar panels. According to the plan, all the profits from the photovoltaic project of microcrystalline technology will be invested in the research and development of this business, and the financing will mainly be invested in optical equipment. Before, I was dealing with sunlight, and it was not a cross-border. Optical equipment? Yes. What direction? Optical equipment for mass consumption. Tang Qing had never thought about asking microcrystal technology to build a photolithography machine or the like. The system could wholesale it at a low price, so there was really no need for it. I don't understand. You will know soon. Do Jiao's family. Pan Yu looked at the stock price on the computer with a smile on his face. He rushed to the living room and said to Do Jiao, "Honey, I made a lot of money this time. It's as much as the total I made in all the years before." In order to support Tang Qing, to make some extra money, he invested most of his money in Do Jiao's year-end bonus. In just one morning, he made more than 15 million. He really wanted to yell out the window. "It's cool. Don't get excited. It's only been a morning." Do Jiao said, "It will definitely rise again in the afternoon." Pan Yu was full of confidence. "It depends on God's will." Beijing, Autumn Palace. In the largest box. Cheers! Cheers! A group of people laughed and drank a glass of fruit wine. Those present were the second-generation people in the circle who had spent a lot of money to support the comic group. When they saw that they were making money, they insisted on coming to help. Oh, Mr. Chai and Mr. Zheng still have the vision. They invested in the comic group early on, and now they're making money while lying down. The second generation said enviously to Chai Run and Zheng Lin, "Master Chai, if you have such an opportunity next time, don't forget to help your brothers." "That's right. I can't even open the pot." Upon hearing this, Chiron laughed and scolded. "You still can't tell the truth. Last month, I bought a sports car, and this time I spent more than 30 million to buy comic group shares. You still can't tell the truth. Go ahead. Is this money still money in your eyes?" Listening to every compliment, the two of them were very calm. I know that this is all Tang Qing's credit. Although Tang Qing also wants to take advantage of their power, their contribution to the development of Comic Group is indeed not much compared to the current value of the shares. "Master Chai, does Tang Qing have any other projects that need money?" "What do you want to do?" Chiron stared at the man. Tang Qing had saved his life several times. He and Tang Qing had long been no ordinary cooperative relationship, but treated him like brothers. The man was startled, thinking that Chai Run had misunderstood and wanted to eat from his bowl. "Don't get me wrong, Mr. Chai. I just want to see if there is any chance of helping. If not, forget it." The man was also a quick-thinking person, and he changed the topic to help. Chai Ren's expression softened. "After raising so much money this time, why does he need your little money? The nearly 100 billion in funds from the three companies will all be invested in various projects. You don't have 10 to 20 billion. So you're too busy to help. I heard that he is planning to lend 30 billion yuan to Hummingbird Commercial Reserve, and he also agreed to Ali's investment of 12 billion yuan. He will sell 10% of the shares at the internal price, and no counteroffers are allowed. If he is in the entrepreneurial stage, your money will still be of some use. Now that various companies have entered a period of stable profitability, don't think about it. And for some projects that require huge investments, you have no money. Hummingbird Commercial Reserve? I heard it's pretty good and has great potential. Someone was interested. It's a bit of a head start. Master Chai, please tell me in detail, what is the profit prospect of this project? After hearing what Chiron said, they felt that Tang Qing was short of money for this project, and the others had cash sources. Tang Qing said that within 10 years, this company will not be able to pay a dime in dividends. Can you insist on it? Chiron poured cold water on it. Ice cold. Cold to the heart. What? No money for 10 years. So long. No way. I seem to have heard this point of view. The proportion of fixed asset investment in this model is too large, and the profit cycle is very long. Because of this, Huaxia has built part of it on JD.com, but it is not as big as Tang Qing. 10 years is a conservative number. It has been 13 years since Amazon was founded, and it has made almost no money. I heard that the next 10 years will also be a bit unreliable, and investment will eat up all the profits. There are still reasonable people among them. That's boring. 10 years. Oh my God. I've already been running for 4 years by then. So, they're running a business and looking at the future. You are speculating. You are not going the same way at all. Don't worry about taking other people's cars. Tang Qing's car is expensive and the journey is long. Chiron said. Afternoon. After opening. After an hour of fluctuations, the stock began to rise. This rise continued until the afternoon close and finally closed at 42 Hong Kong dollars and 50 cents, an increase of nearly 100% from the issue price. Such achievements. The majority of investors are very satisfied. There are many stocks listed every year. However, high-quality products such as those from Comet Group are rare and hard to come by. With the potential shown by Comet Group, the price has still not reached its peak and there is still room for growth. Certainly, there is optimism. There are also bearish ones. Otherwise, the market would not have fluctuated for an hour when the market opened in the afternoon. The fluctuation represented the attack of two forces, and weak-willed and bearish investors continue to sell. If it's bullish, buy. Wait for the power of buying to be greater than the power of selling. Naturally, it went up. Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Pu Chaodong watched the transaction stop and finally felt relieved. The results on the first day were so dazzling, and he was among the billionaires as he wished. He could also give an explanation to Tang Qing and the company. What's next? It depends on the efforts of the whole group. Future. Quarterly reports, semi-annual reports, and annual reports will all have a significant impact on the group's stock price. But he believes that the group's financial reports, which are better than the vast majority of listed companies, will definitely be sought after by the market. Mr. Pu, you are a billionaire. You will be treated to a treat when you get back. Shen Yi looked away and looked at Pu Chaodong with a smile. You're almost there. Wait until I get there. Eat your meal first. Haha, okay, please. If we use this standard, the group can still afford at least 7 meals. Pu Chaodong did the math. Including Shen Yi, there were 8 people at the vice president level of the group. They're probably overjoyed. It's possible. They were right. Shanghai Stock Exchange. The Comet Group was delighted from top to bottom. When the group went public, almost all regular employees benefited, but it was just a matter of how many there were. The higher the position, the more they benefited this time, which made many people regret not joining the company earlier. Big loss. Especially the employees in the internship period, all their eyes are green because only regular employees have the right to obtain original shares. They have just joined the company and have not even passed the internship period. How can I watch? Envious. But I can only lament my bad luck. Going public is not a general benefit, but a reward for those who have grown up with the group. They have just joined the company and have hardly created any value for the group's current position. Even whether I can pass the internship period is still unknown. Still want to split the money? Where is the dream? There is no such reason anywhere. Night. Most of the people who received the invitation came as promised. Pu Chaodong and Shen Yi were very busy. If manager Ma hadn't been helping them, they probably wouldn't have recognized all the families in Xinjiang. Mr. Pu, this is Mr. Michael Kadori of China Power Group. Nice to meet you. This is the eldest son of Zheng, currently the executive director of New World Development Group and the successor of the Zheng family. Young people are scary. This is the executive director of Henderson Land Group, the eldest son of the Zhaoji family. Hello. Due to Tang Qing's absence, almost all the major families in Xinjiang sent only important family members. Presumably, they also took into account the issue of face. You are a scholar, and I am a king. It is not asymmetrical. Listen to the introduction. Pu Chaodong was sweating a little, not because he was nervous, but because he was afraid of being neglected. He came out to represent Tang Qing. If he didn't perform well, people would directly say that Tang Qing was bad or that Tang Qing was not good at hiring people. Fortunately, I had read the guest list before and had some information about the major families in Xinjiang. Now, I just corresponded one by one, but I felt that there was too much information and my brain couldn't handle it. Other side, Shun Yi was not relaxed either. Just finished dealing with one. A voice sounded from behind. Mr. Shun, long time no see. He looked back. Still an acquaintance. Mr. Xiang, hello. I haven't seen you for more than 2 years. How are you? Shun Yi said with a smile. Mr. Xiang, there are many people in Xiangjiang, and this time I'm the youngest of the Xiang family. The boss of Yongsheng. Before, Shun Yi worked in Tangren film and television and was familiar with some people in the Xiangjiang entertainment industry. At that time, he was too low-key and few people knew about his family background, but Xiangjia was one of the insiders. Therefore, I was very polite to him back then. We got to know each other. Aha. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Is your father in good health? As the Xiangjiang family, the one thing that we must be related to is the powerful families in the mainland, and the Shun family is not included. Special location available. Former executive deputy mayor of Shanghai Municipality. Now being transferred to another place to take charge of a province is not a simple role. The risk of recruiting such a person into the company is not small, but when thinking about the other 2 shareholders of Comic Group, it makes sense. My father is very good. My brother is on vacation in the United States. Why don't you ask me to come over? He asked me to apologize to you. Next time I come to Xiangjiang, I will let us host us and get together. You are polite to Mr. Xiang. Of course, Shun Yi knew what was going on, and everyone tacitly understood it. That's all. The 2 of them mingled among the crowd and gradually began to feel comfortable. Shun Yi was a person who had seen big scenes and got into the role faster than Pu Chaodong. After receiving the message from Tang Qing, Pu Chaodong walked onto the stage. Everyone looked at it in unison. Hello, distinguished guests. Thank you all for your support and love for our group. We will do our best to bring the group to a new level and live up to expectations. Next, leave the time to our Mr. Tang. After that, Pu Chaodong took a few steps back. Hear this. Everyone immediately understood that Tang Qing was going to connect. They didn't know whether it was video or voice. They thought to themselves, you also know that a company is about to go public. Although they complained, their faces still showed anticipation. That's when a strange scene happened. I saw countless blue dots suddenly appearing on the stage in front of Pu Chaodong. At first, everyone thought it was dazzling. How could there be blue dots in the empty air? But after rubbing their eyes, they saw that the blue dots were still there, and they were increasing, surrounding them like a tornado. After the tornado dissipated, there was silence in the banquet hall. The guests were stunned and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. In front of the standing microphone, they saw a person composed of blue light dots standing in front of them, with their face clearly visible. This face. If not Tang Qing, who else? Wow, there was an uproar. What kind of technology is this? Incredible. There's a screen? That's not right. At this moment, the speculation about the screen was broken because the blue Tang Qing did not just stand there stupidly, but walked to the left and then even went down the steps. Pay attention to the steps, and he walked step by step. There is no sense of suspension at all. Go off stage. They can see clearly. The clothes and skin are all made up of tiny blue dots, and even the strands of hair can be seen clearly. This is definitely not a screen. A screen can't walk, let alone go downstairs. Just then, that Tang Qing smiled. Hello, I can't come in person, so I'm sorry. Tang Qing used microcrystal technologies. Consumer-grade optical products for the first time on such an occasion. In addition to visiting the scene in this way, it is also to build momentum for microcrystal technology's launch on the 3rd next month. Chapter 1385, Transmission Failure. Holographic projection. Very old technology. But just like photolithography machines, there are advanced ones and there are backward ones. Air projection, just like in movies, is a goal that the industry has been pursuing, but after so many years, it is only getting closer. Did not achieve satisfactory results. The cost is high. Low pixels. The particles are large. Only a single color projection can be achieved. This time, the products that microcrystal technology will come up with. The above problem is still not solved. just among the several existing implementation methods. The first one has made a huge breakthrough in air projection. The reason is simple. If you can come up with mature products at once, how to upgrade in the future. Since no one else has this technology, I will sell it first and wait for someone to subvert my position in the industry. Then I will take advantage of the trend and launch more advanced holographic projection technology to maintain my leading position in the industry. Stay for a moment. An investor at the front asked cautiously, "Mr. Tang, can you hear me?" "Of course." After saying that, Tang Qing smiled and said, "This is a new product of microcrystalline technology. It is not yet on the market. Let's just test it. Today's theme is Comic Group," he said again. Tang Qing walked towards the crowd. The people who came this time are either investors from Comic Group or friends from Xinjiang. Thank you for your support. As Mr. Pu said, we will continue to work hard and not let down those who trust us. Comic Group was born from a small science fiction dream in my heart. I want to make a science fiction movie at the beginning. Later, actively or passively, I started to get involved in other fields. TV series, music, online videos, theaters, and publishing. Comic Group has gradually grown into a comprehensive, large-scale entertainment and culture group. However, this is not enough. In my opinion, entertainment must serve culture. Only entertainment based on culture is valuable, and hedonism will definitely prevail in the future. However, Comic Group will always adhere to the goal of spreading Chinese culture and create its own high-quality content and derivative products and services, so as not to disgrace the traces of civilization left by our ancestors and the times. Tang Qing didn't say anything in return. There was no sales target mentioned. Instead, they talked about the values, concepts, goals, and culture of Comic Group. He is not here to ask for support, but to tell them what I am doing, what I want to do, the group must do it. That's all. Later, as vice presidents of the group, Pu Chaodong and Shun were very proud to hear that Tang Qing had been emphasizing this from the beginning and was gradually realizing it. They were the main participants and witnesses. Before, they regard it as the mission of the group. Do your best to implement it. This will be the case in the future. They were not just making money, but doing meaningful things. As for the hologram, they had no idea before this afternoon. They were shocked when they saw Tang Qing appear. They also know its function is not just that simple. I dare not say that the emergence of the Comic Group has any historical mission. I can only say that we are just doing our best to make the world a little better and different. Tang Qing finished. Wow, that's good. We will always support the Comic Group, no matter if it's true or not. There was endless applause in the banquet hall. Although Tang Qing did not come in person, it was a worthwhile trip to appear in this way. They saw the new products of microcrystal technology in advance. Many people are thinking of trying the U.S. stock market next month. Microcrystalline technology. Awesome. Mr. Tang, can you tell me about your holographic projection? An investor asked curiously. If this technology has matured, it means great significance. It has so many applications that it may double the current valuation of microcrystal technology. If so, this will be a good business that makes a lot of money. And maybe many people may not pay attention, but he had observed that Tang Qing was not walking in a straight line just now, but in the open space between the crowds. This means that Tang Qing can see them. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled slightly, shaked his head. He raised his hand. Blue light flashes. A wine glass was condensed, all composed of blue light, and a wine rippling inside could be seen. Tang Qing said, "Today is the day of the Comic Group, nothing else." Then, walk up to him. "Mr. Yang, here's a toast to you." Tang Qing raised his glass gently. Under the surprised expression of Mr. Yang, the cup was gently touched. Suddenly, there was a clang and a slight clinking sound, causing the already quiet banquet hall to become silent again. Then everyone reacted. This is simulation. Not really. Tang Qing took a sip and smiled at the frozen man in front of him. "Mr. Yang, nice to meet you." The man came back to his senses and quickly took a sip, exclaiming, "What an amazing holographic projection." "Thank you." I wish the stock price of Comet Group will continue to rise. The man surnamed Yang said, I hope so. At this time, people who were a little far away from them were surprised. Why do they speak so quietly? Is the speaker broken? Maybe it's a transmission failure. Yes. It seems that the technology is a bit immature. Haha, it's a mess. How can it be embarrassing in front of so many people? Not all those who bought shares of Comet Group really supported it and Tang Qing. Something was wrong at first sight, to start to gain a sense of presence. But some people began to look serious. One of them walked forward quickly and walked about 1 meter away from Tang Qing. He stood there for a few seconds and then pushed back more than 10 meters. His expression suddenly changed. Beside, TCH, this technology is just that. A young man curled his lips. Tang Qing's age and wealth not only make him sought after by his peers, but also make him more popular. The man heard it. He looked at him with a sneer and said, a frog in a well. The young man obviously heard it, but he didn't want to get angry. He glared back and said, what did you say? Seeing the action of the man just now, many people had already realized something, and their expressions became exciting. Take a few steps forward. He finished. Ignoring the young man, his eyes began to look around. He had been to this banquet hall many times, and the decoration was very familiar. He smiled when he saw the things on the surrounding walls. As expected, the young man heard this. He took a few steps forward doubtfully. Tang Qing's voice, which was originally inaudible, actually started to get louder. His expression changed, as if he had thought of something, and he quickly walked to Tang Qing's side, and the clear conversation between Tang Qing and the man came to his ears. It's really easy to chat with Mr. Tang. If I have a chance, I would like to chat with Mr. Tang in person. The days are long. A few seconds later, the young man fell back to his original position. Can't say a word. My hand was too fast, and I deleted one more word. Soon, all the guests knew. Tang Qing can choose to chat with one person or a group of people, or even just whisper to a certain person. The key to the realization is the equipment set up around the banquet hall. No need to ask. They know where these devices come from. Green sound effects. This company is unique in the world in live sound effects. It has stepped on many industry giants and then eroded their market share little by little. In the end, they either cooperated or were eliminated from the market. Until now, it has become a climate. But this is the first time they know that this kind of equipment can be used in this way. This kind of directional sound transmission can be so accurate that it makes people feel as if Tang Qing is really beside them. Horrible. If there is only the previous holographic image. If this technology already has great market potential, then the holographic image equipped with Qingyang sound effect directional sound transmission equipment will have even greater potential. If nothing else, it is very suitable for this situation. From now on, some people can't come. It's entirely possible to come over through this method. Accept admiration. Still admired. As expected of Tang Qing, a man who performed miracles. A banquet was actually messed up. If they were ordinary people, they might still want to get a share of the pie. But Tang Qing, they can only envy him. Want to get a piece of the action? There's only one way to invest in microcrystal technology stocks. Qingyan City. The manor has 3 floors. Exercise room. As you can tell from a name, this is a place for sports, including basketball, tennis, and dance. To put it bluntly, it was just an empty room. At this time, the room was full of people. It's different from the one in Xianjiang. In Xianjiang, they saw Tang Qing as a holographic projection. And here it is. The guests in the entire banquet hall are holographic projections, each one composed of blue light dots. Their every blink, every smile, and even the swing of their clothes are fully displayed here. Except the picture. The sound is also fully simulated. Therefore, the room was buzzing with conversation. Tang Qing held a wine glass in his hand. As he shuttled among the crowd, he drank real wine. At the door in the distance, 2 soldiers stood quietly. When the wine was gone, they would come over to add more. However, the 2 soldiers would not appear in the banquet hall on the other side of Xianjiang. Behind the technology, it is a huge data calculation. If compared in terms of computing power, The computing power required for each projection is equivalent to the sum of the computing power of hundreds of current mainstream civilian computers. Quite demanding on hardware. Fortunately, this is only demanding on the collection side because the information collected on site must be processed into a specific data stream. But the presentation side does not require much computing power. Data center, 4G. The popularity of these two things has given this projection technology a foundation that can be carried. In other words, with a carrying body that can give everyone a reasonable explanation, if Tang Qing wants to use it, he will not worry about insufficient computing power. According to plan, Microcrystal Technology will hold a product launch conference in the middle and late this month, and roadshows and campaigning will make heavy use of it. But Tang Qing won't be too involved. Otherwise, what would the presidents of Microcrystal Technology do? I just need to show up again at the closing dinner on the first day, just like now. Perfect. 1 hour later, Tang Qing got to know all the main guests at the banquet. At last, he said goodbye in a very formal way and turned off the projection. In an instant, everyone in the room disappeared. As if it was a dream, Tang Qing drank the fruit wine in the glass in one gulp and walked out of the room. Come to the living room. The Tang family are still watching TV. Tang, are you okay? Tang Kai shouted, and others looked over. They were still talking about what Microcrystal Technology's optical equipment was at noon, and Tang Qing demonstrated it to them in the afternoon. Shock! Such mature, holographic projection technology has actually appeared. I thought that when Tang Qing said, "You will know soon," he meant to tell them the direction, but I didn't expect you to just take out the finished product. It was too sudden. They were stunned for a long time before reluctantly accepting it. Well, I've finally dealt with it. Tang Qing walked over with a smile and sat next to Lin Jiaxue. Lin Jiaxue gently held her man's hand and worked late at night to deal with those people. She felt distressed too. People are in the world. I can't help myself. She hadn't felt much of it before. But now she really understands that gains and contributions are always proportional. Although Tang Qing has reached the top of China's business field, there are still things he must do. Tang, why don't you go to bed early? Tang's mother said with concern. I'm not tired. This little scene is trivial. Tang Qing smiled at his mother with a relaxed face. No matter how tired he was, he couldn't let his family worry. As a man, this is what he must bear. What's more, he's really not tired. Mother Tang sighed. The money is there. The momentum is there. But the ordinary days are gone. Mom, let's pick up Grandma tomorrow. Tang Qing quickly changed the subject. Okay. Hong Kong. The guests were still thinking about the scene just now. It was as if Tang Qing had really been here. It's a pity that Tang Qing didn't talk too much about holographic projection. They felt like cats scratching their heads. The rich ones couldn't wait to get one and go home to play with it immediately. They know. Tang Qing has another major product at his disposal. You deserve to make money. Looking back, what do these companies in Hong Kong rely on to make money? Mainly in traditional industries such as real estate. Most of the rich's assets come from the appreciation of real estate, which is very low end. Look at Tang Qing again. It's really doing something valuable. Play with technology. Engage in innovation. Explore new business models. Although I admire it, but they don't want to go to work in the technical field. The risk is too great. If it succeeds, it's fine. If it fails, it will really be in vain. Even if it succeeds, it may still face fierce competition. So why bother? Silly. Might as well stir-fry the ground. Simple and easy. As long as people live in houses, they will make money. They and Tang Qing. Not a stranger. After Tang Qing left, the banquet came to an end, and it ended not long after. After seeing off the last guest, Pu Chaodong and Shun Yi looked at each other, and both saw the fatigue in each other's eyes. In this kind of situation, I would rather work overtime for 10 days. Although Shun Yi was able to handle it with ease, he was really tired. It's even more difficult for us, Mr. Tang. That's right. Come on, there's still so much food in the banquet hall. We've paid for it, so we can't waste it. Shun Yi turned around and went in, and Pu Chaodong quickly followed. The snacks provided here are indeed quite good. Generally, not many people eat it. Neither of them is pretentious. Pack it up and use it as a late-night snack or breakfast tomorrow. Return to the banquet hall. They saw a group of people wearing Qingyang sound effects overalls dismantling equipment. There were hundreds of equipment around and on top to ensure the shocking effect just now. The hotel manager trotted up. Mr. Pooh, this product of yours is so good. I wonder when it will be launched. How much will it cost? The manager who had experienced the effects reported it to the headquarters. There's a lot of interest over there. This kind of thing. In the future, it may become a standard feature for banquets, just like the Qingyang sound effects concert. Since the second half of last year, there have been no large-scale concerts around the world that do not use equipment from that company. Sorry, this is not a product of our group. If you want to buy it, please pay close attention to the information of microcrystalline technology. Pu Chaodong smiled. Look at the manager's expression. It is difficult for Tang Qing not to make money. This is the power of technology. Take a day off tomorrow. Core technology, business innovation, policy monopoly. These are the three magic weapons to gain a dominant position in the industry. As the president of the group, Pu Chaodong is well aware of the group's strengths and weaknesses. Compared with foreign internet giants, it lacks many things. Big but not strong. This is the true face of the comic group. He admits, the group does not have any exclusive technology. Like Qingyuan technology, it is just an innovative integration of existing resources. Because of this, Qingyuan technology has the Smart Space R&D Center project and begins to make up for its shortcomings. It seems now, the first one to produce results turned out to be microcrystal technology, which they had never understood well. Although seeing Tang Qing's other companies making constant moves, Pu Chaodong was not in a hurry at all, because the bosses are all Tang Qing. In any case, Tang Qing will definitely give priority to the technology owned by other companies to his own company if needed. Comic Group only needs to do a good job in its current business. The manager left disappointed. Pu Chaodong and Shun Yi began to sweep. Manager Ma, if you don't take some home too, the two of us will definitely not be able to take them all. Manager Ma was not polite either. Okay, brothers from Qingyang Sound Effects, you have worked hard. Don't be polite. It would be a waste to throw it away. Thank you, Mr. Pooh. Thank you for everything. It is all for working for Director Tang. After a while, all the remaining pastries in the banquet hall were packed away. McDonald said, Number 36. Li family. Back. The head of the Zhaoji group asked calmly when he saw his eldest son coming back. The banquet that his son attended today was unusual. He was a little worried, so he waited in the living room. What's wrong with you? Seeing his son's strange expression, he asked hurriedly. The eldest son sighed. You should really go there today. What? Tang Qing showed up. It's natural. You even talked to me for a while. What do you mean, didn't he come? He asked confused. At tonight's dinner, Tang Qing showed off his company's latest technology, air holographic projection, and the directional sound transmission device of Qingyang sound effect, which almost achieved the effect of being there in person. Not only can you have normal conversations, but you can even whisper, except that the real person is not here. It is exactly the same as his visit in person. The older generations of the major families are not there. I don't think it is appropriate. The eldest son expressed his thoughts. One listened. The expression on the head of the Li family became serious. Tell me carefully. At first we thought. After listening, Li Zhaoji was silent for a long time. Sighed. Young people are terrible. It's because we are proud. Next Monday, after the Hong Kong stock market opens, we will allocate another $1 billion Hong Kong dollars to buy the shares of Comic Group, hold them for a long time, and treat them as investments. Yes, father. The eldest son knew that this was an apologetic attitude, in an extremely clever way, because the Li family would not lose money and might still make money, but it would be effective. Good strategy. That's what I'm talking about. Repulse Bay. Zheng family. After hearing his son's description, the head of the family also regretted not going to see it. He had been chatting with the guests for so long, and it was no different from being there in person. It's a pity that this technology is in Tang Qing's hands. The son said disappointedly. His father smiled. You still want to make up your mind. How dare I? Next Monday, buy 500 million yuan of Comic Group shares. Tang Qing came in person in that way, and it was also in person. They didn't go because they relied on their status. It was strange that Tang Qing felt relieved. It's just that people didn't show it. Therefore, spend some money to support it. Maybe you can make some money, and everyone will feel better. I don't know how other families would react. I guess they're all about the same. That's it. The major families in Xinjiang almost reached a consensus. Apologize. Overweight. He is also prepared to publicize it and achieve success with one stone. Since he wants to enter the trap, of course he must attract more people to get in. Since it was just for display and letting more people know about it, Tang Qing did not restrict the guests from taking photos. Not long after the banquet ended, the outside world suddenly became lively. Penguin. WeChat. Circle of friends. Tieba. The screens were all flooded with short videos from different angles. At first, some people thought it was post-production special effects, but more and more short videos were leaked, forcing them to believe that this was true. Tang Qing's microcrystalline technology had really solved the technical problem of air holographic projection, and another world-class technology had been launched. Niobe, let me ask who else. I really want to have one. But can I afford it with my monthly salary of $2,500? Your dream is quite beautiful. Damn it, I just took a nap, and the world suddenly became strange. Did I travel through time? Where can I buy microcrystal technology stocks? On the third day of next month, U.S. stocks. See you there. Really or not? Technically verified, it's absolutely authentic. Do you think so many rich people will play with you? Some people continue to question the authenticity. After being refreshed by the factual evidence, I started to imitate others and crazily joined the group I added that had not yet been blocked. Before 12 o'clock, it spread like a virus. USA. It was early morning. CNN News. The host introduced the comic group in a sour tone. As of the close of the first day, the market value of the Chinese tycoon's comic group exceeded $30 billion, becoming the second internet company in China with a market value exceeding $30 billion. I have to say that Tang was lucky. He seized the civilization project and suddenly had a huge source of cash, which laid the economic foundation for his other industries. However, this group does not have its own core technology. Just like one day, if the major hardware companies do not supply Qingyuan technology, Epic will cease production. This company also faces the same hidden dangers. Investing in it requires caution. At $30 billion, it may be true to the saying the debut is the peak. To comic group. Almost all foreign countries have this kind of voice. Find shortcomings. Enlarge. Attack. How can I belittle it? Otherwise, their hearts and minds won't be able to bear it. With a valuation of $30 billion, this is just a company owned by Tang Qing. My dear, how can you, a Chinese, have so much wealth? The world belongs to them Westerners. They recognize Alibaba's market value because there's a lot of foreign capital mixed in, including American capital, but Comic Group is a purely Chinese enterprise and all the shares are in the hands of Chinese people. So, it is naturally not a friend. At this moment, the contents of the teleprompter rotated. The host's face was filled with excitement. What? Holographic projection? I had just criticized someone. Although I was speechless, I could only recite it. Now let's insert a piece of behavior related to this amazing Tang. An hour ago, at Comic Group's Investor Appreciation Banquet, he demonstrated a technology that can only be seen in movies, holographic projection. It is essentially different from the three mainstream but immature holographic projections of water mist, film, and screen projection. The live video shows that they have overcome the world-class problem of air projection. Let us continue to look forward to seeing what kind of miracles this American company can create. The host was embarrassed when he said it. Strictly speaking, this company is also an all-Chinese shareholder, but it happens to be in the United States. Can only blow. What? As soon as the news came out, the audience was stunned. Your words are turning too fast. Are you afraid of flashing your waist in such a hurry? Immediately, there was interest in this company. It will be listed next month, and it seems worth investing in. Although I don't like Tang Qing, But who doesn't like money? After microcrystal makes money, we can support ERV. Well, we're also people with a stand. By the way, there is also Comic Group. Taking this opportunity, there may be profit margins. This news, it has also shocked the field of optoelectronics in various countries. Air, holographic projection. They have been unable to overcome it because the particle composition in the air is too complex and temperature, humidity, natural light intensity, etc. will all affect the refraction of a laser. Very complicated. But your solar energy company actually solved it? Make trouble. The step to cross the border is too big. Before it was just playing light, but now it is. Play with lasers. It doesn't seem like a big crossover. Just 10 minutes after the news was broadcast, a large ticket for technical exchange and cooperation was sent to Microcrystal Technology. Seattle. Microcrystal Technology Headquarters. President Zhou Yu's office. Just out of work. Zhou Yu poured a cup of tea, as usual, and watched the news. When he saw CNN reporting on holographic projection and listened to the media's praise, a wry smile flashed across his face, because he didn't know much about this technology. The beginning of the birth of microcrystalline technology. Tianyan reorganized the research department. Self-study. He researches. Both modes coexist. Microcrystal technology has invested in many related research projects and research institutes. Semiconductor, optics, optoelectronics. The research directions are very diverse. In addition to solar panels, many are research institutes specializing in optoelectronic equipment. Since he is not good at it, he doesn't pay much attention to it and just allocates research funds as usual. Just early last month, one of the cooperative research institutes suddenly received good news. There had been a huge breakthrough in optical imaging, which could be used for holographic projection and had commercial value. He hurried over to take a look. It's true. At last, Tang Qing said that he would use it as a support for the listing of microcrystal technology. Of course, he was extremely happy. According to the shares given to him by the board of directors, if everything goes well, he may become a billionaire this time. Certainly, the unit is RMB. There is still some way to go before it can be converted into US dollars. If the holographic projection project is completed, this wish may not be far away. Thinking that he will have the opportunity to become a billionaire, Zhou Yu feels full of strength. President, we have received 46 communication letters and many cooperation invitations. They are all interested in holographic projection. How do we reply to them? The secretary came in holding a stack of documents. Inform them of the time of the press conference and forget about the rest. Zhou Yu waved his hand. Yes. The secretary walked out. Zhou Yu pouted. These people say it's about communication, but they don't want to know how to implement it. Everyone knows that this is a big piece of cake, and they also understand that if other companies have good technology, they will want to acquire it. Everyone is the same. No one is completely noble. Looking at the file, the phone rang. Looking at the number, Zhou Yu reluctantly pressed the answer button. Old classmate. Why do you have time to call me? Opposite him was his college classmate, a person he didn't like very much, and they didn't have a close friendship. I can't talk to you if I have nothing to do. The other person was very enthusiastic. It's really okay? It's quite a bit. Tell me. The other side said hurriedly, I saw the news. I really envy you for being able to conquer such a rare technology. Congratulations. Your holographic projection technology should be owned by the manufacturer. Our company owns it. He hasn't finished yet. Zhou Yu interrupted. Old classmate, if this is the case, then I can only say sorry. Your company's production capacity does not meet our requirements. It has not even passed the bidding invitation. There is nothing I can do. We're going to borrow money from the bank to update equipment. The other side explained quickly. When Zhou Yu heard this, he knew what trick the other party was planning to play, and said, In 3 weeks, our product launch will begin. Before that, will your equipment be in place? The other party's company is in China, a small factory. You dare to come and place orders with their company. You are really brave. After hearing what Zhou Yu said, the tone there was stagnant. 3 weeks or 3 months was impossible, but he still said bravely, Here, let's do our best, old classmate, take care of me. It seems that you really don't know the operation mode of our company. Zhou said, "What do you mean? Although I am the president, the behavior of the entire company is supervised by another company. If any of my decisions does not comply with the regulations, they will be questioned and reported. I can guess that your plan is to get the order, use it to borrow money from the bank to buy equipment, or find other factories to do OEM work. But this is not allowed. Once discovered, I will have to leave. Microchip technology is in the United States. Tang Qing has never come to inspect, but he knows no less about this place than he, the president. Microcrystal technology will go on the market next month. Don't say he can't do it. Even if he can do it, he won't do it. He knows the dangers of secondary subcontracting for product production. He has a management stake in the company. It is one with microcrystalline technology, and harming the company's interests is harming its own interests. There's nothing I can do. Sorry, it's not something I can decide." Hang up the phone. Zhou continued to work. He worked in a photovoltaic company before, and many of his classmates and friends were also in the industry. After microcrystal technology became established, there were many such calls, but he did not dare to answer any of them. Eye of heaven. It's a sharp sword hanging over your head. No foul. All is well. Once he crosses the line, he will not be merciful. They're getting Tang Qing's salary. This year, 3% of microcrystal technology's profits were taken away by Tianyan. Therefore, they also hope that this company will do well. Zhou couldn't help but admire it. Tang Qing played this trick very well. Set this rule at the beginning of the company so that everyone can get used to the existence of the Sky Eye. Otherwise, if the company is allowed to come in after a period of development, it would be strange for the old employees not to jump around. Conflicts are likely to break out, causing turmoil in the company. Now, this kind of thing is prevented from the source. No one could object. For example, he has been the president for such a long time, but he doesn't have a few close confidants in the middle level of the company because he cannot completely decide the promotion and promotion of these people. Everyone respects him in their hearts. Don't fawn. He wasn't used to it at first. I feel that there is no so-called leadership authority. But gradually, I felt that this was not bad. It was really easy to manage, and everything was in accordance with the company's system. No one will hinder him when doing things, and there is no power struggle at the top of the company. It is much easier than the several companies he worked for before. He has already fallen in love with this system. Big chapter. USA. Good family. It's almost Chinese New Year. Geijiazwang is decorated with lights and colorful decorations everywhere, and is filled with a strong spring festival atmosphere. Every year, the Gu family will organize a lot of events to remind themselves not to forget their identity, and Geijiazwang is not the only American festival. In the small courtyard where the patriarch Gu Zhong lives, several people are drinking tea. This Tang Qing is really capable. After reading the news, Gu Zhong's younger brother said with a smile. Gu Zhong said, "It's better to make a fuss. Otherwise, why should we invest in him?" I didn't pay attention when I read the report before, but I didn't expect that the holographic projection was made. It really surprised me. How was it achieved? It's not clear. We only have limited right to know. Tang Qing will not disclose the technical details to us. This is okay. I am just worried that the technology will be easily learned by others. Gu Zhong worried. Imitate. Plagiarism. But there are no borders. That's a problem. Forget it, don't worry about it. Tang Qing is the controlling shareholder and will still be the absolute controlling shareholder after the listing. He cares more about this than us. He doesn't know the application, scenario types, and costs. How about asking Zhou? Gu Zhong was silent for a moment. Shaked his head. No, we'll find out when we wait for the press conference. It's estimated that Tang Qing will demonstrate it in person by then. If nothing happens, I'll join in the fun. I haven't been out of the village for a long time. The world is changing too fast, and I can't keep up. The next day, early morning, there was a media clamor. A new record for Hong Kong stocks. The market value exceeded $30 billion on the first day of listing. Comet Group became the second largest market value of China Internet. Penguin fell to third, and Baidu was squeezed out of the top 3 positions. Affected by this, the share prices of both stocks fell by more than 2% yesterday. A new chapter in China's internet landscape. A number of Hong Kong investment companies and families expressed their optimism about Comet Group and intended to increase shares of Comet Group. 下周一，集团股价可能出现新一轮的上涨行情。微晶科技重磅出击，未来从前期投影开始。据美媒报道，本月下旬，微晶科技将举办前期投影产品发布会。华夏各大媒体相继报道了汇星集团的上市和前期投影。听到内地诞生了第二家市值超过300亿美元的互联网公司，自豪感油然而生。Certainly, still a little disappointed, because it is not available to ordinary people when it is listed in Xinjiang. Forget it. What's even more depressing is that not only Comet Group can't buy it, but microcrystalline technology and Qingyuan technology can only be watched by ordinary people in China. Forget about itching. And holographic projection. Everyone just want to watch the fun, because they can't afford it at first glance. It takes time for a new technology to truly reach civilian prices. Since they can't afford it, their focus quickly shifts away. Most people don't care, but those who are thoughtful can see huge business opportunities inside. Holographic projection. Even if there is only a single color, it has a wide range of application scenarios. Office, social contact, science and technology, film and television, advertise, too many. Among them, the biggest impact may be on the advertising industry. When print advertising becomes three-dimensional and when content comes out of the screen, the commercial value derived is immeasurable. Look at the movie. Most people's imagination about the future involves holographic projection technology to a greater or lesser extent in homes, companies, outdoors, scientific research, personal supplies, military equipment, transportation, and media. The technology is immature. Countless application scenarios have been developed by people's imagination. As long as the price is right, this will definitely be a game changer. Light Media Headquarters. 董事长召开了紧急会议. I suggest that a holographic projection advertising business department be established immediately. Based on the existing scenarios, we should expand new application scenarios and be sure to take the lead in the field of holographic projection advertising. I agree. There will be much fewer application scenarios. Island Country. Sharp Headquarters. President Mikio Katayama looked serious. The emergence of holographic projection will definitely impact the screen display market. We must understand the limits of this technology and whether it can reach the level of high-definition color 3D real scenes. A vice president curled his lips. How is this possible? How can the projection screen be clear? That is, air projection can never be as clear as the screen. As for the real scene, I think their technology is not very mature. According to on-site reactions, the projection light particles are relatively large. That's right. Everyone. Although I think so, I need to remind you that Tang Qing is good at creating miracles. Even if his technology is not perfect, we must be prepared to deal with changes. Is there any way to buy the technology? Do you think Tang Qing will sell it? What about cooperation? This is possible. In terms of the research and development strength of optoelectronics, microcrystalline technology is still relatively weak. I will let someone contact you after the meeting. If there is good news, I will inform you. 2 big news in a row. Let Tang Qing's name once again hit the Chinese media, and his face was leaked around the world. $30 billion, which makes the eyes of the people in neighboring countries become red. How much money is that? Some are happy and some are sad. Tang Qing was happy. Penguin is very depressed, including its investors. In the past, Penguin was the internet company with the highest market value in China, with Baidu second and Alibaba third. The position of the industry leader was firmly established. It is backed by Penguin's huge user base. You can take a bite out of anyone's bowl and live a happy life. But, just 2 years, they have experienced what it means to have a good time. First, he was surpassed by Ali. Now, they have been stepped on by the Comet Group. Once Qingyuan technology goes on the market, it will definitely rub them on the ground. In other words, they, who were originally number one, were directly squeezed out of the top three, and these top three were all related to Tang Qing. The first becomes the fourth. Who can bear it? I hope that the nightmare will wake up soon, hoping that Tang Qing's company will go bankrupt, or that they will counterattack if there is a strategic mistake. But after seeing the holographic projection, this idea was extinguished. Tang Qing's actions. They had never expected it. The reality once again proved that Tang Qing was good at doing it before talking. There was no news before doing it. Once he finished it, everything was too late. Holographic projection. Era mobile. Even WeChat is like this. Keep it up like this. In the future, penguins may really be reduced to a situation of surviving between cracks. This year, they are destined to have a bad life. Qingyan City. Inside the manor, there are many disturbances from the outside world. Tang Qing is still wandering around. I fished every day, wrote and drew, and walked my second uncle's dog. The time soon came to New Year's Eve. He has been idle these days, but the outside world's reports on the comic group have not diminished at all since the Hong Kong stock market opened on Monday. With the capital injection from all parties and a large number of followers, Comic Group has risen for 3 consecutive days, reaching 56 Hong Kong dollars and 17 cents, an increase of more than 30% from the closing price last weekend. Then, the market capitalization naturally exceeded 40 billion US dollars. Although it is still a little far behind Alibaba, it has already left Penguin and Baidu far behind. Next, if nothing unexpected happens, this kind of short-term growth will not happen again. The soldier's capital has not yet entered the market, and Tang Qing is not in a hurry. He just ordered that the stock price of Comic Group be controlled at more than 60 yuan after the year. He needs stability, a sharp increase that is not only good-looking in numbers, but of little use temporarily, can also easily consume the group's market confidence too much. After all, everyone is not stupid, and there is a certain value for your company. No need to ask for speed. New Year's Eve. The family sat around the big round table in the living room. Since it was the spring festival, there were no lobsters or abalones on it, but some New Year dishes that were common in the village. The old man said that it looked like the New Year. Gone far. Don't forget your roots. As usual, before the New Year's Eve dinner, we are happy to see that you are all successful. I don't have much education. I just hope that you will behave well, live up to your conscience, do not hurt others, do not harm others, and then everything will be safe. Tang Qing's grandfather was the first to speak. He was almost half dead, but when he saw his grandson achieve such an achievement, and when he saw that his son had become a big leader that he had never imagined before, the smile on his face never stopped. People live with a face. His son and grandson all gave him a big face. The elders said one by one. After a while, it was the turn of the third generation Tang Qing. Too many things happened last year, especially in Tang Tang's company, which kept moving and making me dizzy. Tang, if there are any big moves next year, we can accept them in advance. Tang Kai smiled and looked at the future of the Tang family. Tang Qing's wealth was running in an unreasonable direction. Others looked over. Tang Qing looked thoughtful. There should be no big moves. However, what they faced was everyone's eyes that said, "Guess I believe it or not." You didn't forget to make news during this Chinese New Year, and you would still be able to make news next year. They were the first to not believe it. I'm serious. Tang Qing looked innocent. Now, the industrial layout under his name is almost complete, and what is left is consolidation and expansion. But in his opinion, corporate expansion is not a big move. It is nothing more than investing more money and resources. Certainly, he doesn't have any new moves. It doesn't mean the soldiers will stop. Island country, South Korea, USA, Africa, Myanmar. A lot of plans are being implemented in full swing. But they have little to do with Tang Qing. Brother, keep pretending. Qin Shichi muttered. How can I? The other two companies have gone public and have holographic projections. Aren't they big moves? Qin Shichi knew that the financing amount of these two companies would not be less than that of Comic Group. The outside world's enthusiasm for holographic images has not diminished at all. Does that count? Isn't this something that happens this year? Yes, they finally understood. In Tang Qing's eyes, these actions that everyone knows are not big actions at all. You are too ambitious. This involves at least hundreds of billions of yuan. Do you care about it? Could it be? Are their level really too low? Eating in a familiar melody. The Spring Festival Gala has begun. As a program that the older generation loves to watch, it will certainly not be missing during the Chinese New Year. The programs flashed by one. Tang Qing felt like reliving history. Shi's Chinese, Fei Yuqing's thousands of miles away, and Zhou Jeluan's blue and white porcelain are considered to be the programs of this year's Spring Festival Gala that are more suitable for young people's tastes, and they can be heard in the streets and alleys 10 years from now. Also, the Olympic slogan is also expressed in it more than once. The same world, the same dream. Why think about the Olympics? Tang Qing wanted to witness it with his own eyes. The opening ceremony of the Olympic Games held by China greatly eclipsed the previous Olympic Games. Since then, it is estimated that it cannot be surpassed. It is estimated that only China itself. What a pity. After that Olympics, China's interest in hosting the Olympics has greatly diminished, and many other countries are unwilling to host it. Those who are willing to host it do not have the ability. So many jokes have been made. The Olympic Organizing Committee almost fainted in the toilet from crying. Let's go to the capital to watch the Olympics. Qin Shiqi suggested excitedly. Good idea. I don't know if it's good or not. Directed by Zhang Yimou, it should be okay. Very quickly, everyone's talk turned to the Olympic Games. Then go and have a look. It shouldn't be bad. The country has invested so much money. After listening for a while, Tang Qing said he also wanted to have a look. Since they're all back, of course he wants to be a participant in history. 12 o'clock, when the bell rings. Welcomed the Lunar New Year. Brother, lucky money. Brother, lucky money. Tang Niner followed Qin Shiqi and stretched out her hand with a smile. Qin Shiyu was not embarrassed to speak, but probably because she was threatened by her sister, she still stretched out her hand, blushing like an apple. That's all. Tang Qing was given 3 red envelopes. To complete the circle, Qin Shiqi came over angrily. Brother, you are too thief. There are only 200 yuan in it. No, my mother gave me 300 yuan. Yours is the least. Quick, give me my 100 yuan and my sister's. I'm still a student. Tang Qing pretended to be stingy and covered his pockets. I'm also a student. Hand over 100 yuan. Qin Shiqi bared her teeth and claws. No, I still owe the bank tens of billions. Finally, Qin Shiqi took away the only 3 red tickets in Tang Qing's pocket. They happily went to divide the spoils with Tang Niner, and the whole family laughed from ear to ear. It seemed that back in the old days, Tang Qing had to divide some of the New Year's money to Qin Shiqi every time. It's just so weird sometimes. Fun after having money. Just remembering the poor days before. The commotion reached about 1 o'clock, and everyone was tired, so they went back to their respective rooms. You rest first. The African side is about to start. Tang Qing sent Lin Jiaxue back to the bedroom and went to the exercise room. After that banquet, he missed all the annual meetings of other companies under the company like this, but there was one company that did not take holidays, and that was Wanqing Mining, so the annual meeting was held together on the Spring Festival. Africa, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Nordic Province. On a wide road, less than 30 kilometers away from Wanqing Industrial Park, a long convoy was driving quickly, with 2 police cars clearing the way and a dozen military vehicles guarding the march in the middle. The 1 kilometer in front of the convoy was empty. There was no car within 200 meters behind. 200 meters away, those cars were stopping and going. Even Africans who were used to driving fast and liked to run hundreds of yards at a time would only dare to follow them from a distance. No way. Don't dare. If it's too close. They were afraid that the guy in front would get into trouble, because on the last 2 vehicles, 2 doors that could shred ordinary armor were facing the back, and dark holes could be seen from a distance. The first few car owners at the rear kept mumbling in their hearts. 2 brothers. Don't let your hands shake. We cannot afford to be frightened. In the car, Sadek drank the fruit, wine, comfortably. As the actual controller of Beiji Province, he was invited to attend the annual meeting of the industrial park, and he agreed without much thought. After such a long period of cooperation, the two parties have also established a relatively stable relationship. During the holidays, the park will give him gifts. Although it was not expensive, just some Chinese specialties, he accepted the offer and reciprocated the courtesy. The generous Sadek often sent local specialties to the park, and it almost became a habit. He believes it. This Chinese company will never harm him. Think back to last year. A smile appeared on Sadek's face. After integrating the province's power network into the Democratic Republic of Congo's United Power Grid Corporation, the efficiency of these Chinese people astonished him. Power plants were erected one after another, and transmission towers were erected one after another, with professional power engineers and construction teams stationed. So fast, it can be said that it is changing with each passing day. The results are impressive. Certainly, this does not mean that the entire province has achieved power supply. This is impossible. The power plant is not a small villa and can be quickly formed. The construction cycle is based on years. The province is still short of electricity. But that's just what happened in the past 2 years. Power plants, large and small, will be officially put into operation. Just in the past 2 years, it will be easier to build more transmission towers and substations, roll out the power grid, and realize power generation and direct connection to the grid. Not in a hurry. Within 100 kilometers of the park compared to last year, Sadek found obvious differences. In addition to the smooth roads, some of the surrounding thatched houses with earthen walls have been turned into villas. Concrete roads lead to the tribes and extend to the entrances of each villa. At some entrances, there are even polished private cars parked. Children's games are not limited to playing with wooden sticks. There's a lot of new content. Skateboard, bicycle, there are clothes, there are new shoes, there's a ballpark. Of course he knows. This is all due to Qing mining's debt offset. This is used to offset the iron, ore, and other metal minerals of various tribes and reduce his own financial burden. He supports this. It is not free, but in exchange for things, which is very fair. Have a look. Villa, electricity, network, transportation, trading, logistics relies on this system. Fundamental changes have taken place around the park. Minerals that were difficult to exchange for money in the past were suddenly exchanged for a better life, and they lived in a small villa life that was unimaginable elsewhere. Inclusive. This is a great kindness. He knows the habits of these people. Don't like saving. In the past, when he had money, he would definitely spend it randomly, and he would be helpless. Now that he is in his position, he certainly hopes that the local area will be in order. Live and work in peace and contentment, work hard, and run towards a well-off society. But these people, no culture, those who refuse to leave even after being scolded are scolded for backsliding. Now, directly in the name of the tribe, no money is given, but houses and furniture are given, which to a large extent puts an end to random spending and construction. Sadek had previously thought about implementing it in his own territory, but it is difficult to find. First, you have to ask for other people's things. This is simple. Labor and resources are all fine. Secondly, you have to have something that someone wants. Does he have it? No. Steel, villas, solar energy, furniture, daily necessities. He only has a small part and cannot promote it on a large scale at all unless he competes with Qing mining for business and builds it starting from a metal smelting plant. Think about it. He still didn't do it. The investment is too big. Tang Qing also needs to take care of the import of goods. Tang Qing can use domestic credits and loans to offset his book losses. But Sadek, who can he find to offset this cost? There's no way to offset it. A province. How could he have so much money to settle this account? Only people like Tang Qing can do it. That's fine, as long as it is not the Democratic Republic of the Congo government. Sadek is good to him and should be supported, because Tang Qing is Chinese and can never covet their territory and power. The car is running. We are the security department of the park. Please lead the way from the front. The security department of the park contacted Sadek's security director. The person in charge immediately reported to Sadek. Okay. Sadek agreed, and then he saw two black Hummers painted with shields on his left passing by. He must have been waiting for a long time, and then drove side by side in front of 3 or 2 police cars. Chu Sheng was sitting in the passenger seat. Sadok has a special status and must be given enough face. In addition to him, as the captain coming, there are drones in the sky constantly alerting him. In addition to Sadok, the MPs from Nanji province are also invited. Compared to Sadok, who is very defensive, those people arrived in the morning. Today is the Chinese Spring Festival. The park does not ship goods. There are not many big cars on the road, but there were an astonishing number of small cars. Chu Sheng thought this was interesting. Many people wanted cars when they had villas, and others wanted them too and clamored to buy them. What else could the tribe say? The clan leader drives a luxury car, so he cannot treat his clan members badly. Purchase. The money is still the same. You owe it first. It's the mineral deduction. Most of these cars are new, mainly Chinese cars. In order to consume inventory and open up the African market, the payment for the goods is due at the end of the year. For a while, the number of cars from surrounding tribes has skyrocketed, although I owe a lot of debt, but they believe they will pay it off. They didn't know what a good life was before and had no motivation. Now, they just let you live it, and they can no longer go back to their old life. Hunt, picking fruit, eat cassava, that's the past tense. They don't want to go back even to death. Only by following these Chinese people can they maintain their current life. Every time Chu Sheng thought about the company's strategy of changing from extravagance to frugality, he could only admire his own chairman. This time, Chu Sheng's phone rang. Old Tai, where are you? Pick up the distinguished guest. Who? Company's secret. Understood, I'll go there first. Yeah. The caller was Fong Tai from Weha. The park also invited them. The boring African life, such a large event, can only be seen in the park a year, and they were very happy. Just finished watching the Spring Festival Gala. It would be nice to experience the scene again. Soon, the convoy passed Weha Camp. The campground was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and it was a festive atmosphere. There were firecrackers everywhere at the door. They were reluctant to collect them and planned to discuss them tomorrow. Of course, these things are given by the park, otherwise it would not be easy for them to get these domestic specialties. Now, the park has been turned into a store, and it is also a purchasing point for these Chinese soldiers. The company is also happy to help, as long as it is not too outrageous. For example, you want to send a few cattle and sheep back. All are free. Didn't drive very far. Sadok saw the huge park. Compared with when he came last year, the steel plant had not changed much, but the changes around it were huge, with more blue and white factory buildings. Look at this speed. It may not be long before it expands to the Weha camp. He recalled the information here. Profile processing, villa parts, tower production, cable manufacturing, imported goods, warehousing. As far as he knew, Wanqing mining supporting factories are all concentrated around the park, forming a complete industrial chain. In addition, 2 other Chinese state-owned enterprises plastic products factories and toothpaste factories have also been put into operation. In addition to providing Wanqing mining with deductions, large quantities were also sold to other provinces in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. To be honest, he had an urge to snatch it, but I dare not. Otherwise, not to mention Tang Qing, who is so rich that he has no friends. Not to mention the Congolese government, let alone China, just the black prison would not let him go. When he thought that the black prison could survive safely under the hands of Kovaro until now, he did not dare to have such an idea. Kovaro, what a scary organization. It is also an extremely terrifying existence in Africa. But even this can't defeat Black Prison. You can imagine how powerful he is. Although he has tens of thousands of guns, he is still afraid of this kind of existence in the darkness, because he is also a member of the darkness. He dies. There will be many people cheering, and no one will avenge him. At this time, a plane is landing. Chu Sheng's face lit up. The old leader He Liang was on top. During the Chinese New Year, He Liang did not go back to his country to reunite with his family. Instead, he came to spend time with these old comrades. What else could Chu Sheng say? Comrades. Not just by words. It was a deep imprint. Manager, he is here. Yes. We must get him drunk tonight. Absolutely. Although Chu Sheng cannot drink during work, he is not the only comrade in arms of Liang, as well as Wei and a group of people over there. They are here to drink and eat. How can I not get drunk? The car traveled to an open space behind the steel plant. At this time, the open space was filled with tables and stools. The stage was set up, and the sun was setting. Workers from the park were arriving one after another, and the invited tribesmen arrived early. They were eating melon seeds happily. Don't tell me yet. Chinese melon seeds. They have become addicted to eating it, and many tribes have begun to experiment with growing it. In addition to melon seeds, various snacks and spicy strips have gradually conquered their taste buds. Looking back on the past, they feel that their lives have been in vain. On the open ground, the management of the park have been waiting for a while. Mr. Sadek, welcome. Thank you, my friend. Guan Songhua and Sadek hugged. This is the second time the two have met. But it wasn't the second call. Every time there was a festival for them, Guan Songhua would personally call to congratulate him, which made Sadek very happy. Over time, the two also established a friendship. I also said hello to the two heads of Central Enterprises. Please. Okay. Guan Songhua led the way. We brought Sadek, who was late to Shan, to his seat. This was the front row, and the people sitting there were basically the heads and elders of the nearby tribes. When they saw Sadek, they didn't dare to support him and came over to greet him. Sadek greeted him with a smile. These people are not his men. It was very useful for him to be so respectful to him. The patriarchs smiled on their faces, but kept complaining in their hearts. If you didn't have so many guns and were our neighbors, it would be weird to ignore you. Not far away, the top brass of Sudki province remained unmoved. This kind of occasion, it's better to take it easy. If you're too enthusiastic and the person from Jinsa finds out, I will probably say that they are soft-hearted. Well, let's come over and have a good meal, connect with the park, and not cause trouble for ourselves. Other side, when Chu Sheng and He Liang met, they punched each other. Captain, you're tanned. It seems like you're white. Huh? How can you compare with anything else? Fong Tai laughed from the side and said to Chu Sheng, Okay, I know you are busy, so I will accompany you here. I will help you get him drunk. Don't worry. Such a big scene. It is impossible for the company's security personnel to take a break, and all employees are on duty. Not only that, they have also transferred some from two other central-owned enterprise factories. This is Africa, so be careful when sailing. Everyone who comes in must be screened. Tribal leaders are no exception. Certainly, Sadek is an exception. People have potassium trucks coming, and there are more than 100 people, all of whom are fully armed. Isn't it a joke that you tell people that you can't bring weapons? Okay, let's talk in the evening. Okay, let's go get busy. After Chu Sheng left, Fong Tai and He Liang sat down again and looked at the darkness around them. They were not afraid at all. After such a long period of hard work, the tempers of the Africans around the park have become much gentler. This brings up a problem. Next month, the United Nations will cancel this site and change it to a workstation of the World Health Organization. Our service period has just expired, which means that we will return home soon. Wen Yin, He Liang was silent. A little happy, also a little bit reluctant. I am happy that my comrade is returning to his country, instead of going to other unstable areas to perform missions. It is also true that he is reluctant to leave, because his workplace is in Africa, and it will be difficult to meet him next time. He Liang was silent. Fong Tai smiled. You don't want me to leave? I hope, but I don't hope either. It's quite safe here, and I feel reassured, but the United Nations doesn't need you in a safe place. Really? He Liang shook his head helplessly. The moon has its roundness and waning, and only when it is waning can it have the beauty of being round. Fong Tai said softly, You're still here. What will you do when you go back? The same place. He Liang asked. Fong Tai nodded, then shook his head. I have to go back to my old place first. My boss applied for a spot in the military academy for me to study for 2 years. As for where I will be transferred in the end, I don't know. He Liang nodded. That's good. You'll be at the school level when you come out. You too, pay attention to safety. Yeah. They got together and separated. Life is a tragedy. Stop talking about me. Let me tell you a secret. That boy Chu Sheng is in love. Fong Tai quickly changed the subject. If there was any gossip that interested He Liang, this was the only one. Oh, where? It can't be from Africa. He Liang became interested. For Chu Sheng, in addition to being a comrade in arms, he also treated Chu Sheng as a younger brother. The most troublesome thing about traveling so far away was personal problems. Of course not from China. From the factory? No, she's a reporter from CCTV. Last time she came here to do a documentary, Chu Sheng was responsible for picking her up and dropping her off. There was no sign of it at the time, but for some reason, the two of them got along. Fong Tai Dao. CCTV reporter? Okay, but this long-distance relationship. What did Chu Sheng plan? He Liang first thought of this. The probability of a long-distance relationship being successful is not high, not to mention that he is also a CCTV reporter. Chu Sheng was just a peasant boy. People are upright. Progress. Dare to fight. But CCTV reporters have never seen anyone, and there is no shortage of young talents around. I know what you were worried about. I was worried at first, but guess what? I don't know where Chu Sheng got his luck. He is willing to change jobs and come here. Fong Tai also found it incredible. Are you kidding? She is a CCTV reporter and has a stable job in China. He Liang didn't believe it. Not because he thought Chu Sheng was not worthy, but because he couldn't figure out the logic of the incident itself. Fong Tai Dao, why are you lying to me? He Liang said, you can eat some candy. Fong Tai, he actually stole my words. Let's not worry about this. If it works, everyone will be happy. If it doesn't, it will be an experience for Chu Sheng. Not to mention, many girls in your factory are interested in him. How do you know? Do you have a crush on a girl? He Liang teased. I was wronged. He Liang knew. There's so many Chinese girls in the park. Direct recruitment. Introduced by relatives and friends. Or employees bring their families with them. Let's not make this place full of men. If it were elsewhere in Africa, young Chinese girls would not dare to work for a long time. But seeing the security force here, many people were relieved. There is a gun, high wages, and safe, plus company encouragement. More and more Chinese girls are coming here, and now there are dozens of couples. He Liang has attended their weddings several times. The company is very supportive of the two of them becoming a family. Soon, the stage was gradually filling up. When the surrounding searchlights went out and the colorful lights on the stage lit up, Guan Songhua appeared on the stage. The noisy scene gradually became quiet. Staring at the stage, they all knew that Tang Qing would be connected later. Tang Qing made a show in the country. They found out that day. Considering that Tang Qing had a lot of criminal records and came up with such a surprise, they quickly accepted that it would be best if Tang Qing was good to them. Without huge capital support, it would be difficult to play here. Looking at the dark crowd below, Guan Songhua took a deep breath, smiled. Dear guests and colleagues, I am very happy to spend this unforgettable night with you. Today is the Chinese New Year. Although New Year's Eve has passed in China, our celebration has just begun. This is my second spring festival in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. First of all, on behalf of the company, please allow me to express my gratitude to the patriarchs, colleagues, friendly enterprises, and the governors of the two provinces who have always supported us. Guan Songhua bowed slightly. 20 years in the industry. It's not been 10 years since I came. Wanqing Mining is the smoothest place for him to work. He only needs to care about the company's production progress. He does not need to worry about local Africans or the local government. Someone has straightened out the relationship in advance. Cool. I am very energetic at work every day. Next, I'd like to invite the chairman of Wanqing Mining. As soon as Guan Songhua finished speaking, same as the banquet, Tang Qing appeared in front of them soon. Wow, so beautiful. Good big. Different from the banquet, Tang Qing was a bit taller this time. Since it was a stage, people behind him couldn't see clearly from a distance. So Tang Qing directly adjusted his body shape to a 1:9 ratio. It's as high as 5 floors. It almost filled the eyes of the front row. The scene was filled with exclamations of surprise. Incredible. Sadok's eyes widened. Head tilted up, even if it is magnified so many times. but the entire human form is not distorted or blurred. At this time, other people were taking pictures with their mobile phones. The holographic projection was not yet on the market, so they didn't know that the enlarged effect would be so good. Photograph. Open moments. Hair. Done in one go. In just a few seconds, many people in the country knew about it and left messages asking for a live broadcast. Cowhide. Liang spit out 2 words. As a former soldier, new technology. The first thing he thought of was military use. He could think of many military uses for holographic projection, but he didn't know that Tang Qing didn't understand its value and actually put it directly on foreign companies. Certainly, just some non-strategic uses. A holographic projection. It's not an airplane engine. At best, it makes the information more three-dimensional. Not bad. Liang quickly figured out that if the technology was in the United States, he could greatly avoid Western countries' troubles. Tang Qing is a businessman. This is normal business behavior. I haven't seen the Western media. The black comic group is as black as carbon and full of sourness. But when it comes to microcrystalline technology and holographic projection, there are almost no black ones. Have to. Let's just satisfy Westerners' self-esteem. From now on, there will be another way to communicate. It's definitely not cheap. It will be cool if a watch has this function. If it comes out, I will buy it as long as it doesn't cost more than 10,000 yuan. Very few employees here have a monthly income of less than 10,000 yuan, so they don't feel too bad about spending 10,000 yuan. You can also support Tang Qing. Support the boss. Even if their wages are not guaranteed, they're subsidized by the money earned by microcrystal technology. The company has not made much money so far, and their wages do not fall from the sky. What I'm curious about is, what can you see from the chairman's side? I'm curious too. Hello everyone, I'm sorry, my black-hearted boss didn't let you go home for the new year this year, so you can only have this meal in Africa. But don't worry, everyone, when the second phase of the steel plant is put into operation next year, it will be no problem to send half of the people back to China. Tang Qing made a promise. Phase 2, not far from the steel factory. In addition, there are 3 phases located 15 kilometers away. Because the demand is too great and due to its special geographical location, it is very close to several surrounding countries. Many companies from surrounding countries come to request steel. However, they don't even have enough on their own. Congolese government, SADC, as well as the consumption of iron towers and villas, there was no excess production. Fortunately, he had anticipated it from the beginning and started the second phase directly when the first phase was halfway through the construction. The third phase was opened halfway through the second phase, just as planned. Here, it is gradually becoming the largest steel supplier in Central Africa. When the third phase is completed, the number of workers here may exceed 30,000, including those from the 2 major central enterprises and those with families. It is no exaggeration to say that the number of Chinese workers exceeds 100,000. Is it much? Tang Qing didn't think much. This was a big move in his hand, occupying a corner of the chessboard. He made 3 moves in the African chess game: Black Prison, Mozambique Model, Steel Trade, and the last move was Hummingbird Commercial Reserve. When the 4 corners of the chessboard are occupied by him, that's when momentum begins. Hearing Tang Qing's promise, domestic employees are jubilant. I won't go home during the Spring Festival. They understand. Come to Africa. They are not here to enjoy the benefits. If it weren't for the difficulty of getting around in China and the high wages here, who would come here? Tang Qing can provide much better treatment and benefits than other companies, and they are already satisfied. Make money without taking any leave. Take a break when you have time off. Get used to it. The employees of the 2 major state-owned enterprises are depressed. Although their own treatment is good, they did feel that way before, but since they came here, they suddenly feel that the company's treatment is not as good as others. They have airplanes, more than one, and even an airport. There are well-equipped security forces with guns, cars, and people. The relationship with the local area is very good. There are more girls than at home. Depressed. It felt like the person opposite was a state-owned enterprise with a lot of money. After getting along for a long time, they actually had a guess in their minds. It was impossible for Tang Qing to do this without official support. Maybe he was already a high-profile businessman. After this year of hard work, we have changed not only ourselves, but also others. At this point, pictures appeared on the big screen behind Tang Qing, which were photos of the surrounding tribes before and now. Mental outlook, transportation, housing, shop, road. Picture after picture records its changes. The chiefs of each tribe couldn't help but sigh. They were just like in the picture. The change seemed to happen in an instant. 2 years ago, who would have believed that all of them had small villas to live in? Not afraid of the wind, not afraid of rain, strong and durable. There are more abundant entertainment activities. No need to steal, no need to rob. Just a little hard work. You can change yourself and the fate of the tribe. Looking at Tang Qing, their eyes were filled with gratitude.